Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 709 to Chapter 785. Since you've opened the 8 gates, you can fight with me, Yi Yan smiled calmly. The number 1 battle god stared at Yi Yan's defensive light barrier and asked coldly, Sir, are you planning to hide behind this defensive light barrier? How can you be considered a hero if you keep hiding like this? You don't have the right to judge if I'm a hero or not. If you can't even break the light barrier, how can you be worthy of me taking action? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and mocked. How could a little guy with the strength of a true god be worthy of him taking action? Yi Yan only released a defensive light barrier to fool others. The defense of his ancestral dragon body was unimaginably terrifying. Even if he stood here and allowed the 8 extremities sage to attack him for 100,000 years, not a single strand of his hair would fall off. Yi Yan was already invincible. He only entered the small world of the immortal pond to find some fun. Naturally, he would not lower himself to the same level as these ants. The current Yi Yan would not casually kill others. Doing that would only make him feel bored from the bottom of his heart. The number 1 battle god's face stiffened. He suddenly remembered that the number 7 battle god was sent flying by this person with a single slap. It was obvious that this person's attack power was unimaginably strong. I can't underestimate him. This person is fearless, so he must be very powerful. I can't embarrass myself in front of the sage, the number 1 battle god thought to himself. At this moment, his mentality changed instantly. The 8 extremities sage said, First, open the 8 gates and spar with this cultivator from the outside world. Don't go easy on him. I understand, sage. The number 1 battle god bowed with a stern expression. Since the sage had said so, it was obvious that this white-clothed young man's strength was terrifying. He could not go easy on him. Gate of Wonder, open. The number 1 battle god roared furiously as he struck his body. Whoosh, blood soared into the sky and dyed 1,000 li red. At this moment, the number 1 battle god's body had reached 3 zhang tall. This guy is also a genius. No wonder he's the strongest person below the 8 extremities sage, Yi Yan nodded to himself. He gave the number 1 war god a very high reward. After all, only 1 divine gate had been opened, and it was already so spectacular. It was truly commendable. Too awesome. Ancestor Yu's expression changed greatly as he saw the scene. He said in horror, just opening the first divine gate and there's already such a powerful phenomenon. As expected of the number 1 war god. Feather Ancestor, let's hide further away. It's hard to imagine how widespread the influence of the number 1 war god will be once all 8 gates are opened. Tiger Ancestor said with a long face. Let's retreat. The Feather Ancestor sighed helplessly and led the 7 Feather Ancestors further away. Rest Gate, open. Stop Gate, open. View Gate, open. Death Gate, open. Bang, bang, he pounded his entire body. The number 1 war god roared angrily as he opened all 7 gates in his body. At this moment, the endless bloody light had already stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The sky was as red as blood, and within the red, there was a hint of black. It gave off a hellish and eerie feeling. At this moment, the number 1 war god's body continued to expand. In one breath, he had grown to the size of 100 feet. He stood in the void like a giant bloody demon. His eyes were ferocious and his aura was unstoppable. On the other hand, Yi Yan. He looked extremely small as he stood within the defensive light shield. Both of them have opened 7 gates, but the number 1 war god's body could expand to such a height. It seems like the gates in everyone's body have their own secrets, Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Although the number 1 war god had not made a move yet, he could tell that his current combat strength had already reached the peak of the level 1 true god realm. It had to be said. The 8 extremities divine skill was indeed unique. It allowed the weak human race to obtain a physical body comparable to a divine beast. Even if they reached the Holy Land and fought with the demon race, they would not be at a disadvantage. He let out a slight sigh of relief. The number 1 war god knocked on his chest where his heart was. Following a dong sound, the 8th gate in his body, the gate of life suddenly opened. Dong dong dong, the sound of a heart beating resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if the 9 heavens god drum was beating. The momentum was extremely shocking. The thumping sound was mighty, powerful and penetrating. Any cultivator below the eternal realm would have fainted upon hearing this sound. Whoosh whoosh. An even more vigorous power of chi and blood surged out from the number one war god's burly body like a tidal wave. The blood light that was originally 10,000 miles spread out once again. Finally, it had reached 30,000 miles. The number one war god's body had also expanded from 100 feet to 3,000 feet in an instant. At this moment, he was like a majestic demon god. He stood in the void and looked down from above. He was like a supreme god that could not be reached. He suppressed all living beings with his power. So terrifying. No wonder he is the number one war god of our Eight Extremities sect. Battle Master hid behind the Eight Extremities saint and stared blankly at this scene. His eyes were filled with great shock. He had never seen any of the 8 war gods fight. Today, he saw the number one war god open 8 gates and his body grow to such a huge extent. This visual impact was unimaginable to him. The other 7 war gods looked at the number one war god's huge body with deep admiration in their eyes. The 8 Extremities saint nodded with a smile. His eyes were filled with gratification and anticipation. The number one war god was the disciple of the 8 Extremities sect who was most likely to break through to the immortal realm. He was also the focus of his efforts to nurture him. Eat my fist. The number one war god's eyes were ferocious. His body was surrounded by blood light as he punched down from the sky. The distance between him and Yi Yun was only a few hundred feet. Now, he did not even need to take a step. He only needed to bend down and punch down. The number one war god did not hold back at all. Instead, he used all the strength in his body. Rumble, a huge blood-red fist obliterated a large area of the void. It was like a thunder tribulation that destroyed the world as it fell down. Yi Yun remained calm and collected. He only carefully observed the number one war god's attacks and constantly analyzed the number one war god's combat strength. After opening 8 gates, the number one war god's combat strength had surpassed the peak of True God Realm Level 1 and entered True God Realm Level 2. This breakthrough was very shocking. Originally, he was only at the peak of Eternal Realm Level 10. But after opening the gates of God, he could continuously increase his strength. Even in the Divine Land, this superpower was extremely rare. Boom, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. The huge shock wave was like a thunder tribulation that destroyed the world. It roared and surged in all directions. The 8 Extremities saint raised his eyebrows. He placed one palm in front of his chest and gently slashed forward, splitting the shock wave into 2. The shock wave bypassed everyone and rushed in other directions. Rumble, in an instant, the mountains in the distance collapsed and turned into dust. A vast amount of energy instantly bounced back. The number one war god rotated his body and was about to attack with another hand. Suddenly, he heard a gentle voice. Enough. Let the 8 Extremities saint come. Ask for a sage? The number one war god was shocked. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the young man in white reach out his hand and press down on him. Puff, a muffled sound could be heard. The number one war god felt that his huge body was no longer under his control. He crashed toward the 8 Extremities sage like a small mountain. How can this person be so strong? While flying, the number one war god's eyes widened as he roared hysterically in his heart. The 8 Extremities sage's expression stiffened. He reached out his hand and caught the number one war god's huge body. This person is also an immortal. The 8 Extremities sage looked at Yi Yun and guessed in his heart. After the number one war god was caught, he felt his internal organs churning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The 30,000 miles of bloody light immediately retracted into the number one war god's body. The number one war god's body also quickly recovered to its original state. Sage, I've lost. The number one war god knelt in front of the 8 Extremities sage and said dejectedly. He's also an immortal. You didn't lose unjustly. The 8 Extremities sage patted the number one war god's shoulder and comforted him. What? This young man in white is also an immortal. The 8 war gods were shocked and looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. This young man in white from the outside world was actually in the same realm as the 8 Extremities sage. No wonder the 8 war gods couldn't defeat him. In the valley. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Oh my god. I didn't expect Senior to be an immortal. The Eight Extremities Sage seems to be an immortal too. Xianxia was agitated. His face was red and swollen. Don't compare the Eight Extremities Sage to my master. There's a difference between immortals. The big black cat glanced at him and said angrily. I understand. Xianxia nodded repeatedly with a respectful look on his face. Although the big black cat's cultivation was lower than his, he didn't dare to be disrespectful. The 8 ancestral godly beasts didn't hear what the 8 extremities sage said. They only saw the number 1 war god's huge body fly up and he was defeated. How terrifying. Why are the people from the outside world so terrifying? I suddenly don't want to go outside. The rat ancestor said dejectedly. I don't want to go to the outside world either. It's better to stay here peacefully, tiger ancestor sighed. The other martial progenitors had similar thoughts too. Seeing this, ancestor, you felt helpless. The rat ancestor, who had been clamoring the loudest back then, had always wanted to take a look at the outside world. Who would have thought that he would give up now? It was the same for the other demon ancestors. From the depths of his heart, Ancestor Feather still looked forward to the outside world. However, he knew that it would be extremely difficult to convince the white-cloaked senior. At the other side. All of you, stay away, the 8 extreme saint turned around and solemnly instructed the 8 great war gods. Sage, are you going to do it yourself? The number 1 war god asked. That's right. This fellow Taoist's cultivation is profound. I want to exchange pointers with him, the 8 extremities saint said softly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and faced Yun with a gaze as sharp as a sword. Yes. The 8 war gods responded in unison and quickly brought the war sect away from this space. They retreated continuously for tens of thousands of miles before coming to a stop. It's about time here. Let's watch the battle from here. The number 1 war god said in a deep voice. It's been 20,000 years and I've never seen a sage fight. I didn't expect that we would have the chance to see a battle between 2 immortal state warriors today. The number 2 war god said excitedly as he looked into the distance. Yes, a battle between immortal state warriors is so great. It's unimaginable for us to break through in our cultivation in the future. The number 3 war god rubbed his hands as his eyes sparkled. The other war gods, including the war sect who had the lowest cultivation level, were excited at this moment. A battle between immortal state warriors. For eternal realm cultivators like them, watching this battle would be extremely beneficial for their cultivation in the future. Fellow Taoist, are all the cultivators in the outside world as strong as you? The 8 extremities saint slowly walked over in the void and asked with a smile. What do you think? Yun didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question. The outside world, I've never been there, but I'm looking forward to it. If I'm lucky enough to win this battle, would you please take me to the outside world? The 8 extremities saint suddenly stopped and stood in the void. He cupped his fists and said modestly. He was confident that he could defeat Yun. However, he wasn't confident that he could kill Yun. Deep in his heart, the 8 extremities saint didn't have any intention of killing Yun. On the contrary, he had a favor to ask of Yun. If you win, I don't mind bringing you out. But what if you lose? Yun asked with a smile. He suddenly realized that the red-robed 8 extremities saint was very honest and didn't have many tricks up his sleeve. He wasn't a sinister and ruthless person. If I lose? The 8 extremities saint was slightly taken aback as a look of reminiscence flashed across his eyes. It seemed that at this moment, he began to reminisce about the highlights of his life from the moment he was born until now. 4 tens of thousands of years. The 8 extremities saint had never tasted defeat. With his incomparable talent and unimaginably terrifying battle prowess, he swept his way through and defeated all opponents in the world without equal. He had led the 8 deities sect to become the strongest faction in the immortal pond before retiring and continuing his cultivation. The 8 extremities saint took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, if I lose, I'm willing to give you everything the 8 deities sect has accumulated over the years. I only ask that you take me to the outside world. What do you think? Your condition isn't enough to convince me, Yi Yin shook his head. Then what do you want? The Eight Extremities Saint's expression stiffened. The flames of hope in his heart were about to be extinguished by the strong wind. We'll talk about the conditions after you lose. Yi Yin chuckled. He didn't tell the Eight Extremities Saint his condition. Sure. The Eight Extremities Saint wore a serious expression as his blood surged out. He didn't slap his entire body, but he could hear pung-pung sounds coming from inside his body, like rolling thunder. Gate of Surprise, open! Following the Eight Extremities Saint's command. Whoosh, a boundless blood-red light suddenly rose from the Eight Extremities Saint's body and covered a large area of the void. The blood-red light was like a thick wave of blood, emitting a boundless glow. From afar, it covered 100,000 miles. Oh my God! As expected of the Eight Extremities Saint. He only opened the first gate, and the blood-red light has already spread 100,000 miles. The battle master hiding in the distance was scared half to death when he saw this. The Gate of Surprise opened, and the blood-red light spread for 10,000 miles. The Eight Extremities Saint was currently 100 feet tall. At this moment, his red robe had long been ripped apart, revealing a sturdy body full of explosive muscles. His gaze was like lightning, and his black hair danced in the wind. He stood in the sea of blood like a demonic god descending. Fellow cultivator, take a punch from me first. The Eight Extremities Saint looked down at the tiny figure and roared in a low voice as he smashed his fist down. Whoosh, Yi Yin waved his hand, and the defensive light barrier disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and put his hands behind his back. He calmly looked at the red iron fist that was falling from the sky like a huge red meteor. At this moment, Yi Yin didn't move at all. Senior, why don't you have any intention of attacking? Jin Xiaotian, who was at the bottom of the valley, was shocked when he saw this scene. He was completely puzzled. The defensive light shield has disappeared? Fellow Daoist, are you finally going to fight me head-on? Looking at the changes below, Eight Extreme Saint was immediately delighted. He also longed to fight with a godly realm powerhouse like Yi Yin. However, in the next moment, when he saw the iron fist wrapped in bloody light about to land on Yi Yin's body, the other party did not move at all. Eight Extreme Saint could not help turning pale with fright. Why did he not attack? Could it be that this fellow Daoist was prepared to die? Eight Extreme Saint wanted to pull back, but it was already too late at this moment. He watched helplessly as his fist smashed onto Yi Yin's body without any fancy moves. Boom, there was a loud explosion. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire Ninely Divine Mountain. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions like an apocalyptic tide. Yi Yin did not move at all, allowing this punch to land on his body. That powerful physical body of his did not even move a single hair on his body. On the other hand, Eight Extreme Saint was blasted back by a vast force and retreated repeatedly in the void. He only stabilized his figure after retreating for 10,000 feet. Hiss, Eight Extreme Saint sucked in a breath of cold air, a look of horror flashing across his eyes. That youth in white opposite actually used his physical body to forcibly withstand his first punch. It was truly inconceivable. A sharp pain came from his fist. Eight Extreme Saint lowered his head to look. His skin split open and blood flowed out. Although the bones in his hand were not broken, he also suffered slight injuries. Eight Extreme Saint exhaled and wiped with his hand. The injury on the back of his hand immediately disappeared. Fellow Daoist, you are indeed an otherworldly expert. I admire you. Eight Extreme Saint took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Yi Yin. He cupped his fists and said very admiringly, "Open the 8 gates. Let me see the power of the 8 Extreme Divine Technique when you, the founder of this technique," Yi Yin said with a smile. "All right." Eight Extreme Saint nodded solemnly. At this moment, he did not dare to have any carelessness. Boom, a series of rumbling sounds like rolling thunder sounded in his body again. Rest Gate, open. Limit Gate, open. View Gate, open. Open the door, open. Pain Gate, open. The 8 Extremities Saint roared furiously as he opened another 5 divine gates in one breath. Coupled with the previous gate of astonishment, the 8 Extremities Saint had already opened 6 divine gates in his body. The vast scarlet light roared crazily. Everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers turned into a scarlet sea. Blood chi filled the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The living beings within 1,000,000 li were all knocked unconscious by the impact. Even among the 8 beast progenitors, 7 of them were unconscious. As for Ancestor Yu, who was ranked first, he relied on his extreme flying speed to flee 1,000,000 miles away. Too terrifying, the 8 extremities sage is too terrifying. Hiding in the void 1,000,000 miles away, Ancestor Yu muttered to himself with a look of horror on his face. Even the Eternal Realm cultivators couldn't stay awake within 1,000,000 miles after opening only 6 divine gates. This was the 8 extreme saint, inconceivably powerful, already exceeding the scope of Feather Ancestor's understanding. Cultivators in the Eternal Realm like them, to the 8 extremities saints, they could easily take the head of an 8 extremities saint within a range of 1,000,000 miles. Until now. Ancestor Yu finally understood how terrifying the deity realm was. The 8 extremities saint is indeed powerful. In the valley. Mu Qing looked up at the void, watching the giant figure in the endless scarlet light and exclaimed. Indeed, the big black cat nodded repeatedly. The 8 extremities saint was now 1,000 feet tall. Blood chi flowed out of his body like a waterfall. His millstone-sized eyes were incomparably resplendent, emitting a dazzling light. If the 8 extremities saint, who had only opened 1 divine gate, was like a demon god, then the 8 extremities saint who had opened 6 divine gates was like a supreme demon king. A demon king of slaughter from hell. The 8 extremities saint was surrounded by boundless killing intent. If it weren't for the protective light shield, the big black cat would have fainted long ago. Very good. The 8 extremities divine art is really beyond my expectations. Looking at the giant, Yin clicked his tongue in admiration and gave it a very high evaluation. Fellow Taoist, you've opened 6 divine gates, now, let me test your true strength, fellow Taoist. The 8 extremities saint shouted. His voice rumbled like the thunder of doomsday. Boom, his fist shattered the void and smashed toward Yi Yun. This fist was like a small mountain, shrouded in a thick scarlet light. Its surface was filled with all kinds of killing intent, causing one's heart to palpitate with fear. Whoosh, a bloody shadow flashed and landed in the blink of an eye. Boom, another loud explosion shook the entire heaven and earth. What? How is this possible? The 8 extremities saint could only watch as his fist smashed into Yi Yun's body. Then, he was bounced high into the air. At the same time, his entire body was swept away by a huge force. On the other hand, Yi Yun did not move at all. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed against his body. This discovery almost scared the 8 extremities saint to death. How strong must his physical body be to be able to withstand such a ferocious punch, unceremoniously? His punch just now could have punched a hole through the earth. Just how powerful was that ferocious power when concentrated at one point? Even the 8 extremities saint could not describe it. Did the saint fail again? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this mysterious young man in white? His physical body is so strong to such an extent. In the distance, the 8 gods of war jointly propped up a defensive barrier and observed the battle from afar. Each of their faces was pale and their foreheads were drenched in sweat. No one would have thought that the 8 extremities saint who had opened 6 divine gates could not even break the physical body of the mysterious young man in white. It was simply too terrifying. The battle of the immortal state before them had completely exceeded the limits of their imaginations. How can the people in the outside world be so terrifying? The battle master was frightened and said with a long face. Don't say that. The saint still has 2 divine gates that have not been opened. I believe the final victor will be the saint. The 7th god of war turned around and said with a serious face. The saint will win. The battle master quickly changed his words and his eyes regained confidence. Yi Yun looked at the 8 extremities saint. Open the 8 divine gates and let me see the complete 8 extremities divine skill. Yi Yun said lightly. Fellow cultivator, what kind of physique do you have? Why is it so hard? The 8 extremities saint was still in shock and asked in a deep voice. The indestructible physique. Yi Yun smiled and did not hide anything. He answered calmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone who heard it was stunned. The indestructible physique. Just the name alone was terrifying. Even if it went through 10,000 tribulations, it would not be destroyed. How terrifying was this physique? In the valley, the big black cat and Mu Qing were also shocked. They never knew about their master's physique. Today, they finally understood. Their master had the indestructible physique. The indestructible physique, the indestructible physique, the 8 extremities saint seemed to be possessed. He looked into the depths of the void and kept muttering. Make your move. Don't you still want to go to the outside world? Yi Yun chuckled. All right. The 8 extremities saint was startled and instantly came to his senses. Rumble, in the next moment, a thunderous sound came from his body. Gate of Death. Open. The 8 extremities saint roared and immediately opened the 7th divine gate in his body. In an instant, a thick black color appeared in the blood-red light that spanned 1,000,000 miles. This deathly black color occupied half of the blood-red light. Gate of Life. Open. The 8 extremities saint roared again and finally opened the last divine gate. As soon as the Gate of Life opened, the strange phenomenon in the surroundings suddenly changed. In the blood-red void that spanned 1,000,000 miles, huge balls of blood appeared out of thin air. Each of the balls of blood was 1,000 feet large and hovered in the void. There were countless of them and their aura was shocking. This Gate of Life is interesting. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up slightly. His heart was filled with anticipation. In the distant 7-star mountain. The 7-star ancestors near the fairy pond felt the changes in heaven and earth at the same time. What happened? The 1st-star ancestor said in surprise. The 3rd-star ancestor sensed the surroundings, and his face suddenly changed. He said in shock, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is extremely chaotic, as if a disaster is about to happen. It seems to be coming from the direction of the Jiuli demon tribe. The 6th-star ancestor held the star compass in his hand and silently deduced. Isn't the Jiuli demon tribe the territory of the 8 gods sect? How could such a disaster happen? Let's see what's happening. The 1st-star ancestor said anxiously. Okay. The 3rd-star ancestor nodded in agreement. The star compass in his hand shot out a ray of light, which formed a water mirror in midair. The water mirror was blurry, and the image was dense as if it was covered by a layer of water vapor. Strange, there's a force that's preventing me from prying. The 3rd-star ancestor said in surprise. Even if he used all his strength, he still could not break through the obstruction of that force. Therefore, he could not pry into what was happening in the Jiuli Demon Mountain. I'll help you. The 7th-star ancestor said in a deep voice. He also took out a star compass and poured his spiritual energy into it. A ray of light rose out of thin air and fell into the water mirror in midair. The water mirror rippled. It was like the water in a pond being blown by a breeze. However, the image was still blurry, and there was no fundamental change. How could this be? The 7th-star ancestor widened his eyes in disbelief. The 3rd-star ancestor took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Fellow star ancestors, give me a hand." Okay. The remaining celestial ancestors also had a competitive spirit in their hearts. They took out their star compasses and poured all of their magic power into them. Rays of dazzling light rose one after another. When the light entered the water mirror, the image suddenly shook and became clear in an instant. In the image, it was the vast sky above the Jiuli Demon Mountain. The void within hundreds of miles had been dyed red by the blood light. Mysterious blood balls that were hundreds of feet in size were everywhere in the blood light, and they were filled with a mysterious and terrifying aura. This is the blood light vision produced by the 8 gods technique. The 7th-star ancestor looked at the water mirror, and his face instantly turned pale. This blood light vision is probably millions of miles long. It must be the 8 gods technique. The 3rd celestial ancestor frowned. The 8 extremities saint hasn't appeared in this world for 20,000 years. Why would he suddenly appear in the Ninely Divine Mountain? The 1st celestial ancestor muttered to himself. The other celestial ancestors all showed fear in their eyes. Their generation star ancestor had never truly fought with the 8 extreme saints before. However, the previous generation star ancestor had exchanged blows with the 8 extreme saint before. At that time, it ended in a crushing defeat. If it were not for the fact that the 8 extreme saint was wary of the 7-star tribe, the 7-star tribe would have been reduced to prisoners of the 8 divine sect. The light on the surface of the mirror continued to flow. As the angle changed, the image kept changing. A terrifying giant with a height of 10,000 feet suddenly appeared in the image. Oh my God! This is the 8 extremities saint. The first celestial ancestor's face was filled with horror, and his body was trembling slightly. In the water mirror, the 10,000 zhang tall 8 extremities saint was shrouded in blood-red light. His bulging muscles were filled with explosive power as he stood in the void, looking down at the world with disdain. This is too terrifying. The 8 extremities saint who has been cultivating in seclusion for 20,000 years has become many times stronger than before. The 7th celestial ancestor was terrified, and his body was trembling. 20,000 years ago, the battle between the 7-star tribe and the 8 divine sect. The 7-star tribe naturally had records of it. The 7-star ancestors clearly remembered that the 8 extremities saint's body was only 10,000 feet tall when he opened all 8 gates. Now, the 8 extremities saint's body was 10,000 feet tall. Such a huge body was like a god of war that could destroy the world. Just one look at him was enough to cause great fear in one's heart. Not to mention fighting. As long as one looked at the 8 extremities saint, the will to fight in one's heart would instantly crumble. The 8 extremities saint has reappeared in the world. Is he going to destroy the Jiuli demon tribe? The 6th celestial ancestor said in horror. It's hard to say. The first celestial ancestor narrowed his eyes and said gloomily. At this moment, the 7-star ancestors were continuously injecting their powers into the star compass, and rays of light were connected to the water mirror in the air. The 7-star ancestors were also using the water mirror to continue spying on the 8 extremities saint. In the sky above the Jiuli divine mountain, the 8 extremities saint sensed something in his heart. He looked at a certain space in the world and suddenly glanced over. The 8 extremities saint's eyes were as bright as 2 bright suns, emitting intense light. 2 beams of light converged and pierced toward a certain spot in the void. Scram! The 8 extremities saint shouted coldly. Of course, he knew who was spying on him. What right did those unworthy fellows have to watch the battle between 2 godly state experts, boom, outside the formation of the immortal pond? The water mirror in the air shattered with a loud bang. The 7-star ancestors groaned as if they were struck by lightning and were all sent flying backward. They steadied themselves in the air. The 7-star ancestors spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The 8 extremities saint's shout from the distant void had caused the 7-star ancestors to suffer internal injuries. 8 extremities saint, we will definitely avenge this. The first celestial ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat viciously. The other celestial ancestors also cursed angrily. After a few curses, the 7-star ancestors consumed elixirs and sat cross-legged in the void to heal their injuries. The 8 extremities saint is nothing. Once the dragon ancestor breaks through to the true god realm, he will be invincible. The first celestial ancestor said slowly with a gloomy face. The dragon ancestor broke through again. The third celestial ancestor's eyes flashed as he suddenly said. Just as they were observing the 8 extremities saint, the ancient nether demon dragon in the air broke through another small realm. The 7-star ancestors could not help but feel elated. Just after the 8 extremities saint rebuked the 7-star ancestors with a shout. Yi Yun's gaze focused, penetrating through time and landed on the immortal pond behind the 7-star mountain. What a wandering dragon. It actually went to the 7-star race. Yi Yun chuckled. The ancient nether demon dragon was really a guy who could not stay idle. It actually went to the 7-star race by accident. However, when he saw that the 7-star array was connected to the ancient nether demon dragon, Yi Yun's face also darkened slightly. The 7 pawns formed the 7-star array, constantly injecting energy into it. The ancient nether demon dragon's cultivation has broken through 2 small realms, Yi Yun said softly. It seemed that the 7 light pillars that poured into the ghost well back then came from these 7 pawns. These pawns looked a little strange. He did not know why the mastermind would form a 7-star array with 7 pawns in this small world. What is that? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and suddenly discovered a divine dragon statue coiled on the ground in the fog. It was a white divine dragon. To Yi Yan's surprise, this divine dragon actually had 9 tails. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, white, and black. 9 colors. These 9 different dragon tails grew on a pure white divine dragon, giving people an indescribable feeling of strangeness. Wow, so this is what the 9-tailed divine dragon looks like, Yi Yan exclaimed softly, but a relaxed smile appeared on his face. The 9-tailed divine dragon was sinister and cunning. It hid behind the scenes and was always elusive. He did not expect that in the immortal pond there were actually some clues left behind by the 9-tailed divine dragon. In Yi Yan's mind, according to the clues he knew, the 9-tailed divine dragon was the cause of the internal strife among the 10 super divine dragons. Back then, this guy chased Dark Sky Dragon all the way to the divine land and almost killed him. If not for his good luck, Dark Sky Dragon entered the demon realm by chance. Dark Sky Dragon would have died under the claws of the 9-tailed divine dragon millions of years ago. The claws of the 9-tailed divine dragon were stained with the blood of countless super divine dragons. It could be said that the 9-tailed divine dragon was the greatest sinner of the dragon race. And one of the 10 super divine dragons, the star dragon, was also a question mark in Yi Yan's mind. As long as the connection between the star dragon and the 7 stars array formation was not uncovered, it would not be cleared of suspicion. 9-tailed divine dragon, no matter how careful you are, you will still leave some clues. Sooner or later, I will catch you. Yi Yan slowly looked away. Since he had already arrived at the small world of the deity pond, he would have to go to the 7 stars mountain sooner or later. The ancient nether demon dragon was still being baptized by the energy of the 7 stars array formation and was constantly increasing its cultivation level. Yi Yan did not want to break it. He wanted to create an opportunity for the ancient nether demon dragon and then see how things would develop. This time, after entering the deity pond, Yi Yan felt that he had gained a lot. First, he saw a genius 8 extremities saint and the statue of the 9-tailed divine dragon. If he went deeper into the 7 stars mountain, he might be able to find more useful clues. Yi Yan's heart was filled with anticipation. In the distance, the 8 great battle gods and the battle master stared with their mouths agape at the enormous blood ball and the 10,000 zhang tall 8 extremities saint. Their hearts were in turmoil. He is indeed a saint. After opening the 8 gates, his body has reached 10,000 feet. The number 1 war god swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said with a face full of shock. The opening of the 8 gate of life can produce so many giant blood balls. Is this something only immortal state cultivators can do? The second war god's eyes bulged and he said in shock. What is the use of these blood balls? Are they attacking? The third war god's expression froze and he asked in shock. The others shook their heads. No one knew that after the 8 extremities saint's gate of life was opened, there would be so many blood balls in the bloody light. In the distant void. As expected of a god. He's too strong. Ancestor Yu looked at the blood balls in the sky and the giant. He was petrified. Ancestor Yu was terrified. He couldn't help but kneel in the void and worship the 8 extremities saint. In the void, the 8 extremities saint, who had a monstrous aura, stood upright with his fists clenched. His entire body was shrouded in blood-red light as he stared at the white-robed figure in front of him. Although his face was a little ferocious, he still managed to control his emotions. Fellow Taoist, with the gate of life open, I am an undying and indestructible existence. The battle will last for a very long time, so you must be mentally prepared, the 8 extreme saint slowly spoke. His voice produced a strange echo between heaven and earth. At this moment, the world was in an uproar. Almost all the creatures in the immortal pond heard it. Many creatures did not understand what was happening, but they instinctively knelt on the ground and prayed to the sky. Indestructible? Yi Yan chuckled. He did not refute the claim. 8 extremities saint, come at me with all you've got. Let me see what level you've reached, Yi Yan said with a smile. Sure. The 8 extreme saint inhaled a deep breath of air. The muscles all over his body rippled as they emitted a thunderous roar. The light emitted from the 2 sun-like eyes in his eye sockets also became increasingly resplendent. The cultivators of the outside world are too full of themselves. The seventh god of battle clenched his fists and said furiously. With the 8 gates open, the saints are undying and indestructible. No matter how strong the enemy is, they will still be defeated by the saints. The first god of battle said. His eyes flickered as if he had noticed something. If the saints defeat the man, they will be able to control the passage to the outside world. I'm really looking forward to the day we can go there. The fifth god of battle's eyes flickered as he spoke with great anticipation. Once the army of the 8 deities sect shows up in the outside world, we will surely trample all the factions. The sixth god of battle clenched his fists with a smug look. The other gods of battle nodded in agreement. It was as if these words had struck a chord in their hearts. No matter where they were, the 8 deities sect would always strive to be the #1 faction. These little guys are really inexperienced. Do they really think the outside world is a pushover? Although Yi Yun was extremely far away, he could still hear the conversation between the gods of battle from the 8 deities sect. He chuckled and shook his head. In the future, he would throw these people into the divine land and let them experience what it meant by "there is always someone better than you out there." Just as he thought of this, in the blink of an eye, a gigantic figure that blotted out the sun had already arrived in front of him. A gigantic iron fist, which was as big as a small mountain, surrounded by a ferocious blood-red glow, came crashing down. Buzz buzz, the void was first distorted to a certain extent before it shattered with a loud bang. The surrounding mountains collapsed under the influence of the fist intent. The entire land was instantly plunged into misery and suffering. It was evident how powerful the 8 extremities saint's fist was. Yi Yun's expression did not change as he quietly watched the fist smash down. Boom, with a loud explosion, the entire immortal pond world trembled slightly. Under the loud sound waves, the bodies of countless creatures swayed, and many of them fainted. How is this possible? The 8 extremities saint's face was filled with astonishment. He had just watched his fist land, and then it was forcefully repelled by a vast force. The 8 god gates opened. He had reached the peak of his strength in history. And yet, he still could not defeat his opponent. Could it be that this person has a treasure in his body? Otherwise, how could he have such a strong flesh? The 8 extremities saint withdrew his fist. A ball of blood in the air disappeared, and his injured fist recovered to its original state. The 8 extremities saint cast his brilliant gaze toward Yi Yun. He carefully observed him. He did not find any trace of a treasure in Yi Yun's body. No matter how strong his flesh is, I will destroy him with brute force. The winner of this battle can only be me. The 8 extremities saint took a deep breath. An undefeatable fighting spirit surged in his chest as he charged over again. This little fellow cultivated all the way to true God realm level 3. Now that he has opened all 8 gates, his strength is already comparable to a true God realm level 10 cultivator, Yi Yun thought in his heart. After taking a punch, he also had a clear understanding of the 8 extremities saint's strength. When he saw a ball of blood in the bloody light disappear, and the injury on the 8 extremities saint's hand recovered to its original state, a trace of realization flashed across Yi Yun's eyes. It turned out that these countless blood balls were a proper medical kit. Crack crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking, Yi Yun crossed his arms and moved around a little. Lifting his head to look at the iron fist approaching, the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a smile. It was also a little boring to keep using the physical body like this. Since he discovered the mystery of the blood balls, Yi Yun wanted to test where the limits of the 8 extremities saint's immortality were. What? He's going to make a move? 8 extremities saint was surprised and delighted as he watched Yi Yun move his limbs. 8 extremities saint longed to be able to exchange blows with such a godly state expert. Even if he failed in the end. However, with such an experience, the 8 extremities saint had no regrets. Whoosh, Yi Yun raised a palm and slapped it toward the huge iron fist. 8 extremities saint's body was now 10,000 feet tall, and his iron fist was over 100 feet in size. Therefore, Yi Yun looked extremely small in front of the iron fist. The small palm slapped the iron fist. Poof, a muffled groan was heard. 8 extremities saint trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This powerful force instantly attacked his internal organs, causing him to suffer serious internal injuries. What a powerful force. This indestructible body is really powerful. Eight Extremities Saint retracted his iron fist and stood in the surging sea of blood as he looked at Yi Yun in shock. At this moment, the two sun-like eyes became brighter and brighter. Eight Extremities Saint's fighting spirit burned fiercely. Although he was injured, Eight Extremities Saint became more courageous. A blood ball disappeared. Eight Extremities Saint's injuries healed in an instant. He regained his peak combat strength again. After opening the gate of life, so many medical kits appeared. Eight Extremities Saint is really AF * King Genius, Yi Yun snickered in his heart. In the valley, Jin Xiaotian was dumbfounded as he watched the shocking battle between the two experts. He was speechless like a statue. This Eight Extremities Saint is really powerful. If I can master this Eight Extremities divine skill, won't I be invincible in the same realm? The big black cat looked at the blood-colored giant in the sky and thought about it. Only humans can cultivate the Eight Extremities divine skill. You're a nine-tailed cat, as a demon, don't dream about it. Mu Qing chuckled. She looked at the Eight Extremities Saint and recalled the big black cat's words. Her mind was filled with thoughts. She was a human and had the bloodline of the black bird. If she had the chance to cultivate the Eight Extremities divine skill, her strength would change drastically. However, Mu Qing was very clear-headed. Whether she could learn the Eight Extremities divine skill or not depended on her master's decision. A million miles away, the Eight Extremities Saint looked at the battle between the two godly state experts and were extremely terrified. This cultivator from the outside world is also a human like us. Why is his physical body so freakish? First clenched his fists clenched. Perhaps this person is just like the sages. He's also an incredible genius who possesses a miraculous cultivation technique. That's why his physical body is so strong, the second war god's eyes flashed as he analyzed. The seventh war god waved his arms with a fervent gaze. The other war gods also began to shout. The atmosphere was very lively. The 8 great war gods were all personally trained by the 8 Extreme Saint, so they had extremely strong confidence in the 8 Extreme Saint. Just as they were talking, boom boom boom, the 8 Extremities Saint and Yi Yun exchanged blows again. This was a completely head-on battle. Although Yi Yun's body was very small, his power was extremely vast. Every time the two of them clashed, the 8 Extremities Saint was the one who was sent flying. PFFF, the 8 Extremities Saint spat out mouthfuls of blood. One blood ball after another disappeared, allowing him to return to the peak of his combat prowess. Fellow cultivator, once the 8th divine gate is opened, I'll be immortal. The one who will lose, will definitely be you. The 8 Extremities Saint laughed loudly. His battle intent soared as he launched a fierce attack at Yi Yun. What do you mean by immortal? You think too highly of yourself, little guy. Yi Yun laughed. He strolled through the sea of blood and continued to exchange blows with the 8 Extremities Saint. This was a battle. Although it looked extremely intense, it was a one-sided situation. The 8 Extremities Saint had no power to fight back under Yi Yun's hands. He was like a weak chicken. Every time he was sent flying, a blood ball would suddenly disappear, and the 8 Extremities Saint would immediately be as good as new. Boom boom, collision sounds rang out. The 8 Extremities Saint entered the battle again. It seemed like he would never tire. This guy is really shameless, the big black cat clicked its tongue. Its eyes were filled with disdain. This kind of fighting method is a little shameless. If it were Senior Rui, he would have long poisoned the 8 Extremities Saint to death. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Senior Rui is also at the true immortal stage. He should be about the same as the 8 Extremities Saint. Can he beat him? The big black cat narrowed its eyes and asked. Of course. Don't forget Senior Undying Celestial Silkworm's evaluation. Mu Qing said with a smile. Oh, you're right. Senior Rui's poison is too terrifying. No matter how powerful the blood ball is, once it's poisoned, the 8 Extremities Saint won't be able to recover. The big black cat's eyes lit up as it nodded. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yi Yun sent the 8 Extremities Saint flying with a punch. Then, he smiled lightly. Ever since he came out of the warehouse, The jade Rui spider's cultivation speed was very, very fast. Now, it had cultivated to the 8th level of the true immortal stage. If it fought the 8 extremities saint at this level, the latter had no chance of winning. Even if it did not use poison. The jade Rui spider's terrifying physical body alone could stab the 8 extremities saint to death. The sharp spider spear was comparable to a god-grade weapon. Boom boom boom, the battle continued. The 8 extremities saint was defeated again and again. He was like an unbeatable cockroach, launching attacks again and again. In his heart, it had long been filled with the belief of being unbeatable. Therefore, the 8 extremities saint would not stop attacking until he defeated Yi Yun. The powerful 8 extremities saint was beaten to such a state. I can imagine how terrifying the strength of this white-robed young man is, in the distant void. Ancestor, you watched the battle between the two godly state experts with his mouth agape. One could imagine the shock in his heart. He really could not imagine what the final outcome of this battle would be. He also could not predict how long this battle would last. 2 hours later. The battle was still intense. The 8 extremities saint had launched at least 10,000 attacks on Yi Yun, but each time, he returned without any success. Fellow cultivator, it is meaningless for us to continue fighting like this. Why don't we call it a draw? The 8 extremities saint stopped in midair, cupped his fists, and said calmly. A draw? You are not qualified. Yi Yun said indifferently. A mere true immortal wanted to tie with him? How was this possible? Back in the demon realm, he had killed the 7 godly kings from the Star Demon clan. Even godly kings were no match for him, let alone the 8 extremities saint who had not even reached the Divine Lord realm. I am not qualified? How is this possible? The 8 extremities saint was stunned, and the anger in his heart exploded instantly. Since his birth, he had been a supreme genius. He had created the 8 extremities divine skill and trampled on countless peerless geniuses in the cultivation world. He had defied the heavens and defeated all the opponents in the world. In the end, he had reached the point where he was invincible. If he was not qualified, then no one in the world was qualified. The pride in the 8 extremities saint's heart was mercilessly crushed by Yi Yun. Therefore, the 8 extremities saint who had always been extremely restrained completely lost control of his emotions at this moment. A white figure flashed. Before the 8 extremities saint could react, Yi Yun suddenly appeared in front of him. Swish. He struck with his palm. It pierced through the void and hit the 8 extremities saint's lower abdomen. Poof, with a muffled sound, blood spurted wildly. The huge body of the 8 extremities saint was split into 2 and he was sent flying. Yi Yun only used a single palm strike to forcefully split the powerful physical body of the 8 extremities saint into 2. Amidst the ocean of blood, the 8 extremities saint, who was tens of thousands of feet tall, was suddenly cut in half from the center of his lower abdomen by a sharp saber light. Puff, a large amount of blood gushed out like a broken dam, dyeing half of the sky red. The 8 extremities saint screamed as the 2 halves of his body flew out. Blood that blotted out the sky fell from the sky and blended into the blood waves. It was a shocking sight. The 8 war gods saw this scene and their bodies turned cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The 8 extremities saint was an invincible war god in the hearts of all the disciples of the 8 gods sect. Unexpectedly, the mysterious young man in white cut the 8 extremities saint in half with a palm knife. Such terrifying strength was simply too frightening. The 8 war gods trembled as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Their throats were choked and for a moment, they couldn't speak. Beside them, Master Zhang's eyes bulged as he looked into the distance in disbelief. He was so scared that his heart stopped beating. Saint, Master Zhang spat out 2 words with difficulty as 2 lines of crystal tears fell from the corners of his eyes. In his heart, the 8 extremities saint was a spiritual monument that had an unimaginable appeal to all the disciples of the 8 gods sect. Now that the 8 extremities saint was cut in half, Master Zhang was in a daze and thought that the saint had fallen. In the void in the distance, Ancestor Yu was shocked when he saw the scene. His body swayed and he fell from the sky. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, he came to his senses. His body trembled and he rose into the air again. It's too scary, Ancestor Yu trembled as sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes were filled with horror as if he was possessed. He thought that the Eight Extremities Saint would win in the end. Even in the worst-case scenario, the Eight Extremities Saint would fight to a draw with the young man in white. However, he didn't expect the Eight Extremities Saint to be defeated in one round. A palm knife broke the Eight Extremities Saint's hard body. This kind of strength was really too shocking. In the Valley of the Golden Bear Clan, Xianxia's eyes widened as a storm raged in his heart. The senior was too strong. The Eight Extremities Saint who had entered the immortal state couldn't defeat the senior at all. Senior attacked, cleaving the Eight Extremities Saint into two with one move. Xianxia could not imagine what kind of terrifying realm his senior had reached. Master is really overbearing. Mu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up as she watched the blood flowing down from the void like a river and merging into the blood-red sea. She clicked her tongue and exclaimed in admiration. A puny little true god isn't even an ant in Master's eyes. The big black cat laughed strangely. Indeed. Mu Qing also covered her mouth and laughed. In the vast ocean of the void. Ah! The Eight Extremities Saint, who only had half of his body left, waved his arm and roared in pain. His eyes widened as he watched the lower half of his body fly in another direction. He was extremely shocked. Originally, he thought that he would end up in a tie with Yiyun. He hadn't expected that his opponent would be able to split him into two with just a single move. Deep in his heart, the Eight Extreme Saint was extremely confident in his physical body. He was a god. After opening the 8 gates, his physical body was unbelievably strong. There was almost no one in this world who could hurt his physical body. He hadn't expected that such a strong physical body would be easily split apart by his opponent. I'm immortal and indestructible. I'll never admit defeat. The Eight Extremities Saint roared angrily. His arm grabbed at the lower half of his body out of thin air. Bam, the two halves of his body joined together. 7 or 8 of the blood balls in the void suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, the broken parts of the Eight Extremities Saint's body were completely healed. After moving his body, the Eight Extremities Saint looked at Yiyun and smiled proudly. Fellow Daoist, although you're very strong, you can't kill me within my 8 gates domain at all. Is that so? Yiyun smiled without batting an eyelid. This puny Eight Extremities Saint really thought of himself as an onion. Invincible just like that, could he not die just like that? If a puny true god could be so powerful, then those powerhouses above the Divine Lord realm in the Divine Land wouldn't die at all. Fellow Daoist. The Eight Extremities Saint said solemnly, his expression arrogant. He waved both arms and embraced the blood-colored sea as he laughed loudly and said, My 8 gates domain spans several million miles in the void. Do you think that you can kill me? Whether I can kill you or not, it's entirely up to me. However, since you want to die so much, I can let you have a taste of death's arrival. Yiyun's eyelids narrowed slightly as he said with a faint smile. This Eight Extremities Saint was still extremely arrogant in the depths of his heart. It might have something to do with his experiences since young. After all, being able to self-create the Eight Extremities divine skill and be invincible all the way in the immortal pond this small world, he had long developed a psychological advantage. Now, the 8 gates domain formed by this blood-colored sea even made the Eight Extremities Saint in a state of immortality and indestructibility. Even if he was not his match now, the Eight Extremities Saint would not think that he would fail completely at all. Fellow Daoist, take this. Hearing Yiyun's words, the Eight Extremities Saint's face turned cold, turning into a cloud of blood light, crushing down like a small mountain. Yiyun's body moved slightly, rising into the air. At this moment, he realized that the blood-colored sea was roaring, forming a huge sticky force, as if a large net was stuck on his body, beginning to affect his speed. It's useless. Once the 8 gates domain is activated, your speed will be restricted, fellow Daoist. The Eight Extremities Saint laughed loudly, raising his huge iron fist and smashing it down with a whistling sound. He knew that his punch might not be able to achieve any effect, but he did not have a better idea at the moment. The Eight Extremities Saint could only rely on his 8 gates domain to forcefully wear down his opponent's dermic powers and energy through the simplest combat method. Ignorant. Yiyun sneered. His body did not move at all, disappearing in an instant. Where did he go? Seeing this scene, the Eight Extremities Saint's expression changed drastically, greatly shocked. He withdrew his iron fist abruptly and turned behind. At this moment, Yi Yun was standing behind the Eight Extremities Saint. He raised one of his palms and chopped down with a karate chop. Poof, a muffled sound reverberated, shaking the void. Accompanied by the Eight Extremities Saint's miserable cry, he was split into two again. Fresh blood splattered wildly, falling into the blood-colored sea like a river bursting its banks. Swish, 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 the light of the palm blade flickered again. In this instant, Yi Yun directly chopped out 9 times. The Eight Extremities Saint who was originally split into two was once again sliced into countless pieces by the following 9 blades. Apart from the head being intact, the other parts had already become incomparably fine. Keeping the head, Yi Yun also wanted to see the limits of the Eight Extremities Saint. He wanted to see to what extent the so-called Eight Gates domain could bring a dead person back to life. Arg! The Eight Extremities Saint's head, which was fixed in the void, suddenly let out an indignant howl as he looked at his body that had been dismembered into dozens of pieces. Why was this cultivator from the outside world so strong? The other party's speed was strange, and he was actually not controlled by the Eight Gates domain, continuously releasing such powerful palm blades. He actually ended up being utterly defeated in this exchange. The sage has been dismembered again, the 8 war gods widened their eyes and felt cold all over. The fear from the first time had yet to disappear, and the second time, an even greater fear descended upon them. The sage's body has already been cut to such a state. Can it still recover? The third war god said in a trembling voice. It should be possible. The first war god looked at the blood balls and said with a firm gaze. He was the strongest person below the Eight Extremities Sage and the person closest to God. Although he had yet to reach the level of the Eight Gates domain, he already had a vague idea of it. After some observation, the first war god came to his own conclusion. As long as there were no changes in the blood ocean, it meant that the Eight Gates domain was extremely stable. Within the domain, the huge blood balls were endless and could give the Eight Extremities Sage a chance to be reborn. The sage is indeed an immortal and indestructible existence. After hearing the first war god's words, the other war gods said with a fanatical gaze. Under everyone's gaze, the Eight Extremities Saint's head suddenly roared furiously. Countless blood-colored tentacles extended from the waves of blood, grabbed the body fragments, and quickly gathered them together. A new body was formed. However, this body did not grow back together and there were still some fractures. Hundreds of blood balls disappeared. Then, he saw that the fractures had completely disappeared. The Eight Extremities Saint stood in the air, completely unscathed. He had returned to his peak battle prowess. Fellow cultivator, you can't do anything to me, the Eight Extremities Sage smiled faintly with an arrogant expression. Is that so? Yi Yun smiled faintly. The Eight Extremities Sage really thought that he was immortal. If that was the case, Yi Yun was ready to be ruthless. The second resurrection of the Eight Extremities Sage allowed Yi Yun to find a clue. The more serious the injury, the more the body fragments, and the more blood balls the Eight Extremities Sage consumed. If that was the case. In that case, Yi Yun quickly came up with a very clear operation method. Fellow cultivator, if you don't believe me, you can come at me. The Eight Extremities Sage chuckled. His laughter was filled with strong confidence. Stepping on the sea of blood, he took large strides and broke through the air. He raised his fists and punched towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared above the Eight Extremities Saint. A palm blade appeared. A cold light flashed. Before the Eight Extremities Saint could react, his entire body was split into 2 halves from the middle. Ah! The Eight Extremities Saint shrieked in agony. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched the 2 halves of his body separate. Yi Yun did not stop. Puff! Puff! He waved his palm blade continuously, and streaks of light formed a huge net in the void, landing on the Eight Extremities Saint. The Eight Extremities Saints were slaughtered. In the end, the 2 halves of the body were cut into thousands of pieces. In the end, Yi Yun still held back. Otherwise, it would have been cut into tens of thousands of pieces. He was also afraid that the Eight Extremities Saint wouldn't be able to revive. Thousands of shredded corpses floated in the Scarlet Sea, looking extremely miserable. The 8 war gods in the distance were scared out of their wits. The number 1 war god clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely nervous. This time, the 8 extremities saint was cut into so many pieces. Could he still be successfully resurrected through the 8 extremities domain? He was also restless. 8 extremities saint, you must not die. Ancestor Yu, who was in the distant void, had a long face as he secretly prayed in his heart. No matter what. The 8 extremities saint represented the highest combat strength of the immortal pond world, and also represented the immortal pond world. If he lost to an outsider, he would also feel extremely upset. Even if it was a draw, he could accept it. Splash, the Scarlet Sea roared, rolling up a wave of blood. Countless blood hands appeared out of thin air from the blood waves, grabbing the body fragments, gathering them together, and piecing the 8 extremities saint back together again. Seeing the 8 extremities saint, who was like a piece of paper with an extremely arrogant look in his eyes, Yi Yin knew that this kid was far from reaching his limit. Yi Yin did not hold back, and his palm blade struck out again. Cold light flashed. One after another, large nets fell on the 8 extremities saint's body that had not completely recovered. Puff. Puff, it was accompanied by a series of muffled sounds. The 8 extremities saint's broken body was dismembered again. This time, the 8 extremities saint's body was dismembered into tens of thousands of pieces. The 8 extremities saint's 8-gate domain is indeed a troublesome divine ability. The big black cat looked at the battle with a regretful look in his eyes. Unfortunately, he was a monster. If he had learned the 8 extremities divine skill, there would not be many people in the world who would want to kill him. 8 divine gates, 8-gate domain, undying and indestructible. It's really strong. Mu Qing also exclaimed in admiration. After dismembering the 8 extremities saint into tens of thousands of pieces, Yi Yin stood calmly in the Scarlet Sea with his hands behind his back. He looked around, waiting for the 8 extremities saint to come back to life. Yi Yin also wanted to see. If the 8 extremities saint came back to life, how many blood balls would he need to consume? After continuously dismembering the 8 extremities saint just now, Yi Yin also obtained very shocking data. The 8 extremities saint's body was already as hard as a supreme great emperor weapon. Another step up. His entire body was comparable to an emperor weapon. One had to admit that the 8 extremities divine skill created by the 8 extremities saint was indeed an extremely powerful technique. If it reached the divine land, it would definitely shine. Whoosh, whoosh, the Scarlet Sea roared, and angry waves surged. The angry waves soared into the sky, and small blood-colored hands reached out one by one, holding fragments in each hand. These small hands rolled along with the waves and began to assemble according to different positions in the air. In a few breaths of time, a fragmented 8 extremities saint appeared again. Not bad. Yi Yin exclaimed in admiration. In the 8-gate domain, the 8 extremities saint was indeed undying and indestructible. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. The 8-gate domain divine ability was similar to the innate divine ability of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, one of the 10 great divine dragons. Whoosh, many of the huge blood balls in the Scarlet Sea suddenly disappeared. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. After a rough calculation, at least 100,000 of them disappeared. I see, Yi Yun smiled slightly, somewhat understanding. The more fragments were divided, the more blood balls were needed to recover. The 8 extremities saint had been divided into 10,000 pieces, and the number of blood balls needed had reached 100,000. If the 8 extremities saint was divided into 100 million pieces, at least 1/10 of the blood balls in the scarlet light would be consumed. Then, it was even more detailed. Needless to say, if the 8 extremities saint was divided into 500 million pieces, all the blood balls in the scarlet light would be consumed. This way, even if the 8 extremities saint was resurrected, if he was dismembered again, he would never be able to be resurrected again. The blood balls disappeared. The 8 extremities saint's body stood upright in the void again. Fellow cultivator, I've lost. The 8 extremities saint knelt down and said with a dejected expression. This time, he was dismembered into 10,000 pieces by Yi Yun, and he truly experienced the feeling of death approaching. The Eight Extremities Saint finally realized his opponent was not someone he could compete with at his level. Even if there were 10 of him, he would not be a match for Yi Yun. Therefore, the Eight Extremities Saint admitted defeat. As a peerless genius of the deity pond, the pride that had formed in his heart for a long time was gone at this moment. Get up. Seeing that the Eight Extremities Saint had wisely admitted defeat, Yi Yun smiled lightly. If he really didn't admit defeat, the next time, the Eight Extremities Saint might be disintegrated even more miserably. Even if he used the blood balls to recover, it would be a great blow to the Eight Extremities Saint's vitality. After all, these blood balls were also consumables. Yes, Senior. The Eight Extremities Saint stood up respectfully. This time even the way he addressed him changed. From fellow Taoist to Senior. In the Eight Extremities Saint's heart, Yi Yun's cultivation was unfathomable. It was far from what he could fathom. If he continued to address him as fellow Taoist, the Eight Extremities Saint felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. His body shook. The millions of miles of bloody light suddenly shrank back into the Eight Extremities Saint's body. The same went for those huge blood balls. The Eight Extremities Saint's body returned to the appearance of a normal person. He put on a red robe again and stood respectfully in front of Yi Yun. The 8 great war gods in the distance felt their hearts turn cold when they saw the Eight Extremities Saint admit defeat. They didn't know what to say either. The #1 immortal state powerhouse of the 8 gods sect was defeated by someone from the outside world just like that. For a moment, pessimism filled everyone's hearts. In the void further away. When Ancestor Yu saw this, he knew that the 8 gods sect's momentum was gone. He suddenly flew to the side of the few demon ancestors who had already fainted, gave them pills, and waited quietly. Ancestor Yu's expression was uncertain. He didn't know what to do. After all, he also wanted to rely on Yi Yun and go to the outside world. Senior, I want to go to the outside world with you. At this moment, the Eight Extremities Saint spoke slowly and expressed his inner thoughts. You've lost. Yi Yun glanced at the Eight Extremities Saint indifferently and said. Senior, you can raise any conditions. As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely agree. The Eight Extremities Saint's eyes were burning as he said resolutely. I'm quite interested in this set of Eight Extremities divine technique, Yi Yun smiled gently. Senior, you want this set of self-created Eight Extremities divine technique? The Eight Extremities Saint was taken aback. In his eyes, Yi Yun was so inconceivably powerful that he didn't know how many times stronger than him, so why would he still be interested in the 8 extreme divine arts? That's right, what do you think? Yi Yun wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he looked at the 8 extreme saint with a burning gaze. If this had happened 100,000 years ago. For the defeated general, Yi Yun had long snatched the cultivation technique. 100,000 years later. Yi Yun's mentality changed. He did not want to bully others to obtain the 8 extreme divine exercise. After all, as long as he used the sky illusory eyes, he could easily search the memories of the 8 extremes saint and obtain the 8 extremes divine technique. Senior, I am willing to offer this 8 extreme divine technique. The 8 Extremities Saint only hesitated for 2 to 3 seconds before he gritted his teeth and agreed. Immediately after, he took out a jade slip and imprinted the complete 8 Extremes divine art, as well as his understanding of cultivation, into the jade slip using his divine sense. Seeing how decisive the 8 Extremities Saint was, Yi Yun's eyes were filled with admiration. Don't worry, I won't take your cultivation technique for free. I will naturally give you benefits in the future. Yi Yun took the jade slip and smiled faintly. A wisp of divine sense entered it and instantly imprinted the entire 8 extreme divine exercise in his mind. This cultivation technique. According to Yi Yun's judgment, it had only reached the overlord level. In his opinion, this 8 extreme divine exercise still had flaws. As long as he fixed them, it could be upgraded from an overlord level cultivation technique to a divine level cultivation technique. I dare not ask for benefits from you, Senior. The 8 Extremities Saint bowed slightly and said in an excited voice, I only ask that you take me to the outside world. I know what you're thinking, I will naturally take you out, Yi Yun said with a smile. After that, Yi Yun waved his hand toward the bottom of the valley and removed the light shield. The big black cat and Mu Qing flew over. Let's go to the 7-star mountain. Yi Yin ordered. Yes, old master. The two of them hurriedly agreed. The Eight Extremities Saint was stunned and anxious. He quickly asked, Senior, are you going to the Seven-Star Mountain to look for the silver-robed masked man? Why would I look for him? Yi Yin shook his head and chuckled. The Eight Extremities Saint looked embarrassed and said again, Senior, you should be looking for that dragon, right? You can say that. Yi Yin nodded. Senior, those old fellows from the Seven-Star race are extremely stubborn. Why don't I go with you? The Eight Extremities Saint said. All right. Yi Yin nodded and agreed. He naturally knew what the Eight Extremities Saint was thinking. Firstly, the Eight Extremities Saint was afraid that he would run away and follow him blindly. Secondly, the Eight Extremities Saint wanted to make some contributions in front of him. This time, he would inevitably get into trouble with the Seven-Star race on his trip to the Seven-Star Mountain. This way, the Eight Extremities Saint would be able to make a move. Yi Yin did not mind the Eight Extremities Saint's thoughts. After all, the Eight Extremities Saint gave him a good feeling. Yi Yin also had the intention to help this little guy. In the future, he would also bring the Eight Extremities Saint to the Divine Land. While the two of them were talking, the 8 great battle gods and battle masters had already flown over. I'm going to the Seven-Star Mountain with Senior. You guys return to the 8 deities sect and wait for me. The Eight Extremities Saint waved his hand and said indifferently. Yes. The 8 great battle gods hurriedly agreed and then looked at Yi Yin in fear before hurriedly turning around and leaving. Senior. In mid-air, a figure flew over quickly. He landed in front of Yi Yin and knelt at his feet. It was Ancestor Yu. What are you doing here? Yi Yin's expression was slightly cold as he said snappily. Senior, I also want to rely on you and leave this world. Ancestor Yu prostrated on the ground and did not even dare to breathe after saying this. You're not qualified. With a wave of Yi Yin's hand, Ancestor Yu disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he was sent flying. Seeing this, the Eight Extremities Saint smiled. This little Ancestor Yu was really bold and stupid. His cultivation was only in the eternal realm and he could not even defeat a battle god of the 8 deities sect. What use did Senior have for him, after dealing with Ancestor Yu? Yi Yin took the big black cat, Mu Qing, and the Eight Extremities Saint and flew slowly to the Seven-Star Mountain. In the Immortal Pond, Yi Yin had been watching the changes of the ancient nether demon dragon. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. When the energy transmission of the array disappeared, Yi Yin also wanted to see what level the ancient nether demon dragon's cultivation had reached. After flying for 2 hours, the Eight Extremities Saint felt that this leisurely speed was too slow, so he smiled politely, cupped his fists, and said frankly, Senior, I have an Emperor-grade immortal boat here. Why don't we take it? Don't worry. Yi Yin stretched out his hand. With a flash of golden light, a golden god-grade immortal boat appeared out of thin air in front of him. Yi Yin stepped on it, and the big black cat and Mu Qing quickly followed. What grade is this? Looking at the golden immortal boat, the Eight Extremities Saint's breathing quickened. His eyes widened, and he was extremely shocked. He had never seen such a powerful immortal boat. And the only top-grade Emperor-grade immortal boat in the entire Immortal Pond was in his hands. This Emperor-grade immortal boat represented the pinnacle of craftsmanship in the Immortal Pond world. God-grade. Yi Yin looked back and said with a faint smile. God-grade boat, did I hear that right? The Eight Extremities Saint's jaw almost dropped when he heard the words God-grade. As the top Immortal Realm expert in the Immortal Pond, he had never seen a treasure above Emperor grade, but he had heard craftsmen say that, above Emperor grade, there were Emperor grade and God grade. These two magic treasures were legendary existences in the entire Immortal Pond world. They had never appeared in the Immortal Pond world, and no craftsman had ever refined them. The Eight Extremities Saint never imagined that the boat that Senior Yi Yin casually took out would be a God-grade one. Such a foundation was simply too terrifying, wasn't it, for a moment? The Eight Extremities Saint was ashamed, feeling like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Seeing the Eight Extremities Saint standing in the void, Yi Yin waved his arm and said with a smile, "Come on up." All right. The Eight Extremities Saint seemed to have woken up from a dream and stepped onto the boat. The Eight Extremities Saint sensed the unique aura of the God-grade boat. so powerful, this is incredible, I can't believe I've encountered such a legendary god-grade treasure. After boarding the boat, the Eight Extremities Saint squatted on the ground with a feverish look in his eyes. He kept touching the ancient patterns on the surface of the boat and exclaimed from time to time. What, is there no god-grade boat in the Immortal Pond world? Yiyan asked curiously with a smile. Senior, the best craftsman in our small world can only refine emperor-grade treasures. We don't have anything above that, the Eight Extremities Saint said with a wry smile, still half-squatting and fondling the boat lovingly. Good heavens, the craftsmen of your world are really bad at crafting. Yiyan shook his head. The crafting level of the Immortal Pond world was actually lower than that of the Tsungnan continent. This was really unexpected. They didn't even have a single emperor-grade weapon. No wonder the three factions fought with their physical bodies and didn't use weapons or treasures. Senior, are there many divine artifacts and emperor weapons in the outside world? The Eight Extremities Saint asked eagerly as he stood up and rubbed his hands. Haha, how can there be so many? Yiyan laughed. Eight Extremities Saint, do you think divine artifacts are cabbages? The big black cat laughed sarcastically. The Eight Extreme Saint blushed, and he couldn't say anything. Yiyan looked at the Eight Extremities Saint with anticipation in his eyes. I'll take you to a place in the future. That is your true stage, thank you for your help, Senior. The Eight Extreme Saint knelt on the ground and said emotionally. Get up. Yiyan gently waved his hand. The Eight Extremities Saint stood up. His face was still flushed red. One could imagine how excited this deity realm expert was right now. Although the immortal boat had been replaced with a divine-grade immortal boat, its flying speed was not much faster. The golden immortal boat was still flying slowly in the direction of the Seven-Star Mountain. This made the Eight Extremities Saint feel even more depressed. But he didn't dare to ask, and could only stand quietly beside Yiyan. You have a name, right? Yiyan suddenly asked as he looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. The name Eight Extremities Saint was a little boastful. Yiyan naturally wouldn't call him that directly. My name is Wang Kai. The Eight Extremities Saint bowed and said softly. Alright, I'll call you Little Kai from now on. Yiyan said after some thought. In terms of age, he was much older than the Eight Extremities Saint. Naturally, he was qualified to call him that. Yes, Senior. The Eight Extremities Saint said respectfully. He didn't have any other thoughts about this name. The immortal boat broke through the clouds and continued flying. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The golden immortal boat finally arrived at the periphery of the Seven-Star Mountain. At this moment, they were about 10,000 miles away from the outermost layer of white mist of the Seven-Star Mountain. Senior, the Seven-Star Mountain is behind that mist. The Eight Extremities Saint said softly as he pointed into the distance. Little Kai. There are 7 ponds in the Seven-Star Mountain. How much do you know about them? Yiyan asked nonchalantly as he looked at the misty clouds in the distance with his hands behind his back. Senior, the place where the 7 ponds are is called the Immortal Pond. It's the forbidden area of the Seven-Star tribe. I've seen it before but couldn't find any clues. The Eight Extremities Saint said disapprovingly. If you can see it, wouldn't the mastermind's efforts be in vain? Yiyan said with a smile. Senior, are you saying that there's something mysterious about the Immortal Pond? The Eight Extremities Saint's heart skipped a beat as he asked curiously. We'll know once we go over and take a look. Yiyan said with a smile. He naturally knew that the Eight Extremities Saint had followed him to the Seven-Star Mountain to perform well in front of him. Now, Yiyan was prepared to give the Eight Extremities Saint this opportunity. Senior, I'll make a trip to the Seven-Star Mountain now. The Eight Extremities Saint bowed and said in a deep voice. Go. Yiyan said with a wave of his hand. All right. The Eight Extremities Saint responded. He turned around and flew in the direction of the Seven-Star Mountain. It was a distance of 10,000 miles. For the Eight Extremities Saint, he could reach it in 2 or 3 steps. Old Master, the Eight Extremities Saint is so powerful. Will the people from the Seven-Star tribe be his match? The big black cat stood behind Yiyan and asked in a low voice. What do you think? Yiyan did not answer directly as he watched the Eight Extremities Saint disappear into the white mist. Instead, he asked with a smile. I think the Eight Extremities Saint will definitely win. The big black cat said after thinking for a while. After all, it was the old master who asked it. Its expression was still very serious. Mu Qing, what do you think? Yiyan looked at Mu Qing and asked. Old master, the Eight Extremities Saint is already a true god. After opening the 8 gates, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. I don't think the 7-star tribe is his match. Mu Qing thought for a while and said faintly. Then let's wait and see. Yiyan chuckled and waved his hand. A water mirror appeared in the void. The image of the 8 Extremities Saint appeared in the water mirror. At this moment, the 8 Extremities Saint had already entered the white mist. The mist was tumbling wildly as if the array had been activated. Could it be that the 7-star tribe is stronger than the 8 Extremities Saint? The big black cat looked at the water mirror and rolled its eyes. It heard a special feeling from the old master's words. This feeling was as if the powerful 8 Extremities Saint had been defeated by the 7-star tribe. That's strange. What other trump cards does the 7-star tribe have? The big black cat was surprised. It saw the mist tumbling violently in the water mirror. It immediately focused its eyes and observed carefully. Outside the immortal pond. Oh no, there's an enemy attack. The 7-star ancestors who were sitting cross-legged in the void opened their eyes at the same time. The white mist in the 7-star mountain was the periphery of the array. It was connected to the center of the array. Once an outsider intruded, it would immediately alert the police. The 1st-star ancestor waved his hand and an illusory water mirror appeared in front of him. A red-robed youth appeared in the image. The 8 Extremities Saint is here. Seeing the red-robed youth, the 1st-star ancestor's heart beat wildly. The other star ancestors' faces turned ugly at this moment. 7 days ago. They wanted to spy on what had happened at the Ninely Divine Mountain through the star compass in their hands. However, they were stopped by the 8 Extremities Saint. At that time, a few of them were injured, but it was not serious. After taking healing elixirs these few days, the 7-star ancestors had completely recovered. The 8 Extremities Saint must be up to no good by suddenly coming to my 7-star mountain, he must have ill intentions. The 7th astral ancestor said gloomily. I see that the 8 Extremities Saint is not injured at all. It seems that the battle 7 days ago did not injure him. He came to my 7-star mountain just to find trouble. The 3rd astral ancestor's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked unhappy. The 8 Extremities Saint is arrogant. Although he's a godly realm expert, he's not invincible. Our 7-star clan's foundation is enough to deal him a fatal blow. The 6th astral ancestor said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing fiercely. We're the descendants of the 9-tailed dragon ancestor. When the dragon ancestor created the 7-star mountain for us, he had already set up a backup plan. We're not afraid of any enemies in this world. The 4th astral ancestor sneered. The other astral ancestors seemed to have thought of something, and their faces revealed arrogant expressions. 10,000 miles away from the 7-star mountain. Yiyan had been paying attention to the movements inside the 7-star mountain and naturally heard the conversation between the 7 astral ancestors. I see. Yiyan's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. It turned out that the divine dragon bloodline in the 7-star clan's body came from the 9-tailed divine dragon. No wonder he could not identify what kind of dragon bloodline it was. Now that he met the 7-star clan, Yiyan noticed the characteristics of the 9-tailed divine dragon bloodline aura. This also provided him with a very important clue. Entering the immortal pond world. Yiyan found useful clues one after another, and he was very happy. In the void water mirror, the 8 Extremities Saint walked slowly in the fog. Although the fog was roaring, his expression was indifferent, and he did not take it seriously at all. Some of the fog turned into ferocious beasts and pounced at him. The 8 Extremities Saint waved his hand and smashed them with a slap. 7 astral ancestors, do you still want to be cowards? Standing in the fog. The 8 Extremities Saint had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the world and shouted indifferently. The 8 Extremities Saint is really here to find trouble. He's challenging our 7-star clan. Near the immortal pond. The 7th astral ancestor said furiously. Then let's go meet him. The fifth astral ancestor clenched his fists and left. Star Ancestors, the 8 Extremities Saints' entry into the 7-star mountain is a great opportunity for our 7-star clan to show off our might. The first celestial ancestor stood up, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Now that we have the dragon ancestor, we naturally don't fear anyone from the 8 gods sect." Haha, that makes sense. The several star ancestors burst into laughter as they looked behind them. In the void, the dazzling pillar of light continued to pour into the gigantic green and red dragon's body like a tide. And this dragon's realm aura was already abnormally terrifying. My 7-star clan's ancestor Long has already broken through to the true god realm. Over the past few days, he has been breaking through every day. I've calculated that he has already broken through 10 times. It should be said that Ancestor Long's cultivation has already reached the true god realm level 10. The first celestial ancestor waved the star compass in his hand and said excitedly, "Then what are we waiting for?" The second star ancestor laughed loudly as he raised his eyebrows and sneered arrogantly, "Let's meet this 8 Extremities Saint first. If we can't beat him, we'll let Venerable Dragon Ancestor take action." All right. The other 6-star ancestors gladly agreed. Light flashed. 7 figures instantly disappeared. At the same time, 7 rays of light suddenly appeared on the peaks of the 7 7-star mountains. The 7 rays of light gathered together, and the ends of the rays of light finally disappeared into the array. The 7-star ancestors were standing in the pillar of light at the peak of the mountain. It was as if the 7 of them had already become one with the array at this moment. The 7-star ancestors were merely in the eternal realm. Naturally, they could not contend with the 8 Extremities Saint head-on. However, their 7-star clan had a profound foundation. It was the 7-star array formed by the 7 7-star mountains. The 7 of them turned into 7 array flags and could drive the 7-star array to launch an earth-shattering attack. This was the greatest foundation of the 7-star clan. It was also one of the secret moves that the 9-tailed dragon ancestor had set up back then. "It's this array again." The 8 Extremities Saint stood in the fog and looked at the light above the 7-star mountain with a solemn look in his eyes. More than 20,000 years ago, he had once descended on the 7-star mountain. At that time, the 7-star ancestors had activated this array. The 8 Extremities Saint felt the power of the array and broke the array in time to leave. He did not confront the 7-star clan head-on. Because of this array, the 7-star clan had been holed up for 20,000 years. Now, he had returned again. The 8 Extremities Saint's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the true god realm. He was far from the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm 20,000 years ago. The 8 Extremities Saint sneered. He stretched out his fist and punched in the direction of the first 7-star mountain. Buzz, this punch shook the void and shattered it. The fog dispersed in all directions. A huge blood-red fist shadow went straight for the first 7-star mountain. 8 Extremities Saint, you have always been arrogant and despotic. You have descended on my 7-star clan twice in a row. This time, you won't be so lucky. The first star ancestor's eyes flickered as he said with anger. The star compass in his hand also spun violently. Rays of light were injected into the 7-star mountain. The entire 7-star array underwent an even more powerful change in an instant. An illusory dragon shadow that was entirely white appeared above the first 7-star mountain and collided with the fist shadow. It was approaching. The white dragon shadow stretched out its huge dragon claw and grabbed the iron fist shadow. Boom, there was a loud bang. The 8 Extremities Saint's fist shadow was actually shattered by the white dragon shadow. Roar. The white dragon shadow roared and turned into a white light, rushing toward the 8 Extremities Saint. Good timing. The 8 Extremities Saint shouted angrily. He rushed forward and punched out instantly. His iron fist smashed onto the dragon claw of the white dragon shadow. Boom. There was a loud bang. The 8 Extremities Saint smashed the white dragon shadow. However, his arm was also knocked back. A few scratches appeared on the back of his hand. Gate of Wonder. Open. Gate of Rest. Open. Gate of Limit, Gate of Life. Open. The 8 Extremities Saint shouted angrily and opened the 8 divine gates without hesitation. He did not underestimate the 7-star array of the 7-star clan. In addition, the 8 Extremities Saint also wanted to end the battle quickly. He did not want to dawdle and let the seniors outside wait for too long. Whoosh, an ocean-like blood chi instantly filled the entire 7-star array. This 7 stars grand formation was extremely vast. It completely enveloped the 7 sacred mountains. Under the spreading blood chi, the fog also became restless. The two constantly collided with each other, emitting crackling sounds. The 8 Extremities Saint had turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. The muscles all over his body swelled, filled with explosive power. That pair of eyes that were as bright as the sun emitted endless light. They penetrated the thick white fog and saw the 7 astral ancestors standing in the light pillars on the 7-star mountains. A bunch of cowards. The 8 Extremities Saint sneered. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath, preparing to launch his strongest attack. Bastard, the 8 Extremities Saint opened 8 divine gates the moment he arrived. He wants to fight the 7-star clan to the death. The first astral ancestor cursed angrily. Then let's kill him. The other 6 astral ancestors shouted angrily. They did not hesitate to control the star compass in their hands. All of their magic power poured into it. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. The 7-star compasses spun at high speed and shot rays of light into the 7-star mountain. It was as if the 7-star mountain was the 7 array bases of the entire array. The 7 pillars of light on the mountain peak shone brighter and brighter. The 7-star ancestors stood in the pillars of light like gods. They exuded a sacred aura that made one unable to look at them directly. Thousands of 7-star tribe members knelt on the ground and worshipped the 7-star mountains. The clansmen knew that the 7-star tribe was being attacked by the 8 gods sect this time. Deep in their hearts, they hoped that the 7 great star ancestors would be able to defeat the 8 extreme saint. In the fairy pond. The 7-star array formed by the 7 ponds continued to inject powerful energy into the ancient nether demon dragon's body. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger. Haha, my cultivation has reached true god realm level 10, right? The ancient nether demon dragon closed its eyes and laughed proudly. It only took 7 days. It had broken through from eternal realm level 2 to true god realm level 10. The ancient nether demon dragon did not expect such a terrifying speed. It thought that breaking through to true god realm was its limit. It did not expect that after breaking through to true god realm, its cultivation would continue to break through as the array continued to inject energy into it. Until now, it had broken through to true god realm level 10. Don't tell me I can break through to the next realm? The ancient nether demon dragon was shocked at the thought of this possibility. The rocket-like speed of improvement was too satisfying. It was so satisfying that it felt like a dream. It was afraid that one day, it would be shattered. What's the next realm? I'm looking forward to it. The ancient nether demon dragon thought to itself. It was not sure about the next realm. What's happening? The ancient nether demon dragon suddenly felt something strange in the 7-star mountain. It opened its eyes and looked in a certain direction. Haha, it's just true god realm level 3. How pitifully weak. The ancient nether demon dragon looked at the huge body of the 8 extreme saint and smiled with mockery in its eyes. As the dragon ancestor of the 7-star tribe, it seems like I have to do something for the 7-star tribe, the ancient nether demon dragon said softly. However, after saying that, the ancient phantom dragon closed his eyes again when he saw how powerful the array was. He would let the 7-star ancestors fight for a while. If they were no match for them, then he, the dragon ancestor, would step in. The energy of the array was still there. The ancient nether demon dragon felt that it still had hope of breaking through to a new realm. Just as he thought of this, out of the 7 ponds, 6 of them suddenly dimmed. At this time, the power of the formation in the immortal pond had also decreased. The beam of light that had gathered in its body was also much weaker than before. It seems that the energy in the pond is limited, and it's about to dry up. The ancient nether demon dragon shook its head gently. It still felt a little regretful that it had not broken through to the next level. However, thinking that he was already at true god realm level 10, which was already very terrifying, the ancient nether demon dragon was satisfied. At this realm, I'll be invincible. Whether it is in the inner realm or the outer realm, everyone will worship me as the dragon ancestor. From now on, I'll rule the entire Xianxia continent. I'll be the only one in the world. The ancient demonic dragon chuckled. When he thought about how he had suddenly become one of the top immortal state experts in this world, he was shocked. The ancient nether demon dragon still felt like it was a dream. It suddenly realized that it was right not to stay in the ghost well. If it had not entered the immortal pond world, it would not have had such a good opportunity. Just as the ancient nether demon dragon was daydreaming. In another direction, an earth-shattering battle was about to begin. The Eight Extremities Saint looked around and sensed the array, but he did not find any flaws. Break! The Eight Extremities Saint soared into the sky and threw a heavy punch at the void above him. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The huge impact vaporized the white mist. The Eight Extremities Saint's body was also bounced back. However, the bodies of the seven-star ancestors within the pillars of light began to sway as their faces turned pale. They were controlling the seven-star array, so when the array was attacked, it would also cause them to suffer a backlash. Go to hell, Eight Extremities Saint! The seven-star ancestors roared together and launched the array's attack. White dragon shadows came out from all directions, and there were more than 10,000 of them. Each of the white dragon shadows was tens of thousands of feet long, which was several times larger than the Eight Extremities Saint. Yian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the dragon shadows with astonishing momentum. Although these white dragon shadows were very similar to the white statue, they only had a white tail. It was a little strange. Whoosh! Looking at the dense white dragon shadows attacking, the Eight Extremities Saint's expression was calm. He took a deep breath and attacked the dragon shadows. At this moment, the Eight Gates domain was activated. The white dragon shadow was also restricted by its speed. It was as if it had fallen into a quagmire, and its speed was greatly reduced. What's going on? The first star ancestor widened his eyes and looked at everything in disbelief. All the attack speed has been slowed down. Is this a new superpower that the Eight Extremities Saint has comprehended? The third star ancestor said anxiously. Boom! A huge crimson shadow moved continuously in the crimson light at an unimaginable speed. As the iron fist landed, the white dragon shadows were smashed into smithereens one by one. Looking at the godlike Eight Extremities Saint showing his power and destroying the white dragon shadows with ease, the seven-star ancestors were stunned. They were shocked and in disbelief. Originally, they thought that the seven-star tribe's foundation could resist the Eight Extremities Saint. They did not expect that the foundation could only resist for a while before it was defeated. Boom! In the last few loud explosions, the domineering Eight Extremities Saint used a pair of iron fists to destroy all the white dragon shadows. This array is not as strong as I thought. The Eight Extremities Saint stood in the void with a cold expression as he looked down at the world. Before he broke through to the divine realm, he was indeed filled with fear of this array. However, now that he was at the third level of the true God realm, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Especially with the Eight Gates domain, he had an unimaginable natural advantage when fighting against this array. Therefore, with an unstoppable force, he forcibly shattered those aggressive white dragon shadows. Dragon Ancestor, come and help me. The first celestial ancestor panicked and shouted in the direction of the immortal pond. At this moment, 6 of the 7 pillars of light disappeared, and the last pillar of light retreated back into the pond. The fairy pond's array had disappeared. At this moment, the ancient nether demon dragon had completed its transformation in cultivation. Coming. Hearing the first star ancestor's call, the ancient nether demon dragon responded and flew over in an instant. Who is the dragon ancestor? The Eight Extremities Saint was stunned when he heard the first star ancestor's call. Then, he saw a huge green and red dragon descending in the void in front of him. This huge dragon was 30,000 feet long and exuded a terrifying aura of the divine realm. Divine realm level 10? The Eight Extremities Saint was stunned when he sensed it carefully. If he was not wrong, this mysterious huge dragon in front of him had broken through to the 10th minor realm of the divine realm. Oh my, why did the ancient nether demon dragon go to the 7-star mountain? Outside the 7-star mountain, on the golden fairy boat, the big black cat stared at the water mirror in the void. Its pupils constricted as it let out a cry of surprise. That's right. What's going on? Muqing was shocked. She looked at the water mirror in disbelief and muttered to herself, it's only been a few days and the ancient hell demon dragon's cultivation level seems to have increased by a lot. The big black cat pouted and scolded, damn it, I have the same feeling too. What kind of luck did the ancient hell demon dragon have? Hearing their conversation, Yiyan found it rather funny, but he did not explain the reason. Old master. Muqing's eyes were sharp. She noticed the mystery and quickly went to Yiyan's side and asked softly, what happened to the ancient hell demon dragon? It entered the forbidden area of the 7-star mountain and obtained an opportunity there. That's why its cultivation level has reached true god realm level 10, Yiyan chuckled. Oh my god, isn't that too fast? It's only been 7 days and it went from eternal realm level 1 to true god realm level 10. The big black cat was shocked. Even Muqing was shocked speechless. Through the water mirror, the two of them could not accurately determine the ancient hell demon dragon's cultivation level. But after hearing what Old Master said, they realized how terrifying the speed of its cultivation level was. Seeing their shocked expressions, Yiyan explained, the ancient hell demon dragon was cultivated from the corpse of an ancient giant demon through a special array. So, to a certain extent, it's not a real living creature with flesh and blood, Old Master, even if it's not a real living creature, isn't the speed of improvement too scary? The big black cat said with a dumbfounded expression. Even the most powerful undead celestial silkworm was slower than the ancient hell demon dragon in terms of improvement speed. There's a set of arrays running in its body and there's also an array running in the forbidden area. The two arrays are very similar. That's why its cultivation level increased so quickly in such a short time, Yiyan explained. I see, the big black cat mumbled to itself. It finally understood. A true god realm level 10 ancient nether demon dragon or an 8 extremities saint who has opened 8 holy gates. I wonder who is more powerful. Muqing looked at the water mirror and said faintly. It must be the 8 extremities saint. The ancient netherworld demon dragon has just broken through to this realm. How can it be a match for the 8 extremities saint? The big black cat puffed out its chest and said nonchalantly. Victory or defeat isn't important, Yiyan said meaningfully. Then, he looked in the direction of the 7-star mountain. His eyes flashed as if he was looking for something. The big black cat and Muqing looked at each other and tactfully shut their mouths. The two of them had been with Yiyan for a long time. Naturally, he knew when to speak and when not to. So these fellows have all been locked up, Yiyan chuckled to himself as he looked at a certain spot in the void. The silver-robed masked man of the mystery pavilion and the disciples of the 4 major sects under him were all under house arrest. More than 40 of them were under house arrest in a hall on the 1-star God Mountain. Outside the main hall, there was a formation in operation. From Yiyan's point of view, these fellows had been unlucky after entering the fairy pond. They had not fulfilled the requirements of the mystery pavilion leader at all. At this moment, the silver-robed masked man stood at the entrance of the hall and looked at the formation outside. His eyes were deep and filled with helplessness. Damn it. The people of the 7-star race don't care about our relationship at all. How dare they lock us up here? The silver-robed masked man clenched his fists and said angrily. Sir, there seems to be a battle outside. Should we take the opportunity to break through this formation and leave the 7-star mountain? A disciple of the divine Luo sect came over and whispered. Break through the formation, the silver-robed masked man's eyes flashed and he fell silent. They had been trapped in this hall for 7 days. When they came to the 7-star mountain, he originally thought that they would receive a grand reception as a representative of the mystery pavilion. He did not expect that after asking a few questions, the 1-star ancestor of the 7-star race did not get the answer he wanted. In anger, he put them under house arrest. The 1-star ancestor wanted to get information about the passage to the outside world from him. But how could the silver-robed masked man know? He was still hoping that the 7-star race could take them out. Both sides did not know how to enter the Tsangnan continent from the fairy pond. This led to mutual distrust between the two sides. And these people were only in the life and death realm. How could they be a match for the powerful 7-star race? In the end, they could only swallow their anger and endure the pain of being under house arrest. This formation is not something that life and death. Realm cultivators like us can break through, the silver-robed masked man sighed and withdrew his distracting thoughts. Oh. The divine Luo sect disciple was speechless as he stared blankly at the formation. No one knew what he was thinking. Due to the obstruction of the formation, the silver-robed masked man could not sense more information about the outside world. He could only judge the battle outside through some of the movements of the formation. 7-star race, we are of the same origin. If you don't know the exit of the fairy pond, how would I know? The silver-robed masked man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Yiyin nodded thoughtfully. As a disciple of the Mystery Pavilion, the silver-robed masked man did not receive a grand reception in the 7-star race. And the cause of all this was because he did not know how to leave the fairy pond. This matter was interesting. Yi Yan's greatest hope for the silver-robed masked man was not that he could obtain any useful clues in the fairy pond, but that he could return to the Mystery Pavilion's lair. Sigh. The divine Luo sect disciple suddenly sighed. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed at the formation. It was just a casual slash to vent the anger in his heart. The others did not pay much attention to it. However, when his sword landed on the large formation, a muffled poof was heard. The array had actually shattered, and the power of the array had also disappeared. What's going on? Just a casual strike of my sword can break the formation? The divine Luo sect disciple widened his eyes. He raised the sword in his hand and kept touching it. He could not believe what he had just seen. You broke the formation with a single slash? The disciples of the 4 major sects looked at the divine Luo sect disciple in shock. Seeing that the formation had disappeared, the silver-robed masked man trembled and almost fell to the ground in excitement. What did you do? He suddenly reached out to grab the divine Luo sect disciple and shook him as he asked excitedly. I didn't do anything. I just slashed casually. The divine Luo sect disciple said aggrievedly. Could it be that this formation was just an illusion? In reality, it was just an extremely small illusory formation? The silver-robed masked man's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, look at what that is. The divine Luo sect disciple suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed in the direction of the main hall's exit. What? The silver-robed masked man suddenly turned around. In the next moment, he was stunned. Behind him, about 10 feet away, there was a translucent void portal. It was slowly emerging from the space. The silver-robed masked man took a step forward and came to the front of the portal. With just a glance, he had a guess in his heart. Let's leave quickly. He waved his hand and was the first to enter without hesitation. The other disciples of the 4 major sects looked at each other and entered the void portal one by one. Hence, after everyone had disappeared, the void portal suddenly disappeared as well. Phew, we're finally out. In the void, a void portal appeared out of thin air, and then dozens of figures came out one after another. The silver-robed man in the lead let out a long breath, and there was a look of lingering fear in his eyes. Just now, that divine shifting sect disciple's sword had unintentionally severed the formation. There must be someone helping him in secret. And the void door that suddenly appeared. It must have been opened by this person in secret. This meant that there must be someone in the 7 stars race helping them in secret. The silver-robed masked man was very clear that the person helping them wasn't because of these small life and death cultivators, but because of the Divination Pavilion's ancient signboard. Perhaps the Divination Pavilion's first ancestor had some kind of secret connection with this person. Haha, we're out. I thought that the void door would lead to another world. I didn't expect it to bring us back to our world. That's great. The disciples of the 4 great sects were excited after surviving a calamity, and all of them started talking at once. All of you can go back. Keep this matter a secret and don't mention it to anyone, not even your sect's elders. The silver-robed masked man waved his hand and ordered with a serious expression. Understood. All of the disciples hurriedly agreed. Let's go. The silver-robed masked man ordered them to leave. Swoosh swoosh, the disciples of the 4 great sects flew off in 4 different directions. We left in a hurry just now, and the 7 stars mountain peak was shrouded in fog, so we didn't see who was fighting with the 7 stars race. The silver-robed masked man stood on the spot, looking at the direction of the void door that had already disappeared, and muttered. After a while, The silver-robed masked man let out a long sigh. This trip to the immortal pond didn't yield anything, and I don't know how to face the pavilion master, after letting out a sigh. He turned around and quickly flew off in a certain direction. I hope you won't disappoint me, in another place. In a black carriage, Yi Yan's clone raised his head and looked at the silver-robed masked man's figure, and said softly. Releasing these people was naturally to find the divination pavilion's lair. As for the divination pavilion, Yi Yan also hoped that this time, he would be able to catch a big fish. Within the immortal pond world. After sending the silver-robed masked man away, Yi Yan turned his attention to the Eight Extremities Saint and the ancient nether demon dragon. Next. These two fellows were about to officially meet force with force. However, Yi Yan was more optimistic about the ancient nether demon dragon. It wasn't that the Eight Extremities Saints weren't strong, but the ancient nether demon dragon had all sorts of advantageous factors, such as the right time, the right place, and the right people. This would form a powerful suppression on the Eight Extremities Saints. Dragon Ancestor, this is the Eight Extreme Saint, a great enemy of our Seven Stars tribe. Please take action and kill this person. The first celestial ancestor cupped his fists, his face solemn. Dragon Ancestor, please kill this person. The other 6 celestial ancestors shouted at the same time. His voice rumbled like thunder as it spread throughout the entire Seven-Star Mountain. When the members of the Seven-Star clan saw the huge divine dragon, they were all extremely excited. As descendants of the dragon clan, these clansmen had never seen a real divine dragon before. That was why they behaved in such a manner. Presumably, this dragon ancestor is the true foundation of our Seven Stars tribe. A Seven-Star clan old man at the 7th level of life and death realm raised his head and looked at the huge dragon's body, saying excitedly. That's right. As descendants of the dragon clan, how could our Seven Stars tribe not have a real divine dragon overseeing us? Another old man stood up shakily from the crowd, leaning on his walking stick and laughing impudently. The other members of the Seven Stars clan all smiled at the same time. This time, Lord Dragon Ancestor will definitely kill the Eight Extremities Saints and restore our Seven Stars tribe's reputation in the immortal pond world. The old man said loudly. Long live the Dragon Ancestor. Hearing the old man's words, the Seven Stars tribe members' emotions surged as they continuously kowtowed and cheered loudly. The atmosphere was abnormally fanatical. Don't worry, as the Dragon Ancestor, I'll naturally take care of this guy. The ancient nether demon dragon heard the earth-shattering cheers and felt extremely satisfied as he replied loudly. Dragon Ancestor? The Eight Extremities Saint looked at the ancient nether demon dragon with a cold gaze and asked in a deep voice, since when did the Seven Stars tribe have a dragon ancestor living in this world? That's because you're ignorant. The first star ancestor waved his sleeves and said coldly. Cut the crap. Let me see what abilities you, Eight Extremities Saint, have. Seeing the Eight Extremities Saint's arrogance, the ancient nether demon dragon was enraged. Baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, he turned into a green light and pounced at the Eight Extremities Saint. Whoosh! The Eight Extremities Saint raised his iron fist and smashed down without hesitation. In the air, a man and a dragon clashed together. The iron fist collided with the dragon's claw, creating a loud boom. The Eight Extremities Saint retreated repeatedly as blood flowed from his palm. What kind of dragon is this? Its body is actually so powerful. The Eight Extremities Saint's heart trembled. A ball of blood disappeared, and the next moment, the injury on his palm healed. Such a fast recovery ability? Seeing the Eight Extremities Saint's sudden recovery, the ancient nether demon dragon was startled. Whoosh! It swung its tail fiercely and charged at the Eight Extremities Saint again. The Eight Extremities Saint wasn't afraid as he met the attack with his iron fist again. Boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the Seven-Star Mountain. The Seven Stars' great formation also shook a few times and caught the shock wave. The Eight Extremities Saint retreated again. The power of the dragon's tail was even more powerful than the dragon's claw. The bones of his entire hand were shattered. The Eight Extremities Saint's body really can't compare to the ancient nether demon dragon, outside the Seven-Star Mountain. The big black cat watched this earth-shattering battle through the water mirror. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. The ancient nether demon dragon's strength had indeed exceeded its imagination. Another ball of blood disappeared. The injuries on the 8 extremities saint's palm and arm had healed. What kind of superpower is this? It actually recovered so quickly. The ancient nether demon dragon was shocked. It glanced at the densely packed blood balls around it, and a trace of viciousness suddenly rose in its eyes. The ancient nether demon dragon shook the void and pounced at the 8 extremities saint again. 8 extremities saint, I don't believe that you can't be killed. Haha, you can try if you don't believe me. Dragon ancestor, although you're very strong, the one who will die in the end will definitely be you. The 8 extremities saint laughed coldly, raised his iron fist, and clashed with the ancient nether demon dragon. Boom boom, earth-shattering sounds reverberated throughout the entire 7-star mountains array like a series of rolling thunder. Fortunately, there was this array's protection. Otherwise, the entire 7-star mountain, including all the 7-star clansmen, would be forcefully obliterated by the aftermath of this battle between the godly realm powerhouses. As expected of the dragon ancestor, the 8 extremities saint is no match for it at all. Haha. The 7-star ancestors saw the 8 extremities saint retreating in defeat, and their spirits were uplifted. Dawn was already in sight. It wouldn't be long before the 8 extremities saint was defeated by the dragon ancestor. The battle lasted for 2 hours. The ancient nether demon dragon was panting. It was also somewhat tired. However, the 8 extremities saint was still lively, and his combat strength was always at its peak. Instead, it was somewhat of a threat to it. Dragon ancestor, within the 8 gates domain, I am an immortal existence. Are you still not going to surrender? The 8 extremities saint laughed loudly and attacked crazily. You want me, the dragon ancestor, to surrender? How is that possible? The ancient nether demon dragon roared, and rays of murderous light shot out from its eyes. At this moment, a passage of ancient inheritance text suddenly appeared in its mind. This passage of inheritance turned out to be a chant on how to control the 7-star mountains array, and an ancient array divine ability formed after controlling the array. Although this chant was very profound, the ancient underworld demon dragon felt that it had already understood it after it flashed through its mind. This was a natural sense of familiarity. It was self-taught. The ancient underworld demon dragon's eyes began to turn cold and deep. And on its forehead, with a flash of silver light, a silver star appeared. What is this? Yi Yin frowned slightly when he saw the silver star. Previously, in the bottomless pit of the heaven-drilling rat clan, Yi Yin had seen a 7-star mark through the memory of the stellar divine dragon. This 7-star mark was made up of 7 silver stars. The stellar dragon, one of the 10 super divine dragons in ancient times, had obtained a cultivation technique from a relic. After successfully cultivating it, this 7-star mark appeared on its forehead. The silver star that appeared on the forehead of the ancient underworld demon dragon in the 7-star mountain array was very similar to the 7-star mark. If the remaining 6 silver stars were added, it would be a complete 7-star mark. Interesting, Yi Yin smiled gently, becoming more and more interested. Originally, he did not want to leave this ancient underworld demon dragon alive and was prepared to kill it in the divine pond. But now, there was only 1 star in the 7-star mark, which was far from being a complete mark. Therefore, Yi Yin changed his mind. He could not kill this ancient underworld demon dragon for now. Keeping it would be of great use in the future. The 8 extremities saint stood in midair and frowned. He suddenly realized that the powerful dragon opposite him had some inexplicable changes on its body. Why is there an additional silver star on its forehead? The 8 extremities saint muttered to himself in surprise. On the other side, our connection with the 7 stars formation seems to have weakened a lot. Sensing the change in the array, the 7th astral ancestor quickly contacted the other astral ancestors and secretly transmitted his voice. That's right, I think the dragon ancestor must have taken over the 7-star array. Next, it will show its power. The first astral ancestor thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he said with certainty. Haha. That's great. The other astral ancestors immediately became excited. Worthy of being a true God Realm dragon ancestor, to actually control the 7 stars array formation. Once he controlled it, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Before he could control it, the 8 extremities saints were already no match for him. The seven great star ancestors believed that after Dragon Ancestor took control of the seven stars' grand array, he would definitely slay the eight extreme saint. Heaven and earth reverse, seven stars descend from the heavens, all the great powers of the world. Withdraw. In the void, the ancient archaic demon dragon suddenly opened its mouth and uttered something that sounded like a curse. Buzz buzz, the great seven stars array trembled as boundless energy entered its body. At this moment, the silver light on its forehead suddenly shone brightly, filling the entire void. What is this? Even though the eight extremities saint's eyes were as bright as two suns, when he saw this silver light, he felt that it was extremely dazzling. The next moment, a mysterious and terrifying power instantly enveloped him. Before the eight extreme saint could react, he suddenly vanished into thin air. All the silver light disappeared. In the sky above the seven-star mountain, the eight extremities saint's vast blood-light avatar had already disappeared without a trace, and the eight extremities saint himself was nowhere to be found. Haha, how can a mere eight extremities saint be a match for me, the dragon ancestor? The ancient archaic demon dragon laughed loudly and looked around arrogantly. He shook his huge dragon head and shouted loudly, "In heaven and on earth, only I reign supreme. In heaven and on earth, only the dragon ancestor reigns supreme." The seven astral ancestors knelt on the ground excitedly and followed suit. In heaven and on earth, only the dragon ancestor reigns supreme. All the seven stars clansmen had a fanatical look in their eyes as they followed suit. Listening to the wave-like voices and looking at the seven stars clansmen kneeling on the ground, the ancient archaic demon dragon felt that his life had reached the peak at this moment. Outside the seven stars mountain. Master, why did the eight extremities saint suddenly disappear? The big black cat looked at the water mirror and asked curiously. He is in the star on the ancient archaic demon dragon's forehead. Yin said calmly. What? He is in that small star? The big black cat was astonished. That silver star didn't look big. How could the powerful eight extremities saint be in it? Master, will the eight extremities saint be all right? Mu Qing asked worriedly. He will be fine for a while, but I can't say for sure in the long run, Yin said with a smile. His expression was still very calm, and he wasn't affected by the disappearance of the eight extremities saint. Master, this ancient archaic demon dragon is too arrogant. It is as if he is already invincible in the world. Looking at the arrogant ancient archaic demon dragon in the water mirror, the big black cat waved its arms angrily. Let's go over and teach him a lesson. Yin chuckled. He controlled the golden immortal boat and leisurely flew towards the seven-star mountain. The ferry boat wasn't fast. Mu Qing and the big black cat looked at each other excitedly. Master was going to make a move. The little ancient archaic demon dragon was going to be in trouble. In the sky above the seven stars mountain, the seven astral ancestors had already left the mountain peak and flew to the ancient archaic demon dragon's side. Lord Dragon Ancestor. The first astral ancestor cupped his fists and asked respectfully, the eight extremities saint has mysteriously disappeared. Did you kill him? The other six astral ancestors looked at the ancient archaic demon dragon expectantly. They naturally wanted to know the answer too. After all, the silver light had filled the void just now, and they didn't see where the eight extremities saint had disappeared to. The eight extremities saint was still alive. It was still a sore point in the hearts of the seven astral ancestors. I kept the eight extremities saint here. The ancient archaic demon dragon stretched out its dragon claw and pointed at the silver star on its forehead. It smiled proudly and said, "It won't be long before he turns into a pool of blood in the world inside, I see." The seven astral ancestors nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The eight extremities saint of the eight deities sect has been trapped by our Lord Dragon Ancestor with a special ability. He will die soon. From then on, our seven stars tribe will dominate the world again. The first astral ancestor was excited. He waved his arms and laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated throughout the entire seven-star mountain, surging like a tsunami. However, the laughter lasted for less than 2 seconds before it stopped abruptly. A golden immortal boat suddenly flew in without any warning from the Great Seven Stars formation. The golden ferry boat stopped in midair not far away from them. Someone's here. The first astral ancestor's heart tightened as he hurriedly said. The other astral ancestors, including the ancient archaic demon dragon, immediately turned to look in a certain direction. It's that senior, the ancient archaic demon dragon shuddered when it saw Yi Yun standing on the ferry boat. A sense of fear rose in its heart. That's not right. My cultivation level is higher than his now. Why should I be afraid of him? The next moment, a thought appeared in the ancient archaic demon dragon's heart. It instantly regained its composure. Little dragon, we meet again. What a coincidence. Yi Yun said with a smile with his hands behind his back. Haha, you're just a little human cultivator. How dare you call me a little dragon? Humph, I think you're tired of living. The ancient archaic demon dragon's expression changed as it sneered arrogantly. Whoosh, a slap landed on his face without any warning. The ancient archaic demon dragon was frozen in midair and could not move at all. The slap caused its entire body to shudder, and its bones almost shattered. Is it wrong to call you a little dragon? A gentle voice sounded in the ancient archaic demon dragon's ears. The seven-star ancestors were dumbfounded when they saw the dragon ancestor get slapped by a stranger in white for no reason. The dragon ancestor didn't even resist. What happened? Who was the mysterious young man in white who suddenly barged into the seven-star array? Could it be that he knew the dragon ancestor, or was this person related to the seven-star race, or else? How could this golden ferry boat barge into the seven-star array so calmly? Dragon ancestor, are you all right? The seventh-star ancestor asked bravely. CK. The ancient nether demon dragon shook its head and wanted to say something but stopped. Its lungs were about to explode from anger. The ancient nether demon dragon was extremely excited to become the dragon ancestor of the seven-star race and walk on the path to the peak. However, in less than half an hour, before the ancient archaic demon dragon could enjoy the unparalleled sense of superiority that came with his status, Yi Yun slapped him down from the clouds to the ground. Bastard! A puny human cultivator dares to bully this dragon ancestor. See how this dragon ancestor will deal with you. The ancient abyss demon dragon shook its massive head. Its eyes were burning with rage as it let out a ferocious roar. At this moment, it had been slapped by Yi Yun in front of everyone. Its brain had long lost its rationality due to the impact of anger. In its heart, perhaps Yi Yun was very strong, but his cultivation realm was far inferior to it. Perhaps it had been careless just now and was attacked by Yi Yun. Its most powerful divine ability was the array formation divine ability that defeated the eight extremities saint. It had not used it yet. The ancient nether demon dragon believed that as long as it used this divine ability, it would be able to defeat Yi Yun easily. Buzz, at this moment, the seven-star array that shrouded the entire seven-star mountain vibrated and countless forces gathered in the ancient nether demon dragon's body. The small silver light spot on its forehead suddenly flickered and lit up with a silver light. The big black cat saw the changes in the surroundings and cursed, "Damn, is the ancient nether demon dragon's brain flooded with water? It has just been slapped by Master and is still in a daze. How dare it attack Master again? This dragon is too arrogant. It seems that the taste of the dragon ancestor has made it forget itself." Mu Qing covered her red lips with her hand. Her eyes flickered as she giggled. Yi Yun smiled but did not say anything. The ancient nether demon dragon was born from the corpse of the primordial demon and had always been in the well of bones. It had never come into contact with any living beings outside. Therefore, this dragon ancestor's brain. He belonged to the type of simple-minded fool with well-developed limbs. When Yi Yun saw the silver light, his eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Human cultivator, go repent in hell. The ancient nether demon dragoness, the silver spot on its forehead suddenly glowed brightly. The silver light filled the entire void, and an invisible force instantly descended upon Yi Yun's body. Interesting. Yi Yun carefully sensed this power, but did not take any action. The silver light that filled the sky disappeared like water. Only the big black cat and Mu Qing were left on the golden immortal boat. Master, where did he go? The big black cat's heart trembled, and it quickly looked at Mu Qing. Master has his own plans, Mu Qing said after thinking for a while. Her expression was still relatively calm. Oh, the big black cat nodded slightly, looking slightly flustered. He and Mu Qing were only in the life and death realm, while the seven-star ancestors were all in the eternal realm. There was even a true immortal realm ancient demonic dragon eyeing them covetously, ready to attack at any time. It could be said that the two of them were in a dangerous tiger's den. Master was not by her side. The big black cat suddenly lost its backbone, and its body trembled slightly. Ha ha ha, puny human cultivators can't even withstand a single blow. The ancient hell demon dragon roared into the sky and laughed. His voice rumbled like thunder on a sunny day, spreading throughout the entire seven-star mountain. My judgment was right. This human cultivator only sneaked an attack on me. His realm and strength are not as good as mine. Once this dragon ancestor uses my true strength, he is no match for me at all. While it was laughing wantonly, this thought came to the ancient hell demon dragon's mind. Now, Yi Yun had been taken into the world of the silver light spots. That world contained a powerful killing power, and it would not be long before he and the Eight Extremities Saint returned to hell. In the heavens and earth, the dragon ancestor reigned supreme. Seeing this, the seven-star ancestors were excited. They immediately knelt on the ground and cheered enthusiastically. In the heavens and earth, the dragon ancestor reigned supreme, invincible in the world, lasting for thousands of years. The people of the seven-star clan were excited, and they cheered loudly, each wave louder than the last. Haha! The ancient hell demon dragon laughed, and his eyes were filled with pride. He felt that he had reached the peak of his life again. This kind of feeling was truly wonderful. On the immortal boat, the ancient hell demon dragon did not care about those two life and death realm brats at all. It did not need to do anything to those two ants. The seven-star clan could easily send someone to deal with them. Mu Qing, what should we do? Hearing the enthusiastic cheers, the big black cat's face changed drastically. Its body trembled as it asked. Don't be afraid, Master will be out soon. Mu Qing's expression was calm as she spoke with confidence. All right. The big black cat took a deep breath and calmed down. In the world of the silver light spots, the void fluctuated, and Yi Yun was wrapped in silver light and pulled into this world. This place is a little interesting. Yi Yun looked around and saw that the space around him was vast and filled with stars. It was like a starry sky. At first glance, it gave off an unusually majestic feeling. It was as if he was in the universe, and he was incomparably small. Senior, why are you here too? The Eight Extremities Saint stood in the starry sky and saw the white-robed figure in the distance at a glance. He quickly flew over. I came in to take a look and bring you out as well, Yi Yun chuckled. He reached out and grabbed the void to feel the strength of this space. Then, he gently shook his head. The strength of this space was comparable to a divine land. If one's cultivation had not reached the divine lord realm, it would be very difficult to forcefully break through the space and escape. The stars twinkled and moved slowly. Waves of mysterious power swept over from all directions. The Eight Extremities Saint's blood chi surged as he let out a sound of discomfort. Little Kai, how do you feel? Yi Yun asked with a smile. He had Zulong's body, so he did not feel any threat when he entered this world. Senior, this starry sky contains a corrosive force. Even if my blood chi is astonishing, I'm afraid I won't be able to last long. The Eight Extremities Saint smiled bitterly. Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he carefully observed the starry sky. After a moment, he slowly said, the starry sky contains the power of a large array. There are some faint signs of law in this large array, so the corrosive force has become stronger. Senior, can we still get out? The Eight Extremities Saint looked at Yi Yun with a hopeful look. Of course. Yi Yun waved his hand disapprovingly. Subsequently, the Eight Extremities Saint was dumbfounded. He saw the void in front of him suddenly split open as if it was forcibly torn apart by a senior. Let's go. Yi Yun grabbed the Eight Extremities Saint and walked out in a flash. Ah. In the void, the ancient demonic dragon shook its head violently and let out a painful groan. Dragon ancestor, what's wrong with you? The first astral ancestor suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly asked with concern. My head hurts. The ancient demonic dragon roared. As soon as it said that, the silver light spot on its forehead suddenly emitted a silver light. Two figures slowly walked out from it. It was Yi Yun and Eight Extremities Saint. Eight extremities saint? The seven astral ancestors stared at the two figures with their mouths agape. For a moment, they felt a great terror descending upon them. Just how powerful was that young man in white? After being trapped in the silver light spot by the dragon ancestor, he was still able to forcefully break out and even rescue Eight Extremities Saint. That kind of power was really terrifying. The seven astral ancestors looked at each other. They were terrified and did not know what to do at that moment. The silver light disappeared. The silver light spot on the ancient demonic dragon's forehead was slightly weaker than before, but it did not really disappear. How did you get out? The ancient demonic dragon widened its eyes and looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. What's so difficult about that? Eight Extremities Saint chuckled and looked at the ancient demonic dragon with a mocking look in his eyes. Although he could not defeat the ancient demonic dragon, his senior could. This guy was so daring to trap his senior inside. Wasn't he courting death? Now, let's wait for his senior to settle the score with him. Looks like I was too careless just now. I should have sealed the entrance. The ancient demonic dragon was frustrated. It could have strengthened its control over the silver light spot. However, the ancient demonic dragon felt that it was already very powerful and did not strengthen the silver light spot. I'm going to kill you. The ancient demonic dragon glared at Yi Yun viciously and roared. Stop bragging. Yi Yun smiled faintly and pointed in the air. Swoosh, a mysterious force landed on the ancient demonic dragon. Its eyes widened and it looked terrified. It felt that its entire body was undergoing a terrifying change. Under the influence of that force, its entire body could not move. The ancient demonic dragon was horrified to find that its body was rapidly shrinking. Its body that was originally tens of thousands of feet long shrank to less than 10,000 feet in just a few breaths. The shrinking speed was still continuing. What is he doing? The seven astral ancestors were dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was completely beyond their knowledge. Master, what is he doing? The big black cat widened its eyes and asked curiously. He only felt that this scene was familiar. But he could not remember it. Mu Qing also held her breath, waiting for the ancient ether demon dragon's final transformation. Another 2 or 3 breaths of time passed. The ancient demonic dragon's body. The ancient demonic dragon's body. At this moment, the changes finally stopped. The ancient nether demon dragon was no longer a dragon. Instead, it was a small, fat, green, and red pig. The eight extreme saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Senior, just what kind of terrifying divine ability did you use with that finger, to be able to turn a dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long into a small pig? And he was surprised to find that this green and red pig's cultivation base had dropped from the true God realm to the life and death realm. This strange divine ability was unimaginable. Eight Extreme Saint was also exclaiming in his heart. How did our dragon ancestor become a pig? Such a small pig? And it's even the life and death realm. The seven astral ancestors saw this scene and felt the world spinning. They fainted in an instant. They could not accept this scene. Under the agitation, all 7 of them lost consciousness. However, they were eternal realm cultivators after all. They only fainted for 2 to 3 seconds before they immediately woke up. Our dragon ancestor has become a life and death realm pig. The first astral ancestor burst into tears. The 7 Stars clan is finished. The second astral ancestor thumped his chest and stamped his feet. Boo-hoo, the other astral ancestors could not hide the grief in their hearts and cried bitterly. The 7 astral ancestors' loss of composure caused a chain reaction among the 7 Stars clan. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere in the 7 Stars sacred mountain. Ah! The ancient nether demon dragon suddenly screamed and fell from midair. It was shocked to find that it had turned into a green and red pig. The dignified dragon ancestor had turned into a pig. This made it fall from the peak of life to hell in an instant. It could not accept it. Its heart was dead, and it did not even have the strength to control its body. Yi Yun's eyes moved. That green and red fat pig was fixed in midair. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What dog fart dragon ancestor are you? You dare to call yourself dragon ancestor in front of me? Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and smiled coldly. I think it's more like dragon pig. Thinking of this, Yiyan suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. If it was called dragon pig, wouldn't it look bad without dragon horns? He pointed with his hand. 2 dragon horns suddenly grew on the ancient nether demon dragon's head. The dragon horns were as long as an index finger, one red and one green. This made the ancient nether demon dragon's dragon pig appearance even more adorable. Ha ha ha. Mu Qing, who was standing on the ferry boat, saw this scene and could not help but laugh unrestrainedly. Haha, dragon pig, master's name is really good. The big black cat laughed so hard that it was about to cry. It seemed that in their group, another pig was added to the team. What made him happy was that this pig's cultivation was only at the first level of the life and death realm, which was 1 level lower than him. In the future, he could bully this dragon pig as he wished. Hearing the laughter on the ferry boat, the ancient nether demon dragon spirit was shaken, as if it had realized something. It instantly felt that its cultivation had dropped to the life and death realm. It was shocked and looked at Yiyan with even more respect. This senior was unfathomable. It was already at the 10th level of the true god realm. After absorbing the energy of the 7-star array and using the silver star array, it still could not do anything to this senior. It could be seen that its cultivation was on a completely different level compared to this senior. If this senior wanted to kill it, it would be too easy. Thinking of this, the ancient nether demon dragon was sweating profusely. Io, why is there water coming out of this little pig? The big black cat laughed eccentrically. Scared, right? Mu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. A beam of green light flew over and landed in front of Yiyan. A piglet with 2 colors, green and red, with a long dragon horn on its head, was lying on the ground with a respectful expression. Senior, this lowly one knows his mistake. Please have mercy, the ancient nether demon dragon cried out. If I really wanted to take your life, why would I turn you into a dragon pig? Yiyan asked with a smile. Ah. The ancient nether demon dragon was shocked. Then, it was filled with shame. Including this time. Senior had already set it free 3 times. The first 2 times, it did not repent. After its strength increased in the immortal pond, its confidence grew, and it even wanted to attack Senior. It was truly a heinous crime. Senior, I was wrong. The ancient nether demon dragon was filled with regret and wept. Reflect on it slowly. Yiyan looked in a certain direction and slowly walked over. Follow me. At the same time, he said to the ancient nether demon dragon. Yes, Senior. The ancient nether demon dragon was instantly energized. It looked in the direction Senior was heading and realized that it was the immortal pond. It seemed to have realized something and hurriedly followed. The 8 extremities saint also followed closely behind Yiyan. Without anyone controlling it, the golden immortal boat began to fly on its own, ignoring the great 7 stars formation as if it was nothing. Looking at these terrifying figures, the 7 astral ancestors felt a chill in their hearts as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. What should we do? The 3rd astral ancestor spread out his hands in frustration. What else can we do? The 1st astral ancestor glared and said angrily, stay here obediently and don't go anywhere. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Hearing the 1st astral ancestor's words, Yiyan, who was walking in the void, smiled faintly and shook his head. These 7 stars clan members also had the bloodline of the divine dragon. In these millions of years, who knew how many generations had passed? Naturally, they did not have much relationship with the 9-tailed divine dragon. Although the 7 stars clan members were the descendants of the 9-tailed divine dragon, they had not done anything outrageous in these years. Yiyan did not intend to find trouble with them. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer cultivators with the bloodline of the dragon race in this world. It was better to leave the 7 stars clan members alive. After all, the real source of the chaos was the 9-tailed divine dragon. It had nothing to do with the other dragon races. Poochie poochie, a very strange sound came from under his feet. Yiyan glanced over. He discovered that the ancient abyss demon dragon was following beside his feet. Perhaps because it was nervous, it was actually making a pig-like sound. Yiyan smiled. It seemed that after its body structure changed, the ancient abyss demon dragon was becoming more and more like a pig. This arrogant and stupid ancient abyss demon dragon actually dared to call itself the dragon ancestor in front of him, the ancestor of all dragons. Yi Yin would definitely not let it off easily. However, there was still a great use for keeping the ancient abyss demon dragon. Yi Yin also wanted to see how he would replenish the 7 stars in the future. But in order to punish the ancient abyss demon dragon, Yi Yin turned it into a little green and red pig, and also lowered its cultivation base to the life and death realm. This punishment, it could not be said to be light. After a while, the group flew above the immortal pond. Yi Yin landed and stopped beside the 9-tailed divine dragon statue. He carefully sized it up at a close distance, looking at the 9 different colored tails with a strange look in his eyes. A dragon with 9 tails. The 9 tails of the 9-tailed divine dragon must have some kind of mystical ability. Just like the 9-tailed spirit cat and the 9-tailed demon fox. Heavens! The big black cat jumped down from the immortal boat and landed beside Yi Yin. Looking at the statue, it said in shock, "Master, why does this divine dragon have 9 tails? Don't you have 9 tails too?" Yi Yin chuckled. "Master, I'm a 9-tailed cat, so I naturally have 9 tails. But I've never heard of a dragon having 9 tails." The big black cat scratched its head and smiled sheepishly. "This is the 9-tailed divine dragon, one of the 10 super divine dragons of the ancient era," Yi Yin said with a smile. "Super dragon god?" The big black cat's mouth was wide open. It was so shocked that it could no longer speak. Mu Qing also flew over and carefully observed the dragon statue. Finally, she flew to the 9 tails and carefully observed them. Hearing Yi Yin's words, Mu Qing fell into a great shock. 9-tailed divine dragon, one of the 10 super divine dragons, Mu Qing muttered to herself and reached out to touch the dragon's tail. "Maybe this 9-tailed divine dragon has some relationship with your 9-tailed cat," Yi Yin glanced at the big black cat. "Maybe that's really possible," the big black cat smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Mu Qing's hand touched the statue. A ray of light rose and bounced her hand away. Strange, why did the pond over there light up for a moment? The 8 extremities saint turned his head and looked in the direction of the pond. Interesting. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He had also discovered some clues about the pond. The other 6 ponds showed no signs of activity. Only one pond lit up for a moment. And this pond? It was the only pond that still had a pillar of light when the 7 stars array faded. The energy of the other 6 ponds seemed to have dried up. Mu Qing flew back with a pale face. Her palms were numb, and she didn't dare to touch the dragon statue again. Yi Yin walked toward the pond. Standing in the air above the pond, he looked into it with a single glance. Although it looked like an ordinary pond on the surface, there was a mysterious sealing power that blocked Yi Yin's gaze from prying into it. Break! Yi Yin's eyes narrowed. A powerful force of life and death surged down like an apocalyptic tide. Boom, the surface of the pond shot up into the sky. The seal in the depths of the pond was instantly broken by Yi Yin. So powerful. Even I can't do anything about the seal of this pond. Seeing this scene, the ancient nether demon dragon thought to himself in fear. It had the 7 stars array. Although it could communicate with the divine pond to a certain extent, it couldn't break the seal. In its opinion, the seal was like a divine mountain. It had an ancient aura, towering and indestructible. Unexpectedly, Senior didn't even move his hand. He just took a look. A powerful force broke through the seal. At this moment, the ancient nether demon dragon and the 8 extremities sage couldn't guess Yi Yin's cultivation level. Good fellow, there's still one alive. Yi Yin looked over. In the depths of the pond, there was a huge blue dragon. This blue dragon had a unique appearance. Its entire body seemed to be made up of countless stars. It was exceptionally beautiful and majestic. It was unforgettable. This was a star divine dragon. Although it was motionless, there was still life in its body. What kind of dragon is this? The 8 extremities sage's eyes narrowed. He looked through the water and saw the blue dragon. He was shocked. This dragon was so beautiful. It was as if the stars in the sky had gathered. It was indescribably sacred. However, the starlight on the dragon's body had dimmed a lot, and its life force was extremely weak. Yiyan looked up and took a deep breath. He then looked at the other 6 pawns. He activated the heavenly illusionary eye. Boom boom, there was a series of explosions. The water in the pond shot up into the sky. At this moment, the seals of the 6 ponds were opened by Yiyan at the same time. There was also a star divine dragon in each of the other 6 ponds. However, the stars on these 6 star divine dragons were dim. There was no life in them. Yiyan was silent. The ancient nether demon dragon had accidentally entered the 7-star mountain and the divine ponds. It had activated the array formation of the 7 ponds and absorbed a huge amount of energy. And the source of this energy came from the 7 astral divine dragons. I'm still too late, Yiyan sighed. He looked a little upset. Fortunately, the 6-star divine dragons had just died. It had not been long, so there was still a chance to save them. Yiyan took out the 8 treasures glazed bottle and dripped 6 drops of triple light sacred water. He flicked them toward the 6 ponds. The 6 drops of triple light sacred water entered the bodies of the 6-star divine dragons. Wait for me here. Yiyan did not wait for the 6-star divine dragons to come back to life. He turned around and instructed them before entering the depths of the pond. Yes, Senior. The 8 extremities saint replied respectfully. He stood there calmly with his hands by his side. The ancient nether demon dragon looked a little nervous. He did not know what to do. The big black cat looked at the ancient nether demon dragon with an unfriendly gaze. He reached out and grabbed the dragon. Put me down, you stupid cat. The ancient nether demon dragon shouted. When he was at the true god stage, he saw through the big black cat's true form. How dare you call me a stupid cat? Damn it, you're going against me. The big black cat was furious. He slapped the ancient nether demon dragon hard. Slap slap, the shadow of the palm flashed. A series of crisp sounds were heard. The green and red piggy's buttocks swelled. The ancient nether demon dragon was in pain. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Haha. The 8 extremities saint grinned when he heard the blood-curdling screech. Well done. 8 extreme saint, you were once defeated by this dragon ancestor. Now that you're relying on your senior support, you're trying to intimidate others. What kind of hero are you? Seeing the 8 extremities saints gloating, the ancient abyssal demon dragon endured the pain and cursed loudly. If you didn't have this 7-star formation, you wouldn't be my match either. 8 extreme saint rolled his eyes and snorted. He could naturally tell that the ancient demonic dragon had borrowed the power of the 7-star mountain's formation to drive the silver star on its forehead. Not your match? The ancient demonic dragon was enraged, and the anger in its heart erupted once more. At this moment, it seemed to have forgotten that it was a pig as it struggled with all its might, wanting to charge at 8 extreme saint. Paw, a slap landed heavily on the dragon pig's buttocks, making a crisp sound. The ancient demonic dragon let out a miserable shriek. The burning pain on its butt made it realize that it was no longer the original true god stage level 10 dragon ancestor. It was now a life and death realm pig. How can you speak to senior 8 extreme like that? How rude. You're asking for a beating. The big black cat glared with a ferocious look. The ancient demonic dragon looked wronged and didn't dare to speak anymore. It knew that these 2 life and death realm fellows were the senior subordinates and couldn't be offended. Right now, it could only keep its mouth shut and tuck its tail between its legs. I wonder who you 2 are. The 8 extremities saint looked at the black-robed young man who was covered in demonic aura and smiled politely. Just call me Little Black. She's Mu-Ching, master's maid. The big black cat hurriedly replied politely and introduced Mu-Ching as well. Greetings, senior 8 extreme. Mu-Ching smiled reservedly and said politely. After all, in terms of age and cultivation, 8 extreme saint was much stronger than them. You're welcome. 8 extreme saint said with a smile. An imperceptible glint flashed across his eyes. Senior's cultivation base is shocking, but the person beside him is only at life and death realm. Their cultivation base is too low. As far as he was concerned, only a deity realm expert like him was qualified to serve senior. Due to his status, 8 Extreme Saint didn't talk to the big black cat and Mu Qing after he politely responded to the two of them. Behave yourself from now on. After the big black cat taught the ancient Aeon demon dragon a lesson, the anger in its heart dissipated quite a bit, and it casually tossed it aside. Hum. The ancient demonic dragon agreed and lowered its head in grievance. Suddenly, as if it had thought of something, its eyes flickered as it looked towards the depths of the pool. It was also very curious. Why was there a blue dragon in the depths of the pond? There were a total of 7 ponds, and each pond had a giant dragon. Now that 6 of them were dead, could it be, did the energy it absorbed also come from these mystical dragons? Just as the ancient divine dragon's imagination was running wild, at this moment, Yiyun was standing in the depths of the pond, looking at the astral divine dragon in front of him with pity. This dragon only had a sliver of life left. If he hadn't acted in time, it would probably not have lived for more than 10 years. Astral divine dragon, can you hear me? Yiyun said softly. As he said this, he set up an invisible barrier. It made it impossible for the people outside the pond to spy on them. The bottom of the pond was silent. The astral divine dragon seemed to be in a deep sleep, and there was no response at all. Yiyun sighed. He took out a small green bottle and poured out some water of life. A small green river appeared out of thin air and flowed towards the astral divine dragon, entering through the gap in its mouth. As the water of life poured in, the stellar divine dragon, which was originally on the verge of death, was now brimming with vitality. Its aura suddenly became stronger. The astral divine dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It looked at the young man in white in front of it in disbelief, and its eyes were filled with great shock. "Sir, who are you?" the astral divine dragon asked in surprise. Yiyun's body shook, and a wisp of Zhu Long's aura pressed down on it. This astral divine dragon's cultivation was at least at the divine lord realm. After taking some water of life, although its body was restored to its original state, its cultivation was still at the true god realm. Its cultivation realm had dropped tremendously. "Greetings, Lord Zhu Long." Feeling the supreme suppression in its bloodline, the astral divine dragon's body shook violently, and it immediately prostrated on the ground as it spoke in admiration. "There's another array formation?" When the astral divine dragon's body moved, Yiyun saw that there was a circular pattern beneath its body. In this circular pattern, there was a star formed by countless runes. This array formation had firmly locked the astral divine dragon at the bottom of the pond, and it couldn't break out of this space. Yiyun's eyes flashed, and he looked at the other 6 ponds. He realized that it was the same. With a wave of his hand, he broke the array formation. The astral divine dragon immediately regained its freedom. With a shake of its body, it transformed into a blue-robed young man and abruptly knelt at Yiyun's feet, crying bitterly and wailing incessantly. "Thank you, Lord Zhu Long," the astral divine dragon's voice was mournful as it cried. Yiyun was silent. This astral divine dragon should have been trapped for at least a few million years. If it wasn't for its high cultivation, it would have died long ago. "Get up, I have something to ask you." After a few seconds, Yiyun waved his hand, and a wave of magic power swept out and helped the astral divine dragon up. "Lord Zhu Long, I didn't expect you to still be in this world." After standing up, the astral divine dragon rubbed its hands and said excitedly, "I'm the new Zhu Long." Yiyun's face was solemn, and he said calmly, "The astral divine dragon disappeared. The original Zhu Long has indeed gone missing, and no one knows where he went. However, this question ends here. Don't mention it again in the future, and don't mention it to anyone. You can just call me Master in front of me." "I understand, Master." The astral divine dragon was stunned for a moment, and then it nodded vigilantly. There was no mistaking the power of the bloodline suppression. Although it didn't know the relationship between the previous Zhu Long and the current Zhu Long, it knew that this was not something a small astral divine dragon like it had the authority to know. After all, in ancient times, it was extremely difficult for even the 10 supreme divine dragons to meet Lord Zhu Long. Zhu Long, as the ancestor of all dragons, he was high and mighty, and his status was incomparably noble. He could suppress any dragon, even the 10 supreme divine dragons, with his bloodline suppression. This kind of suppression could not be faked. Therefore, the astral divine dragon immediately understood what it had to do after Yiyun gave it a command. There are a total of 7 astral divine dragons in these 7 ponds. Who captured you and imprisoned you here? Yiyan asked. Upon hearing this, the astral divine dragon recalled the sad past, and it immediately began to wipe tears from the corners of its eyes. It said sadly, Lord Zulong, it was Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon who captured us. In ancient times, your cultivation was at least at the Divine Lord realm. If the Nine-tailed Divine Dragon dared to capture you, would the Astral Divine Dragon just stand by and do nothing? Yiyan asked with a frown. Lord Zulong, Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon is extremely cruel. It is said that some divine dragons who have committed crimes would often be eaten by it. We are already considered lucky that it was able to capture and seal us, and not eat us. Recalling the nine-tailed divine dragon, the astral divine dragon revealed a look of horror, and it cried as it spoke. Good fellow, what a cruel person. Yiyan raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Yiyan knew very little about the nine-tailed divine dragon. According to the description of the star divine dragon, the nine-tailed divine dragon could be considered a brutal tyrant. However, the nine-tailed divine dragon had 9 tails, so it was not as simple as being brutal. Yiyan always felt that this guy had an unfathomable mind and was far from what ordinary dragons saw. Or else, the nine-tailed divine dragon could not be the source of the chaos caused by the 10 super divine dragons. Lord Zulong, the nine-tailed divine dragon captured 7 of us when it left the Star Divine Dragon clan to test its 7-star array, the Star Divine Dragon cried. Test the 7-star array? Yiyan was slightly taken aback and looked at the Star Divine Dragon with a probing gaze. The leader of the Star Divine Dragon clan, Lord Star Dragon, had cultivated some kind of 7-star array, and the nine-tailed divine dragon was very interested, so it came to look for Lord Star Dragon to study the 7-star array. Unfortunately, the few of us were captured by it. Recalling the past, the Star Divine Dragon looked pained. These 2 guys are really jackals of the same lair. Yiyan sneered. To be able to pass the 7-star array to the nine-tailed divine dragon, it showed how deep the friendship between the Star Dragon and the nine-tailed divine dragon was. Did the Star Dragon not react when the nine-tailed divine dragon captured you? Yiyan asked coldly. No, the nine-tailed divine dragon said that we Star Divine Dragons have the power of stars in our bodies and it would be easier to set up the 7-star array, so the Star Dragon did not react. The Star Divine Dragon sighed. Then do you know what the Dragon Clan is like now? Yiyan asked faintly. I don't know. The Star Divine Dragon shook its head. After all, it had been sealed in the pond for millions of years. If not for its high cultivation and long lifespan, it would not have been able to survive until now. In ancient times, the 10 super divine dragons were in a melee and were ambushed by the gods of the divine land. Now that the dragon clan has perished, it has become a thing of the past, Yiyan said softly, his eyes incomparably lonely. What? The dragon clan is no longer around? The astral divine dragon widened its eyes in disbelief. At this moment, its entire body turned cold as though it had fallen into an endless hell. Millions of years passed. The powerful dragon clan that once ruled the hidden dragon continent was no longer there. This news was a huge blow to the stellar divine dragon. His body was stiff and his face was pale. His eyes were lifeless and he seemed to have lost his soul. Yiyan sighed softly. After a while, Yiyan saw that the Star Divine Dragon's expression showed signs of relaxing. He continued to ask, You are sealed here. Do you know anything about the small world in the fairy pond? Sir Zulong, although we have been sealed, we can still sense the situation within this small formation, the Starry Divine Dragon said hurriedly. What's with the white statue outside? Yiyan's eyes flashed. That's the statue of Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon. It's the core of this 7 stars formation. However, Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon's primordial spirit has already disappeared. This 7 stars formation can only be activated passively. The Starry Divine Dragon explained. You're saying that there used to be a wisp of Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon's primordial spirit in this statue? Yiyan asked in return. Yes, Sir Zulong, the astral divine dragon thought for a moment and said respectfully, back then, this small world was also opened up by Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon. It was specifically used to test the 7 stars formation. However, he was simply too busy. After testing for a while, he left this place. He only left behind a few descendants of his bloodline to guard this place. Yiyan nodded. As the source of the chaos, the nine-tailed divine dragon had studied the seven stars formation to a certain extent. Why would he stay here forever? As for this guy, he was really generous. He had actually created a small world the size of the immortal pond, specifically used to test his seven stars array. It seemed that there was a conspiracy behind it. When did Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon's primordial spirit leave? Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat and he asked. About 30,000 years ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky one day. Lord Nine-tailed Divine Dragon's primordial spirit suddenly activated the seven stars formation and extracted a lot of our energy and dragon blood. In the end, he created a body of flesh and blood in the shape of a human. The starry divine dragon recalled. What strange phenomenon? Yi Yan asked with a frown. An illusory bird's shadow appeared in the sky and seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. However, we were sealed and couldn't sense it. The starry divine dragon answered honestly. Yi Yan nodded and his expression became serious. The shadow of a bird, what the hell was going on? Yi Yan looked at the starry divine dragon. The latter's hands were by his side and his expression was very honest. Yi Yan nodded in satisfaction. He had asked so many questions and the starry divine dragon had answered all of them seriously. From this, it seemed that there was no seal placed by the nine-tailed divine dragon in the starry divine dragon's mind. Yi Yan had been worried that there was also a seal placed by the mastermind behind the scenes in the starry divine dragon's mind. However, this test made him overturn his previous thoughts. A wisp of the power of changing life and death instantly descended on the starry divine dragon. The starry divine dragon's body stiffened and its eyes became illusory. The process was very fast. In 2 or 3 breaths of time, Yi Yan had found out all of its memories. The starry divine dragon's memories were like a flowing scroll that unfolded in front of Yi Yan's eyes. 30,000 years ago. On this day, an inexplicable flowing light suddenly flashed in the sky above the divine pond and an illusory bird's shadow appeared. Although the bird's shadow was not very clear and its outline was a little blurry, there was one feature that was more obvious and Yi Yan recognized it at a glance. It was the phoenix. Why would the phoenix's shadow descend? What happened millions of years ago? Even the Phoenix clan was involved? Yi Yan frowned and many thoughts emerged in his mind. It seemed that the extinction of the dragon clan was not something that could be explained in a few words. At present, he judged that the forces behind the extinction of the dragon clan were not only the nine-tailed divine dragon, but also the divine spirit of the divine land. Even the Phoenix clan was involved. In ancient times, the dragon clan dominated the hidden dragon continent and the Phoenix clan was pitifully weak. Why would they be involved? Yi Yan was puzzled. He had pried into some of the divine dragon's memories and knew more about the clans on the hidden dragon continent in ancient times. At that time, the Phoenix clan was really weak. The strength of the Phoenix clan was only comparable to that of an ordinary divine dragon clan tribe and did not pose any threat to the dragon clan. The more he could not figure it out. Yi Yan's interest was piqued. He became more meticulous and energetic and wanted to get to the bottom of it. He continued to watch in the scroll of memories. After the shadow of the Phoenix clan appeared in the sky, the white divine dragon statue began to glow. Above the divine pond, the 7 stars array was activated. 7 pillars of light shot up into the sky. Countless amounts of blood gushed out of the pond and gathered below the divine dragon statue. The blood continued to solidify, and at the same time, it continued to absorb the power of the array. The two merged into one and slowly turned into a human figure. It was a young man. He was dressed in white and looked extremely handsome. Although his temperament was extraordinary, only his eyes gave people a sense of evil charm. My bloodline comes from the star divine dragon. There is still the 7 stars array in my body. Although there is a wisp of the primordial spirit of the 9-tailed divine dragon in my body, now, I have been separated from it. The young man put his hands behind his back and looked at the sky with his evil eyes as he spoke ruthlessly. There was a few seconds of silence. The confident young man had a sharp look in his eyes. He shouted loudly. I, Xianxia, am not the 9-tailed divine dragon. In this life, I have my own way of living. Xianxia, it turned out to be Xianxia. Seeing the image in his memory, Yi Yan's heart was in turmoil. The 250th generation sect master of the Shenlong sect, Long Xian, was actually an avatar of the nine-tailed divine dragon. Yi Yan's face was gloomy, and his brows were tightly knitted. No wonder Long Xian had done nothing good. It turned out that this guy's origin was complicated. He was essentially an avatar of the nine-tailed divine dragon. The nine-tailed divine dragon wreaked havoc on the dragon clan. And this Long Xian somehow became the 250th generation disciple of the Shenlong sect, then succeeded the position of sect master, and then began to wreak havoc in the Shenlong sect. The Shenlong sect had accumulated so much divine dragon blood essence, but all of it was lost to Long Xian. Even the sect master's sword had disappeared without a trace. Starting from that generation, the disciples of the Shenlong sect embarked on the tragic fate of fleeing generation after generation. Until the 298th generation. Luoli went to burn incense, and Yi Yin happened to wake up from the ancient tomb, pulling her back from the brink of death. He also saved the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect from the predicament of being hunted down. Yi Yin gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Long Xian. The Shenlong sect had been passed down for generations that Long Xian had offended an extremely powerful force. It seemed that this statement was worth considering. Perhaps Long Xian did it deliberately. Long Xian, don't think that everything will be fine just because you're hiding in the divine land. Sooner or later, I will find you and judge your crimes in front of the ancestors of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yin scolded angrily. Since his rebirth, Yi Yin had rarely been so angry. This time, he was really angry. After all, he had signed in for 100,000 years in the mysterious space. Yi Yan's Taoist heart was extremely stable, and the irritable mood in his heart disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. Yi Yin continued to look at the image in his memory. I have to suppress my cultivation. I can't appear too high. Otherwise, I'll scare those people in the outside world. After stretching his muscles, Long Xian let out a wicked smile. His chi presence dropped from the 10th level of the Eternal Realm all the way to the Primary Sea Realm. The world is vast, and a new world awaits me. Goodbye, immortal pond. Long Xian stared at the void and said with a longing look. After he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hands and borrowed the power of the 7 stars array to mysteriously disappear. The light of the immortal pond disappeared and returned to its former tranquility. Look at this. Yi Yin withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to this memory. Lord Zulong, I was a little absent-minded just now. Do you have any other questions? After the astral divine dragon woke up, it felt somewhat ill at ease. No. Yi Yin sighed softly. His body slowly rose into the air as he said, Come with me. The astral divine dragon followed closely behind. The 2 of them flew out of the pond and into the void outside. How did my brothers come back to life? After the astral divine dragon appeared, it looked at the other 6 ponds and realized that the seals had been broken. The 6 astral divine dragons that had just died had actually recovered their vitality. This shocked him greatly. Go and catch up with them first. I will undo their seals later, Yi Yin pointed with his finger and said indifferently. The 6 astral divine dragons had just been revived. Due to the restriction of the array, they couldn't leave the ponds. He asked the astral divine dragon to go over and communicate with them in advance. It was to prevent the destruction of the seals and it would be a mess. Yes, master. The star divine dragon answered honestly and flew over in a flash. Master, this divine dragon is very powerful. It is probably at the true God realm, Mu Qing asked curiously. This astral divine dragon used to be at the divine Lord realm. After being sealed for a few million years, it has fallen to the true God realm. Yi Yin smiled and said. Oh. Mu Qing nodded and didn't reveal any surprise. After all, there was also a divine Lord divine dragon in her master's carriage. The 8 extremities saint couldn't remain calm at this time. Senior, the true God realm you mentioned is what we call the divine realm here. Is the divine Lord realm the next realm after the true God realm? The 8 extremities saint cupped his fists and asked respectfully. Yes. Yi Yin nodded and replied. The 8 extremities saint had never gone out and had never seen the world. He knew nothing about the cultivation realms in the divine land. Senior, are there any realms above the divine Lord realm? The Eight Extremities Saint seemed to have thought of something and asked with a trembling voice. Of course there are. Above the true God realm is the Divine Lord realm, then the Hierarch realm, and then the Divine King realm. Yiyan smiled slightly. The Eight Extremities Saint's expression changed drastically when he heard that there were so many realms. However, at the same time, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. As a peerless genius, the Eight Extremities Saint wanted to pursue a higher cultivation realm in this life. At the same time, he wanted to perfect his Eight Extremities divine skill. I didn't expect this. I didn't know there were so many realms above this. The ancient nether demon dragon said in shock. Shut up. The big black cat glared at it. The ancient nether demon dragon became bolder and ignored the big black cat. Instead, it smiled awkwardly and looked at Yiyan. Senior, may I know what realm you're in? Little Black, you tell it. Yiyan was amused by the dragon pig's adorable attitude and looked at the big black cat. The big black cat understood and immediately puffed out its chest and said proudly, My master is an invincible hierarch realm. Senior, you're in the hierarch realm. No wonder you're so powerful. The ancient nether demon dragon said dejectedly. Hierarch realm, the Eight Extreme Saint by the side was also extremely moved. Originally, he even thought that Yiyan's cultivation was just at the Divine Lord realm. He did not expect this. He was already in the hierarch realm. This realm sounded incomparably powerful just from the name alone. It made the Eight Extremities Saint's imagination run wild. At this moment, 7 starry divine dragons flew over. However, the other 6 starry divine dragons had also turned into human form. The 7 of them were all wearing blue robes and looked similar. It was hard to tell them apart. Greetings, Master. The 7 starry divine dragons immediately knelt at Yiyan's feet. The 6 starry divine dragons were all emotional as tears rolled down their cheeks. Yiyan took out a green bead and sighed. You've all been sealed for millions of years, and your cultivation bases have dropped quite a bit. Now, enter my small world and cultivate properly. Thank you, Master. The 7 starry divine dragons said gratefully with tears in their eyes. A ray of green light flashed. The 7 figures who were kneeling on the ground suddenly disappeared. Yiyan kept the bead. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the 7-star mountain. His gaze fell on the 7 starry ancestors. At this moment, Yiyan had invaded the memories of the 7 starry ancestors. Fortunately, the 7 starry ancestors did not have any seals in their minds. This allowed Yiyan to obtain a lot of information. The deduction technique of the 7-star clan is actually inherited from the dragon ancestor, the 9-tailed divine dragon. In the next second, Yiyan retracted his gaze and his expression changed. Tens of thousands of years ago. The name of the 7-star clan member who left the immortal pond small world from the first 7-star mountain was actually Long Xian. This name was somewhat similar to Long Xian's. If he had not just read the memories of the starry divine dragons, Yiyan would have mistaken Long Xian for Long Xian. What secrets does the divine secret pavilion's Chuzu Long Xian have? Yiyan stared at the void and another question arose in his mind. 70,000 years ago. In the immortal pond world, above the 7-star mountain. One day, a mysterious phenomenon appeared in the sky. A phoenix shadow flashed by, followed by a beam of light. One of the clansmen of the 7-star mountain was taken away. This clansman was Long Xian, the first ancestral master of the heavenly mystery pavilion. Another phoenix silhouette. Yiyan's face was slightly cold as he stared into the distance and muttered to himself. He still couldn't understand, how could such a weak phoenix clan be involved in the mastermind's force? Could it be the Ice Phoenix sect? This thought suddenly appeared in Yiyan's mind, but he immediately rejected it. Although the Ice Phoenix sect was an eternal sect and was as famous as the Shenlong sect, it wasn't as powerful as this. The immortal pond small world's spatial strength was comparable to the divine land. With the Ice Phoenix sect's strength, they couldn't break it at all. Even Yiyan, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm 100,000 years ago, couldn't break the immortal pond world's spatial strength. So, in Yiyan's opinion, this was definitely not a native force of the Tsangnan continent. If it was from the divine land, it was possible. But so far, Yi Yan hadn't seen any traces of the Phoenix clan in the Divine Land. The clues were getting more and more confusing. Yi Yan's interest grew. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. He saw that the silver-robed masked man from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion that he had let go had started to teleport continuously after arriving at a valley in the Heavenly Sun Dynasty. He had teleported dozens of times. If it weren't for Yi Yan's powerful divine thought, he would have lost him at this moment. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is too careful. Just a trip back to the sect, and they've teleported so many times, Yi Yan smiled faintly. At this moment, accompanied by a flash of light, the silver-robed masked man appeared in a deep cave in the east of the Plough Empire. It's rare for me to go out, but now that I've returned to the sect, I have to be so careful. This is the last teleportation formation, the silver-robed masked man sighed. He looked around vigilantly and found nothing unusual, then he activated the teleportation formation in front of him. A ray of light rose. The next moment, the silver-robed masked man completely disappeared from the cave. In a mysterious space. Along with the light of the array, the silver-robed masked man suddenly appeared. The surroundings were filled with a faint white mist. In the distance, some ancient pavilions and towers were hidden in the mist. This mysterious space was filled with the aura of a formation. These formations had opened up a small world. It also blocked off the prying eyes of any experts. Unfortunately, he was unable to isolate the strand of spiritual consciousness that Yi Yan had left on the silver-robed masked man. Sigh, the silver-robed masked man stood still and sighed. He looked dejected and thought to himself, I'm finally back. I still don't know how to face the pavilion master, you're back. A voice suddenly rang out in the fog. The silver-robed masked man shuddered, and a look of horror appeared on his face. This was the voice of the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Pavilion master, this trip to the Immortal Pond is really a long story, the silver-robed masked man said bitterly. Come in and talk. Okay. The silver-robed masked man responded and walked into the fog. He went around a pond and entered a square, and finally entered the pavilion master's hall. In the hall, the pavilion master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets stood behind a young man in green with his hands behind his back, staring at him with bright eyes. Greetings to Pavilion Master, Senior. The silver-robed masked man saw the two of them and immediately knelt on the ground. The young man in green closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. He was motionless and his breath was long. The young man's face was much rosier, and his aura had returned to the true God realm. When Yi Yan saw the young man in green, he was stunned. Why did this kid come to the Cangnan continent a few months ago? Yi Yan and Lu Yi went to the Black Water region's Cloud Mist Swamp and saved a young man with the Divine Dragon bloodline. It was the young man in green from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. However, the young man had internal injuries, and his cultivation had dropped from True God Realm Level 4 to True God Realm Level 1. Interesting, this little guy is actually from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, Yi Yan's gaze flickered. While he was shocked, he was also extremely interested. His strand of consciousness. It was connected to the clone in the carriage, and the clone's mind was connected to Yi Yan's mind. Therefore, even if they were separated by a small world, the silver-robed masked man was still within Yi Yan's range of monitoring. Pavilion Master, there are many experts in the Immortal Pond. Our team encountered danger several times in a row. The silver-robed masked man had a sorrowful expression as he began to talk about the tragic experience in the Immortal Pond. After half an incense stick's time, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets' face was gloomy. His gaze was like lightning as he constantly scanned the silver-robed masked man. The experience in the Immortal Pond this time was really beyond his expectations. He didn't expect the people in the Immortal Pond world to be so strong. According to what you said, the Seven Stars clan in the Immortal Pond world are the clansmen of First Ancestor. Their current strength is weaker than that of the Eight God sect, right? The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets said solemnly. The silver-robed masked man nodded and said, it should be. Anyway, that's what they said. Doesn't that mean that the Seven Stars clan's position in that world is precarious and very dangerous? The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets frowned. Back then, the Seven Stars Mountain was in chaos and there was a battle. We left in a hurry and don't know what happened there. The silver-robed masked man had a worried expression. After leaving the Immortal Pond, he had been thinking about the battle in the Seven Stars Mountain. In the Immortal Pond small world, only the Eight God sect could challenge the Seven Stars clan. The Eight God sect descended on the Seven Stars Mountain and started a battle. It was obvious that they had planned this beforehand. Perhaps, the Seven Stars clan wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. It's a pity that my Heavenly Secrets sect is too weak. Otherwise, I really want to make a trip to the Immortal Pond world and help the Seven Stars clan. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets let out a long sigh, his expression bleak. At this moment, the green-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes and smiled indifferently. There are many Eternal Realm experts in the Immortal Pond small world. Your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion doesn't have to participate, I understand, Senior. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion nodded and sighed helplessly. His words had a hidden meaning. Actually, he was also hinting at something. He wanted to borrow this senior's strength to help the people of the Seven Stars clan. The green-robed youth was silent, but his eyes flickered. The surrounding air was strangely silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle. The silver-robed masked man lowered his head, so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe loudly. He seemed to have guessed something. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is just a super sect, and this Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets sect's cultivation base is only at the life and death realm. Inside the Immortal Pond. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of mockery. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had always been good at scheming. It seemed that this Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was also planning to use this true god of the sect. It was just unknown if the green-robed youth would take the bait. Fine, seeing that your Heavenly Secrets sect has contributed so many natural treasures, allowing me to return to the true god realm in a short time, I'll help you this time. The green-robed youth suddenly stood up and said with a smile. What? Senior, you're willing to help? That's great. No matter how astute the pavilion master was, he was overjoyed when he heard the news. He rubbed his hands excitedly, and his old face glowed red. Senior, you're at the true immortal realm. You're invincible in both the Sungnon continent and the small world of the deity pond. Even all the Eternal Realm experts combined are no match for you. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said flatteringly. What you said makes some sense, the azure-robed young man nodded proudly and said with a smile. He had the bloodline of the divine dragon, so his physical body was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. In the divine land, even if he was only at the first level of the true immortal realm, he was comparable to a cultivator at the second level of the true immortal realm. Was the strength of the second level of the true immortal realm not enough to crush the eternal realm natives here? When the azure-robed young man thought of this, his eyes flashed with contempt. In his opinion, the people of the Sungnon continent were a bunch of low-level natives. They were just a bunch of bumpkins who could not be brought to the table. Even the cultivators in the small world of the deity pond were the same. Pavilion Master, the entrance to the small world of the deity pond has been closed. How do we go in? Although the silver-robed masked man was happy to see that his senior was willing to help, he was still a little confused. Only those whose cultivation has reached the true immortal realm can tear open the space and enter the small world of the deity pond. Therefore, this is a piece of cake for you, Senior. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said with a smile. Oh. The silver-robed masked man nodded and looked at the azure-robed young man with a fanatical look in his eyes. He never dreamed that a true God realm powerhouse would actually be powerful to such a horrifying degree. Even a small world spatial barrier could easily tear open a passageway. With this ability, wouldn't he be able to enter the legendary 10 major immortal lands, just as he was indulging in his fantasy? Let's go. Isn't the 7-star mountain fighting? We'll kill our way over and destroy the 8-god sect. At the same time, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will take over the 7-star clan. The azure-robed young man took 2 big steps, turned around, and waved his hand proudly. Senior, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is only a super sect. How dare we take over the 7-star clan? The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion spread his hands and smiled bitterly. I've been overseeing your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for 10,000 years. Naturally, I'll intimidate the 7 Stars clan. If they don't agree, I'll force them to agree and plant a restriction in their bodies. Only you can control this restriction, the green-robed young man said nonchalantly. Thank you, Senior. The pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion grinned from ear to ear as he rubbed his hands in excitement. Having a true god was already terrifying enough. If the Seven Stars clan had so many life and death and eternal experts, even if this senior left the Sunnon continent in the future, the heavenly secret pavilion would still dominate the world forever. As for those so-called eternal sects, how could they be a match for the divination pavilion? Good lad, a mere true god stage level 1 wants to enter the deity pond to annihilate the 8-god sect and then subdue the Seven Stars clan. Yi Yun exclaimed. Senior, who is so bold? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the 8 Extremities Saint's expression turned ugly as he hurriedly asked. You'll know in a while. Let's just wait here, Yi Yun waved his hand and said meaningfully. All right. The 8 Extremities Saint nodded obediently. Until now. The 8 Extremities Saint was unconvinced by anyone except for Yi Yun, the ultimate god stage senior, yet, a mere true god stage level 2 dared to say that he could annihilate the 8-god sect. He was too arrogant. The 8 Extremities Saint was ready to give him a head-on blow and let him know how powerful the 8-god sect was. Yi Yun's eyes flickered. When he saw the pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion and the silver-robed masked man following the green-robed young man out of the mysterious space of the heavenly secret pavilion, the smile on his face became even wider. It would be fine as long as the pavilion master followed them. As the highest leader of the heavenly secret pavilion, he must know a lot of secrets. Yi Yun was ready to catch a turtle in a jar in the small world of the deity pond. After capturing the pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion, Yi Yun wanted to see who gave the heavenly secret pavilion the mission of annihilating the Shenlong sect. In the heavenly Sun dynasty. Somewhere in the void, a vortex suddenly appeared. A ray of light descended, and 3 figures appeared. 2 of them were wearing long silver robes and masks, giving off a mysterious feeling. The other person was a handsome green-robed young man. Senior, the small world of the deity pond should be hidden in the void above the swamp, the pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion said in a deep voice. The green-robed young man nodded and looked at the 7 emerald-like ponds with divine light shining in his eyes. As a true god, it was difficult for this small world to escape his eyes. After sensing for a moment, he quickly discovered an anomaly in the space. Follow me. The green-robed young man waved his hand and flew toward one of the ponds. The pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion and the silver-robed masked man followed closely behind. The green-robed young man stood above the pond and looked up and down. His eyes emitted a terrifying divine light. Open! Suddenly, the green-robed young man roared and reached out his hand to grab the void in front of him. Rip, a crisp sound rang out, and a crack appeared in the void in front of him. Seeing this, the silver-robed masked man gasped. As expected of a true god. He was indeed an invincible existence in the world, to think that a hole could be torn in this small world. I really didn't expect the space of the deity pond world to be as hard as a divine land. After tearing open the space, the green-robed young man's eyes flashed and he was slightly surprised. However, he did not hesitate and rushed into the space entrance. The pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion and the silver-robed masked man followed. The entrance in the void suddenly disappeared. Strange, why is there another true god cultivator in the Sunnon continent? On the carriage. A small, translucent spider suddenly raised its head and asked in surprise, "What are you talking about?" He seems to be from a divine land. A small blue cat opened its sleepy eyes and said in a low voice. A cultivator from a divine land entering the Sunnon continent is seeking death. His cultivation will be ruined, the undead celestial silkworm sighed. Don't worry about it. I met this green-robed young man once, I will deal with him, Yi Yun's voice faintly sounded from within the carriage. This was Yi Yun's clone. In order to accompany Xiaoqi, Yi Yun Kai left behind a clone in the carriage. Understood, master. The demonic beast's expressions were stern as they spoke in unison. 7-Star Mountain. In the void of the deity pond world. Yi Yun looked at the entrance of the deity pond world that had been torn open and 3 figures flew in. He couldn't help but smile. The green-robed young man's cultivation had dropped so much that it would not be easy for him to recover to the 4th level of the true God realm. Once he recovered to the 4th level of the true God realm, his cultivation would stop at that level for the rest of his life. After all, he was also a cultivator from a divine land. Even if he had the bloodline of the dragon clan, he would not be immune. Looking at the array of the 7-star mountain, Yiyin waved his hand gently and the array immediately disappeared. However, the white fog that shrouded the 7-star mountain was still there, floating between the mountain peaks. Strange, why do I feel that the bloodline of the 7-star clan people is not ordinary? The 3 of them flew to the periphery of the white fog. The green-robed young man's eyes flashed and his expression changed when he saw the 7-star clan people inside and sensed the unique bloodline aura. Senior, what did you discover? The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion hurriedly asked in a low voice. The 7-star clan seems to have the bloodline of the dragon clan, but I've never seen such a bloodline before, the green-robed youth said solemnly. When he asked this question, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. He had the bloodline of the divine dragon, and so did the 7-star clan. What a coincidence! The bloodline of the dragon clan? Hearing this, the pavilion master of the divination pavilion was stunned. He glanced at the silver-robed masked man. I don't know either. Pavilion Lord. The silver-robed masked man spread his hands and said aggrievedly. He really didn't know much. Ever since they entered the immortal pond world, their team had been captured here and they're like stray dogs. After arriving at the 7-star mountain, Grand Elder Long Yang didn't tell him about this, so he didn't know. The 7-star mountain is peaceful, and the 7-star clan is still here. It's not like the experts from the 8 Gods sect came to the 7-star clan, right? The green-robed youth glanced ahead and said indifferently. Senior, there was indeed a battle when I escaped. If I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck by lightning 5 times. The silver-robed masked man was flustered and raised his hand to swear. Forget it, let's go in and subdue the 7-star clan first. The green-robed youth interrupted the silver-robed masked man and took a step forward, flying into the fog. The pavilion lord glared at the silver-robed masked man and quickly followed. I'm really unlucky. The silver-robed masked man sighed helplessly and followed. The green-robed youth entered the white fog and immediately released the aura of a true god. An enormous amount of divine power fell like an endless river of stars, filling every corner of the 7-star mountain. What? Why is there another godly state expert here? The 7th-star ancestor looked at the green-robed figure in the void and was so frightened that he trembled. Someone from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets? The 1st-star ancestor's eyes flickered, and he instantly saw the familiar silver-robed masked man. He had interrogated this person before, so he was naturally familiar with him. You guys, are the 7 great star ancestors of the 7-star clan? The green-robed young man came forward and stood in the void with his hands behind his back as he declared proudly. That powerful aura of his suppressed the 7 great star ancestors until they could not breathe. That's right. May I know if Senior is from the outside world? The first celestial ancestor asked in a trembling voice as he cupped his fists and bowed. That's right. I'm also a member of the divination pavilion. The young man in green said calmly. What? The outside world's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion actually had a true God realm powerhouse holding down the fort. The 7-star ancestors looked at each other, their faces filled with endless shock. Your 7-star tribe will be managed by the divination pavilion from now on. If you don't want to obey, you can fight with me. The young man in green had an indifferent look in his eyes as he spoke in a shocking manner. What? You want our 7-star race to submit to the divination pavilion? What kind of joke was this? The 7-star ancestors were immediately enraged. Their 7-star clan had a long history. They were extremely ancient and had a deep origin. The founder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was only a member of the 7-star clan. According to the rules, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was also a branch force of the 7-star race in the outside world. They did not expect the divination pavilion to harbor evil intentions and wanted to incorporate the 7-star clan as soon as they entered the immortal pond. Why? Don't tell me you're not willing? Seeing the hesitation in the 7 great star ancestors' eyes, the young man in green asked coldly. The 7 great star ancestors were all silent. At this moment, a man's voice rang in the void. You want the Seven-Star Clan to submit to the Divination Pavilion? How is that possible? My 8 gods sect will be the first to disagree. A figure in red suddenly appeared in the void. It was the 8 Extremities Saint. The 8 Extremities Saint's sudden appearance was naturally under Yi Yun's instructions. 8 Extremities Saint, the 7 Great Star Ancestors looked at the 8 Extremities Saint with their mouths agape. After a few seconds, their eyes were filled with gratitude. They never expected. The 8 Extremities Saint of the 8 Gods sect, who had always bullied the 7-Star Clan, would lend a helping hand at such a critical moment. This made the 7 Great Star Ancestors feel touched. True God Realm Level 1? Seeing the 8 Extremities Saint suddenly appear, the young man in green was also shocked. He sized him up and found that the 8 Extremities Saint was only at True God Realm Level 1. He immediately felt relieved. His strength was comparable to a True God Realm Level 2 cultivator. Seeing the flustered look on the young man in green's face, Yi Yun, who was above the fairy pond, smiled gently. The 8 Extremities Saint was at True God Realm Level 3. If he fought with the young man in green, it would be bullying. Yi Yun made the 8 Extremities Saint restrain his strength by 2 small realms. A True God Realm Level 1 versus a True God Realm Level 1. Only then would it be fair. But even so. In Yi Yun's opinion, the 8 Extremities Saint was also in existence with a cheat code. Once the divine gate was opened, the young man in green opposite him was no match for him. How can the 8 Extremities Saint be a True God Realm expert? The Divination Pavilion's Pavilion Lord was annoyed and questioned the silver-robed masked man beside him in a low voice. Pavilion Lord, I don't know either. The silver-robed masked man explained helplessly. Sigh. The Divination Pavilion Lord sighed. Both sides were at True God Realm Level 1. If they fought, it would be difficult to kill each other. Even if the outcome could be determined, the original plan to easily subdue the 7 Stars race would probably be aborted. No matter what, the 7 Stars race is still a force in my fairy pond. I will definitely not let your Divination Pavilion get a share of it. The 8 Extremities Saint shouted coldly as his blood boiled. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the young man in green. You're courting death. The young man in green shouted angrily. He took a deep breath and released a divine light from his body. He also threw a punch at the 8 Extremities Saint. The two people's fists shattered countless voids and finally collided with each other. Boom, a loud sound spread out in all directions. A huge force surged over. The young man in green's expression changed drastically as he was immediately sent flying. How can this person's physical body be so strong? The young man in green grimaced as his heart was in turmoil. He had the bloodline of the dragon race and his physical body was extremely strong. He had always been able to crush his opponents among cultivators of the same level. He never thought that he would meet a tough opponent in the fairy pond. Gate of Wonder, open! The 8 Extremities Saint roared as his blood boiled. A blood-red avatar appeared in the void like a tide. Monstrous murderous intent filled the sky. At this moment, the 8 Extremities Saint activated the Gate of Wonder. In an instant, the 8 Extremities Saint's combat strength soared again. His powerful aura rolled out like a wave. His body also turned into a small giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Eat my fist. The 8 Extremities Saint descended from the sky as a blood-red light shrouded the young man in green. A huge iron fist whistled as it landed. What kind of superpower is this? The young man in green was shocked. He hurriedly circulated all the strength in his body and threw a punch back. Boom, the young man in green was sent flying like a meteor as he vomited blood in midair. It was just one punch. The 8 Extremities Saint who had activated the Gate of Wonder injured the young man in green. This scene. It made the Divination Pavilion's Pavilion Master beside him tremble in fear. He suddenly realized that entering the Immortal Pond world was a huge mistake. Come. The 8 Extremities Saint opened his hands and grabbed the young man in green, the Divination Pavilion's Pavilion Master, and the silver-robed masked man in the air. His huge body shook and the 8 Extremities Saint disappeared instantly. In the void above the fairy pond. Senior, I've captured all 3 of them alive. A red light flashed and the 8 extremities saint appeared in front of Yi Yun. All right. Yi Yun nodded slightly. His eyes flashed as he looked at the youth in green who was being held by the 8 extreme saint. Why did you come to the divine land instead of staying in the black water regions? Yi Yun asked nonchalantly. The youth in green widened his eyes and looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Who was this person? How could he recognize that he was from the divine land at a glance? He even knew that he was from the black water regions. How could there be such a person with such foresight in a small world like the Immortal Pond? This was too terrifying. What shocked the youth in green was that the 8 extreme saint who was holding him was so respectful to the white-robed youth and addressed him as senior. It was clear that this person was stronger than the 8 extreme saint. Sigh, I shouldn't have dragged things out and entered the Immortal Pond world so recklessly. I didn't expect there to be someone stronger than me here. The youth in green couldn't help but regret his decision. Senior is asking you a question. Speak. The 8 extreme saint shouted coldly and shook his hand. The youth in green trembled like a sieve. Senior, who are you? After a moment of hesitation, the youth in green finally faced reality and adopted an honest attitude. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, a force that could change life and death descended on the youth in green's mind and changed his image in the youth's mind. This was the appearance of Yi Yun when he was making a name for himself in the divine land. So it's senior. The youth in green was so shocked when he saw Yi Yun's true appearance that he trembled all over with excitement. The 8 extreme saint froze and hurriedly released his hand. Senior, I didn't expect you to be here. This junior deserves to die 1,000 times over. Please punish me. The youth in green knelt down with a plop as if he'd seen his savior and cried bitterly. If it wasn't for Yi Yun, he would have died long ago in the great cloud mist swamp. It could be said that Yi Yun was his savior. When he escaped from the black water regions, the youth in green was still fantasizing that he could meet his savior by chance. As long as he met this benefactor, the people chasing after him wouldn't be a match at all. How could this be? Who exactly is this white-cloaked youth? The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him. It could be seen that this white-clothed youth was the one with the highest status among all of them. He should also be the strongest one. Even the 8 extremities saint addressed himself as a junior in front of this white-clothed youth. As for the real god that the mystery pavilion had obtained with great difficulty, he had actually knelt before the feet of the white-clothed young man. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He felt that this world was too magical. Ever since the appearance of the Immortal Pond, the Pavilion of Divination had inexplicably failed at every step they took. What is your relationship with the Pavilion of Divination? Yi Yun asked coldly. Senior, I've only just joined the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. They provided me with some natural treasures to heal my injuries, so I can be considered their consecrator, the green-clothed youth explained in a panic. He could tell that Yi Yun's attitude toward the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets wasn't very good. Therefore, he told the truth, drawing a clear line between him and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. After entering this continent, not only will your cultivation level drop, your future cultivation path won't exceed True God Realm Level 4. Why do you have to do this? Yi Yun sighed softly. Senior, if I hadn't entered the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Recalling the past, the green-clothed youth's heart was filled with sorrow. What happened? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked. Senior, the Blue Dragon tribe I'm from is only a very small tribe in the Blackwater Wilderness. We don't usually have any hostile forces. I didn't expect that we would be captured by a medium-sized tribe recently, and they threatened to kill all of our people, the green-clothed youth said in a sorrowful voice. Kill all of you? Could it be that someone in your clan has offended that tribe? Yi Yun asked with a frown. The green-clothed youth shook his head and said, No. Senior, the Red Blood tribe suddenly attacked for no reason and threatened to kill all of our people. At that time, most of our people died in battle. I was also brought out of the Blackwater Wilderness by the tribe leader and the others. I didn't expect the Red Blood tribe to be so relentless and chase after us. The tribe leader and the others sacrificed themselves to protect me. At this point, the green-clothed youth's tears fell like rain. What's the benefit of killing a small tribe for a medium-sized tribe? Yi Yin frowned slightly. He felt that there was something fishy, but the green-clothed youth was in this situation and didn't know it. Throughout the whole process, did you feel that there was anything strange about the red blood tribe? Yi Yin asked again. The green-clothed youth thought for a while and said, Senior, the people of the red blood tribe are very strange. After killing our people, they took away all of our blood. It's very suspicious. Take blood? Yi Yin muttered these two words. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it immediately. All the people of the Blue Dragon tribe had the blood of the divine dragon in their bodies. If the blood of these people was taken away and refined, it would be very useful for some people to refine the blood of the Blue Dragon. Senior. The green-clothed youth hesitated for a while and said hesitantly, it's said that the red blood tribe has a cultivation method that requires a large amount of blood to be refined successfully. However, this cultivation method is too evil and has been lost for a long time. I don't know if they found this cultivation method again. It's possible. Yi Yin nodded and waved his sleeve gently. A wave of magic power swept out and helped the green-clothed youth up. When we go to the divine land in the future, I'll bring you back to the Blackwater Wilderness and investigate this matter. At the same time, we'll take revenge for your Blue Dragon tribe, Yi Yin said in a low voice. Thank you, Senior. The green-clothed youth was moved and tears poured out again. He did not expect that this senior with profound strength would actually treat him so well. Seeing the excited youth, Yi Yin just smiled. Logically speaking, he was Zhu Long and was in charge of the dragon tribe in the world, even the humans with the blood of the divine dragon. Now that almost all the people of the Blue Dragon tribe had been exterminated, as Lord Zhu Long, he naturally couldn't sit by and do nothing. In Yi Yin's eyes, the small red blood tribe could be wiped out with a wave of his hand. He would avenge this youth. Then, he would let him go to heaven-reaching island and cultivate quietly there. He could be considered a disciple of the Xianxia sect in the future. After making up his mind, Yi Yin looked up and looked at the two guys from the Tianji Pavilion who were being held by the Eight Extremities Saint. You're the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion? Yi Yin walked over and looked the man up and down. He reached out and tore off the mask on his face. Under the mask, an old face appeared before everyone's eyes. Senior, I'm indeed the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion, the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion said in a panic. Although the white-clothed senior in front of him didn't have any killing intent and had a gentle attitude, he gave him a huge mental pressure. This pressure made him feel like his body was about to explode. Have you heard of the Xianxia sect? Yi Yin asked calmly as he looked at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's pavilion master. Xianxia sect? The pavilion master was stunned. After thinking for 2 seconds, he hurriedly nodded and said, I've heard of it. It's just a small faction in the Celestial Empire. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. Yi Yin raised his hand and slapped the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yi Yin didn't use much strength in this slap. He was afraid that he would kill the pavilion master with one slap. Senior, I didn't say anything wrong. The Xianxia sect is. The pavilion master was stunned. He didn't dare to look straight at Yi Yin. He lowered his head and explained in a panic. I'll give you one more chance. Think about it before you speak. Yi Yin said coldly with his hands behind his back. Senior asked you a question, so you should speak properly. Don't be ungrateful. The green-robed youth also raised his eyebrows and said angrily. There was a moment of silence. The pavilion master shook his head repeatedly. With a sad face, he begged, other than the one in the Celestial Empire. Senior, I really don't know which sect is the Xianxia sect you're talking about. Seeing that the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion did not seem to know anything, Yi Yin's eyes twitched. He knew that the matter of suppressing the Divine Dragon sect had already been passed down to the current pavilion master. After all, this pavilion master was only at the life and death realm. He only had a lifespan of a few thousand years. Was the Heavenly Moon secret realm created by your pavilion of heavenly secrets? Yi Yin didn't give up and asked again. I know a little about this. The eyes of the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion lit up, and he hurriedly explained, the first ancestor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion once left behind some letters, and one of them recorded the Heavenly Moon secret realm. He said that he obtained this small world by accident, and he told all the pavilion masters of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to protect this Heavenly Moon secret realm and not let other forces destroy it. Your first ancestor obtained it? Yi Yin frowned. Yes, that's how it was recorded in the handbook. The pavilion master of the divination pavilion hurriedly nodded. Yi Yin looked at his sincere face and frank tone. It didn't seem like he was lying. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It looks like the first ancestor of the divination pavilion had many secrets. As for the Sky Moon Mystery Land, Yi Yin trusted the mystic Moondragon's words more. Are there any other records about the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm in the handbook? For example, did the first ancestor of your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion raise a devil ape? Yi Yin asked. Demonic ape? Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion recalled and nodded. Back then, first ancestor did raise a black ape called Heaven Battle Devil Ape, but it went missing. I see. Yi Yin nodded slightly. His pupils constricted as he invaded the mind of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Puff, a series of explosions rang out. The head of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was instantly blasted to smithereens. In midair, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. When the Eight Extremities Saint saw this, he stretched out his hand and blocked the explosive force. Pavilion Master. The silver-robed masked man shouted sorrowfully. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The Pavilion Master suddenly exploded. He's dead? Hee hee. That's interesting. Yi Yin's face darkened. As soon as he invaded, the head of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion exploded. It seemed like the mastermind had long added a restriction in his mind. As long as someone snooped on it, it would explode immediately. Yi Yin felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had asked some questions just now. Otherwise, he would have directly invaded the brain. With the death of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he wouldn't be able to obtain any information. Why did this guy suddenly die? The green-robed youth looked at the blood falling from the void and sighed. Someone put a restriction on him. Yi Yin said indifferently. Oh, the green-robed youth had a look of realization. The Eight Extremities Saint raised the silver-robed masked man and asked in a low voice, Senior, what should we do with the other one? Bring him back to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and bring back everything that's useful to him. Yi Yin looked at the green-robed youth and thought for a moment before instructing. I'll definitely complete the mission. The green-robed youth had a solemn expression as he hurriedly agreed. The Eight Extremities Saint quickly released his grip. The silver-robed masked man also regained his freedom. His entire body trembled, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He could now see that there were at least 3 powerhouses at the True God Realm present. In the eyes of such powerhouses, he was as insignificant as an ant. There was no room for negotiation. Now that the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was dead, there was no leader. If he didn't cooperate, he wouldn't be able to escape death. The green-robed youth tore open the void with the silver-robed masked man and left the small world of the Heavenly Pond. It seems that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had made this move a long time ago. It should have been Chuzu Longxian who set it up. He probably did so because of the support of the faction behind him. Standing in the void, Yi Yin pondered over and over again, pondering incessantly. The blurry image of the phoenix appeared in his mind from time to time. Yi Yin speculated that Chuzu Longxian of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion hadn't told his successor much after he'd made all the arrangements. This meant that the current Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion didn't even know about the Shenlong sect from 100,000 years ago. He only knew that there was a fake Shenlong sect. This meant that a very powerful force had once swept through the entire Tsungnan continent and forcibly erased all traces of the Shenlong sect from the ancient records of the various sections. Therefore, almost all the cultivators of the current generation didn't know about the Shenlong sect from 100,000 years ago. Now, Yi Yin was looking forward to getting his hands on those handwritten letters to see if there was any useful information. After pondering for a moment. Let's go, Yi Yin sighed and tapped the void with his hand. A space portal appeared in front of him and he took the lead to walk out. The big black cat, the Eight Extremities Saint, Mu Qing, the ancient demonic dragon, and the others hurriedly followed behind. This group of terrifying experts has finally left. Sensing that the powerful auras had disappeared one after another, the 7 astral ancestors finally dared to use their divine senses to scan the immortal pawns. They only relaxed when they found no trace of anyone. However, when they saw the state of the 7 immortal pawns, they wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, we're still alive, the first astral ancestor sighed. The other celestial ancestors also nodded silently. There was a fluctuation in the void. Yi Yun and the others appeared in the void above the swamp again. The small world of the immortal pond has been abandoned by the 9-tailed divine dragon long ago. It's a pity that it's hidden in the void now, Yi Yun thought to himself as he looked silently at the void. The next moment, Yi Yun reached out and grabbed at the void in front of him. Kacha, a series of violent spatial noises shook the entire Sunsky dynasty. As the void vibrated, the whole world suddenly trembled, brightening and dimming at times. The earth also shook along with it. Senior, what are you doing? The 8 extremities saint's heart shook. He was very confused. What? The next moment, the 8 extremities saint's eyes widened when he saw the void in front of him suddenly split open and a huge world slowly appeared. The immortal pond, this was the small world of the immortal pond. The 8 extremities saint seemed to understand Yi Yun's intention at this moment. Whoosh, the void seemed to be boiling as a huge world was pulled out from the depths of the void by Yi Yun. This was the small world in the immortal pond. Yi Yun's hand emitted a sacred white light. These wisps of light landed on the pocket world. The huge small world gradually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a crystal clear pearl. A ray of light flew past and the pearl fell into Yi Yun's hand. Hiss. The 8 extremities saint inhaled a breath of cold air. Senior's ability is so powerful, he could grab the small world in the immortal pond with one hand and refine it into a spatial treasure. Is this the strength of a godly venerable? It's too terrifying. The 8 extremities saint was shocked and speechless. He looked at the bead. Inside the transparent bead, he could clearly see tiny mountains and rivers, as well as countless living beings. He even saw the 8 gods mountain. He saw the 8 palaces and the 8 war gods on it. In the future, I will bring you to the divine land. That is the heaven for true gods to cultivate. Now that I have refined the small world in the immortal pond into a spatial treasure, it will be under your care. Yi Yun smiled faintly and handed the pearl to the 8 extremities saint. The 8 extremities saint was gifted and Yi Yun wanted to fulfill his wish. The small world in the immortal pond was of no value to him, so he might as well give it to the 8 extremities saint. Senior, the 8 extremities saint held the pearl with both hands and felt that it was heavy. He had mixed feelings and did not know what to do. The 7 Stars clan has the bloodline of the divine dragon. Treat them well in the future and do not cause any disputes, Yi Yun instructed again. I understand, Senior. I will definitely tell the disciples. The 8 extremities saint nodded repeatedly. Yi Yun responded and looked into the distance, quietly waiting for the young man in green to return. The reason Yi Yun allowed the 7-star clansmen to continue staying in the immortal pond small world was because he felt that they had a thin bloodline of the 9-tailed divine dragon in their bodies. Although he did not hate it, he did not like it either. Yi Yun's feeling naturally came from the sinful 9-tailed divine dragon. Therefore, entrusting the 7 Stars clan to the 8 extreme saint was also a pretty good choice. In the future, out of sight, out of mind. A ray of green light suddenly appeared. The green-robed youth had returned. Behind him, there were more than 10 silver-robed masked men wrapped in magic power. Senior, I've already emptied the entire divination pavilion. I've also captured all the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. However, there are too few of them, only a dozen or so. The young man in green cupped his fists and said respectfully. Then, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Yun. Haha, well done. Yi Yun laughed heartily. He took the ring and injected a strand of his inner sight into it. After a while, as Yi Yun scanned the area with his divine sense, his expression became a little strange. He originally thought Zhu Longxian of the Divination Pavilion would have died when his life was up. What he didn't expect was this guy had broken through to the eternal realm more than 60,000 years ago and lived until 30,000 years ago. Logically speaking, even if he had broken through to the eternal realm, it was impossible for him to live for 30,000 years. Unless he was like Xianxia, who sealed himself in a dawn stone and paid a huge price to linger on. To Yi Yan's surprise, Long Xian didn't enter a dawn stone but lived in the Cangnan continent for nearly 40,000 years. If he counted the time in the immortal pond world, his lifespan would be even longer. After thinking about it, Yi Yan judged that there were probably two reasons for this. One was that the mastermind might have given him some kind of support. The second was that Long Xian had the bloodline of the nine-tailed divine dragon in his body, which would make his lifespan longer. Yi Yan recalled the memories of the 7 great star ancestors. Almost every generation of star ancestors, after cultivating to the eternal realm, could live for 20 to 30,000 years. 30,000 years was the limit. And Long Xian could live for more than 30,000 years, which proved that he had another fortuitous encounter. In a secret book of the Divination Pavilion's Pavilion Masters, it was recorded that the Divination Pavilion's first ancestor suddenly disappeared 30,000 years ago. Since then, he had never appeared again. Did he go to the Divine Land? This thought came to Yi Yan's mind. Could it be that he went to the Divine Land to cultivate after completing his merit? Yi Yan felt that this was the only possibility. Since his rebirth, Yi Yan had been solving problems and it was relatively smooth. He didn't expect that things would be difficult when he came to the Divination Pavilion. However, it was good to have difficulties. Yi Yan felt that it was more interesting to face difficulties head-on. Hey, the Pavilion Master of the Divination Pavilion is really a good actor. He didn't tell the truth. As he continued to scan with his divine consciousness, Yi Yan was suddenly surprised. He saw another piece of information in another secret manual of the sect. This message was personally recorded and passed down by the second Pavilion Master of the Divination Pavilion. 30,000 years ago, there was once a sky-level sect that suddenly came and ordered the Divination Pavilion not to appear in the world so as to avoid provoking karma and causing self-destruction. At that time, the second Pavilion Master was also dumbfounded by this order, but he still obeyed the order of the sky-level sect. However, the Pavilion Master of the second generation still recorded this matter down. Under the other party's abuse, he didn't record the name of the sky-level sect. The other Pavilion Masters of the past had all written down their comments at the back of this news. All of these comments were filled with anger. So, the Pavilion Masters of the Divination Pavilion worked hard to get rid of this fate, which was why they had the plan to create the ancient phantom dragon in the Ghost Well. Interesting, which sky-level sect is it? Yi Yan's interest was piqued again. He scanned and didn't find anything useful, so he put away the ring. Seeing those cowering disciples of the Divination Pavilion, Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat, his pupils constricted, and his divine consciousness scanned one of them. Poof, the masked silver-robed man's head burst open, and his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, Yi Yan frowned, as if he had understood something. The official disciples of the Divination Pavilion all had high cultivation realms, and all of them cultivated a divine ability. And this divine ability, it would form a star compass imprint in one's mind. This imprint, it was the reason why it prevented anyone from prying. Thinking of this, Yi Yan didn't intend to pry into these people's memories, and with a wave of his hand, he sealed these people and put them away. Eh? That kid surnamed Lu, why did he leave the flying immortal city? Yi Yan's expression changed, and he suddenly looked at a certain place in the void. Lu Dio, the outer disciple of the Divination Pavilion, the silver-robed young man who auctioned the deep well fishing rod, was now quietly leaving the flying immortal city through the teleportation array. He continuously teleported across the distant void, and finally appeared in the Plough Empire. That kid has returned to the Langia Mountain. After tracking Lu Dio for a while, Yi Yan suddenly burst out laughing when he saw Lu Dio above a familiar mountain range. The vast mountain range still existed after 100,000 years. The air between the mountains was still filled with the faint scent of wine. Wasn't this Lu Linlong's hometown? Yi Yan waved his hand. A black carriage suddenly tore open the rift and appeared in front of him. The 8 extremities saint's eyes widened when he saw the beasts on the carriage. His face was filled with astonishment. Among the beasts, there were 2 whose cultivation he couldn't see through. In the eyes of the 8 extreme saint, the big black cat and Mu Qing were only in the life and death realm. Even if they were favored by the senior, they were not important in the Eight Extreme Saint's heart. The Eight Extreme Saint had been an unparalleled genius since he was young. His iron fists were invincible, and he had always believed in strength. He originally thought that Yi Yin only had these two people by his side. He did not expect that a carriage of demonic beasts would suddenly appear. Among them, there were actually two small demonic beasts. They were so powerful that even he could not see their cultivation base. This meant that they had already surpassed the true immortal realm and were at least in the Divine Lord realm. Senior's foundation is really shocking. The Eight Extreme Saint was shocked and thought to himself. Little Black, introduce everyone to each other. Yi Yin looked at the big black cat and smiled as he instructed. Then, he took a step forward and entered the carriage. Yes, master. The big black cat hurriedly agreed. After entering the carriage, he saw that little Seven was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Yi Yin merged with his clone. He closed his eyes. Yi Yin continued to sense the movements in the Langia mountain of the Plough Sky Empire. At this moment, Lu Dao stopped outside the Langia mountain with a complicated expression. He stood in the void in a daze, as if he was recalling something. At this moment, a figure flashed. Mu Qing also walked in obediently and began to boil water, preparing to make tea for the master. Outside the carriage, the demonic beasts in the carriage were also sizing up the newcomers. This immortal pond world is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There's actually a third stage true immortal realm figure. The Jade Ruri Spider's eyes lit up inside. Looks like he's also an incredible genius. His blood chi is vigorous and his body is also incomparably strong, the undead celestial silkworm praised. The people that the master brings back are never too weak, the azure heavenly dragon laughed. Who says he won't? Look over there, there's a green piglet. Its cultivation base is very weak, only in the life and death realm. The Jade Ruri Spider laughed. Why is there a pig? It's so small and has a pair of dragon horns, haha. The demonic beasts also laughed loudly. Seniors, let me introduce you. The big black cat took 2 steps forward and rubbed its hands. It smiled excitedly and said, "This is the Immortal Pond's 8 Extremities Saint. Master has brought him out and will send him to the Divine Land in the future. Greetings, seniors." The 8 Extremities Saint didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to the blue kitten and the white silkworm. This action pleased the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon and the Undying Celestial Silkworm greatly. Rise. The Undying Celestial Silkworm smiled. It had developed a favorable impression of this 8 Extremities Saint. This senior Undying Celestial Silkworm is at least at the Divine Lord realm. The big black cat pointed at the Undying God Silkworm and smiled in admiration. Blackie, you're wrong this time. Senior Undead Celestial Silkworm has already broken through to the Hierarch realm, the Heavenly Jade Dragon said faintly, his voice filled with an indescribable envy. What? Senior Undead Celestial Silkworm is already in the Hierarch realm? Isn't that the same as Master? The big black cat was shocked. My Hierarch realm can't be compared to Master. Even if Master is at the true immortal realm, he can easily crush me with a finger. The Undying Celestial Silkworm shook its head, its chubby silver face showing a humble expression. Heh heh. The big black horse's mouth twitched strangely, and then it laughed silently. The Undying Celestial Silkworm had entered Master's warehouse and must have seen the world and knew how terrifying Master was. Seeing the Undying Celestial Silkworm being so humble, the others didn't say anything. This senior Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon is from the Dragon Clan and his cultivation has reached the Divine Lord realm, the big black cat introduced again. Greetings, senior. The 8 Extremities Saint was shocked. He didn't expect the blue kitten to be a divine dragon with a cultivation higher than his. He couldn't help but respect it. This senior Jade Wishful Spider is at the true immortal realm level 10. The big black cat introduced again. Another true immortal with a cultivation higher than his. The 8 Extremities Saint cupped his fists and said politely, "Greetings, fellow Daoist." Why do you call them seniors and call me fellow Daoist? Do you think that since we are both at the true immortal realm, you want to talk to me as equals? The Jade Wishful Spider narrowed its eyes and sneered. The 8 Extremities Saint's expression froze. Wasn't it normal for true immortals to call each other fellow Daoist? Did he have to call the other party senior? The conceited Eight Extremities Saint couldn't bring himself to say that word. Fellow Taoist, although I'm at the true immortal realm level 3, my combat power is comparable to a true immortal realm level 10 cultivator. So, it should be fine for us to call each other fellow Taoist, right? The Eight Extremities Saint thought for a moment and said. TSK, the peerless prodigies of the small world of the immortal pond are so arrogant and think they are invincible. The Jade Wishful Spider said and looked at the undying celestial silkworm. Don't cause trouble. Master is still inside. The undying celestial silkworm warned. Why would I cause trouble? A mere true immortal realm cultivator can't even enter my eyes. The Jade Wishful Spider chuckled. The Eight Extremities Saint's expression was bitter. He didn't know what to do. He felt that this tiny, translucent spider was quite hostile towards him. However, he wasn't afraid of it. In terms of strength, if he opened all 8 divine gates, he was equivalent to an immortal existence. He could kill the other party with brute force. Just as he thought of that, the Eight Extremities Saint's body swayed twice. His consciousness blurred, and he couldn't exert any strength. What's going on? Am I poisoned? The Eight Extremities Saint was shocked. He had never experienced this before. He was a true immortal realm cultivator. His body was unbelievably strong. Even if he didn't open the divine gates, his body was invulnerable to all poisons. In this situation, it seemed that a kind of poison had silently sneaked into his body and invaded his strength. His vigorous chi and blood seemed to be out of control. They all went dormant. Eight Extremities Saint, you were poisoned by the Jade Wishful Spider. Are you all right? The undying celestial silkworm saw through the clues and hurriedly asked in a loud voice. The Eight Extremities Saint was on the verge of collapse. His consciousness began to blur. He couldn't help but be shocked. He did not expect that when gods and ghosts did not know, he was ambushed by a true god realm little spider. This poison was really powerful. Alright, I won't bully you anymore, the Jade Wishful Spider chuckled and gently inhaled. A wave of invisible energy escaped from the Eight Extremities Saint's body in wisps and wisps. The Eight Extremities Saint shook his head and immediately felt his body return to normal. Greetings, Senior Jade Wishful Spider. I was ignorant just now. Please forgive me. The Eight Extremities Saint cupped his fists and said sincerely. He knew very well that this tiny translucent spider was able to suppress his strength without him knowing. Its true strength should be even more terrifying. Amazing, amazing, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was shocked when he saw this scene. Then I'll continue to introduce, seeing that the misunderstanding had been resolved, the big black cat instantly heaved a sigh of relief. It rubbed its hands and continued to introduce with a smile. Soon. Thus, he introduced all the demonic beasts in the carriage to him. The Eight Extremities Saint also greeted everyone. Alright, the introductions are over. The big black cat clapped its hands happily as if it had completed a very important task. You haven't introduced me yet? Brother Cat. A weak voice suddenly sounded beside the big black cat. Oh, right, I forgot that there's a pig beside me. The big black cat slapped its forehead and pretended to be annoyed. While the big black cat was in a daze, the ancient demonic dragon hurriedly picked up the pig trotter and said with a flattering smile, Seniors, this little one is called Ancient Demonic Dragon. I'm also from the dragon race, but I was turned into a pig by Master. That's why I look so cute, haha. Seeing the horned piglet's lively opening speech, many of the great demons laughed out loud. Aya! What a cute little pig! I didn't expect it to be a dragon. Maubauer exclaimed. Ancient Demonic Dragon? Blood Chief Demonic Dragon shouted, Don't you have the ghost wells? Yes, I'm that dragon. The Ancient Demonic Dragon hurriedly nodded. Pung, a palm slapped its forehead, and the Ancient Demonic Dragon immediately felt dizzy. Yes, your head. These seniors all have profound cultivation bases. How can you talk to them? The big black cat scolded angrily. Brother Cat, I'm just trying to join the group. The Ancient Demonic Dragon said, feeling wronged. You want to join the group? You're such a bad guy. The big black cat glared at it and scolded. In its heart, the ancient demonic dragon called itself the Dragon Ancestor, and even dared to challenge Master. It was too arrogant and sinful. Looking at the cute little pig, the heaven-drilling mouse's eyes spun. Haha, a stupid pig has come. Finally, there's a new source of firepower. My days will be better in the future. The heaven-drilling mouse was secretly delighted. Forget it, little black, don't bully it. It's only been weakened to life and death first layer by Master. It won't be a threat to you. The big black horse pursed its lips and grinned. Uncle Ma is right. The big black cat gave a flattering smile, and the unhappiness it felt just now instantly dissipated. Carrying the ancient demonic dragon, the big black cat returned to the carriage and threw it inside. Then, with a shake of its body, it transformed into a black kitten. The eight extremities saint was stunned, not knowing where he should stand. The carriage was filled with either cats, spiders, or silkworms. There was even a small yellow mouse. It was a little crowded. Eight extremities saint, there's a seat beside me. You can sit here. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon shifted its body, opening up a small space. Yes, Senior. The eight extremes saint smiled bitterly in his heart. He had no choice but to take a step forward and sit beside the carriage. This carriage? He touched it with his hand and suddenly felt that this carriage was different, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. You didn't guess wrong. Master's carriage is also at the divine level. The Azure Heavenly Dragon laughed. Upon hearing this, the eight extremities saint's expression changed again as he recalled the golden immortal boat. Senior's foundation is simply too strong, the eight extreme saint said embarrassedly. My old master's foundation is so powerful that it's hard for you to imagine, the undead celestial silkworm chuckled. It was a demonic beast that had entered the warehouse, so it naturally knew how terrifying it was inside. The eight extremities saint didn't dare to speak and lowered his head in silence. I forgot to tell you, don't reveal your cultivation base in the carriage. Lower your cultivation base to the life and death realm, the undead celestial silkworm reminded. Okay. The eight extremities saint took a deep breath and quickly suppressed his cultivation base. Master, where are we going? The big black horse turned its head and asked respectfully. The Plow Empire. Yiyan said indifferently in the carriage. Okay. The big black horse replied and pulled the carriage away. In the carriage. Yiyan closed his eyes. Although he was quietly cultivating, he was still paying attention to the situation in Langia Mountain. In the sky above Langia Mountain. I've been away from the family for a long time. It's time to go back. Lu Dio was silent for a moment and finally made up his mind. A ray of light flew into Langia Mountain. During the flight, Lu Dio's expression became relaxed as he smelled the smell of wine in the air. Although the Lu family was only an upper-rank sect, it was famous in the entire Plow Empire. The Lu family's winemaking technique was unparalleled in the world. Whoosh, a ray of light descended, and Lu Dio landed in front of the mountain gate. Lu Dio, weren't you expelled from the Lu family? Why are you back? A young man guarding the mountain gate looked at Lu Dio and asked with a surprised expression. I have something to discuss with the Patriarch. Lu Dio said in a low voice. His expression was somewhat low-key. Although he was from the divination pavilion, he was only an outer disciple. Moreover, he was involved in the sect rules, so his identity couldn't be exposed. He could only hide it. He was expelled from the Lu family because he was young and impetuous. He did an unforgivable wrong and was expelled from the Lu family. Okay, I'll report to the Patriarch. The young man sized up Lu Dio. After discovering that he was in the life and death realm, he turned around and ran in fright. Back then, when Lu Dio left the Lu family, his cultivation wasn't so high. Unexpectedly, after all these years, he had already become a life and death realm cultivator. With such a cultivation, he would be an elder in the Lu family. After a moment, the young man ran back and said while panting, the Patriarch is waiting for you in the main hall. Thank you. Lu Dio cupped his fists and said politely. Then, he floated through the mountain gate and went straight to the main hall. Along the way, Lu Dio was getting more and more excited. When he left the Lu family, he was only in the Divine Bridge realm. And when he came back again, he was already a life and death realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Entering the main hall, Lu Dao saw a familiar figure with his back to him. Patriarch, I'm back. Lu Dao cupped his fists with an excited expression. Great! I didn't expect you to be a life and death realm cultivator. A gray-robed old man turned around. His face was full of wrinkles as he said with a sigh. He was the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Xianxia. Patriarch, I deserve to be expelled from the Lu family, but this time, I really have something important to do, so I came back. Lu Dao stared at the patriarch with bright eyes as he kept explaining. Great, I did go too far back then and expelled you from the Lu family. This matter has passed for so many years, and I have been brooding about it. Later, I sent people to look for you, but they couldn't find you, Lu Xianxia sighed. Hearing the patriarch's words, Lu Dao's heart surged. He took out the black wine jar and handed it over with both hands. Patriarch, I obtained this by accident. Can you take a look and see if it belongs to our ancestors? Lu Dao said respectfully. When Lu Xianxia saw the black wine jar, he was shocked. He quickly took it with both hands and kept looking at it in front of his eyes. Heaven rank, black wine jar, he kept repeating these words, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, this is the ancestor's item. Lu Xianxia said excitedly. Patriarch, this wine jar should belong to our family's wine immortal patriarch, right? Lu Dao asked in a low voice. Yes, this is brewed by the most powerful winemaker in the history of our Lu family, Patriarch Lu Linlang, who is also known as the Wine Fairy. Lu Xianxia puffed out his chest, his eyes shining, and said with a rich expression. The reason why the Lu family's winemaking technique was still famous in the Plough Heavenly dynasty was naturally related to this wine immortal patriarch. Patriarch, then you can take this wine jar into the family. It's also a little contribution I made to the family. Lu Dao whispered. Of course. You found the wine jar. This time you've made a great contribution to the family. Why don't you return to the family? What do you think? Lu Xianxia's eyes flashed and said with an eager face. Lu Dao hesitated for a moment and said, I can return to the Lu family, but I may not be able to take charge on normal days. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he was very eager to return to the Lu family. Otherwise, he would not have rushed back from afar. Alright, then it's settled. You're now a life and death realm cultivator, so you'll have the title of an elder. Lu Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Dao nodded, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. After wandering for so many years, he finally returned to his roots. The two were silent for a moment. Lu Xianxia stared at the black wine jar in his hand and suddenly sighed. Patriarch, why are you sighing? Lu Dao asked. Lu Xianxia said slowly with a painful face, 100,000 years ago, our Lu family's wine immortal ancestor was an all-powerful figure. Now that the world has changed and the years have passed, our Lu family's winemaking technology has never been able to reach the peak. Patriarch, when I left, our Lu family was studying the 9th grade glory. Now that so many years have passed, have we still not broken through? Lu Dao was stunned and asked quickly. Not yet, we've only reached the beginner 8th grade. There's still a long way to go to the 9th grade, Lu Xianxia sighed. Oh, Lu Dao's mood was complicated, and he didn't know what to say. The 9th grade glory was a kind of fine wine passed down by Lu Linlang, the wine immortal ancestor. It was divided into 9 grades and 9 levels. The 9th grade was the highest. Although the formula and process were left behind, for some reason, the Lu family was still unable to brew the highest level 9th grade glory. 1,000 years ago, it was only the 7th grade. 1,000 years later, it had just broken through to the beginner 8th grade. There was still a long way to go to the 9th grade. The 9th grade glory is unparalleled in the world. How can a group of trash like you study it? In the carriage, Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although these people were considered the descendants of Lu Linlang's family, they had nothing to do with Yi Yan. Seeing that they overestimated themselves and still wanted to brew the 9th grade splendid, Yi Yan also felt that they were really a little crazy. Only Lu Linlang possessed the 9th grade glory. She was the only one in the world who could brew that kind of wine. and the person who enjoyed it. Yi Yan was the only one who did it. Patriarch, grade 8 is fine too. Over the years, our Lu family has been working tirelessly to improve our winemaking skills. I believe that this effort and contribution is enough to comfort the spirit of the wine immortal patriarch in the underworld, Lu Dao comforted him. Don't say that, it's true. Lu Zhenchuan was shocked. He quickly patted Lu Dao's shoulder and said in a low voice, the wine immortal patriarch is not dead. It is said that she is still alive. Alive? Lu Dao was stunned. Then, the expression on his face became extremely interesting. What was going on? The wine immortal patriarch was a figure from 100,000 years ago. How could she still be alive now? Even if she reached the eternal realm, her lifespan would not be so long, right? He looked at the patriarch in confusion. You are now an elder. I can tell you this secret, Lu Zhenchuan sighed and said in a low voice, the wine immortal patriarch had indeed disappeared 100,000 years ago. We also thought that she had fallen. Who would have thought that 30,000 years ago, she would send someone to spread the news again? She sent a craft recipe and told our Lu family to immediately continue brewing the 9th grade splendid. The wine immortal patriarch is still alive? Then, where is she? The patriarch's words set off stormy waves in Lu Dao's heart. She is in the Xianxia mortal palace. It is said that she has not aged at all. Lu Zhenchuan laughed. Xianxia mortal palace, what kind of force is this? Lu Dao asked in shock. As a disciple of the Divine Secret Pavilion, he was very clear about the forces above the super sex, but he had never heard of the Xianxia Immortal Palace. The Xianxia Immortal Palace is not far from our Xianxia mountain, but it is hidden in the void and no one can see it. The Xianxia Immortal Palace is an extremely mysterious and ancient force that usually does not show up in this world. Only our Lu family, because of the wine immortal patriarch, knows about the existence of the Xianxia Immortal Palace. Lu Zhenchuan said tirelessly. Hearing this, Lu Dao was even more shocked. Was there really such a powerful sect in this world? It seemed that its strength had surpassed the eternal realm. The emissaries of the Xianxia Immortal Palace are all in the eternal realm. You can imagine how powerful this force is, Lu Zhenchuan sighed softly. This secret was only known to a limited number of people in the Lu family. In the distant void, a black carriage was galloping. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan heard the conversation between Lu Zhenchuan and Lu Dao. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Lu Linlang was still alive. This was truly an earth-shattering piece of news. Lu Linlang did not go to the Divine Land, but lived in the Cangnan continent for 100,000 years. What kind of force was the Xianxia Immortal Palace? 100,000 years ago. As the first eternal realm expert in the Cangnan continent, Yi Yan had never heard of the Xianxia Immortal Palace. Among other things, it could let people live for 100,000 years. This showed that the Xianxia Immortal Palace was also a powerful force. A force comparable to the Divine Land Divine Emperor level. The Lu family. In the Sect Master's Hall. Since then, our Lu family has officially started to brew the wine, Glory. Unfortunately, this wine is too complicated. After so many years of research, we have only developed it to the 8th grade, Lu Zhenchuan sighed. The Lu family had a very deep foundation in brewing wine, but even with the recipe provided by the wine immortal patriarch, they still could not brew the 9th grade Glory. It could be seen how brilliant the wine immortal ancestor was back then. Lu Dao was silent, still in shock. Yes. You're back this time, so don't leave for the time being. In 7 days, the Xianxia mountain will hold a brewing competition. Lu Zhenchuan suddenly said. A brewing competition? Lu Dao was taken aback. The Lu family's brewing skills were unparalleled in the world, and the wine they produced was in short supply. Why would they hold a brewing competition? This time, we have invited the top winemakers in the whole continent. The recipe of our Lu family will be announced in the competition. Let's see if they can brew the 9th grade Glory. Lu Zhenchuan said in a deep voice. Then the recipe will be spread out, won't it? Lu Dao exclaimed. It doesn't matter. As long as they can help us brew the highest grade Glory, our Lu family will be able to get through this safely. Lu Zhenchuan smiled bitterly. Patriarch, why is that? Lu Dao was shocked and hurriedly asked in surprise. The messenger of the Xianxia Immortal Palace gave us a deadline. If we can't brew the 9th grade glory, our Lu family will be punished by the Xianxia Immortal Palace. Lu Zhinshan spread out his hands and said helplessly. Why is that? Isn't the wine immortal patriarch of our Lu family in the Xianxia Immortal Palace? Lu Dao asked with his eyes wide open. Because the wine immortal patriarch of our Lu family could no longer brew the 9th grade glory more than 30,000 years ago. Lu Zhinshan lowered his head and sighed with a sad face. How? How is this possible? Lu Dao's face was full of shock. Facing the helpless old face of the patriarch, he felt that his whole brain was not working well. Lu Linlang, the wine immortal ancestor, was unparalleled in the world in brewing wine and created the 9th grade glory. Only she could brew the 9th grade glory. However, what was shocking was that, as the founder of the 9th grade glory, ancestor Lu Linlang could not brew it. What on earth happened? There is no way to know the specific reason. After all, the emissary of the Long River Immortal Palace has always been tight-lipped and did not tell us. He just asked us to study the 9th grade glory ourselves. Seeing the shocked look on Lu Dao's face, Lu Zhinshan smiled bitterly. Patriarch, why is the Long River Immortal Palace so insistent on our Lu family brewing the 9th grade glory? Lu Dao asked with a frown. Lu Zhinshan said, it is said that the master of the Long River Immortal Palace likes to drink very much, especially the 9th grade glory. Back then, he took the wine immortal ancestor into the Long River Immortal Palace because he saw the ancestor's brewing talent. Oh. Lu Dao was silent. For a moment, he did not know what to do. The strength of the Long River Immortal Palace is really terrifying. Our Lu family has been keeping this secret for so many years, not daring to tell outsiders. Lu Zhinshan sighed. If not for their strength, how could the wine immortal ancestor of our Lu family live for 100,000 years? Lu Dao smiled bitterly. Such a force had already surpassed the level of an eternal rank sect. He never dreamed that there was such a powerful and hidden force in the Songnan continent. If such a force appeared in the world, any eternal level sect would be vulnerable in front of the Long River Immortal Palace. In the carriage galloping in the void. Lu Linlang, this girl, can't brew the 9th grade glory. What on earth happened? Yi Yan furrowed his brows. Lu Linlang's talent in brewing was unparalleled in the world. It stood to reason that she should be able to brew it. After entering the Long River Immortal Palace, what on earth happened to her? Yi Yan's interest was suddenly aroused. To Yi Yan, the fact that Lu Linlang was still alive was the best piece of news. How many years had it been since he tasted the 9th grade glory? Yi Yan thought of the past, and a warm feeling emerged in his heart. Then, he looked at Xiaoqi who was beside him. Seeing the little girl sitting cross-legged with her palms facing the sky with a serene expression, Yi Yan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Back then, Yun Xiao, this little girl, was very hostile towards Lu Linlang. When Lu Linlang came to deliver wine, Yun Xiao often thought of ways to stop her. Because of this, the two of them often fought. Recalling the past, Yi Yan suddenly felt that the days since his rebirth had become even more exciting. He was no longer alone. Yi Yan's confidant seemed to have miraculously survived according to fate's other arrangements. Could this be the treatment of a child of destiny? Yi Yan smiled and closed his eyes again. His consciousness was still paying attention to the Lu clan's movements. Patriarch. At this moment, a figure walked in from outside, and the conversation between Lu Zhinshan and Lu Dao immediately stopped. What happened? Lu Zhinshan asked. Patriarch, the spring water in the peach blossom pond is about to be filled, an old clansman said respectfully. I understand. Lu Zhinshan nodded, then looked at Lu Dao and said, let's go and take a look, okay. Lu Dao looked excited. The peach blossom pond was one of the forbidden areas of the Lu clan. Usually, only the patriarch and the others were qualified to go there. Since he was young, he had always been very interested in the peach blossom pond, but he was not qualified to enter, so 1,000 years later, he still had this regret in his heart. The peach blossom pond was surrounded by peach blossoms. The peach blossoms here bloomed all year round, and everywhere was filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms. The spring water in the peach blossom pond was crystal clear and sweet, and it was the supreme formula of the Lu clan's wine. If ordinary wine was added to the spring water in the peach blossom pond, it would become even more mellow and sweet. Along the peach blossom path, Lu Dao followed the patriarch to the peach blossom pond, smelling the intoxicating fragrance of the peach blossoms. This was a spiritual pond that was dozens of square feet wide. The spiritual energy in this pond was oppressive, with a special aura that seemed to be able to sublimate one's soul. There is a lot. Do you know why I called you to the peach blossom pond? Staring at the spring water slowly flowing out, the level of the pond was almost the same as the height of the peach blossom pond. Lu Xianxia frowned and said quietly. Patriarch, please enlighten me. Lu Dao said with a solemn face. Do you see a stone statue of a divine dragon at the bottom of the pond? Lu Xianxia pointed with his finger. Lu Dao was slightly taken aback. He had indeed seen a stone statue of a golden dragon that was 10 feet long in the pond. At that time, he was puzzled. He did not know why there was a stone statue of a golden dragon in the peach blossom pond. Although he was a member of the Lu clan, it was his first time here, so he knew nothing about the stone statue of a golden dragon in the peach blossom pond. A master of divination once said that this stone statue of a golden dragon suppresses the luck of our Lu clan, so we can't brew the ninth grade glory. Lu Xianxia's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice. There is such a saying? Lu Dao was shocked. He released his divine sense again and scanned the stone statue of a golden dragon, but found that there was a force that bounced his divine sense back. His face turned ugly. It seemed that this stone statue of a golden dragon was very mysterious. There is such a saying. Lu Xianxia said with a serious face. Patriarch, why is there a stone statue of a golden dragon in the water of our Lu clan's peach blossom pond? This stone statue of a golden dragon is not naturally formed, it seems to have been added later, right? Lu Dao asked. Yes, it was added later, but as for who did it, our Lu clan has no record of it, Lu Xianxia said with a sigh. Patriarch, since a master said that this stone statue of a golden dragon suppresses the luck of our Lu clan, why don't we move it away now? Lu Dao said with a smile. Do you think I don't want to? According to that master, the Lu clan must move this stone statue of a golden dragon personally, otherwise, it will not have any effect. Lu Xianxia spread out his hands, smiled helplessly, and continued, as long as there is a life and death realm cultivator in our Lu clan, I will bring him here and let him try to move this stone statue of a golden dragon. However, without exception, all of them failed. Now I can only let you have a try. Patriarch, let me have a try. Lu Dao took a deep breath, the expression on his face tense. There were many life and death realm cultivators in the Lu clan in the past tens of thousands of years, but they all failed without exception. If he tried, he might not succeed. Staring at the stone statue of a golden dragon, Lu Dao began to accumulate power, ready to use his peak power to grab the stone statue of a golden dragon. That's F***king nonsense. Why would I suppress the luck of the Lu clan? Hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Yun's brows relaxed, and he wished he could slap these two little guys to death. This golden dragon stone statue was naturally placed by Yi Yun. His purpose was to slow down the flow of the spring water. Thus, there were some runes and formations carved on the stone statue to prevent others from easily moving it. This golden dragon stone statue has been guarding here alone for 100,000 years. Now it's useless, Yi Yun pointed down. Below the golden dragon statue was the exit of the peach blossom pool's spring water. Xiaoqian added a small ceiling formation to slow down the rate at which the spring water gushed out. At the same time, the golden dragon stone statue in the peach blossom pond mysteriously disappeared. Lu Dao's hand stopped in midair as he looked at the peach blossom pond in disbelief. How did the golden dragon stone statue disappear as soon as he made a move? It was too strange. Lu Xianxia was ecstatic. Haha, it's great. You really are the chosen one. This time you really saved our Lu family. Lu Xianxia laughed. He laughed heartily. His laughter was like waves that shook the peach blossom trees and caused the petals to fall. For a moment, the petals were falling. Lu Dao was also puzzled. He scratched his head with his hand and smiled embarrassedly. Without the suppression of the golden dragon stone statue, the Lu family's luck will definitely be able to brew the 9th grade glory in the brewing competition 7 days later. In that case, we can report to the Long River Immortal Palace. Lu Zhenshan's eyes narrowed into slits as he rubbed his chin and laughed. Patriarch, will the emissaries of the Long River Immortal Palace also participate in the brewing competition? Lu Dio asked. If we brew the 9th grade splendid 9th grade, they will naturally show up, Lu Zhenshan laughed. Lu Dio nodded and his expression relaxed. The golden dragon stone statue's inexplicable disappearance was indeed extremely strange. Perhaps it could also mean that the Lu family's luck had indeed improved. The two chatted and laughed as they left the peach blossom pond. It seems that I will have to participate in this brewing competition, inside the carriage. Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he suddenly made a decision. In fact, when he took away the golden dragon stone statue, Yi Yan had such a thought. There were many masters of wine brewing in this world, but no one could brew the 9th grade glory. Yi Yan could not do it himself. But he could cheat. Don't forget that he could use the heavenly illusory eyes to create illusions. He was the only person in the world who had tasted the 9th grade glory. Naturally, he was familiar with the unique taste of the wine. Therefore, with his personal experience, the illusions that Yi Yan created would be extremely realistic. No one would notice it. A black horse carriage broke through the air and traveled. When they left the Sky Sun dynasty, everyone who saw Yi Yan felt an inexplicable sense of absent-mindedness. Some memories in their minds were unknowingly erased. It was a piece of cake for Yi Yan, who was in the ultimate god realm, to erase memories on such a large scale. The carriage entered the carriage. The carriage slowed down and slowly drove towards Xianxia mountain. On the 6th day. The carriage was already 100 miles away from the foot of Xianxia mountain. You guys can just wait here. Yi Yuni lifted the curtain, walked out, and said to the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts hurriedly nodded in agreement. Why don't you open my eyes this time as well? All right. Yi Yan thought for a moment and agreed. The Jade Wishful Spider's cultivation speed was very fast. In just a few days, it had reached the peak of the 10th level of the true immortal realm. It was only one step away from breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. It wasn't just the Jade Wishful Spider. From the time they entered the Immortal Pond until half a month ago, several juniors and some beasts of the Shenlong sect had broken through with the help of the Divine Earth Spirit Stone. Even Xiaoqi had entered the 5th level of the Soul Sculpting Realm from the 1st level of the Soul Sculpting Realm. Her progress was quite fast. Although Yi Yan went alone, he also left a clone to accompany Xiaoqi. The little girl cultivated very hard and almost had no time to rest. This made Yi Yan very pleased. The 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect that Yi Yan was most concerned about had made great progress in their cultivation. Jun Maxiao had reached the 5th level of the Fate Realm. Luo Li and Su Wani had reached the 4th level of the Fate Realm. Mu Qing and the Big Black Cat had reached the middle of the 3rd level of the Life and Death Realm. Mao Bao'er had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Fate Realm. As for the little heaven-drilling mouse, Yi Yan also rewarded it with spirit stones. Recently, the heaven-drilling mouse had also broken through to the 3rd level of the Life and Death Realm. As for the eternal great beasts, the Big Black Horse had broken through to the 6th level of the Eternal Realm. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon had broken through to the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. The Mystic Bird and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon had broken through to the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. The Undead Celestial Silkworm was still the same. After reaching the Hierarch Realm, its speed slowed down. The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Divine Lord Realm, only one step away from the 3rd level. Seeing these people's breakthroughs, Yi Yan was very happy. The sooner he raised these juniors, the sooner he could lead the Sungnan continent. As for the ancient Nether Demon Dragon and the 8 Extremities Saint, Yi Yan did not give them any spirit stones, so their realms did not change. Thank you, Master, hee hee. The Jade Wishful Spider smiled and turned into a cute little girl. She skipped to Yi Yan's side and put her little hands behind her back. She smiled and said no more. The 8 Extremities Saint looked unnatural. He looked at Yi Yan and asked embarrassedly, Senior, I also want to join the Shenlong sect. Would you like to accept me? Why is that? Yi Yan asked, amused. I saw that the seniors and fellow Taoists in the Shenlong sect are cultivating at an amazing speed. I asked them and it turns out that they have a type of spirit stone with divinity. The 8 Extremities Saint rubbed his hands and said with a red face. He naturally wanted to break through quickly, but he was not a member of the Shenlong sect, so he was too embarrassed to ask. He held back for a few days. The Eight Extremities Saint could not hold back and finally spoke. Little Kai. You are talented and have the potential to become a sect master. It would be a pity if you joined the Shenlong sect. Yi Yin sighed softly. Senior, what's the big deal about my talent? It's nothing compared to Senior Rui and Senior Undead Celestial Silkworm. The Eight Extremities Saint did not know whether to laugh or cry. He used to be extremely conceited, but after being poisoned the last time, that conceit had long since disappeared. The Eight Extremities Saint knew very well that the Undead Celestial Silkworm and the Jade Wishful Spider were more talented than him. Even such powerful demon clan seniors were willing to be the demon beasts of the Shenlong sect. He was just a rough man who practiced martial arts. How was he noble? After thinking for a while, the Eight Extremities Saint decided to join the Shenlong sect. How about this? You can be an outer disciple of the Shenlong sect first. In the future, I still hope that you can go out and establish your own sect and make a name for yourself. Yi Yin said after thinking for a while. Senior, the Shenlong sect is so powerful. Why would I establish my own sect? The Eight Extremities Saint smiled bitterly. Alright, after hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Yin finally nodded his head in agreement. Although the Eight Extremities Saint did not have the bloodline of the Divine Dragon, his sincerity was commendable. It was not good to extinguish his enthusiasm. If the Eight Extremities Saint's Eight Extremities divine skill was passed down in the Shenlong sect, it would make the disciples of the Shenlong sect stronger. In the future, it would be a good thing for him to guide the disciples of the Shenlong sect to cultivate the Eight Extremities divine skill. Little Kai. I've been studying the Eight Extremities divine skill during this time and made some changes to improve the quality of the skill. I'll pass it to you now. Yi Yin smiled and pointed his finger. A ray of light flashed and entered the Eight Extremities Saint's mind. The Eight Extremities Saint was stunned when he saw the brand new Eight Extremities divine skill in his mind. The Eight Extremities Saint trembled. He was shocked to find that the original Eight Extremities divine skill opened 8 divine gates. As for the new Eight Extremes divine art, it opened a new divine gate. In total, there were 9 divine gates. Seeing the Eight Extremities Saint's shocked expression, Yi Yin laughed. This new set of techniques has opened the 9th gate. Perhaps it should be renamed the 9 Extremities Divine Technique. Master, you're too powerful. The Eight Extremities Saint took a deep breath and finally came back to his senses. He praised sincerely. He had never thought that he could open the 9th gate in his body. However, after he gave the 8 Extremes Divine Arts to Yi Yin, in just a few days, Yi Yin had not only fully comprehended it, but had also upgraded this set of cultivation methods. The upgraded cultivation technique was much more powerful than the previous one. Hearing Yi Yin's words, the big black cat was shocked like a clay statue. There was a 9th gate. Master was indeed amazing. He had upgraded the 8 Extremities Divine Technique in just a few days. Master, what's the 9th gate called? The big black cat asked at the top of its voice. 9 is the extreme of the number of changes. I call the 9th gate the E-gate. The E-gate is divided into 2 realms, Yin and Yang. When you reach this realm, your chi and blood will transform into yin and yang. It will be truly invincible. Yi Yin said with a smile. The E-gate is really powerful. The big black cat muttered to itself. Its eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. It was a pity that it was a demon and could not cultivate. Little Kai. Since you're a disciple of the Shenlong sect, why don't you take these spirit stones and use them first? Yi Yin said with a smile and threw a storage ring to the big black cat. Needless to say, the ring contained spirit stones from the divine land. The Eight Extremities Saint was well aware and quickly caught it. He shot out a wisp of divine consciousness and glanced at it. When he saw the mountain of spirit stones, he was so excited that his face turned red. Well, I'll go to the Lu family with Rui now. You guys find a place to cultivate, after everything was arranged. Yi Yin ordered. He got off the carriage with the Jade Rui spider and flew slowly toward the gate of Langia Mountain. They arrived at the gate. A disciple of the Lu family stopped Yi Yin. Please wait a moment. Do you have an invitation? A young man said loudly. There is. Yi Yan glanced at him indifferently. The young man was taken aback. He quickly took a step back and made an inviting gesture. Yi Yan walked in with the jade wishful spider. Master, your firmament disillusionment eyes is really powerful. The jade ruri spider said enviously. It's all right. Yi Yan laughed and the two of them quickly entered the Lu clan. They arrived at the registration area. Yi Yan used the same trick and cheated again, successfully deceiving everyone. Then, he was arranged to be in a superior room. After cultivating for a day. The next day. It was the day of the winemaking competition. Yi Yan followed many brewers from all over the Tsungnan continent to the square in front of the sect master's hall. Master, there are so many people. The jade ruri spider looked around and giggled. Yi Yan nodded. There were indeed a lot of brewers participating in the winemaking competition. There were already more than 10,000 of them. Those who were qualified to participate in the winemaking competition of the Lu family were naturally not nobodies. Everyone who participated in the competition coveted the Lu family's formula. You're overestimating yourselves, you unrated goods can also brew a 9th grade splendid blossom? Looking at the excited faces around him, Yi Yan sneered in his heart. Sorry for the long wait, Lu Xianxia appeared in front of the crowd with a few life and death realm elders of the Lu family, including Lu Dao. Greetings, Lu family head. The brewers in the square cupped their fists and said respectfully. This time, my Lu family announced the recipe and craftsmanship of the 9th grade glory in hopes that all the masters present can work together to brew the 9th grade glory. Lu Xianxia cupped his fists and said very politely. Rest assured, Lu family head. Right now, all the strongest brewers in the continent have gathered in the Lu mansion. With such a powerful force, we can definitely brew the 9th grade wine. A white-haired old man stroked his long beard and laughed confidently. I believe in everyone's ability. Lu Xianxia also laughed and said, the recipe and craftsmanship of the 9th grade glory will now be in everyone's hands. After he finished speaking, one of the elders of the Lu clan at the back waved his hand. Countless red slips of paper turned into streaks of light and floated toward the crowd in the square. Everyone hurriedly received them. When they saw the recipe and craftsmanship on the paper, everyone's expression changed to different degrees. What brilliant craftsmanship! Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself, as expected of the god of wine. Hearing someone praise Lu Linlang, Yi Yan also laughed. He picked up the red paper and glanced at it indifferently. Then, he put it away without batting an eyelid. We've prepared the ingredients for brewing the wine for everyone. Next, it's up to you. Taking in everyone's expressions, Lu Xianxia's expression was calm as he said in a deep voice. Next. Many disciples of the Lu family carried buckets of raw materials and strode in, placing these wooden buckets on the ground. The Lu family had a deep foundation. Providing so many people with the raw materials for brewing wine was only a drop in the ocean. The only precious thing was the spring water in the peach blossom pond. However, fortunately, they only asked for a small bottle of 9th grade glory, so the amount of spring water was not much. Don't worry, Patriarch Lu. We will definitely brew the highest grade 9th grade glory. Everyone shouted loudly. Then, they rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms. Their expressions were high as they busied themselves. Everyone had their own different brewing methods. Some people strictly followed the process of the Lu family's craftsmanship, while others took other paths. After all, many people knew. If the Lu family brewed according to this recipe and craftsmanship, they would never reach the highest grade. Yi Yan picked up a small bucket, took some raw materials, and operated it in a decent manner. Then, he closed the lid and waited quietly. After waiting for a few hours, Yi Yan felt that it was about time. So, he raised his hand and shouted, Patriarch Lu, I have brewed the 9th grade glory. What? How could it be so fast? Lu Xianxia was patrolling around with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he heard Yi Yan's voice. He turned around abruptly and quickly came forward. It's not difficult for those who know. What's so difficult about it? Yi Yan smiled. Lu Xianxia frowned. At this moment, a feeling of disgust rose in his heart for this young man in white. Wasn't this playing to the gallery? In a while, when the lid was opened, if it wasn't the ninth grade glory, then don't blame him, Lu Zhanshan, for turning hostile. Whoosh, thinking so in his heart, Lu Zhanshan suddenly opened the lid on the wooden bucket. A mysterious wine aroma was instantly emitted. Smelling this familiar yet strange wine aroma, Lu Zhanshan's eyes widened. His heartbeat stopped at this moment. If he guessed correctly, this wine aroma was the ninth grade glory. Although he had never smelled this aroma before. But the Lu family had developed the 8th grade. The aroma of the 8th grade was now integrated into the wine in this wooden bucket, and the wine in the wooden bucket emitted a new intoxicating aroma. Therefore, Lu Zhanshan felt familiar yet strange. He had mixed feelings. Wisps of wine aroma went into his body through his nose. At this moment, Lu Zhanshan felt that his soul was about to fly out. Without a doubt. This was the ninth grade glory. How is it? Patriarch Lu, is this the ninth grade glory? The faint voice of a man suddenly descended from the sky. A young man in a white feather robe was flying in the air and slowly descended. Greetings, emissary. Seeing this young man, Lu Zhanshan's expression changed greatly. He immediately bent down and bowed, showing great respect. Emissary of the Xianxia Immortal Palace? Yi Yan narrowed his eyes. 2 wisps of sword-like sharp eyes fell on the emissary. The emissary from the Xianxia Celestial Palace wore a white feather robe. This feather robe was extremely gorgeous. Every single white feather was sparkling and translucent, emitting a divine light. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was handsome, elegant, and calm. This person's aura was completely concealed, making it impossible for others to see through his true cultivation. Yi Yan's pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, he easily saw through the young man's cultivation level. He was at level 10 Eternal Realm. Although this level of cultivation was not even comparable to an ant in Yi Yan's eyes. If he was in the Tsangnan continent, he would be an incredible expert. Lord Emissary, this should be the 9th grade glory, the highest grade of glory. Holding the wooden barrel with both hands, Lu Zhanshan said excitedly and respectfully. Is that so? The young man in the feather robe smiled faintly. He walked to the barrel and sniffed the wine. Yi Yan's pupils moved. He activated the heavenly illusory eye and started to create illusions. It was impossible for an Eternal Realm expert to break free from the illusions. After taking a whiff of the wine, the young man in the feather robe became intoxicated. He dipped his finger into the wine and put it in his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and savored the taste. Hiss, the young man's expression changed drastically as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Zhanshan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, Lord Emissary, is there something wrong with the wine? Haha. That's the taste. There's nothing wrong with it. This should be the 9th grade glory. The young man in the feather robe savored the taste for a few seconds. Then, he opened his eyes and laughed happily. Lu Zhanshan was overjoyed. The elders of the Lu clan beside him were also overjoyed. They had worked hard for tens of thousands of years. Now, the Lu clan had finally succeeded in brewing the 9th grade glory. Heaven has opened its eyes. You are indeed the son of fortune of the Lu clan. After moving the golden dragon stone statue, the Lu clan's fortune has been at its peak. This time, we even brewed the 9th grade glory in the winemaking competition. Lu Zhanshan glanced at Lu Dao and said excitedly. Patriarch, this is what I should do. Lu Dao replied modestly with a voice transmission. Although he was also a little confused, everything was developing in the Lu clan's favor. As an elder of the Lu clan, he was happy to see this happen. The brewing is a success? How is this possible? An old man at the side strode over and said in disbelief. The old man said. Countless master brewers also gathered around. Yeah, we've just started. How did he manage to brew it? No, let us try it and see if it's fake. Humph. That's right, as the best winemakers in the Tsangnan continent, we will never allow anyone to make fake wine. The surrounding people were all agitated and started to voice their doubts. Fake wine, hearing these people's words, Yi Yan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Haha, wasn't his wine fake wine? In other words, it wasn't wine at all. It was just a bunch of wine ingredients mixed with water. These master brewers were right. Despite the crowd's indignation, the young man in the feathered robe remained calm and collected. He reached out his hand and grabbed the wooden barrel. He then winked at Lu Zhenshan. Everyone, don't make trouble. Lu Zhenshan took 2 steps forward, opened his arms and shouted in a dignified manner. Seeing that the patriarch of the Lu clan had stepped in, the surrounding people calmed down a little. Come with me. The young man in the feathered robe glanced at Yi Yun and the delicate little girl beside him. He smiled and turned to the backyard. Okay. Yi Yun nodded his head with interest and followed closely behind. The wishful jade spider followed behind him. Patriarch Lu, what is the Lu clan up to? We have so many master brewers. Don't we have the right to taste the so-called 9th grade splendid wine of the highest grade? An old man said angrily with a frown on his face. That's right. I've always doubted the authenticity of this wine. Another old man said coldly. Patriarch Lu, you have to give us an explanation. Another person said. Explanation? What explanation? Lu Zhenshan narrowed his eyes and released a powerful aura. He put his hands behind his back and shouted, whether it's 9th grade splendid wine or not is up to the Lu clan. In this brewing competition, anyone who brews a 9th grade splendid wine will be rewarded by the Lu clan. Isn't that enough? Hearing this, the surrounding master brewers fell silent. Lu Zhenshan's eyes flashed like a hawk's. He said coldly, you can brew the wine in peace. If you don't want to, hand over the recipe and swear to the heavenly Tao that you won't spread it. Then, you can leave. Forget it. I don't believe that with my thousands of years of experience in brewing, I can't beat a brat. The old man who was the first to cause trouble suddenly stomped his foot and walked back, continuing to brew wine. The others also dispersed in an uproar. They were not fools. They knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and wanted to test it out in the Lu clan. Seeing that everyone had returned to brewing, a smug smile appeared on Lu Zhenshan's face. Today, someone had brewed a 9th grade celestial brew. In this way, the Long River Celestial Palace would not punish the Lu clan. They might even reward them. Patriarch, should we go to the backyard? Lu Dio came over and whispered. Please don't. The messenger has his own plans, Lu Zhenshan thought for a while and said. He was very afraid of the mysterious Long River Celestial Palace. In the backyard of the Lu clan. Under a lush old pagoda tree, the young man in the feathered robe suddenly stopped and stood in the mottled light. I'm late. Is this 9th grade splendid wine really brewed by you? The young man in the feathered robe said lightly. Yes. Yi Yun smiled slightly. The messenger of the Long River Celestial Palace was still immersed in the illusion that he had created. That's good. The young man in the feathered robe nodded and turned around with a smile on his face. Whoosh, he stretched out his hand and grabbed. A crystal-clear stream of water came from afar and was stored in a jade bottle. The water of the peach blossom pond, this guy had taken all the spring water in the peach blossom pond. What was he trying to do? Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. Gently holding the jade bottle, the young man in the feathered robe lowered his eyelids and looked at the jade bottle. I'm going to give you a fortune. As long as you're willing to brew the 9th grade splendid wine for my Long River Celestial Palace, you'll be immortal. Are you willing to accept this supreme good fortune? Immortal? Yi Yun was surprised and blinked continuously. Wasn't this Long River Celestial Palace a little too arrogant? Immortal just by opening their mouth, it was a little scary. What kind of foundation did this mysterious Long River Celestial Palace have that made a small messenger dare to make such a promise? My lord, I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of a mortal. Yi Yun shrugged with a smile and questioned. Yes. The jade wishful spider also giggled happily. You two are only in the life and death realm and have been deeply influenced by the cultivation system of Sungnon continent. How could you know that there's always someone better than you? The young man in the feathered robe grinned with a trace of mockery in his eyes. If this person hadn't brewed the 9th grade splendid wine, how could he be in such a good mood to talk to such an ant? Before entering Langia Mountain, Yi Yun set his cultivation base at the 3rd level of life and death realm. At the same time, he changed his appearance. The jade wishful spider's cultivation was at the 1st level of the life and death realm. He kept a low profile so as not to attract attention. Therefore, in the eyes of the Eternal Realm youth, the two of them were just at the life and death realm. Their presence was very low. Lord Messenger, immortality is the lifelong pursuit of any cultivator. A mortal like me is naturally no exception. Yi Yan pretended to be shocked, cupped his fists, and said eagerly, "That's good." Seeing Yi Yan's attitude, the youth smiled, pointed at him, and said softly, "I'll leave this bottle of peach blossom pond water to you. You can use it when you brew the 9th grade splendid." After saying that, he threw the jade bottle in his hand over. Yi Yan stretched out his hand and caught the jade bottle. "You can come with me." "That little girl, let her go back." The young man from the Yi family looked at Yi Yan with a meaningful expression. "Lord, I can't brew the 9th grade splendid by myself. I need my sister to help me." Yi Yan shrugged and explained with a smile. "You need 2 people?" The youth was taken aback. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded. "Fine, the 2 of you can come with me." "Okay." Yi Yan agreed. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the youth soared into the air, followed by Yi Yan and the jade wishful spider. The 3 of them left Langia Mountain and flew towards the southwest for several thousand miles. The feather-robed young man stopped above a valley. "Open." The youth formed an incantation gesture with both hands and fell into the void in front of him. The void fluctuated, and a space portal quietly appeared. Yi Yan glanced inside. Behind the void portal was a blue gas, and the sound of flowing water could be vaguely heard. Yi Yan frowned. He immediately activated his eyesight and looked into the depths of the green mist. A large golden river surged endlessly, and it emitted a series of rumbling noises that came from afar. Interesting, looking at this unique golden river, Yi Yan's eyes flickered as if he had discovered something extraordinary. "Come with me." The young man from the Yi family waved a hand before stepping into the spatial gate. Yi Yan and the jade wishful spider flew in as well. A gentle light instantly enveloped the 3 of them, blocking the invasion of the green chi. "Sir, why is there the sound of water?" Yi Yan's ears twitched as he pretended to ask. "My Xianxia immortal palace is naturally situated in a long river. What's so strange about hearing the sound of water?" The feather-robed young man smiled proudly. With the help of his magic power, the light barrier enveloped the 3 of them and they quickly flew forward. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of water became louder and louder. Gradually, a huge golden river appeared out of nowhere, flowing endlessly in front of him. This was a rapidly flowing golden river. It appeared from the void and then flowed into the void. It made it hard for people to guess where the origin and end point of it was. Standing beside the river, a magnificent feeling of vicissitudes of time arose spontaneously in his heart. "Isn't it shocking?" the feather-robed young man said with a chuckle as he stood beside the river with his hands behind his back and looked at the golden river in a leisurely manner. "It is indeed shocking." Yi Yan nodded and pretended to be shocked. "What kind of river is this? Why is it flowing in the void?" The jade wishful spider asked in a crisp voice. "This is the long river of time. It was born from the endless years, and it will also disappear in the endless years. It will never end and never change," the feather-robed young man said in a low voice with a solemn expression. "The long river of time?" Yi Yan raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. "Come with me." The feather-robed young man took out a small golden boat. It was originally the size of a palm, but after it flew out of his hand and landed beside his feet, it had grown to a size of 10 feet. The golden boat exuded an ancient aura of time. It was looming in the air as if it was not real. The feather-robed young man stepped onto the golden boat. Yi Yan also stepped onto the boat. The jade wishful spider jumped lightly and landed on the golden boat like an agile lynx. "This is the boat of time. Without this boat, the 3 of us would be turned into time particles by the long river of time," the feather-robed young man explained. His voice was very soft and gentle, but anyone could hear the sense of superiority in his voice. "What an eye-opener!" Yi Yan exclaimed. His words were half true and half false. Yi Yan did not expect the Xianxia immortal palace to be like this. It was a little beyond his expectations. The long river. The long river of time. The mysterious Xianxia immortal palace must be located in a certain period of time in the long river of time. Swish, the golden boat was emitting a dazzling golden light as it sailed on the long river of time. The jade wishful spider lay on the side of the boat and looked toward the long river of time as if it was looking for something. You little girl, pay attention to your safety. If you fall, no one can save you. The feather-robed young man raised his eyebrows and quickly warned. I'll be careful. The jade wishful spider chuckled and did not take it to heart. Looking at the golden river surging under the boat and occasionally splashing golden waves, the jade wishful spider stretched out its hand and tried to catch the waves. Don't be naughty. A big hand suddenly blocked the jade wishful spider's chubby little hand. Yiyan stood beside her. Oh, okay. The jade wishful spider stuck out its tongue and swallowed the wordmaster back into its stomach. The feather-robed young man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yiyan stop his sister. It's not easy to find a genius winemaker who can brew the 9th grade splendid wine. I can't let him die halfway, he thought to himself. The golden boat braved the wind and broke the waves. After 3 days in the long river of time, Yiyan saw an ancient golden palace standing in the surging long river of time. It bobbed up and down in the river, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. We've arrived at the Xianxia immortal palace. The jade wishful spider suddenly exclaimed. Yes. This is our Xianxia immortal palace. It looks like a palace from the outside, but it's actually a small world inside. The feather-robed young man explained proudly. Master, what are we waiting for? The jade wishful spider chuckled and hurriedly urged. Okay. As the feather-robed young man's Dharma power surged, the golden boat suddenly accelerated and shot toward the ancient golden palace in the distance like a golden arrow. Buzz, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared on the ancient golden Xianxia immortal palace, and the golden boat rushed directly into it. Everyone's vision blurred. Then, a bright and beautiful world came into view. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. The sun was shining brightly, and the grass was green. There were all kinds of rare and exotic beasts among the undulating mountains. Yiyan looked around and found that this small world was not small. It was comparable to the small world of the fairy pond. Whoosh, a green figure flashed past. A beautiful young woman holding a willow twig appeared in front of the three with a smile on her face. Greetings, Master Painting Fairy. When the feather-robed young man saw her, he immediately bowed respectfully. The young beauty called the painting immortal sized up Yiyan and the little girl who looked like she was carved from jade. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she smiled. Xianxia Immortal Palace, you brought 2 outsiders in. Does that mean someone has already brewed the 9th grade splendid wine? The painting fairy asked with a smile. Lady Painting Fairy, you're right. These 2 have brewed the 9th grade glory, so I brought them to the Long River Celestial Palace. The feather-robed young man smiled. TSK, the people from the outside world are really powerful. But it's a pity that the immortal elder is now in seclusion. Otherwise, he would definitely rush out to drink the 9th grade glory. The celestial painting's beautiful eyes wandered around, constantly sizing Yiyan up. At the same time, Yiyan was sizing her up. The painting fairy's cultivation was indeed not weak. She had already reached the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm. If she was in the top 10 seas of the Divine Land, she would be considered a powerhouse. The immortal elder loves the 9th grade glory the most, the feather-robed young man nodded with a smile. Go ahead. I'm just curious, so I came over to ask. The painting fairy smiled and finally looked at the jade rui spider. Little sister, you're so cute. Sister, you're so beautiful. The jade rui spider smiled sweetly. Her little face was as bright as a flower. You're so sweet. After you settle down in the Long River Celestial Palace, you must come to my painting fairy palace as a guest. The painting fairy pursed her lips and smiled. Of course, of course. The jade rui spider covered her mouth and giggled again. What guest? She and her master would not stay in this small world for long. The jade rui spider had no intention of befriending them. What she said just now was just a show. I'll take my leave first. The painting fairy smiled and turned into a ray of green light and disappeared suddenly. Lady Painting Fairy, take care. The feather-robed young man smiled and then turned to Yiyan and said, You're new here, so you don't know about the masters in the Long River Celestial Palace. Now, I'll tell you in detail so that you don't offend them in the future. I'd like to hear about it. Yi Yin said. There are 9 celestial palaces in the Long River Celestial Palace. The 9th celestial palace is where the immortal elder cultivates. Ordinary people are not allowed to go near it, the feather-robed young man said solemnly. Yi Yin asked, Sir, may I ask who this immortal elder is? The immortal elder, also known as the time immortal elder, is the true master of the Long River Immortal Palace. The other 8 lords are his 8 disciples. They live in the other 8 immortal palaces. The feather-robed young man explained. Oh, Yi Yin fell into deep thought. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of a magnificent immortal palace. It was magnificent and magnificent. Judging from its aura, there seemed to be an expert who was at least in the ultimate god realm living inside. It would appear that this was the Suiwei Immortal Elder. These 8 lords are not ranked in any particular order. They are the Dragon Immortal, the Poet Immortal, the Wine Immortal, the Painting Immortal, the Chess Immortal, the Soldier Immortal, the Zither Immortal, and the Sword Immortal. The young man's eyes were filled with admiration as he spoke. Yi Yin nodded. The youth smiled and continued, You should know about Master Jiu Xian. He's an ancestor of the Lu clan and the founder of the 9th rank Splendid. Yes. Yi Yin nodded. He was curious. About the 8 immortals. Who was the Dragon Immortal? Could it be that there was another mystical dragon in the Long River Celestial Palace? The Dragon Immortal is the strongest among the 8 immortals. He's also the Immortal Elder's favorite disciple. If you see him in the future, you can secretly give him a bottle of 9th rank immortal brew. If he takes care of you in the future, no one will dare to offend you in the Long River Celestial Palace. The feather-robed young man lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Sir, is the Dragon Immortal a divine dragon? Yi Yin asked with a smile. The Dragon Immortal is not a divine dragon. He's also a human. However, he has the divine dragon's bloodline and can transform into a divine dragon's body. That's why the Immortal Elder gave him the title of Dragon Immortal, the feather-robed young man explained. I see, Yi Yin nodded. For a moment, he was interested in the Dragon Immortal. Seeing that the feather-robed young man was very talkative and had a lot of knowledge, the jade wishful spider rolled its eyes and suddenly interrupted, Sir, are you talking about immortality because there's an elixir of immortality in the Long River Celestial Palace? What elixir of immortality? The feather-robed young man smiled proudly. Sir, you're not lying to us, are you? The jade wishful spider widened its eyes and said angrily. What a joke. Why would I lie to you 2 life and death realm guys? The feather-robed young man stared and sneered. The spiritual chi in the Long River Celestial Palace is very rich. If you stay here for a long time, you'll naturally become immortal, is that so? The jade wishful spider was surprised. The feather-robed young man sneered. Of course. The Wine Immortal Patriarch of the Lu family has lived for 100,000 years. Isn't he a living example? The other lords also came from the outside world. After the Immortal Elder took them in as disciples, they became immortal and lived a carefree life. That's amazing. The jade wishful spider's little face deliberately showed a shocked expression. Then, she inadvertently exchanged a glance with Yi Yin. Yi Yin understood. He looked around, and tiny runes flickered in his eyes. This place is a little strange, Yi Yin transmitted his voice. Master, this isn't a scam, is it? The jade wishful spider asked. That shouldn't be the case, Yi Yin chuckled and didn't continue the discussion with the jade wishful spider. He actually had some ideas, but he still needed to verify them. They entered the Long River Celestial Palace. Yi Yan's main target was Lu Linlang. In Yi Yan's eyes, the so-called immortals and the Immortal Elder of Time were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Sir, where are we going to brew wine? Yi Yin suddenly asked. Wine Immortal Palace, of course. The feather-robed young man waved his hand and smiled. Yi Yin wanted to say something, but hesitated. Don't worry, Master Wine Immortal is now cultivating, so you can naturally brew wine in her palace without worry. After saying this, the feather-robed young man shook his head and smiled. Any immortal palace has a lot of space inside, and there are many buildings. There is definitely a place for you to stay, so don't worry about anything. I understand. Yi Yin nodded. The feather-robed young man didn't say anything else and flew in a certain direction. Yi Yan and Yi Yin followed behind him. After flying over a dozen mountains in a row and bypassing a towering mountain, they saw a golden palace standing at the top of the mountain. On the side of the palace's door, there were 3 shining golden words. Wine Immortal Palace. Here we are, come with me to settle down, the feather-robed young man chuckled. Then, he led Yi Yun and the others into the Wine Immortal Palace. Then, a female disciple of the Wine Immortal Palace led the 3 of them to a courtyard. You can brew wine here, the female disciple had a kind attitude and said with a smile. The feather-robed young man was quite satisfied with the courtyard's environment. He looked at Yi Yun and said with a smile. Well, the 2 of you can brew wine here without worry. If there is anything, you can find me outside, I live in the War Immortal Palace. I understand, thank you, Master. Yi Yun said politely. Let's meet again if fate wills it. The feather-robed young man nodded, then turned around and floated away. The female disciple of the Wine Immortal Palace exchanged a few words with Yi Yun and also left. Master, what should we do next? Are we really going to brew wine? The jade wishful spider didn't know the master's real intention. It looked at the big and small barrels around it and asked with a bitter face. Brew wine my ass. Yi Yin curled his lips and said snappily. Although he had seen the process and formula, he could follow the gourd and draw a ladle and try to brew a 9th-grade immortal wine. But at his level, at best, he could brew a 2nd-grade immortal wine. He couldn't even reach the 3rd grade. What are you talking about? What wine? A gentle yet unapproachable voice of a woman suddenly drifted into the courtyard from the outside. Lu Linlang, hearing this familiar voice, Yi Yin was delighted and his eyebrows relaxed. Footsteps were heard. A fragrant wind blew and a woman walked in from the entrance of the courtyard. The woman was dressed gorgeously, but she was tall and sturdy. She had freckles on her face, small eyes, a big mouth, and dark skin. When she stood opposite her, she gave off a fierce feeling. The jade spider blinked in disbelief. She sounded like a great beauty just now, but why was she so ugly when she came to the courtyard? When Yi Yin saw the fat and ugly woman, a trace of imperceptible gentleness flashed in his eyes. He spread out his hands and shook his head. Nothing, how is that possible? I clearly heard that you wanted to brew. The fat woman said with a frown. Oh, I just said it casually. Actually, I want to brew beer. Yi Yin slapped his forehead and said rather amusedly. Beer? What kind of wine is this? The fat woman raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. Haha, this is an unknown hometown wine. It's not as good as the 9th-grade splendid wine. I was just saying it casually. After all, I can't go out in the future. I just want to remember it, Yi Yin said with a smile. So it's like this, the fat woman frowned and looked down at her toes. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Yin laughed. This fat and ugly woman was a puppet that he had made with the spiritual divine breath soil and given to Lu Linlang. She had refined it into an external incarnation. At that time, the cultivation of this incarnation was not high, and its biggest function was to deliver wine. In order to deal with Yun Xiao, Yi Yin gave Lu Linlang a trick. Lu Linlang was in the light to attract Yun Xiao's firepower, while this puppet was in the dark and would not attract attention. She could secretly deliver the wine. This trick worked every time. Of course, as a follower, Yun Xiao could not always keep up with Yi Yun. Most of the time, Yi Yun always avoided this little girl. After all, he was not a good person in the past and had many female confidants. He could not let Yun Xiao ruin his good deeds. Messenger Changhe had just said that wine immortal Lu Linlang was cultivating in seclusion. On the other hand, her puppet avatar could move freely without too many restrictions. I heard, you brewed a 9th-grade splendid. Why don't you show it to me? The plump woman suddenly raised her head and asked indifferently. His gaze was sharp, like 2 knives shooting over. Who are you? Yi Yin asked despite knowing the answer. I am the master of the Wine Immortal Palace. The fat woman raised her chin, as arrogant as a black swan. The freckles on her face were also glistening. So it's Lord Wine. Immortal, sorry for not recognizing you. Excuse me. Yi Yin cupped his fists and smiled politely. The jade wishful spider beside her widened its watery eyes and stared at the fat woman in disbelief. Its heart was in turmoil. As one of the 8 great immortals, the painting immortal had picturesque features like a fairy. Why is wine immortal so ugly? Not only was he ugly, but he was also fat all over. His face was full of freckles, and his skin was dark. He was simply too ugly. I don't believe that anyone can brew a 9th grade splendid. Since you've already lived in my wine immortal palace, then demonstrate it to me personally. The plump woman frowned and said coldly. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Yi Yin smiled gently, picked up a wooden barrel, and began to operate it. From time to time, he would instruct the jade wishful spider to help him, lest the jade wishful spider lose its function. After all, Yi Yin and Messenger Xianxia had said that he needed 2 people to brew it together. After observing for half an hour. Stop. Stop. The plump woman stretched out her hand and shouted loudly. What's the matter? Wine immortal? Yi Yin narrowed his eyes and smiled mischievously. His double-edged sword technique naturally could not escape the sharp gaze of Lu Linlong's avatar. Your technique is too bad, and the materials are not exquisite enough. How can you brew a 9th grade splendid like this? The plump woman looked unhappy and scolded loudly. In her eyes, there was a strong sense of suspicion. The 2 guys in front of her were ridiculously clumsy. How could they brew a 9th grade splendid like this? Was Long River Emissary blind? Couldn't he even see this? Wine immortal, the Lu family outside used your technique and formula, but it hasn't been brewed for tens of thousands of years. It can be seen that that method has been eliminated. Now my brewing technique has been innovated based on your foundation. It can be regarded as a new brewing technique that I have created. Now, if I use this technique, I will definitely be able to brew a 9th grade splendid like this. Yi Yin held a wine spoon in his hand and said with conviction. Nonsense. The plump woman was so angry at Yi Yin's words that her face turned pale. Wine immortal, as the saying goes, if you don't have a diamond, don't do porcelain work. If I can't brew a 9th grade splendid like this, how can I enter the Xianxia Immortal Palace? Yi Yin laughed again. Humph. The plump woman snorted coldly and narrowed her eyes slightly. She seemed to be thinking about something. That's fine, then you can continue. I want to see if a guy like you, who fishes for fame, can brew it. After thinking for a while, the plump woman finally made up her mind. She wanted to personally expose the 2 liars in front of her. Well, then please wait a little longer, wine immortal. Yi Yin laughed. Seeing the annoyed look on Lu Linlong's avatar's face, he was overjoyed. Although this avatar obeyed Lu Linlong's orders, it also had a certain degree of self-consciousness. The reason why it didn't expose its identity. Yi Yin also wanted to find out more about the Xianxia Immortal Palace. At the same time, he also wanted to wait for Lu Linlang to come out in person. For this fat and ugly avatar, Yi Yin didn't treat it as a woman at all, so naturally, he didn't have any special thoughts. Next. Yi Yin and the Jade Rui Spider, one big and one small, continued to get busy. In order to make himself look more professional, Yi Yin added a lot of raw materials to the original foundation. He also made some adjustments in the craftsmanship. All these methods fell into the eyes of the plump woman, and she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Damn it, these 2 liars, I have to expose them. The plump woman thought angrily in her heart. However, she still held back her anger. Until the last moment, she wouldn't easily reveal her cards. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. It's done. Yi Yin pressed one hand on the lid of the wooden barrel, then turned around to look at the plump woman and said with a smile. It's done so quickly, how is that possible? The plump woman walked over quickly and stared at the wooden barrel in disbelief. Yi Yin's pupils shrank slightly. Of course it's done. If you don't believe me, wine immortal, please examine it yourself. Yi Yin removed his hand from the lid of the wooden barrel, then took a step back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at everything that happened next. The Jade Rui Spider also hid behind, covering her mouth with her hand and couldn't help but laugh. She naturally knew the truth. Master's heavenly disillusionment, I was quite powerful. Whoosh, the plump woman grabbed the lid and opened it. A unique wine fragrance instantly assailed her nose. Smelling the familiar wine fragrance, it was as if it was the ninth grade glory that she had personally brewed. The plump woman was stunned. Her body was like a clay sculpture, fixed in midair, motionless. She held the lid and stared straight into the wooden barrel. It's really the ninth grade glory, the plump woman muttered to herself with a look of shock. What a pity, if Lu Linlang hadn't come in person, it would have been more interesting to tease her like this. Yiyan smiled and felt a little regretful. The illusion he created was naturally the fragrance of the wine brewed by Lu Linlang 100,000 years ago, so this puppet incarnation was shocked to this extent. It could be said that Yiyan's cheating level was flawless. Strange, how can you brew such a ninth grade splendid? Isn't this too unreasonable? The fat woman turned around and looked at Yiyan with burning eyes. Nothing is difficult in the world, I'm afraid that there is no ninth grade splendid in this world. Didn't Lord Wine Immortal create it later? Yiyan spread his hands and said with a smile, since Lord Wine Immortal can create it, then others can naturally find another way, don't you think so? After listening to these profound words, Yi Zichen nodded. The fat woman lowered her head and seriously pondered. Obviously, Yiyan's words also gave her a huge mental impact. Poet Immortal has arrived. A female disciple of the Wine Immortal Palace outside suddenly shouted. Poet Immortal? Yiyan's heart jumped, and he suddenly thought of a famous historical figure. Ha ha ha, Sister Wine Immortal, your puppet is out again. Accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter, a blue-robed Confucian slowly walked into the small courtyard. This Confucian was very young. He was holding a fan in his hand. His expression was calm and unrestrained. Greetings, Poet Immortal. The fat woman came back to her senses and immediately curtsied with a respectful attitude. This Poet Immortal is at the second level of the Divine Monarch realm, not weak, Yiyan's eyes flashed, and he secretly thought in his heart. And this fat woman was an avatar, which was only at the 10th level of the Eternal Realm, and had not broken through to the real God realm. Has the ninth grade splendid been brewed? Poet Immortal looked at Yiyan and asked eagerly. It's brewed. Yiyan said with a smile, and his pupils moved slightly at this moment. Let me have a taste. The immortal poet was overjoyed. She quickly walked over, grabbed a ladle, and scooped a spoonful of wine from the wooden barrel. Tisk, tsk, this is the taste. The immortal poet's face was incomparably intoxicated. Then, she brought the spoon to her lips and gently took a sip. What a good wine. The immortal poet was full of praise. Greetings, immortal poet. May I know your name? Yiyan cupped his fists and asked with a smile. Now, he really suspected that the guy in front of him was the one he was familiar with. I am Liu Bai, the immortal poet of the 8 great immortals. Fellow Taoist, your winemaking technique is unparalleled in the world. In the future, the two of us should get closer. The immortal poet cupped her fists and replied politely with a smile on her face. He was a wine lover, so he admired a master winemaker like Yiyan from the bottom of his heart. Even though he was already in the Divine Lord realm, he did not look down on this white-clothed youth who was only in the life and death realm. Liu Bai, Yiyan was slightly stunned. How similar was this to Li Bai? Could it be that he had transmigrated? Immortal poet, I have a good friend who also likes to drink wine and write poems. He once wrote a poem called Bringing in the Wine. Yiyan's eyes flashed and he said with a deep meaning. After saying that, he stared at the immortal poet's face. Bringing in the wine? The immortal poet's face suddenly showed great interest. She hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said eagerly, Fellow Taoist, quickly tell me, let me appreciate it, don't you see, the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky. Yiyan cleared his throat and began to recite the famous poem Bringing in the Wine that had been passed down through the ages. He only recited a few lines. Good poem. The immortal poet clapped her hands and sighed. She suddenly put the spoon to her lips and drank the 9th grade wine in one gulp. Haha, delightful. Your friend's level of poetry is really high. It's something that I rarely see in my life. The immortal poet gave him a thumbs up and said excitedly. Haha, you flatter me, immortal poet. Yi Yan laughed. It seemed that this Li Yubai and the immortal poet he knew were not the same person. Then he was relieved. Immortal wine. This barrel of ninth-grade wine. Can you give it to me? The immortal poet turned around and looked at the fat woman with a pleading face. I'll give you half. After thinking for a while, the fat woman agreed. Thank you. The immortal poet was overjoyed. She took out a wine gourd and sucked in the wooden barrel. Immediately, half of the ninth-grade wine in the wooden barrel was gone. After getting half a barrel of ninth-grade wine, the immortal poet was excited. She walked back and forth 2 steps and suddenly raised her head. Immortal wine, after your original body comes out of seclusion, can you still brew ninth-grade wine? The immortal poet asked in a deep voice. No. The fat woman's expression darkened and she replied in a low voice. That's a pity. If the immortal elder comes out of seclusion in the future, won't he abolish your title of immortal wine and re-establish this fellow Taoist as immortal wine? The immortal poet said with a sigh. It doesn't matter. What joy is there in life, what regret is there in death, I have seen through everything. The fat woman's eyes were absent-minded for a moment and she said faintly. You're quite open-minded, but we're in the Xianxia Immortal Palace and we're immortal. Our troubles will always be with us, the immortal poet also sighed. Then she lifted the wine gourd and drank a mouthful. The fat woman looked sad. Isn't this immortal elder the master of immortal wine? Would he be so cruel to take off his disciple's title of immortal wine? Yi Yan frowned and thought in his heart. For this title, Yi Yan believed that Lu Linlang did not care. And he himself had the title of immortal wine, so he would not care. Yi Yan did not want to stay in the Xianxia Immortal Palace for a long time. Immortal wine, I have to tell you in advance that I got half a barrel of ninth-grade wine, the immortal poet thought for a moment and said solemnly. What's the matter? The fat woman looked up and asked. If you don't have the title of immortal wine, you'll be an ordinary disciple of the immortal elder. As far as I know, there are people in the other immortal palaces who covet your beauty and are ready to take you into the palace, the immortal poet said with a wry smile. I know that some people have bad intentions. Tens of thousands of years ago, they had hinted at me in various ways, but I rejected them all, the fat woman snorted coldly. Immortal wine, I'll say something you don't like to hear. Once you lose your power, you will inevitably be accepted by one of the immortal palaces. At that time, I'm afraid it's not up to you, the immortal poet said helplessly. My heart is dead. Even if I enter the other immortal palaces, how can I let those people succeed? The fat woman gritted her teeth and said resolutely. That's good. The immortal poet calmed down and was silent for a few seconds. Then she said, it's a pity that my combat strength is not high enough. Otherwise, I will definitely help immortal wine block this disaster. Thank you, senior brother immortal poet. The fat woman clasped her hands and looked grateful. Then she said softly, those guys are very popular in the eyes of the immortal elder. Senior brother immortal poet, you'd better not get involved in this muddy water. I understand. The immortal poet nodded and said. Hearing the conversation between the two people, Yi Yan's face showed a trace of a strange expression. Good heavens. He suddenly had a few more rivals in love. This made him very happy. Now that Lu Linlang was in seclusion, Yi Yan was worried that he would be bored in the Xianxia Immortal Palace. Now he had something to do. Immortal poet, did you just say that I will be conferred the title of wine immortal by the immortal elder? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows, looked at the immortal poet, and asked in a deep voice. After the immortal elder comes out and drinks the ninth-grade splendid wine that you brewed, he will confer you the title of the new wine immortal, the immortal poet said with a smile. That's good. Yi Yan nodded, and then, with his hands behind his back, exuded a powerful aura, and said lightly, the original title of wine immortal still belongs to the wine immortal palace, and no one is allowed to touch it. These words were spoken resolutely and decisively. The immortal poet was stunned. The fat woman was also dumbfounded. How could this little life and death realm cultivator be so arrogant? Even if he was conferred the title of wine immortal by the immortal elder, this little life and death realm cultivation was not enough. In the Long River Immortal Palace, one must keep a low profile. If one wanted to be high profile, one must have the corresponding strength to have the right to speak. Cough, cough, The immortal poet coughed continuously. She did not expect that the wine immortal's charm was too great. This little life and death realm cultivator had some unrealistic ideas about her as soon as he came in. This idea was really dangerous. I say, this fellow cultivator, don't spread this out, the immortal poet said while coughing. You are very good, you actually have such thoughts. The fat woman looked deeply at Yi Yun, and said with some emotion. Immortal poet, I am not joking, I am serious. Yi Yun said with a serious face. Okay, the immortal poet sighed and did not continue to argue. He curled his lips, looked at the fat woman, and said, I am afraid that these words will spread out. Sister Wine Immortal, you have to be more careful these days. I understand, as long as the immortal elder is not out, I believe that they will not dare to go too far. The fat woman said with a frown. Goodbye. The immortal poet put away the wine gourd, cupped her hands, and floated away. The fat woman picked up the wooden bucket and walked to the door of the courtyard. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned around, looked at Yi Yun, and said, Don't worry, I am here, I will not let them mess around. Haha. Yi Yun shrugged heroically and smiled softly, Wine Immortal sir, don't worry so much, I am not a soft persimmon, I can be pinched at will. The fat woman was so angry that she stomped her foot. You just love to talk big. Haha. Yi Yun laughed. The fat woman snorted, turned around, and flew away with the wooden bucket. In the entire courtyard. Now, only Yi Yun and the Rui Jade Spider remained. Let's go in and cultivate. Let's wait for the show to start. Yi Yun smiled, took 2 steps forward, pushed open the door, and walked in. The Jade Rui Spider followed. The two of them sat down and began to cultivate. For a moment, the room was extremely quiet. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Wine Immortal Palace was calm and peaceful, there were no changes. The Jade Wishful Spider's body suddenly trembled slightly. Breaking through to the Divine Lord realm? Yi Yun opened his eyes and looked at the little girl next to him with a smile on his face. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a ray of light fell on the Jade Rui Spider's body. The little girl disappeared in an instant. There would always be some movement when a true god broke through to the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yun put her back in the warehouse. That place was terrifyingly sturdy, and no movement would spread out. Yi Yun closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Recently, he didn't raise his cultivation level. Instead, he had been cultivating his divine ability cultivation method. For Yi Yun, blindly raising his realm was meaningless, it was far more interesting to comprehend some divine powers. After a while, Yi Yun's wrist shook, and a ray of light fell out, turning into a little girl carved out of jade. Master, I finally broke through to the Divine Lord realm. The Jade Rui Spider waved her little fat hand and said excitedly, her little face was slightly red. Not bad, your cultivation progress is very fast, your talent is very strong. Yi Yun praised. Master is praising me. The Jade Wishful Spider licked its lips. Its face was as red as an apple as it said embarrassedly, I'm just one of the weaker spiders in Master's warehouse. If other powerful spiders appeared in this world, their cultivation speed would definitely be much faster than mine. That's true. Yi Yun nodded and smiled gently. There were many powerful divine pets in the warehouse. Even in the small category of spiders, such as the Jade Rui Spider, there were many powerful spiders. The terrifying thing was that there were too many spiders in the warehouse. Yi Yun did not dare to take them out, and he really could not take them out. After all, this world was still relatively weak, and could not withstand the torment of these peerless beasts. War Immortal Palace. As one of the 8 immortal palaces in the Xianxia Immortal Palace, this was the War Immortal Palace's training ground. In a magnificent hall, 2 powerful figures with terrifying aura were sitting inside, drinking. One of them had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His facial features were as sharp as knives, and he was full of power. He was wearing a golden armor, and his body was burly, strong, and powerful. It seemed that every inch of his muscles was filled with infinite explosive power. This person was the master of the War Immortal Palace. The War Immortal Palace. Opposite him sat a young man wearing a black and white chess robe. This man had a delicate appearance, and his body flowed with an extraordinary scholarly aura. His jade-like eyes were shining with the light of wisdom. This person was the Chess Immortal Palace. He was in charge of the Chess Immortal Palace, and also one of the 8 Immortals. I heard that 2 powerful figures came to the Wine Immortal Palace. The War Immortal Palace took a sip of wine and said casually. War Immortal Palace, your Xianxia Immortal Palace's emissary personally picked up these 2 people. Logically speaking, you should know better than me, right? The Chess Immortal smiled indifferently. Haha, I have known for a long time. The War Immortal Palace laughed loudly and looked at the void in the distance. He lowered his voice and said, I believe you have heard that the winemaker said that he would take the Wine Immortal back to the Wine Immortal Palace in the future. This news has been spreading for 3 days. Why is there no movement from the other Immortal Palaces? They are waiting for the War Immortal Palace's lord to take action, right? The Chess Immortal said with a smile. I do want to take action. However, I am a dignified Immortal Emperor. It would be a joke for me to deal with a life and death realm kid. The War Immortal Palace laughed loudly. The news had been spreading for a few days, but no one took action. Perhaps no one wanted to be laughed at. If the Immortal Elder found out about bullying the weak in the future, he would inevitably make fun of him. Why don't we let Xianxia Immortal Palace's emissary knock some sense into him? The Chess Immortal raised his eyebrows and suggested. Xianxia Immortal Palace's emissary is not powerful enough. I am afraid he will be driven out, the War Immortal said hesitantly. After all, the Wine Immortal's title had not been removed yet. Sending an Eternal Realm cultivator to deal with them was simply not enough. What does the War Immortal mean? The Chess Immortal asked with a smile. Brother Chess Immortal, you have always been noble and focused on the Tao of chess. You don't have any thoughts about the Wine Immortal. Since our 2 Immortal Palaces have a good relationship, why don't you make a trip to the Wine Immortal Palace? The War Immortal said slowly. I'll go? The Chess Immortal was stunned. He did not expect the War Immortal to mean this. Although he had not reached the Immortal Emperor realm, it would be very embarrassing for him to bully 2 life and death realm cultivators with his peak true Immortal Realm cultivation base. The Chess Immortal hesitated. Brother Chess Immortal, we are as close as brothers. You won't refuse to help me with this small matter, right? The War Immortal poured a cup of wine and personally brought it over with both hands. He said eagerly. The Chess Immortal was still hesitant. He did not know how to refuse. How about this? I'll give you one of the Time Tao fruits that the Immortal Elder gave me last time. How about that? The War Immortal's eyes flashed as he proposed another generous condition. Time Tao fruit? The Chess Immortal's heart became excited when he heard these words. If he ate this precious Time Tao fruit, breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm would be just around the corner. War Immortal, this Time Tao fruit is so precious. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself? Chess Immortal raised his wine cup and said calmly. Although he was eager to obtain a Time Tao fruit to break through to the Divine Lord realm, Chess Immortal was not stupid and knew his own limits. The Time Tao fruit was born in the long river of time and only one would grow every 5,000 years. It was extremely precious. Immortal Elder had many disciples and not every disciple had the opportunity to obtain the Time Tao fruit. And this Time Tao fruit was more suitable for Divine Lord realm cultivators. Of course. If he could use the Time Tao fruit to break through the barrier of the 10th level of the true Immortal realm, it would naturally be excellent. However, because he was immortal in the Long River Immortal Palace, Immortal Elder would not give the Time Tao fruit to true Immortal realm disciples. In his opinion, it was also a waste. It was better to obediently break through to the Divine Lord realm step by step. Now, War Immortal was so generous to give him a Time Tao fruit. Naturally, he wanted him to go to the Wine Immortal Palace to teach the 2 life and death realm cultivators who had just come from the outside world a lesson. Although this was a small matter. Once it was spread out in the future, it would inevitably lead to gossip. If Immortal Elder came out of seclusion, he would also be scolded. Chess Immortal, I am full of sincerity. What do you think? War Immortal raised his wine cup and stared at Chess Immortal with burning eyes. As the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. He had already taken out a Time Tao fruit. He did not believe that Chess Immortal would not be tempted. I appreciate War Immortal's good intentions. Chess Immortal raised his wine cup and gently touched War Immortal's wine cup, making a crisp sound. Cheers. War Immortal was immediately overjoyed and laughed, cheers. The two drank in one gulp. Just like that, the secret deal was made. Wine Immortal is in seclusion. Chess Immortal, when you enter the Wine Immortal Palace, you must control all movements to the lowest level. It's best to control those two guys and make them listen to the orders of my War Immortal Palace. The War Immortal wiped his mouth and said without batting an eyelid. He then filled the Chess Immortal's wine cup with wine. Don't worry, it's just two life and death realm cultivators. What we need to guard against are the other people in the Wine Immortal Palace, Chess Immortal's TS and said. There were no more than 5 female disciples in the Wine Immortal Palace, and their cultivation levels were relatively low. Wine Immortal's puppet incarnation was only in the Eternal Realm. He wasn't even a true god, so how could he be a match for a peak 10th level true god? There's no time to lose. Before the other Immortal Palaces make a move, I'll invite the Chess Immortal. The Immortal Soldier raised his wine cup and said eagerly. Okay, I will go to the Wine Immortal Palace now. The Go Immortal clinked his cup and drained it in one gulp. Then, he boldly turned around and left. Everyone wants to see others make a fool of themselves, but they don't have to pay anything. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The Immortal Soldier raised his eyebrows and sneered as he looked at the empty exit of the hall. Many of the other Immortal Palaces were eager to make a move, but they were all afraid of being cursed for bullying the weak. Therefore, none of them made a move. His biggest competitor, the Dragon Immortal, was cultivating in seclusion. Naturally, he had no time to spare. Now, he had paid the price of a time Dao fruit to finally deal with the Chess Immortal. This was truly not easy. As long as the Chess Immortal finalized the matter at the Wine Immortal Palace, even the Dragon Immortal would not be able to help. As for how to control the two life and death realm cultivators, the Immortal Soldier was not worried at all. He believed that the Chess Immortal could do a good job. The Chess Immortal did not stop. He turned into a stream of light and went straight to the Wine Immortal Palace. When he entered the Wine Immortal Palace, no disciple of the Wine Immortal Palace dared to stop him. After all, the 8 great immortals were very famous. When they visited each other, no disciple of the Immortal Palace dared to stop them. Chess Immortal, what are you doing at the Wine Immortal Palace? Just as he was about to reach the small courtyard where Yi Yun and the others lived, a chubby figure suddenly walked out of a courtyard next to it and blocked the Chess Immortal's path. Of course, I am here to visit the future Wine Immortal. The Chess Immortal smiled and looked at the chubby woman in front of him indifferently. You. Chess Immortal's words angered the plump woman so much that her face turned red. She was still the owner of the Wine Immortal Palace. The Immortal Elder had not come out of seclusion yet, and her title as the Wine Immortal had not been removed. However, someone was so presumptuous. The fickleness of human nature was evident. It is said that 3 days ago, even the Poetry Immortal came to visit. Why can't I, the Chess Immortal, do the same? Am I not one of the 8 great immortals? Could it be, am I not the Immortal Elder's disciple? The Chess Immortal rolled his eyes and rebuked mercilessly. The chubby woman remained silent. She indeed had a reason that she could not refuse the Chess Immortal's arrival. Get out of the way. The Chess Immortal strode forward with a cold expression. Those 2 masters are brewing wine. Chess Immortal, don't disturb them. The chubby woman still blocked the way and said solemnly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Chess Immortal's eyes were like lightning. A force instantly descended and nailed the chubby woman to the ground, unable to move. I am just paying a visit. What can happen? The Chess Immortal smiled gently as he passed by the chubby woman. He walked into the small courtyard. The chubby woman stood in place, unable to move. She looked anxious. In a room in the small courtyard. Master, someone is here. It is the Chess Immortal of the 8 great immortals. The Jade Rui Spider looked in the direction of the door and said with a smile. Finally, there's something to do. I thought they would all be cowards and not dare to come. Yi Yun laughed. Let's go. Follow me to meet this Chess Immortal. Yi Yun took the lead and pushed the door open. The Jade Rui Spider followed closely behind. Greetings, Master. Seeing Yi Yun walk out of the room, the chess immortal cupped his fists and smiled flatteringly. Haha, so it is Master Chess Immortal. I wonder what brings you to my wine immortal palace. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Nothing much. I am just here to see the two masters. The chess immortal smiled calmly and unintentionally spread his hands. A force suddenly enveloped the entire small courtyard. Catching a turtle in a jar? Yi Yun looked up at the sky and said with a smile, this is exactly what I want. Catching a turtle in a jar. The chess immortal was stunned. He did not understand the meaning of Yi Yun's words. He thought that the target of catching a turtle in a jar was not him, but the two life and death realm cultivators from the outside world. Haha. The chess immortal laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. You are ready to catch a turtle in a jar. To tell you the truth, if you submit to War Immortal, you will naturally be rewarded in the future. It turns out that you are also an agent, not the mastermind. Yi Yun's eyes flashed and he smiled meaningfully. He raised his hand and said, Rui Spider, have a fight with him. Yes, master. The Jade Rui Spider was overjoyed. She rushed over and stood opposite the chess immortal. Huh? You, a little girl in the life and death realm, want to fight with me? The chess immortal was shocked. He did not expect the two winemakers from the outside world to be so arrogant. Are you looking down on me? The Jade Rui Spider raised her eyebrows and pointed her white and tender finger at the chess immortal. She said angrily, Today, I will let you taste my power. Ha ha ha. The chess immortal laughed loudly. He almost burst into tears. However, the next moment, he was surprised to find that he could not control his tears. They were like two streams running down his face. What is wrong with me? The chess immortal was shocked. He did not know what had happened to his body. Oh, this poison is not bad. It can make people cry uncontrollably. Yi Yun stroked his chin as a smile appeared on his face. He purposely exclaimed in surprise. Haha, thank you for the compliment, master. The Jade Wishful Spider was excited. She held her chubby little hand and said proudly, I can use all kinds of poisons to kill them. Haha, don't kill them completely. Just keep them alive. Yi Yun said with a smile. Although the cultivation of the so-called 8 immortals was average, Yi Yun had no intention of eliminating them completely. He saw some clues about the Xianxia Immortal Palace, so he wanted to keep some of them as Lu Linlong's subordinates in the future. If he killed them all, it would be troublesome to find some outsiders and train them again. Is this poison? The chess immortal wiped his tears and asked incredulously. He could feel his tears streaming down. The dermic powers in his body seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of force, and he could not use them at all. What kind of poison was this? The chess immortal was very knowledgeable, but he could not identify the strange poison in his body. What kind of poison did you use? Can I tell you? The Jade Wishful Spider walked over and stood beside the chess immortal. The two of them, one big and one small, were disproportionate in height. The little girl, in particular, looked a little funny because of her age. If it weren't for Master, I would have stabbed you to death with my finger. The Jade Wishful Spider said with a smile. Although you are good at using poison, I have the body of a true god. I'm not someone a life and death realm cultivator like you can touch. The chess immortal continued to wipe his tears and said disapprovingly. At this point, an evil thought suddenly arose in his mind. He raised his hand and slapped the little girl in front of him. He did not want to kill her, but at least she should be punished. At the same time, he wanted to restrain the little girl and make her hand over the antidote. How dare you? The Jade Wishful Spider snorted and raised a little finger that looked like a spring onion to poke at the chess immortal. Poof. It was like poking a piece of tofu. The chess immortal's powerful palm was pierced with a bloody hole. For a moment, blood flowed out. How is this possible? Looking at the bloody hole in his palm, the chess immortal was shocked. He endured the pain in his hand and looked at the little girl beside him in disbelief. What kind of monster was this? Was the fleshly body of a life and death realm cultivator so powerful? He was actually able to pierce through the palm of a true god with a single finger. Lord Chess Immortal. I forgot to tell you, my sister is from the demon clan. Her physical body is very strong. Yi Yun teased from the side. So it was a demon. The chess immortal's face was ashen and extremely ugly. The demon race had always had a strong physical body. However, for a life-and-death realm cultivator to be able to destroy his body, what kind of heaven-defying monster was this? You can't do it. If it doesn't work, then let Weapon Immortal come over himself. Yi Yan waved his hand impatiently and began to ask them to leave. Master, should we detoxify him? The Jade Ruri Spider asked. Just now, her master had told her not to take the chess immortal's life, so she had kept that in mind and did not kill him. Yi Yan casually glanced at the chess immortal as if he had seen his internal organs. He said with a smile, no need to detoxify him. It's good that he's poisoned like this, okay. The Jade Ruri Spider responded cheerfully and skipped back to him. Ah! The chess immortal screamed as if he had seen a terrifying creature. He was so scared that he turned around and ran away. He could not use his magic power now. In terms of physical strength, he was no match for the little girl. He was simply waiting for death there. Although they had an infinite lifespan in the Xianxia Immortal Palace, once they were killed, they would really die. The chess immortal escaped from the small courtyard in an extremely sorry state. When he passed by the fat woman, he did not dare to look at her at all and ran out of the Wine Immortal Palace. Lord Chess Immortal, what happened? The disciples of the Wine Immortal Palace were puzzled when they saw this scene. The fat woman suddenly felt that she could move her body. She instinctively turned around and looked at the small courtyard. What happened in the small courtyard just now? Why did the chess immortal, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the true immortal realm, suddenly run away in such a sorry state? The fat woman walked over. At this moment, Yi Yan and the Jade Ruri Spider were standing in the small courtyard and chatting softly with each other. What happened just now? Did the chess immortal bully you? The fat woman asked nervously. Do we look like we were bullied? I just said that if he dares to bully me, I will die here immediately. I will make sure that the immortal elder does not have the 9th grade splendid wine to drink for the rest of his life. Yi Yan spread his hands and said in an extremely shameless manner. Hiss. The fat woman sucked in a breath of cold air. This reason was too powerful and too vicious. No matter how brave the chess immortal was, he would never dare to provoke the immortal elder. That's good. You can drink the wine in peace. The fat woman looked around and found that there was nothing special in the courtyard. So she turned around and left. Yi Yan smiled faintly. He had already gotten rid of the blood that had dripped onto the ground. Master, the War Immortal is behind this chess immortal. Should we kill our way to the War Immortal Palace? The Jade Ruri Spider's eyes flashed fiercely. Not for now. I believe they will not be able to resist, Yi Yan said with a smile. Anyway, Lu Linlang had not come out of seclusion yet. He would wait for 2 more days. War Immortal Palace. War Immortal, something bad has happened. The chess immortal ran in a sorry state. Tears kept flowing down his face. As soon as he saw the War Immortal, he shouted loudly. What's wrong with you? The War Immortal was holding a wine cup when he suddenly saw the chess immortal running in with a face full of tears and hands bleeding. He was shocked. Those 2 people from the outside world, one of them is a little girl from the demon clan. She is very good at using poison. I was poisoned by her and now I can't use my dermic powers. The chess immortal ran closer and complained with a crying face. A mere life and death realm cultivator has such a strange poison? Soldier Immortal gasped. He was also shocked. He quickly found a few bottles of antidote pills and threw them over. Take it and try it. The chess immortal opened the bottle without hesitation and swallowed several antidote pills in succession. However, to his dismay, these pills were useless. The dermic powers in his body still could not be used. His tears were still flowing non-stop. It's over. This poison can't be cured. The chess immortal sat on the ground dejectedly. At this moment, he even had the thought of dying. This poison is so powerful. The War Immortal stood up and walked in front of the chess immortal. He frowned and said, I was too careless. I didn't expect that little girl to be able to poison me. Otherwise, I would have added a layer of defense and no poison would be able to enter, the chess immortal said with tears in his eyes. You are too careless. The War Immortal was speechless. It was really embarrassing for a true god to be poisoned by a life-and-death realm cultivator. Where did the bloody hole in your hand come from? The war immortal's eyes moved and asked in shock. That little girl's physical body is very strong. She pierced it with a finger. The chess immortal cried. Humph, what kind of demon clan is she? How could she have such a strong physical body? The war immortal's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a layer of murderous aura surged out of his body. He put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Chess immortal, come with me to the wine immortal palace. I will avenge you personally. Okay. The chess immortal was shocked and immediately stood up. Don't kill them. Old immortal still wants to drink the 9th grade splendid wine? Seeing the war immortal's murderous aura, the chess immortal's heart tightened and he reminded him. Don't worry. I just want to control these two guys. The war immortal opened his mouth and smiled. Weapon immortal, you are a divine lord realm cultivator. As long as you are not poisoned, those two life and death realm cultivators are no match for you. Chess immortal wiped his tears and gritted his teeth as he said hatefully. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Weapon immortal laughed. You must get that little girl too. Detoxify me. Chess immortal hurriedly said. He couldn't stop his tears. It was too shameful. If this matter were to spread to the other immortal palaces, he would become a laughing stock. Let's go. Weapon immortal pulled chess immortal and instantly left weapon immortal palace. In a few breaths of time, the two entered wine immortal palace. At the same time, apart from dragon immortal palace, the masters of the other immortal palaces were also paying attention to wine immortal palace. I didn't expect that the dignified chess immortal would actually be defeated. Those two outsiders really have some tricks up their sleeves. Sword immortal palace. A sword immortal in a white robe looked into the distance and said lightly. He had been coveting the beauty wine immortal for a long time. Sword immortal did not want to miss this opportunity. However, his cultivation was too high and he was too embarrassed to make a move. Now that chess immortal had made a move and tested his bottom line, it was a good thing. Weapon immortal, I understand what you mean. However, if you want to control others, how is that possible? Have you asked about my sword? Sword immortal's eyes were like lightning as he smiled coldly. He was on par with the war immortal in terms of strength, but he had recently gained a deeper understanding of the sword Tao. If he were to face weapon immortal head-on, he was confident that he could defeat him. Zither immortal palace. Clang clang, a handsome young man in red gently played an ancient tune. His technique was smooth and a series of illusions appeared, making it hard for others to see clearly. He had just finished playing a tune. He placed his hand on the strings of the zither as a cold smile appeared on his lips. All of you are ambitious and want to obtain wine immortal. Have you all asked my zither? Zither immortal sneered. His hands were white and soft. He was born with 6 fingers and was not an ordinary person. Painting immortal palace. The celestial painter stood by the window. Her beautiful eyes wandered as she looked into the distance with melancholy. Logically speaking, the chess immortal's cultivation is not low, but he was defeated in the wine immortal palace. Who on earth attacked him? The painting immortal said quietly. The chess immortal's crushing defeat and the war immortal's fury had ignited the fuse of a great war. Even though she wasn't involved. But he was also worried about the future of Xianxia. The dragon immortal is still cultivating. If he comes out of seclusion this time, his strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, no immortal palace will be a match for the dragon immortal. He is the most terrifying, the celestial painting sighed. She rubbed her aching forehead and gently closed her eyes. The final victor of this battle was very likely to be Xianxia. But it was hard to say. If the immortal elder came out of seclusion in advance, and someone controlled the 2 winemakers in advance, then it would be difficult for the dragon immortal to come out. Why is the war immortal here? Not long after the fat woman sat down, she noticed that the weapon immortal and the chess immortal had arrived. She hurriedly walked out and blocked the path again. Sir War Immortal, stop fooling around. My wine immortal palace doesn't welcome the 2 of you. The fat woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and said coldly with a straight face. Don't block me. I'm here to pay a visit to the future wine immortal. Bam, the war immortal didn't care. He waved his hand and sent the fat woman flying. His strength was very ingenious. He didn't hurt the fat woman, but at the same time, he imprisoned her. The fat woman lay on the ground, unable to move or speak. She was so angry that her face turned red. Unfortunately, she was an external incarnation. Now that the original body was cultivating in seclusion, she couldn't contact him. She was helpless in the face of the powerful war immortal. Good lad, a divine lord realm came this time. In the small courtyard, the jade rui spider happily stomped the ground and giggled. This war immortal's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the divine lord realm. He's not weak. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed and saw the war immortal's cultivation. Master, don't worry. Although his cultivation is higher than mine, he has armor and a protective shield. I can take him down. The jade rui spider patted her small chest and said solemnly. Good. Yi Yan smiled and nodded. He was naturally clear about the strength of the jade rui spider. Even if she couldn't defeat the other party, Yi Yan would help her cheat. In any case, Yi Yan would not let his people suffer. The war immortal rushed into the small courtyard aggressively. The chess immortal followed behind him, tears streaming down his face, and he kept wiping them. Sir War Immortal, why did you bring the chess immortal back? Do you want him to be poisoned a second time? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and deliberately asked in surprise. Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far. You've offended the chess immortal. Even if you're titled as the wine immortal in the future, you won't have a good time. The war immortal said with a gloomy face. That's not necessarily true. In this world, only I can brew the 9th grade glory. The immortal elder can't leave. Yi Yan laughed. How dare you? The war immortal was furious and reached out to grab the jade rui spider. He knew that this little girl was an expert in using poison and had a strong physical body. If he could take her down first, everything would be fine. The war immortal was tall and strong. When he slapped down, the momentum was so great that the entire small courtyard felt like a mountain was pressing down on it. It was incomparably heavy. Get lost. The jade rui spider shouted angrily and raised her fist to punch. Boom, there was a loud bang and the entire small courtyard shook. Yi Yan's pupils constricted. All the shockwaves disappeared into nothingness. You're definitely not in the life and death realm. The war immortal's body shook and his blood surged. He looked at the little girl in front of him in shock. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm also in the divine lord realm. The jade rui spider spread her hands and chuckled. She released the aura of a divine lord realm. What, this little girl is also in the divine lord realm? The chess immortal behind him widened his eyes in disbelief. In the outside world, the eternal realm was the highest cultivation level. How could there be a divine lord realm monster? Divine lord realm? The war immortal looked at the little girl opposite him in shock and frowned. At that moment, he had the same thought as the chess immortal. How did a divine lord realm monster appear in the outside world? It was too illogical. Master, I'm going to transform. Otherwise, I won't be as strong as this guy. The jade rui spider turned around and pleaded to Yi Yan pitifully. Transform. After all, your true form is the strongest state. It can help you overcome the gap in cultivation level. Yi Yan said with a smile. The war immortal's body was very strong and he had a set of hard armor on his body. His defense was also very strong. If he did not reveal his true form and did not use poison, the jade rui spider could only fight on par with him. Whoosh, a sparkling light flashed. The originally cute little girl had disappeared, and in the middle of the courtyard, a huge spider suddenly appeared. The spider was 40 to 50 feet long and its body was crystal clear. It emitted wisps of divine light, especially the spider spears that emitted a sharp luster. It's actually a spider demon? The war immortal was shocked. He never thought that there would be such a powerful spider demon. As far as he knew, there were many demon clans in the Sungnan continent, but spider demons had never been a threat. Pig demon? Hearing the war immortal's words, the jade rui spider was furious. How dare he call her a pig? Although she was a little fat in her human form, she could not be as fat as a pig, right? A light flashed. The jade-ruri spider fell from the sky and stretched out its sharp spider legs to stab down. What a fast speed! The war immortal was slightly shocked. He raised his arm and turned his palm to block the attack. He had a hard armor on his arm. The armor had a long history and was very strong. Poof, there was a muffled sound. The sharp spider spear directly pierced through the armor and into the flesh of the war immortal's arm. Ah! An indescribable pain came from his arm. The soldier immortal roared and quickly retreated several feet. There was a big hole in the golden armor and blood spurted out. How is this possible? The soldier immortal looked at the bloody hole in disbelief. His eyes widened and his whole body was a little weak. How could the spider's physical body be so strong? The armor on his body was a high-grade emperor level. And his body, after so many years of refinement, was comparable to a top-grade emperor-level Dharma treasure. He was not polite at all. There were too few people in this world who could injure him. However, this spider, whose realm was lower than his, used only a single spider spear to pierce through his armor and powerful body. How could the soldier immortal not be shocked by such terrifying strength? If the spider spear had pierced his chest or his head, would he still be alive? The soldier immortal has lost. When the chess immortal saw this scene, he felt as if he had fallen into hell. His body was cold and he trembled. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the spider demon would be so powerful. The sharp spider spear could actually break through the soldier immortal's emperor-level armor and powerful body. It was unbelievable. Soldier immortal, we can't afford to offend this demon. Let's leave, the chess immortal wiped his tears and quickly said. Leave? The soldier immortal laughed sinisterly and roared, how is that possible? When have I ever been at a disadvantage? You are at a disadvantage now. The giant spider in the air laughed like a little girl and said sarcastically, take 2 steps forward. Take 2 steps? The soldier immortal was stunned. He did not know what this spider demon was trying to do. Haha. Yi Yun, who was standing at the side, noticed something. He laughed mockingly and said, the great war immortal doesn't even dare to take 2 steps. The soldier immortal's face was ashen. For a moment, he was in a difficult position. He did not know if he should take 2 steps or directly attack. As the soldier immortal, he had all kinds of powerful attack methods that he had not used. The hole in his arm just now was because he was careless. Whoosh, with a crisp sound, over 100 weapons suddenly appeared behind the soldier immortal. Spear, sword, halberd, knife, needle, every weapon was emitting a terrifying light. It was as if with a single thought, all of these weapons would launch a tidal wave of attacks. I say, Sir War Immortal, what are you doing? Wasn't it just 2 steps? Is there a need to be fully armed? Seeing that the soldier immortal's aura was getting stronger and stronger, the jade wishful spider did not mind at all and chuckled. As expected of the war immortal, he has so many weapons, Yi Yun praised. Humph. The weapon immortal snorted and strode over. Wasn't it just a few steps? He was a dignified divine lord soldier immortal. What did he have to fear? As long as he took 3 steps, he would attack the spider. In this wave of attacks, over 100 divine weapons were launched at the same time. Like a violent storm, they would definitely poke the spider into pieces. 1 step. 2 steps. The weapon immortal who had just taken 2 steps suddenly widened his eyes as if he had seen the most terrifying creature in the world. His huge body began to tremble. The dermic powers in his body were in a mess and did not listen to his orders at all. Thump thump, the weapon immortal's burly body jumped up like a kangaroo, but not as high as a kangaroo. Spider demon, what did you do to me? The weapon immortal shouted in horror. At this moment, his body seemed to be completely out of control. He kept jumping around according to a unique rhythm. Due to the loss of control of his dermic powers, the hundreds of divine weapons behind him also lost control at this moment. Following that, the weapon immortals also began to dance in the air, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Hee hee. Let me give you a little half-step falling smile, let you experience the fun of epilepsy. The jade wishful spider laughed. Now that the weapon immortal had lost his combat power, her half-step falling smile poison would always control him. As long as the weapon immortal was alive, he would always be in this state. It was exactly the same as the chess immortal's tears. Rui, is this half-step falling smile? Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat as he asked in amusement. Yes, master. The jade wishful spider replied with a smile. Yi Yan shook his head and said with a smile, how did you get this poison? Master, our race has too many poisons. Think about it, we can't use all the poisons to kill people, right? How boring would that be? So generation after generation of ancestors developed all kinds of interesting poisons. The jade wishful spider spoke with assurance. All right. Yi Yan laughed bitterly. At that moment, he really thought that an interesting soul had transmigrated into the jade wishful spider's body. Weapon Immortal, are you all right? The chess immortal ran over and asked in horror when he saw the weapon immortal jumping up and down on the ground. All right, my ass. Let's go. Seeing the chess immortal's teary face, the weapon immortal was so angry that he cursed. He turned around and rushed toward the door of the small courtyard. He was still bouncing up and down like a lively kangaroo. The chess immortal followed closely behind. The two of them ran toward the entrance of the wine immortal palace. What's going on? The fat woman lying on the ground suddenly regained consciousness. She stood up and looked at the weapon immortal who was jumping away with a dumbfounded expression on her face. The chess immortal's tears did not stop. The weapon immortal seemed to be suffering from epilepsy. He kept jumping up and down and his body would occasionally twitch once or twice. What's going on? The fat woman felt that the world had suddenly become magical. Could it be that all this was the doing of the two cultivators from the outside world? That's impossible. They are only in the life and death realm. How could they be a match for the two immortals? Could it be that they are not in the life and death realm? Suddenly, a thought rose in her mind and gave her a fright. The fat woman ran into the small courtyard. Seeing that there were no traces of fighting in the courtyard, she breathed a sigh of relief. What happened just now? The fat woman asked nervously. Nothing, it's just that the weapon immortal was too confident and insisted on experiencing half-step falling with a smile, so this happened. Yi Yan shrugged and said with a laugh. Is it that funny? The fat woman frowned and continued to stare at Yi Yan and asked, what is half-step falling with a smile? It's a kind of poison. Yi Yan said. How could there be such a poison in the outside world? The weapon immortal is in the divine lord realm. What kind of poison in the Xianxia continent can poison him? The fat woman was shocked. Why not? I have a lot of poisons. Do you want to try? The jade spider came over and stared at the fat woman eagerly. Don't be unreasonable. Yi Yan glared at her. This fat woman was Lu Linlong's avatar and was one of them. He must not hurt his allies. Master, I'm just joking. The jade wishful spider shrugged and laughed out loud. Is there any half-step falling with a smile? Give me a copy. I'll study it. The fat woman stretched out her hand and looked at the delicate little girl. Master, should I give it to her? The jade spider asked. She can't control this kind of poison. Don't hurt her by accident. Yi Yan shook his head. So stingy. The fat woman stomped her foot angrily and turned to leave. By the way, you're not in the life and death realm, right? The fat woman suddenly stopped at the door and asked without turning her head. Divine Lord Realm. The Jade Ruri Spider said bluntly. What? Divine Lord Realm? The fat woman's body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. This inconspicuous little girl was actually a Divine Lord Realm expert, however, she believed it when she recalled what happened to the chess immortal and the war immortal. Then what realm are you in? The fat woman turned around and asked Yi Yan in a deep voice. We're in the same realm. Yi Yan said with a smile. After defeating the chess immortal and the war immortal, their cultivation base and realm would be exposed no matter what. Now, there was no need to hide. How can there be a divine lord realm cultivator in the Xianxia continent? The fat woman's eyes were burning as if she wanted to see through Yi Yan. The Xianxia continent is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are even divine venerables, let alone divine lords. What's so strange about that? Yi Yan laughed. That's impossible. There hasn't been a true god in the Xianxia continent for 100,000 years. How can there be a divine lord realm expert? The fat woman shook her head and said. There are so many true gods and divine lords hidden in the Long River Celestial Palace. Isn't this part of the void in the Tsunnan continent? Yiyan smiled faintly and said, can you guarantee that there are no other forces similar to the Long River Celestial Palace in other places? The fat woman fell silent. The white-robed young man opposite her was right. Since there was the first Long River Celestial Palace, there might be a second or a third. Such a mysterious and powerful force was hidden in the depths of the void and never appeared in this world, nor did it participate in any disputes. Therefore, no one knew. Are you here for some unspeakable secret? The fat woman took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. It's said that the Long River Celestial Palace can make people immortal. Of course, we want to be immortal, Yiyan said with a smile. The fat woman was speechless when she heard Yiyan's words. This reason could indeed move anyone, and she really couldn't find any words to refute it. The immortal old man is very powerful. Since you came here with a purpose, I'm sure the immortal old man has his own plans. Be careful, the plump woman thought for a moment and instructed. Don't worry, Immortal Elder naturally wants a powerful wine immortal to strengthen the Long River Immortal Palace, don't you think so? Yiyan said indifferently. The fat woman's eyes turned cold. It seems that you want to replace me? Of course, the title of Wine Immortal should have been removed a long time ago, Yiyan said with a smile. Humph. The fat woman snorted and turned around to leave. Master, I find that you are very patient with her. The jade wishful spider came over and whispered, rolling its eyes. Of course, you'll understand in the future, Yiyan said meaningfully. How could the title of Wine Immortal suit his woman? If Lu Linlang were here, she would at least be the master of the Long River Immortal Palace. This was in line with Yiyan's usual style. The Wine Immortal Palace regained its tranquility. However, the entire Long River Immortal Palace was in an uproar. Although the masters of the Immortal Palaces did not know what happened in the Wine Immortal Palace, they were extremely shocked when they saw the Chess Immortal and War Immortal escaping in a sorry state. War Immortal, what happened? Sword Immortal, the master of the Sword Immortal Palace, could not help but be shocked when he saw the War Immortal jumping around crazily with hundreds of weapons floating around behind him. His figure flashed. He disappeared from the Sword Immortal Palace and came to the War Immortal Palace. There must be something strange. War Immortal is not weak, but he was defeated and fled. Such a bizarre escape, it seems that there must be something strange in the Wine Immortal Palace. Zither Immortal hugged her zither and disappeared from the Zither Immortal Palace. The next moment, he also came to the War Immortal Palace. Seeing the white-robed figure with a sword on his back standing in the main hall of the War Immortal Palace, Zither Immortal sneered. You came early, Sword Immortal. Aren't you here too? Sword Immortal said coldly. The two immortals were both disciples of the Immortal Elder, but they did not get along with each other. When they met, they were ready to fight. Humph. The two snorted coldly at the same time and no longer spoke. They seemed to have a tacit understanding and were waiting for the return of War Immortal. After a long while, Sword Immortal finally became impatient. He looked at the distant void and said coldly. What the hell is this War Immortal doing? How come even his cultivation seems to have disappeared, such a close distance, after running for so long, he still has not returned to the War Immortal Palace. After saying that, the long sword on his back turned into a silver light and flew away. The silver light whizzed away and whizzed back again. The awe-inspiring sword light brought Chess Immortal and War Immortal back to the War Immortal Palace. Zither Immortal, Sword Immortal, why are you two here? War Immortal was startled and asked while jumping around. His voice was somewhat incoherent. War Immortal, oh War Immortal. You have been wise all your life, I never thought that you would have such a day. Looking at such a funny War Immortal, Sword Immortal sneered. Good Sword Immortal, you are actually here to add insult to injury. War Immortal was furious and rushed towards Sword Immortal. However, his Fali was not under his control at all. Even if he rushed over, he was not a match for Sword Immortal. Stand there obediently, don't move. Sword Immortal pointed with his finger and a powerful force suppressed him. War Immortal immediately stood in place and was abruptly pressed down. Finally, his body no longer needed to jump up and down. However, War Immortal's body trembled, he was still unable to control the unique rhythm in his body. You two, what happened in the Wine Immortal Palace? Why are you two like this now? Zither Immortal's eyes were like icy spring water, she slowly opened her mouth and her voice was cold and pleasant. This immortal was careless, it turns out that little girl is a great demon of divine monarch realm. Her ability to use poison is really powerful, War Immortal sighed. Poison? Zither Immortal was taken aback, she looked at Chess Immortal again and said in surprise, it turns out that you are all poisoned, no wonder you are like this. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Zither Immortal's words, War Immortal roared in dissatisfaction. Zither Immortal ignored him and said, what kind of poison is this? Half-step falling smile. War Immortal did not hide it and directly said it. Then he looked at her with an eager face, I remember that your medical skills are not bad, I wonder if you can cure this poison? I can try. Zither Immortal gently sat on the ground and placed the ancient Zither on her knees. She took out hundreds of porcelain bottles and floated on the zither strings. Sword Immortal's cold face also revealed a look of admiration. Zither Immortal is known to be a master of both medicine and music, she can definitely cure this poison. You flatter me. Zither Immortal said indifferently and then closed her eyes. She placed her hands on the zither strings and began to play. Hundreds of porcelain bottles danced along with the music. Streams of air flowed out of the porcelain bottles and floated in the air like small snakes swimming. Different streams of air combined together, causing the color of the small snakes to become more and more complicated. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Suddenly, the sound of the zither resounded and the clanging sound was endless. That small snake suddenly split into two and kept changing, flickering and flying into War Immortal and Chess Immortal's body along with the music. Haha. Chess Immortal suddenly laughed, my dermic powers have recovered. My dermic powers have also recovered. As expected of Zither Immortal, your medical skills are unparalleled in the world. War Immortal also laughed loudly. His burly body shook and broke free from the restriction set by Sword Immortal. However, War Immortal's eyebrows trembled and then he jumped up crazily again. What a strange poison. I have failed. Zither Immortal opened her eyes and looked at War Immortal with a complicated look in her eyes. Have we failed? The Sword Immortal frowned and pointed at the Weapon Immortal. The Weapon Immortal and the Chess Immortal have recovered their powers. Is this considered a success? I can only unlock half of it. I can't unlock the other half at all. This is considered a failure for me, the Zither Immortal stood up and said with frustration. Not bad. I'm very satisfied to be able to recover my powers. The Weapon Immortal took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He circulated his powers crazily to suppress his body. Under his suppression, his body finally stopped jumping crazily and only trembled slightly. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice it. Everyone, listen to me. Although these two people are from the Tsangnan continent, I don't know which force they are from. Their cultivation is at the Divine Lord realm. It seems that they have ulterior motives. The Weapon Immortal said in a deep voice. The Zither Immortal sneered. Divine Lord realm. It's unbelievable. I stayed in the Xianxia Immortal Palace for so long to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm. How did someone cultivate to the Divine Lord realm outside? Although the three of us have thoughts about the Wine Immortal, I think it's time for us to join forces. The Sword Immortal said in a deep voice. Join forces? The other people's facial muscles twitched. This idea was bold. For so many years, the Immortal Palaces had been fighting openly and secretly. They had never joined forces. They didn't expect they would join forces because of two outsiders. Alright, let's join forces and subdue those two guys first. The Weapon Immortal agreed after thinking about it. I agree. The Zither Immortal nodded. I agree too, the Chess Immortal also shouted. Tears continued to flow from his eyes, but at a slower rate than before. This is a battle between divine lords. Chess Immortal, you don't have to go. The Sword Immortal said coldly. Sigh. The Chess Immortal sighed and lowered his head silently. A battle between divine lords was indeed not something a true god like him could participate in. Let's go now. The sword immortal, the zither immortal, and the weapon immortal looked at each other and said in unison. The three of them flew into the sky. In the painting immortal palace. The painting immortal's face turned pale when she saw the three streams of light heading toward the wine immortal palace. Sword immortal, wine immortal, and zither immortal, the battle prowess of the three great immortal palace masters was extremely strong. Now, they actually had to join forces to deal with those two outsiders. It was truly inconceivable. Fairy painting, are you going to make a move? A figure drifted over and said from a short distance away. It was the immortal poet. My strength is limited. It's best if I don't participate, the celestial painter sighed. The immortal poet smiled bitterly and said, I was wrong before. These two life and death realm cultivators from the outside world were also hiding their cultivation. Their real cultivation is at the divine monarch realm. Immortal poet, what do you mean? The painting immortal heard the underlying meaning. The two of them hid their cultivation and entered our long river celestial palace. I'm afraid their purpose is not simple. Now that the masters of several celestial palaces are attacking us at the same time, if we don't do anything, won't the immortal elder punish us when he comes out of seclusion? Immortal poet said softly. That makes sense. Then let's also get involved in this mess. The celestial painter gritted her teeth, and her gaze became resolute. Now Dragon Immortal and Wine Immortal are in secluded cultivation. If she and the immortal poet don't make a move, if something unexpected happens in this battle, the two of them will naturally be punished by the immortal elder in the future. Thinking of the immortal elder's violent temper, the painting immortal shuddered in her heart and made up her mind. Okay. The immortal poet nodded silently. The two of them turned into two rays of light and went straight to the wine immortal palace. The war immortal, sword immortal, and zither immortal were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, they felt something. I didn't expect these two to come too. The sword immortal looked behind him and said with a smile. The Long River Celestial Palace is being invaded by foreign enemies. We are also here to help the three of you. The immortal poet cupped her fists and said with a solemn face. Although my cultivation is low, I also want to do my part. The painting immortal also expressed her stance. Okay, then the five of us divine monarch realm experts will represent the Long River Celestial Palace and meet these two outsiders today. The war immortal gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Okay. Everyone replied with high fighting spirit in their hearts. Without stopping, they flew all the way into the wine immortal palace and went straight to the small courtyard. Why are they all here? Seeing the five masters of the celestial palace arrive at the same time, the plump woman was shocked. However, before she could do anything, the war immortal pointed his finger at her from afar and she immediately fainted. In the small courtyard. Master, there are a total of 5 guys here. Except for the chess immortal of the true immortal realm, the others are all here. The jade ruri spider looked into the distance and said. Where is the dragon immortal? Yiyan said disapprovingly. Isn't the dragon immortal in seclusion? The jade ruri spider chuckled. Its body shook and it immediately revealed its original body. These guys should not be weak. But you don't have to worry. I will lend you a hand, Yiyan said with a smile with his hands behind his back. Master, someone has detoxified the war immortal's poison but only half of it. This means that there are still capable people in the Long River Celestial Palace, the jade ruri spider observed and said. The zither immortal is quite capable. Give him a heavy poison later and let him experience it, Yiyan said casually. Okay. The jade ruri spider was overjoyed. With the Lord, this invincible divine Empyrean realm powerhouse by the side, what waves could a few mere divine Lord realms stir up? 5 figures flashed and entered the small courtyard. Oh, why are all of you here? Yiyan asked with a smile. You two outsiders have intruded into the Long River Celestial Palace. What is your purpose? The sword immortal asked coldly. He was surrounded by sword essence. The clanging sound did not stop as if a sharp sword was about to be unsheathed. You guys. Aren't you outsiders? Didn't you enter the Long River Celestial Palace from the Tsunnan continent? Why can't we come when you can? Yiyan retorted. These words made the 5 of them speechless. Yiyan looked at the immortal poet and asked with a smile, "Immortal poet, do you want to get involved in this?" The immortal poet had a complicated expression. She hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Cut the crap. Take the two of them down first." The immortal soldier shouted angrily. "How dare a loser like you talk to my master like that?" The jade wishful spider was furious and pounced on the arrogant immortal soldier. Yiyan narrowed his eyes and activated the heavenly illusory eye. At this moment, the 5 masters of the celestial palaces were stunned and fell into an illusion. Puff! 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 A ray of light flashed and the jade wishful spider's sharp spider spear left bloody marks on each of them. "Master, you didn't even give them a chance to attack." The jade wishful spider flew back and said with a wry smile. "It's too noisy and will disturb the immortal wine's cultivation," Yiyan smiled gently. At this moment, the sword immortal and the immortal soldier woke up from the illusion. Every one of them had suffered some flesh wounds, and various kinds of toxins had already spread in their bodies. This time, the jade wishful spider was ruthless. Each of them had at least 2 kinds of strange poisons in their bodies. The zither immortal, who had the best medical skills, had a total of 6 kinds of poisons in his body. They had spread all over his internal organs, blood, bones, hair, and even part of his primordial spirit. "I didn't expect there to be such a great demon in the outside world who is good at using poisons." A man's voice suddenly echoed in the space. Then a figure flashed and a man in a white robe with a proud look appeared. "You are Xian?" Yiyan looked at the man with a surprised expression. Xian, the founder of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the first pavilion master. 70,000 years ago, he received a mysterious summons and left the small world of the immortal pond. From then on, he entered the Xianxia continent and founded the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. He began a series of schemes against the Shenlong sect. 30,000 years ago, Xian disappeared without a trace. Yiyan never expected that this mysterious guy would be hiding in the Xianxia Celestial Palace. Xian, also known as Xian, was one of the 8 great celestial palace masters. It was said that he was also the most powerful among the 8. Yiyan recognized Xian because he had scanned the memories of the 7 great celestial ancestors when he was at the 7-Star Mountain. Xian was called Ancestor Xian by the 7 Stars clan and had a very high seniority. He was also the only one who left the immortal pond. Therefore, the 7 great celestial ancestors knew what Ancestor Xian looked like. "Who are you?" Xian frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar white-robed young man in front of him. This guy in front of him actually knew his real name. Where did he come from? These 2 people from the outside world had already reached the Divine Lord realm. He did not know which force they were from. As far as he knew, there was no such force in the Xianxia continent. "I'm just a passerby," Yiyan was overjoyed as he looked at Xian. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Xian, you disappeared without a trace 30,000 years ago. I didn't expect you to enter the Xianxia Celestial Palace and become the Pavilion Master. This is really unexpected." For Yiyan, last time in the small world of the Immortal Pond, he did not find any important clues from the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. However, things in this world were very strange. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Yiyan unexpectedly found Xian in the Xianxia Celestial Palace. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. As the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Xian's value and significance were too great. Ooh. Squeak. At this moment, the Pavilion Masters of the 5 great celestial palace who were injured by the jade spider suddenly made all kinds of strange sounds. The rhythm of these voices was tight like a storm. Xian took a look and frowned. The soldier immortal, the sword immortal, the poet immortal, and the others had all turned into abnormal people. Some were hunched over, some were jumping up and down, some were lying on the ground, and some were dancing. Without exception, they were all making strange noises. It was as if 5 clowns were performing a New Year's Eve show. Especially the most beautiful painting fairy. She was actually like a monkey, dancing with joy and doing all kinds of strange comical actions. It was unbearable to look at. Hee, this is really fun. Seeing that there was no one in front of it, the jade wishful spider laughed. Its laughter was like a silver bell, drifting in the air. Rui. These poisons have really opened my eyes. Yi Yan praised. Master, I've already spared their lives. Don't worry, I definitely won't poison them to death. The jade wishful spider said proudly. Little girl, hurry up and detoxify them, or else I'll teach you a lesson. Long Xian gritted his teeth and said. The bones in his body crackled and popped. The jade Rui spider was enraged. You think you can undo it just because you say so? Who do you think you are? The jade wishful spider was still in its original form. When it spoke, its 8 eyes moved together and it looked a little scary. That's right. Who do you think you are? Yi Yan took a step forward and stood opposite Long Xian. You, want to fight me? Long Xian's face darkened when he saw the fearless young man in white in front of him. He was a level 5 divine lord and was the top expert below the celestial elder. For tens of thousands of years, almost no one had dared to challenge him. His hand shook. Suddenly, an ancient star compass appeared in Long Xian's hand. The star compass spun quickly and made a whooshing sound. Do you still want to calculate such a small matter? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and let out a mocking laugh. In the small world of the Xianxia fairy palace, the sun was still bright and the sky was clear. However, at this moment, it was covered by the power of Yi Yan's heavenly illusory eyes. In other words, no matter how good Long Xian was at deduction, he would not gain anything. You can't calculate it? Long Xian's heart sank and he looked at Yi Yan with even more uncertainty. However, when he thought about how he was in the Xianxia fairy palace, he became fearless again. No matter how powerful the young man in white was, how could he be a match for the celestial elder? The other masters of the fairy palace were not very clear about the celestial elder's true strength. Only he, as the celestial elder's proudest disciple, truly understood how terrifying the celestial elder was. Long Xian, you don't have to calculate it. I know you came from the 7-star mountain in the fairy pond and that you have the bloodline of the 9-tailed divine dragon. I also know that you once racked your brains and spared no effort to deal with the Shenlong sect, right? Yi Yan asked calmly. He had added 2 facts in front of his statement. As for the matter of the divine dragon sect, it had also been forcefully added. Yi Yan wanted to see Long Xian's reaction. You do know a lot. Who are you? Did you come to the Xianxia fairy palace to look for me? Long Xian's face stiffened and he stared coldly at Yi Yan. To be honest, he felt as if he had been stripped naked. How did this young man in white know about the small world in the fairy pond? Could it be that he had entered the fairy pond before? Why would I look for you alone? I'm here for immortality. Yi Yan looked around and smiled casually. Back in the fairy pond, Yi Yan's primordial spirit had invaded the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and touched the mark of the star compass. The mark suddenly exploded and killed the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Therefore, Yi Yan did not obtain any useful information. As the first ancestor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Long Xian had cultivated the same divine power. He must have the same mark of the star compass in his mind. This time, Yi Yan was going to be careful and see if he could get some useful clues. Humph. If you want immortality in the Xianxia Fairy Palace, you have to keep a low profile. Today, I, Long Xian, will teach you all a lesson so that the old man won't say that you don't know the rules. Long Xian sneered and suddenly grabbed at Yi Yan. You want to fight me? You're too naive. Yi Yan laughed. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. A powerful force instantly acted on Long Xian's body. Long Xian had difficulty breathing and his face turned red. He could no longer move. How can this be? This person's cultivation is higher than mine. Looking at Yi Yan, Long Xian's heart was in turmoil. He had always been conceited and arrogant. Although he entered the Xianxia Fairy Palace later than some of the others, he had made great progress in his cultivation and eventually surpassed the other 7. He was the leader of the 8 great fairy palace masters. At the same time, he was also the most beloved disciple of the Old Man of Time. However, Long Xian did not expect that even with his powerful strength, he could not fight back in front of this mysterious young man in white. His opponent's cultivation was at least at the Divine Sovereign Realm level 10. Or at least at the half-step Supreme God realm. Sir. Are you from the Divine Land? Long Xian's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Yun with a burning gaze. He thought that only a cultivator from the Divine Land would have such powerful strength. Long Xian, I am indeed from the Divine Land. The Lord from the Phoenix tribe asked me to look for you. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. What he said was completely based on his guesses. He wanted to test Long Xian's reaction. That Lord asked you to look for me? How is this possible? Long Xian was shocked and could not believe it. That's right, Master said that the Shenlong sect has almost been wiped out. It's been cut off since the 300th generation. All the dangers have been nipped in the bud. It's over. Yi Yun spoke without thinking and continued to ramble on. Master also said that Long Xian can go to the Divine Land and work for him from now on. That's impossible. You're lying. Long Xian shook his head frantically. Why would I lie to you? I'm a divine lord. How much would I have to pay to enter the Xiannan continent? Yi Yun sneered. That's impossible. Your cultivation has been cut off since you entered the Xiannan continent. How could you bear such a huge loss? Long Xian exclaimed. I had no choice. I had to obey Master's orders. That's why I entered the Xiannan continent and tried my best to find you, Yi Yun sighed. However, I couldn't find you no matter how hard I tried. I was so disheartened that I started to think for myself. If my cultivation is cut off, I won't be able to live for long. I happened to pass by Langia Mountain and learned some inside information. That's why I entered the Changhe Palace. Yi Yun continued. Long Xian's eyes flickered. He nodded and said, Your cultivation is cut off. Entering the Changhe Palace and living forever is indeed the best way out. Long Xian, I've only been with Master for a short time. There are many things that I don't know. Since I entered the Xiannan continent, I've realized that the Shenlong sect is very weak. Why did you go through so much trouble to deal with such a weak sect? Wouldn't it be better to just destroy it? Yi Yun asked with a smile. I'll carry out Master's orders in secret. However, the Shenlong sect is not an ordinary sect. It has gathered the fortune of this continent. It's not something that can be easily destroyed. Long Xian said. Gathered the fortune of this continent? What do you mean? Yi Yun asked curiously. The Xiannan continent is called the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area on the Holy Land. In ancient times, it was also called the Hidden Dragon Continent. This is the world of the Dragon Tribe. The Lord of the Phoenix Tribe has a grudge against the Dragon Tribe, so he wants to completely destroy the Dragon Tribe's fate. That's why he attacked the Shenlong sect. Long Xian said slowly. He was caught off guard by Yi Yun's words and inadvertently revealed some ancient secrets. Ah! Long Xian suddenly hugged his head with both hands and let out a miserable cry. What happened? Yi Yun was shocked and suddenly realized something. My head hurts. Long Xian yelled out. Then, with a loud boom, his entire head and body were blown into smithereens. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Yi Yun waved his hand. The shockwave was neutralized. Haha, the Lord of the Phoenix Tribe is really careful. He even added some kind of restriction in his mind. Once he reveals the secret, Long Xian will self-destruct and die, Yi Yun said softly with a gloomy face. Although Long Xian had self-destructed, Yi Yun still obtained some useful information from his words. There seemed to be a natural hatred between the Phoenix Tribe and the Dragon Tribe. This hatred should have been passed down from ancient times. The Shenlong sect was just an innocent bystander. Could it be that the Dragon Tribe offended the Phoenix Tribe in ancient times? Yi Yun mumbled to himself. This kind of thing wasn't impossible. There were so many Dragon Tribes in ancient times. It was inevitable that there would be some who raped and plundered. Such a Dragon Tribe offended a branch of the Phoenix Tribe. This branch of the Phoenix Tribe later migrated to the Holy Land and continued to exist. After the Dragon Tribe went extinct, the Phoenix Tribe started to take revenge when they thought of the previous hatred. Maybe that's the case, maybe not, Yi Yun said softly. This was just his one-sided guess. As for the truth, it might be thousands of miles away from his guess. Buzz, the Changhe Immortal Palace suddenly shook, as if a huge monster was about to emerge from the depths of the ground. The spirit chi between heaven and earth also began to become unstable. The violent fluctuations were like boiling water. All kinds of spirit beasts in the small world and the disciples of the immortal palaces all showed a look of horror at this moment. In the depths of the wine immortal palace, a beautiful figure suddenly opened her eyes. What happened? Lu Linlang carefully sensed the surroundings. Suddenly, her expression changed and she immediately flew outside. She flew into the small courtyard. Seeing the soldier immortal, sword immortal, poet immortal and the others in all kinds of strange postures and strange sounds, she could not help but be shocked. Who are you? Lu Linlang looked at the young man in white in the small courtyard and asked with a frown. The young man in white gave her an indescribable sense of familiarity. Little girl, I heard that you can't brew the 9th grade glory. Is it because you miss me too much? Yi Yan smiled slightly. At this moment, he returned to his true appearance. Big brother Yun? Seeing the familiar face that she had been yearning for day and night, Lu Linlang's delicate body trembled and tears flowed. Am I dreaming? Lu Linlang smiled bitterly. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and gave herself a hard slap. However, before this slap could land, it was caught by a large hand. Silly girl, how can you be dreaming? Yi Yan stood beside her and smiled. Big brother Yun, you. Aren't you dead? Lu Linlang could not be bothered to wipe her tears. She stared at that good-looking face for a long while before asking carefully. I went to a mysterious place and cultivated for 100,000 years. I just came out, Yi Yan said. After saying that, he stretched out his broad palm and wiped the tears on Lu Linlang's face. Long time no see, little girl. Long time no see, big brother Yun. Lu Linlang stopped crying and smiled. At this moment, she finally realized that she was not dreaming. Their gazes met and became more and more affectionate. After not seeing each other for 100,000 years, this couple's feelings for each other were even more passionate. The jade Ruri spider, who had already transformed into a human, covered her face with her hands and secretly observed through the gaps between her fingers. Wow, as expected of master. He's so good at flirting. The jade Ruri spider snickered secretly. Yi Yan pulled Lu Linlang into his arms and cuddled her gently. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The entire courtyard was filled with an indescribable tenderness and sweetness. Big brother Yun, how did you find the Xianxia Immortal Palace? Lu Linlang raised her head and asked curiously. I guess you could say that it was a coincidence. I happened to be investigating something and found a disciple of your Lu clan, Yi Yan smiled gently. Just as he said that, he looked into the distance and whispered, it seems that Suiyue Immortal Elder has broken through again. Yes. Before Suiyue Immortal Elder went into seclusion, he was at the 6th level of the Ultimate God Realm. Now, he's at the 7th level of the Ultimate God Realm. Lu Linlang smiled. Swoosh, a beam of light shot up from the 9th Immortal Palace and transformed into a huge illusory figure in midair. Wine Immortal, come here. Big brother Yun, old Immortal Elder is calling for me. I have to go. Lu Linlang broke free from Yi Yan's embrace and prepared to fly over. Don't go. Yi Yan smiled gently and pulled Lu Linlang back. Suiyue Immortal Elder was definitely not a good person. Of his 6 disciples, some were dead and some were injured. They were in a miserable state. Suiyue Immortal Elder did not seek revenge on him when he was about to break through. This in itself was a hidden mystery. Logically speaking, Yi Yan had caused such a huge commotion in the Wine Immortal Palace. Time Immortal Elder should have come out of seclusion and come straight for him. However, Time Immortal Elder acted out of character and let Lu Linlang go over. There must be a huge conspiracy hidden in this. Inside the War Immortal Palace, Chess Immortal, who was feeling uneasy, was suddenly enveloped by a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. Chess Immortal was captured? Yi Yan was slightly alarmed. He even captured his own disciple. What medicine was Time Immortal Elder selling in his gourd? After Chess Immortal entered the 9th Immortal Palace, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no news of him. Heaven and earth trembled. A huge illusory figure suddenly condensed. It was an old man. He was dressed in simple plain clothes. He had white hair and a youthful face. He had an immortal aura like an otherworldly expert. His figure moved and in an instant, he walked over in the air and arrived above the Wine Immortal Palace. Do you know your crime? Time Immortal Elder's eyes were cold and emotionless. They were like two sharp swords that shot down. What crime? Yiyan smiled coldly and patted Lu Linling gently. Then, he rose into the air and confronted Time Immortal Elder in midair. Brother Yun, Lu Linling wanted to say something but hesitated. Her expression was extremely complicated. Don't call him master. What kind of master is he? Chess Immortal was captured by him just now. If I'm not wrong, he has already been eaten by Time Immortal Elder. Yiyan sneered. What? Chess Immortal was eaten by Time Immortal Elder? Lu Linling was alarmed. She looked at Time Immortal Elder with horror in her eyes. How could her kind master do such a thing? Master, is this true? Lu Linling asked with a trembling voice. Time Immortal Elder's expression was cold. His eyes revealed a fierce glint. He nodded and said, That's right. The masters of the 8 great immortal palaces are all my food, ah. Lu Linling retreated as though she was struck by lightning. In an instant. She found it hard to accept this terrifying reality. Sister Wine Immortal, this old bastard is not a good thing. You must not pity him, the Jade Ruri Spider came over and said with a smile. Time Immortal Elder looked down with flickering eyes and said in a low voice, Spider Demon, can you transform back into your original form and let this Immortal Elder see? The Jade Ruri Spider was stunned. Why was this old man looking at her real body for no reason? Could it be that he had some kind of bad taste? I say, old man, could it be that you also want to taste my poison? The Jade Ruri Spider said angrily. I just remembered something, but I still need to confirm it, Immortal Flowing Time said with a frown. Confirm what? Yiyan was also stunned. He didn't know what Suiyue Immortal Elder meant. At present, the battle between him and the Time Immortal had yet to begin. It would not be a bad idea to let him take a look at the Jade Wishful Spider's body. At the thought of this, Yiyan sent out a divine thought. I understand, Master. The Jade Wishful Spider agreed, and with a shake of its body, it transformed into a large, translucent spider. TSK, what a handsome spider, the Time Immortal clicked his tongue in admiration. His eyes flickered continuously, as if he was searching for something in his ancient memories. You are the Jade Wishful Spider? The Time Immortal Elder's expression suddenly froze, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Strange, old man, how did you know? The Jade Wishful Spider was shocked. Only the undying celestial silkworm had recognized her race. How did the Time Immortal know her race? Jade Wishful Spider, one of the 5 great heavenly demon races, I didn't expect to encounter such a weak Jade Wishful Spider. I'm too lucky, haha. The Time Immortal Elder laughed complacently while holding the Jade Wishful Spider. Time Immortal Elder, this old man, doesn't seem simple. He actually knows about the 5 great heavenly demon races of the last era. Did he really survive from that era? Yiyan thought to himself as he looked at the Time Immortal Elder. Whoosh! The Time Immortal Elder, who was laughing, suddenly looked ferocious and grabbed at Yiyan with his palm. Despicable. Yiyan raised his eyebrows and sneered when he saw that the little old man wanted to launch a sneak attack. He stretched out a finger and pointed in front of him. Boom, the finger and palm collided, producing a loud bang in the air. Not good. The Time Immortal Elder was shocked when he felt a sharp pain in his palm. His body shook, and the entire Xianxia Immortal Palace suddenly underwent some strange changes. A mystical force instantly descended from above. That powerful shockwave was forcibly disintegrated. As for the other teleportation power, it acted on Yiyan's body and teleported him out. Whoosh, the endless river of time emitted an ancient aura as it flowed endlessly around him. The location where Yiyan appeared was actually within the long river of time. Opposite him, the Time Immortal Elder was also standing in the time river. The moment the teleportation force descended, Yiyan naturally noticed some clues. Seeing that the Time Immortal Elder had also followed him, he was relieved to let the teleportation force take effect. Or else. Lu Linling was still in the Xianxia Immortal Palace, so Yiyan would not come over. Standing in the surging time river, that mysterious and powerful force was constantly washing Yiyan's body, mercilessly disintegrating it. Divine light lingered, but Yi Yin did not move. This time river is my home ground, young man, surrender yourself. That way, you can still die with dignity. Standing in the time river, the time immortal elder's body was shining, his eyes were bright, like the god of time. What can a mere time river do to me? Yi Yin sneered. A divine lord can only last for 2 hours in the time river at most before being eroded by time, turning into particles and dissipating. The time immortal elder smiled faintly. You old thing, you're really scheming, Yi Yin smiled. The next moment, his black hair danced wildly, his eyes flickered, and he stepped on the surging time river, heading straight for the time immortal elder with an invincible posture. You're overestimating yourself. The time immortal elder sneered and slapped forward. Whoosh, the long river of time swept up monstrous waves, forming a huge palm that ruthlessly slapped towards Yi Yin. Boom, Yi Yin threw a punch. The palm of the time river dissipated with a loud bang. This guy is so strong. Seeing this scene, the time immortal elder was shocked. He did not expect a mere divine lord cultivator to have such terrifying combat strength. Xianxia Immortal Palace. The time immortal elder roared. Not far away, the Xianxia Immortal Palace suddenly emitted a bright light. It flew up with a whoosh and pressed down on Yi Yin like a mountain. Yi Yin was about to throw a punch when he suddenly remembered that Lu Linlang and the Jade Rui spider were still inside, so he immediately gave up on the idea. His figure flashed like a ghost, ignoring the distance of the time river, and instantly appeared in front of the time immortal elder. Yi Yin took out a sword and slashed at the time immortal elder. So fast. The time immortal elder was shocked and hurriedly activated some kind of divine ability. A sword light flashed and instantly fell. However, the time immortal elder's body turned into countless particles when the sword light arrived, merging into the surging time river and disappearing completely. Haha. My clones are endless and spread throughout the time river, what can you do to me? The mocking voice of countless time immortal elders suddenly sounded from all directions. Is that so? Yi Yin did not take it to heart and only smiled gently. He raised his eyes and looked around, his expression extremely calm. Splash, in the surging river of time, there were countless clones of time immortal. There seemed to be countless phantoms flashing in the river. A divine lord cultivator like you should be from the divine land, right? Countless voices asked at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. Accompanied by the roar of the river, the aura was unusually shocking. You know about the divine land too? Yi Yin's expression was calm as he slowly asked. The fact that Time Immortal knew about the 5 major heavenly demon tribes and recognized the identity of the Jade Wishful Spider showed that his background was not to be underestimated. Even if the cultivators in the Divine Land were at the Divine King realm, they might not know what happened an epoch ago. After all, it was too long ago. How could a Divine King have lived for so long? Perhaps only some of the truly old antiques in the Divine Land had some understanding of what had happened an epoch ago. In Yi Yin's opinion, an epoch was an era. The end of an epoch represented the beginning of another epoch. It was extremely rare to find a civilization from the previous epoch in the current epoch. After all, few creatures could survive the merciless collapse of an epoch. Even if Time Immortal did not survive from the previous epoch, he must have a great background. Otherwise, he would not have known about the 5 major heavenly demon tribes. A cultivator from the Divine Land has found the Xianxia Immortal Palace. It seems that this place has attracted attention, Time Immortal said with a gloomy face. Are you afraid? Yi Yin asked with a smile. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Time Immortal glared and sneered arrogantly. The hidden dragon continent is filled with the power of the curse. As long as a cultivator from the Divine Land enters, he will be cursed and his cultivation will be stagnant. Only a fool like you would pay the price of stagnating your cultivation to enter the Xianxia Immortal Palace. Haha. Time Immortal laughed wantonly. Along with his laughter, the river of time became even more furious, its momentum shocking. Time Immortal, you are indeed arrogant. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have transformed? Yi Yin lowered his eyelids and said indifferently. What can you do to me? Time Immortal Elder raised his head and laughed heartily. This river of time flows without beginning or end. My avatars are everywhere in the river of time. Let alone a divine lord, even if 10 divine kings came, they would still be restrained in this river of time. Alright, then I'll play with you. Yi Yin grinned. Haha, you talk big, huh? Let me see what gives you the confidence to say such words. The Time Immortal laughed loudly as his eyes revealed a hint of savagery. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a peerless ferocious beast. That kind of ferocious gaze was definitely not something a human could possess. 1,000 threads. Yi Yin shouted in a low voice. Behind him, a ball of silver light suddenly appeared. This ball of silver light was only about 10 feet in size, and it emitted a dazzling light. Chi, the silver ball of light continued to spin, and strands of hair-like silver filaments flew out. The number of silver threads that shot out was uncountable and difficult to count. Chi, the endless silver strands seemed to have a mind of their own as they stretched out and entered the river of time. The endless power of the river of time was unable to wash the silver strands into particles. This ability is a little interesting, but it's still far from enough to deal with my infinite avatars, Time Immortal Elder sneered. Infinite. Yi Yin performed a hand seal and yelled again. Chi, the silver ball of light spun rapidly and suddenly grew bigger, from 10 feet to 100 feet in size. A huge ball of light that was 100 feet in size emitted a dazzling light, and more silver threads flew out as it spun at a high speed. The silver threads seemed to be infinitely long, with no end at all. These tough silver threads entered the river of time. Some went against the flow, some went with the flow, some went straight ahead, and some flew up and down. In the surging river, they launched a frenzied attack against the infinite avatars of Time Immortal Elder. Puff, puff, following a series of muffled sounds, some of Time Immortal Elder's avatars were pierced or cut by the silver threads, and disappeared on the spot. Yi Yin's face was calm, but a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Time Immortal Elder's avatars seemed to be infinite, but in fact, many of them were relatively weak. This situation accounted for 90% of the avatars. To put it bluntly, those avatars were just decorations. Back in the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven, Yi Yin had used this ability to force out the true body of the undead celestial silkworm. Now, in the River of Time, Yi Yin once again used the ability. And this time, what he used was immeasurable 1,000 threads. The Infinite Threads was one of the most powerful killing moves of the Infinite Threads ability. Once this ability was used, countless silver threads could spread to every corner of the universe, making it impossible for anyone to hide. Yi Yin would not use the Infinite Threads ability under normal circumstances. The key was that its lethality was too strong. The area of its destructive power was truly boundless. It was too shocking. Every thread of the Infinite Threads ability was extremely tough and sharp. Not only did it have a strong cutting power, but it also had a strong penetrating power. Once hit, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. The Time Immortal was stunned as he looked at the boundless silver threads rapidly surging out of the 300-meter-tall ball of light. He had lived for so long. He knew countless divine abilities and cultivation techniques, but he had never seen such a terrifying ability. He watched as his avatars were destroyed by the silver threads in the River of Time. Time Immortal Elder's heart was bleeding. Xianxia Immortal Palace. Time Immortal Elder roared. The huge Xianxia Immortal Palace bloomed with bright light and suppressed the silver ball of light behind Yi Yin. Freeze! Yi Yin pointed. The huge Xianxia Immortal Palace was frozen on the spot. Is this guy still in the Divine Lord realm? Why does he have so many strange divine abilities? Time Immortal Elder panicked when he saw the Xianxia Immortal Palace being frozen. His real body was going against the flow of the River of Time. In the unseen world, Time Immortal Elder felt that it was the safest place. The endless silver strands were powerful and not at all inferior to the vast River of Time. It was as if every corner of the River of Time was covered with silver threads. Avatars were cut or pierced by the silver threads one after another and then disappeared into thin air. Yi Yin's eyes were flickering with tiny star-like runes. He looked around, looking for Time Immortal Elder's real body. Going against the flow of the River of Time? Yi Yin whispered to himself. He saw an avatar going against the flow of the River of Time and was about to disappear from his sight. As for the other avatars, most of them were destroyed by Yi Yin. Yi Yan speculated that this avatar was most likely Time Immortal Elder's real body. Where do you think you're going? Yi Yan sneered. He stepped on the surging river of time and chased after the avatar. The 100-feet-tall silver ball of light behind him was spinning at high speed and shot out countless silver threads. They were faster than Yi Yan and wrapped around Time Immortal Elder. One could imagine. 100-feet-tall silver ball of light, releasing countless silver threads, dived into the long river of time and went against the flow. How magnificent was such a scene! Sensing the strange movement behind him, Time Immortal Elder turned his head and was shocked. What a terrifying ability! Time Immortal Elder was shocked. He suddenly turned around and formed a hand seal with both hands, launching an ability to resist. Time Rage. Following his furious roar, the surging river of time immediately turned berserk. Countless streams of water seemed to have turned into countless ferocious beasts that roared and charged at the silver strands. After performing this divine ability, Yi Zichen was stunned. Time Immortal Elder did not stop and immediately turned to flee. Yi Yan came riding on the waves. Chi, the silver threads of the 1,000 Threads ability dismembered all the ferocious beasts formed by the long river of time, turning them back into river water and flowing back into the long river of time. At this moment, Yi Yan truly showed his invincible demeanor. Invincible in the world. Even in this strange river of time, there was nothing that could stop him. Time Immortal Elder was like a fish in water in the long river of time. His speed was astonishing and unbelievably fast. Yi Yan chased after him. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. The countless silver threads were only 1,000 feet away from Time Immortal Elder. An invisible pressure made Time Immortal Elder feel uneasy. He never thought that the cultivators of the Divine Land would be so powerful. His Hierarch Realm Cultivation base was actually unable to gain any advantage in front of this Divine Lord Realm Cultivator, and he was even driven to the point of pissing his pants. Time Immortal Elder felt aggrieved and could not help but roar at the sky. He looked into the distance, across the surging river water, and seemed to see a huge blurry black hole. As for the river of time, it was flowing out from that black hole. Chi, countless silver threads came as expected. When the first silver thread wrapped around the waist of the Time Immortal, more and more silver threads wrapped around various parts of his body. In an instant, Time Immortal Elder was completely tied up. It's over, I still lost. Time Immortal Elder looked dejected, looking at the black hole in the distance and sighed helplessly. He had a premonition. If he could enter the huge black hole, he might be safe. However, he did not have such good luck. The Time Immortal was now completely bound by the strange 1,000 Threads ability. Yi Yan approached. Kill me if you dare. The Time Immortal struggled with all his might and roared. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Yi Yan smiled faintly. There were still a lot of mysteries surrounding the Time Immortal, thus it was impossible to kill him now. And from the start, Yi Yan had no intention of completely killing Time Immortal Elder. The future master of the Xianxia Immortal Palace could only be Lu Linlang. Immortal Flowing Time could be ranked second. Seeing Yi Yan not attacking, Time Immortal Elder frowned. Could it be that this guy's real target was the Long River Immortal Palace? I can give you the Winding River Immortal Palace, but you have to spare my life. How about it? Sui Wei Immortal Elder said. Even though he was yelling fiercely, the Time Immortal Elder did not want to die yet. Yi Yan ignored him. He said, You've been alive since the last epoch? How would a cultivator in the Divine Land know about the last epoch? The Time Immortal Elder's eyes flickered with panic. The Jade Rui Spider is my godly beast, of course I know about it, Yi Yan said with a smile. You're definitely not from the Divine Land. The Time Immortal Elder's eyes flickered as he said confidently, the people of the Divine Land don't even remember what happened an epoch ago. That's not necessarily true. Yi Yan smiled. He glanced at the blurry black hole in the distance and said, You've been trying to escape into the black hole. What's inside? I don't know either. The Time Immortal Elder suddenly lowered his head. You don't know either? It seems like that place is indeed a little strange. Yi Yan's eyes glittered. He glanced in the direction of the black hole. The black hole was extremely mysterious. His soul sense would be devoured as soon as it entered it. Young man, the black hole is the starting point of the river of time. The time-immortal elder lifted his head. His eyes suddenly changed into an eerie and terrifying one. He stared at Yi Yun and said in a hoarse voice, "It's also the place where my true self sleeps." Your true self? Yi Yun's eyes flickered like lightning as he looked at the time-immortal elder. The time-immortal elder seemed to have woken up. His expression and behavior were completely different from before. The time-immortal elder still looked like a human before. Now, the time-immortal elder was like a ferocious beast that had just woken up. Whoosh, it felt like a gentle breeze was blowing. At this moment, the time-immortal's body suddenly turned into particles of time, silently disappearing into the silver threads. He's gone? Yi Yun was surprised by the sight. The time-immortal elder had disappeared all of a sudden. He must have returned to his true self. But what was his true self? Buzz buzz, the void around the river of time began to vibrate inexplicably, as if a ferocious beast was about to be born. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes and stared at the huge black hole in the distance. It seemed that the time-immortal elder's true self was about to be born. Stepping on the river of time, Yi Yun advanced a little further in the direction of the black hole. Under the gaze of his eyes, a huge black mountain peak slowly emerged from the black hole in an arc. Haha, cultivator of the divine land, how dare you disturb my slumber? You've got guts. A hoarse, cold laugh came from the black hole. Come out, let me see what you are. Yi Yun laughed with interest. Humph. Ignorant cultivator of the divine land, even if my true self were to appear in front of you, the lowly you wouldn't be able to recognize me. The hoarse voice said. As the mysterious voice rang out, the mountain peak with an arc appeared even higher. Yi Yun's pupils shrank. The black mountain peak was over 100,000 zhang tall. The mountain peak was emitting a shocking force of time that surged beyond the river of time. The ancient river of time around the black mountain peak seemed to have gone berserk. How am I supposed to know who you are if you don't show your true self? Yi Yun remained indifferent and smiled calmly. Very well, I'll make an exception and show my true self. I'll eat you and go back to sleep, the hoarse voice chuckled. The black hole expanded all of a sudden. An unimaginably enormous black creature suddenly came out of the black hole. It was a rhinoceros with a long horn on its head. It had a ferocious appearance, green eyes, black fur, and a white tip on its tail. Its 4 hooves were faintly golden. The black rhinoceros horn was over 100,000 zhang long. It was emitting a wild force of time. This black rhinoceros was millions of feet long. Its 4 legs were rooted in the surging river of time. It was like a divine beast that guarded the sea. It was ferocious and gave people an indescribable feeling of shock. What kind of beast is that? Yi Yun blinked. At this moment, he searched through his memories but could not recognize the name of this demonic beast. Lowly cultivator of the divine land, do you recognize my origin? The huge black rhinoceros exuded a mysterious aura as it stood in the river of time. Its eyes were arrogant as it looked down on all living things in the world. In its eyes, the white-robed youth in front of it was extremely weak. Yi Yun did not speak. At this moment, in the carriage outside Xianxia Mountain, Yi Yun's clone opened its eyes and sent out a divine thought. Master, you called for me? The undead celestial silkworm flew in and said respectfully. Do you know this demon beast? Yi Yun waved his hand and the image of the black rhinoceros appeared in the void in the river of time. This is, the undead celestial silkworm's eyes widened. It suddenly remembered something and said loudly, Master, this is Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan? Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. He felt that the name was a little strange. Master, I only know Yu Yuan's name. As for its specific origin, I don't remember, the undead celestial silkworm said awkwardly. It's okay. It's enough to know its name. Yi Yun smiled gently and waved his hand to send the undead celestial silkworm away. He then closed his eyes again. The clone and the original body sensed. Yi Yun, who was in the river of time, immediately received this information. You're called Yu Yuan. Yi Yun looked at the huge black rhinoceros and said. Hearing Yi Yun say the real name, Yu Yuan was shocked. Strange, how does a cultivator of the divine land know the name of my original body? Could it be that there are old antiques in the divine land who survived before the epic? Yu Yuan muttered to herself with a murderous look in her eyes. Yu Yuan, you've lived since the last epic. After living for so long, why are you still in the divine king realm? Yi Yan's eyes flashed. He sized up Yu Yuan's cultivation and said with a smile. Humph. You're just a little divine lord. How dare you look down on me, a divine king realm? I think you're courting death. Yu Yuan was furious. The black horn on its head emitted a majestic power of time that rapidly descended along the river of time. In midair, the power of time transformed into a giant hand that grabbed at Yi Yan. You still want to fight me? Yi Yan sneered. Light flashed in his hand and a sword suddenly appeared. As soon as the sword was drawn, the entire river of time seemed to have come to a standstill. A sword light flashed. The giant hand formed by the power of time was sliced into countless pieces. What sword is this? Looking at the sword in Yi Yan's hand, Yu took a few steps back. Her eyes were filled with fear. It could clearly feel that its soul was being suppressed by an immense killing intent. It was as if the moment he made a move, he would be killed by the sword. The power of this sword seemed to have surpassed its understanding. It's just an ordinary sword. What's there to be surprised about? Yi Yan smiled faintly. The sword he took out this time was the sky-severing sword that killed the 7 great star demon kings in the demon realm. This unknown Yu looked very arrogant. Yi Yan didn't mind poking it to let it know the dangers of this world. This sword, which old antique of the divine land gave you? Yu stared at the sword in Yi Yan's hand and asked in a deep voice. Until now, it still regarded Yi Yan as a cultivator of the divine land. You don't have to ask. Since I'm here, how could I not have some means? Yi Yan smiled. It seems that old antique must have also obtained a river of time. That's why he sent you into the hidden dragon continent to find my river of time, Yu said with a gloomy face. There are actually 2 rivers of time in this world? Yi Yan said in surprise. It seems that old thing didn't tell you anything. Haha, Yu's body trembled as she laughed wildly. There are many rivers of time, not just 2. How many are there? Yi Yan asked with a smile. You have no right to know. Yu Yuan roared. The black rhinoceros horn suddenly burst out with dazzling light. The endless power of time began to cause strange changes to the long river of time. Time reversal. It roared loudly. An indescribably strange power of time instantly descended upon Yi Yan. Yi Yan suddenly discovered that his vital signs were actually starting to regress according to some sort of pattern. In other words, if he was 100,000 years old, he had already lost 1 year. And this rapid decrease was still happening. This reversal of time is quite miraculous. Yu Yuan, do you want to reduce my cultivation to 0? Yi Yan laughed. Suddenly, his body trembled, and Zhu Long's powerful bloodline energy spread throughout his body. The power of time's influence on Yi Yan was greatly reduced. Yi Yan held the sky splitter sword and looked at Yu Yuan. His gaze gradually turned cold. The sword of death was activated. A sword slashed out. A ray of light that could split heaven and earth broke through the endless power of time and fell on Yu Yuan without any warning. The horn was cut off by the sky splitter sword. Ah! Yu Yuan let out a scream. Bastard, you dare to cut off my horn. Yu Yuan was in so much pain that tears almost flowed out. The anger in her heart soared to the sky. She opened her mouth and a ray of sword light quickly shot out from her mouth. Sword of time? This ray of sword light was thin and long. It was half illusory and half real. The sword body was filled with rich power of time. Yi Yan knew that this should be Yu Yuan's trump card. Swish, the sword slashed down. The sky splitter sword light met the sword of time. Boom, there was a loud bang. The thin and long sword light was directly shattered. How is this possible? Yu Yuan looked at the scene in front of her and was incomparably terrified. Stormy waves were set off in her heart. This was the sword of time. She had spent her entire life to absorb the endless power of time. Over the years, she had continuously tempered it. This sword of time, even a divine king realm expert would not be able to block this sword. however. The mysterious young man in white had used the sword in his hand to easily shatter the sword of time. His trump card had already been broken. At this moment, Yuan truly felt the great terror of death descending on her body. If this young man in white was ruthless, how could she still be alive? Aren't you going to surrender? Yiyan held the sword in his hand, looked over and said calmly. Immeasurable time. Yuan seemed to be unwilling. At this moment, she turned into infinite particles and merged into the river of time. Your clone used this move and failed. Now that your original body uses this move again, do you think it will succeed? Yiyan said indifferently. The river of time flowed, but there was no sound. As if at this moment, Yuan had already merged into the river of time. No one knew where she had escaped to. Immeasurable light. Yiyan suddenly shouted. At this moment, the sky splitter sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. In the void, a huge sword light stood between the sky and earth. It cut through the river of time and stood in the void. The immeasurable sword light was like a flood that destroyed the world. It merged into the river of time at an unimaginable speed. Immeasurable sword, immeasurable light. The immeasurable sword light emitted a destructive aura that caused the entire void to tremble. As if at this moment, the entire void world would be forcefully destroyed. Senior, please spare my life. In the void, the huge black figure suddenly appeared again. Yuan knelt in the air in horror and begged bitterly. Whoosh, the boundless terrifying sword chi was like an ocean that could destroy the world. When Yueting revealed her true form, it instantly surrounded her. Boundless sword aura, layer upon layer, like an iron bucket, sealed off all of Yuelan's escape routes. Senior, please spare my life? Yuelan knelt down, lowered her head in horror, and begged for mercy. Hee, where's the arrogance just now? You little demon beast, now you know fear? Yiyan smiled indifferently. With a gentle wave of his hand, the silver light behind him suddenly disappeared. Sky Splitter sword was in his hand. Xianxia's divine ability could now be retracted. Senior, give me a way out, I'm willing to serve you as my master. Yuelan begged. Yuelan, don't you think my cultivation is low now? Yiyan asked with a smile. Senior, I misjudged you. How could I have known that you were so powerful? Yuelan shook her big black head, wanting to cry but no tears came out. The mysterious senior in white in front of her was obviously not as good as her, 2 realms apart, but she could not defeat him no matter what. This senior's terror had already broken free from the shackles of realms. Thinking of the terrifying boundless sword aura just now, vaguely, this world had the possibility of collapsing. Yuelan suddenly realized that even if there were dozens of divine kings, they would definitely not be a match for this senior. She had lived for so long. She had also seen some extraordinary people. But Yuelan had never seen a terrifying person whose combat power was not controlled by realms. This had already broken her understanding. Let me ask you a few questions first, Yiyan thought for a while and said. At this moment, a shocking sky splitter sword was still standing in the long river of time. The boundless sword aura was still suppressing Yuelan. Yiyan did not intend to take it back for the time being. Senior, you can ask, I will definitely tell you everything. Yuelan's desire to live was strong, and she hurriedly said respectfully. You have been in a deep sleep? Yiyan asked. Yes, Senior, I have been in a deep sleep for a long era, Yuelan sighed softly. No wonder your clone was able to recognize the jade wishful spider. It turns out that you're also a creature from the previous era. Yiyan said with a smile. Yuelan's eyes dimmed as she said, Senior, at the end of the last era, my body and soul were severely injured. I've only reached the godly monarch realm after recovering for so long, Yiyan said, that clone of yours, Time Immortal Elder, is far from your realm. Did he transfer his cultivation to you all these years? Yes, Senior. Yuyan shook her head and sighed, as a time-type demon beast in the long river of time, it's extremely difficult for me to recover. Once I fall into a deep sleep, it's difficult to wake up again. Therefore, I refined a doppelganger and got him to help me cultivate. The avatar of the flowing time immortal would periodically search for some cultivators from the hidden dragon continent to enter the winding river immortal palace. Every 100,000 years, he would devour all of these people. The clone only received 10% of the energy, and the remaining 90% was all sent to me. I see. Yiyan nodded and said with a smile, the Winding River Immortal Palace is also an incredible treasure. It can assimilate any creature inside. As expected of Senior, you can even see the assimilation function of the Winding River Immortal Palace, Yu Yan said respectfully. Don't flatter me. Yiyan waved his hand and scolded jokingly, any creature that is assimilated by the Winding River Immortal Palace will have eternal life. However, at the same time, they will have to pay a certain price, right? Yes. Yu Yan nodded. Senior, the Winding River Immortal Palace is also my lifelong treasure. As long as I don't die, any creature that enters this small world will never die. If you die, will they die with you? Yiyan said with a smile. Senior, it's very difficult for ordinary people to kill Yu Yan unless they are powerful enough to destroy the Winding River of Time. However, ordinary people, even those in the Divine King realm and the Divine Land, do not have such a terrifying ability. Yu Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of arrogance, but she was still very respectful to Yi Yun. The battle just now. Lingering in front of death. Yu Yan was scared out of her wits by Yi Yun, and the arrogance in her heart had disappeared. Then this is really a shortcut to longevity. Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he thought of something and asked again, once a creature is assimilated by the Winding River Immortal Palace, can it be reversed? It can't be reversed, Senior. When a creature is assimilated by the Winding River Immortal Palace, to a certain extent, it is considered to have merged with the Winding River of Time, so it can't be reversed. Yu Yan said honestly. Yi Yun nodded. Lu Linlang had stayed in this place for 100,000 years. The assimilation was extremely serious. The current Lu Linlang could not leave the Winding River Immortal Palace. However, this was not a bad thing. At least for Lu Linlang, she had a long and almost eternal life. Because of his existence. Whether it was the Winding River Immortal Palace or a demon beast like Yi Yun would eventually belong to Lu Linlang. In other words, Yi Yun wanted to give Yu Yan to Lu Linlang. To let this divine beast of time recognize Lu Linlang as its master and never betray her. In this case, Lu Linlang was a good choice in the Winding River Immortal Palace and the Winding River of Time. Compared to Lu Yi in the Divine Land, she was more carefree. Moreover, she had a Divine King Realm Divine Beast of Time to accompany her, which was something Yi Yun's other confidants could not compare to. After a few seconds of silence. Yu Yan, you said before that there are many Winding River of Time, is this true? Yi Yun asked. Senior, in the world of the last era, there was only one Winding River of Time. Later on, the innate 10,000 clans fought for the Winding River of Time, so this Winding River of Time was divided into 7 small rivers. Recalling the past, Yu Yan was depressed and smiled bitterly. During that battle, I was also affected, my physical body and divine soul were severely injured. At that time, I took advantage of the chaos and escaped into the void. For more than half an era, I had no fixed residence and wandered in the void. It was not until millions of years ago that I came to the Hidden Dragon continent and hid peacefully. Hearing Yu Yan's complaints, Yi Yun was also distressed. After a moment of silence, he asked. What are the innate 10,000 clans? In the last era, the innate 10,000 clans stood in great numbers and experts were as common as clouds. All over the continent were innate lifeforms and there were all kinds of clans. For example, the 5 great heavenly demon clans were the 5 strongest forces among the innate lifeforms. Yu Yan explained. Is there a dragon clan? Yi Yun asked as a thought flashed through his mind. Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, these 3 innate races were extremely powerful and were not inferior to the 5 great heavenly demon clans, Yu Yan said. Yi Yun nodded coldly. Looking at the surging Winding River of Time, he felt that it was magnificent and heroic. He asked again, Yu Yan, this Winding River of Time is of an extraordinary grade and is considered a treasure that surpasses the immortal grade. Who created it? Senior, at the end of the last era, the 7-star pile descended and a Winding River of Time was born. It flowed through 7 huge star graves and shocked the 10,000 clans, then, the Winding River of Time appeared in the world. Recalling the origin of the winding river of time, Yu Yan said with fascination. What, it was the 7-star pile? Yan was stunned. Big Dipper Mound. When Yan was investigating the dragon-patterned soul-chasing sword in the Divine Land, he had heard of the Big Dipper Mound. The mysterious Big Dipper Mound had only appeared once in the Divine Land. There was no news about it. What Yan did not expect was that the Big Dipper Mound had appeared in this world an era ago. And the River of Time. It flowed through the 7-star graves as if it was a companion of the Big Dipper Mound. Such a powerful river of time had shocked the innate 10,000 clans and caused them to fight for it. That battle had definitely been exceptionally tragic. Yu Yulan was born in the River of Time. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Big Dipper Mound. Yi Yan looked at Yu Yuan, his heart wavering. He was hesitating if he should continue to probe into Yu Yulan's memories. However, Yi Yan was also worried that if Yu Yulan self-detonated and died, would all the living beings in the Long River Immortal Palace die at the same time? Yi Yan did not want to take the risk. How much do you know about the previous epoch? Yi Yan asked. Senior, in the battle for the River of Time, my body and soul were severely injured and many of my memories were lost. I don't know much, Yu Yulan sighed helplessly. When the River of Time appeared with the Big Dipper Mound, were you inside? Yi Yan asked. I was inside. I was still weak, but my cultivation speed was very fast. In addition, the innate 10,000 clans had no intention of fighting for the River of Time, so I had a lot of time to improve my cultivation, Yu Yulan said. I understand. When Yi Yan heard this, he had a rough outline in his heart. The mysterious Big Dipper Mound seemed to be an ominous item. The Big Dipper Mound might be the culprit for the fall of the last era. Looking at Yu Yulan, Yi Yan suddenly asked in a deep voice, is there a Big Dipper array in your inheritance? Big Dipper array? Yu was a little dumbfounded. She shook her head and said, Senior, my inheritance is all about the passage of time. There's no 7-star array. That's great. Yi Yan nodded. I can spare your life, but on one condition. What conditions, Senior? Yu Yao asked in surprise. It had been surrounded by the boundless sword light all this time and was under immense pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that the senior didn't want its life, it would have had a mental breakdown long ago. In the Long River Immortal Palace, Wine Immortal Lu Linlang is my confidant and one of my Taoist companions. My condition is that you have to recognize her as your real master. Yi Yan said in a deep voice. He actually didn't recognize Senior as his master, but my disciple as his master. This is truly a little, Yu said awkwardly. What? You don't agree? Yi Yan's gaze turned cold. The boundless sword light that was like a tidal wave approached Yu Yuan once again. Senior, as long as I can live, I'm definitely willing. Yu Ying begged for mercy. All right then, come with me. Yi Yan said. With a wave of his hand, the boundless sword light that filled the sky disappeared and the sky splitter sword returned to his hand. Yi Yan walked on the waves and entered the Long River Immortal Palace with his sword in hand. Yu Yao didn't dare to delay and followed him into the Long River Immortal Palace. Oh my god! What exactly is this black behemoth in the void? When Yu Yao appeared, the disciples of the Immortal Palaces were all trembling in fear when they saw the ferocious beast in the void. In particular, the powerful aura was so oppressive that it made it hard for them to breathe. Yi Yan waved his hand. Lu Linlang and a Rui Jade Spider appeared in the void. Big Brother Yun, this is... Lu Linlang asked in shock when she saw the huge black Yu Yao. This is your master, the true body of the Time Immortal. It's a time-type demon beast born in the River of Time, Yu Yao. Yi Yan replied with a smile. So it's master. Lu Linlang was shocked and didn't know what to do for a moment. For 100,000 years. Her master had treated her well and had taken good care of her cultivation. He didn't show any malice. If she hadn't just eaten the chess immortal, Lu Linlang wouldn't have believed that the Time Immortal was such a vicious person. Looking at the Wine Immortal, Yu Yao looked extremely awkward. She lowered her head and fell silent. Master. The Rui Jade Spider rolled its eyes and sensed Yu Yao's unfathomable cultivation. Suddenly, it said in shock, this Black Bull's realm is so high. I can't sense it. Yi Yan said with a smile, it's at the first level of the Godly King realm. Wow, it's at the godly king realm. What a terrifying cultivation. The Rui Jade Spider exclaimed. What? Master is at the godly king realm? Lu Linlang was shocked too. The other Immortal Palace disciples were also shocked, speechless at this moment. In the Long River Immortal Palace, many people thought that the Time Immortal's cultivation was at the godly venerable realm. However, no one expected that. The true body of the Time Immortal was at the godly king realm. This news was really shocking. Yu Yu Yao, the Wine Immortal is here. Do you know what to do? Yi Yin ignored everyone's surprise. His eyes fell on Yu Yu Yao as he said faintly. Senior, I understand. Yu Yu Yao said in a deep voice. Her huge black body shook. In a flash of light, Yu Yu Yao turned into the appearance of the Time Immortal. It was still the old man in plain clothes. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Master. Yu Yu Yao took a step in front of Lu Linlang and knelt down. Master, hearing this name, Lu Linlang's heart trembled and she almost fainted. Master, I don't deserve this. I can't do this. Please get up. Lu Linlang hurriedly supported Yu Yu Yao with both hands. In her heart, the Time Immortal was still her master. His position was very high. Seeing this scene, Yi Yin began to smile bitterly. Lu Linlang could not accept her master kneeling to her. This was really troublesome. I, Yu Yu Yao, have evil intentions. I have sinned deeply. Please punish me. Yu Yu Yao could not get up at all. Her voice was hoarse as she lowered her head and said. Lu Linlang. Retracted her hands. She was helpless. She looked up at Yi Yin and suddenly realized that this might be Big Brother Yun's intention. I haven't seen Big Brother Yun for 100,000 years. How did he become so powerful? Even my master, who is at the godly king realm, is not Big Brother Yun's match. Lu Linlang thought to herself. She had been in a state of shock and could not wrap her mind around it. Now that she suddenly realized this, Lu Linlang finally realized a terrifying reality. The Big Brother Yun she knew was able to defeat a godly king realm expert after 100,000 years. This terrifying strength was unbelievable. Lu Linlang walked over and grabbed Yi Yun's hand. She said emotionally, Big Brother Yun, the immortal elder saved my life. If not for him, I would not have lived for 100,000 years. I would not have been able to meet Big Brother Yun again. Oh, what you said makes sense. Looking at Lu Linlang, Yi Yin shrugged and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What Lu Linlang said made sense. From this perspective, Yu Yu Yao was her benefactor. Without Yu Yu Yao, Lu Linlang would have perished long ago. If Lu Linlang was indebted to him, didn't that mean Yi Yin was indebted to her as well? With this thought, Yi Yin suddenly realized that he needed to revise his previous thoughts. You, get up first. Yi Yin waved his hand and a burst of magic power swept out and lifted Yu Yu's body up. Senior, Yu Yu looked distressed and hesitated. He promised Yi Yin that he would worship Wine Immortal as his master, but he didn't succeed just now. In this way, wouldn't his life be in danger again? Lu Linlang is indebted to you. Although she harbors evil intentions, if it weren't for you, she wouldn't have lived for 100,000 years. Your merits outweigh your faults, so, at this point, Yi Yin paused for a moment. Senior, Yu Yu clenched his fists and looked at Yi Yin nervously. From now on, you will recognize me as your master. Yi Yin said in a deep voice. Greetings, master. Yu Yu was overjoyed and knelt at Yi Yin's feet and cowed out excitedly. With such a terrifying senior backing him, he really had nothing to be afraid of. For so many years, he hid in the void and didn't dare to show his face easily. Wasn't it because he was afraid that others would come to find trouble with him? Don't forget. There were still 6 rivers of time outside. And there were always some ambitious guys who wanted to reassemble the 7 rivers of time into a complete one. Once the rivers of time were completely reassembled, it would surpass the category of divine rank and enter the transcendent divine rank. Such a treasure. It could be said to be invincible in the world. Looking at the excited Yu, Yi Yin said faintly, swear to the heavenly Tao. I understand, master. Yu Yu's expression was stern. She immediately raised a palm and swore to the heavenly Tao. He was also very clear that it was impossible to easily gain the trust of his master with just a few words. And if he swore to the heavenly Tao, once he violated it, his body and soul would be destroyed. Seeing that Yu was very obedient and straightforward, Yin nodded in satisfaction. From now on, your clone will still be the time immortal. Your original body will continue to return to the black hole to sleep and recover your cultivation. Looking around, Yin said slowly, the remaining 6 palace masters will listen to Lu Linlong's orders from now on. Let's spare their lives for now, yes, master. Yu Yuan replied respectfully. Just call me old master, Yin instructed. Yes, master. Yu Yuan's expression turned cold as she quickly nodded in agreement. He suddenly looked at the jade wishful spider. Only then did he remember that the jade arachnid called Yin master. Master, it's great that you're fine, Lu Linlang said emotionally. Seeing her own disciple, Yu felt extremely ashamed. She silently said, Master has let you down. I've always wanted to devour you to increase my cultivation. Sigh, it's all in the past. Master, don't take it to heart, Lu Linlang comforted her. Yu Tong nodded silently. Yin fumbled around his wrist for a while. Then, he took out a small green tree and gently threw it on the ground. This small green tree immediately took root after it landed on the ground and grew up healthily. Yu, this is the divine origin fruit tree. Yin said softly, it bears a fruit every 10,000 years. In the future, you can use the divine origin fruit to increase your cultivation. Thank you, master. Yu was moved and sobbed silently. He had never dreamed of it. Master would even give him an extremely precious divine origin fruit tree. This divine origin fruit tree exuded exuberant vitality. Although he had never seen it before, he could feel that this tree was extremely precious and of extraordinary quality. This divine origin fruit tree bore a fruit every 10,000 years. In the Changhe Immortal Palace, this fruit would naturally be assimilated. After he consumed it, it would greatly increase his cultivation. From then on, he would no longer need to devour disciples to increase his cultivation. It could be said that Master's actions had helped him solve a huge problem. Rui, detoxify the poison in Poetry Immortal, Painting Immortal, and the other 5. Yin looked down and ordered. All right. The jade wishful spider laughed and made a grabbing motion in the air. A stream of air flew out of the Wine Immortal Palace. The poison in their bodies had been removed. Soldier Immortal, Poetry Immortal, and the others immediately returned to normal. They released their divine senses and found that Time Immortal was standing in mid-air. 5 rays of light flew up and arrived in front of Time Immortal. Master, this guy from the outside world definitely has some ulterior motives. Hurry up and capture him. Soldier Immortal cupped his fists and said anxiously. Sword Immortal also said in a deep voice, Master, this guy killed Dragon Immortal. You must not let him go. What nonsense are you talking about? Yu was so angry that she blew her beard and glared. She suddenly raised her hand and gave each of the disciples a slap in the face. Slap slap, the slaps were crisp and clear. Half of their faces were red and swollen. Master, why did you hit me? Soldier Immortal covered his face and asked with an aggrieved expression. You little bastards. If you want to live, hurry up and shut up. Yu scolded angrily. Soldier Immortal, Sword Immortal, Zither Immortal, the 5 of them looked at each other. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did their beloved master not only not help them, but also helped an outsider to slap them? This was really puzzling. Master, these 5 disciples are not up to par. If you don't like them, why don't you kill them? Yu turned around and asked respectfully. There's no need to kill them. Just let them live. As for the details, you can explain it to them yourself, Yin smiled faintly. He held Lu Linlong's hand and instantly disappeared from the spot. Master has already gone to have fun with his confidant. Where am I going? Jade Wishful Spider stomped its foot and said softly with a long face. Fellow Taoist Wishful Jade, my attitude was a little bad before. I have offended you. Now, I have prepared some wine. I hope you will do me the honor. Yu cupped her fists and invited politely. All right. Jade Wishful Spider agreed happily. A month later, Yi Yan held Lu Linlong's hand and walked out of the Wine Immortal Palace in high spirits. Lass, don't worry about your cultivation. If I have time, I will come and see you. Yi Yan touched Lu Linlong's forehead lovingly and said with a smile. Big brother Yun, I will work hard. And try to catch up to you as soon as possible. Lu Linlang smiled happily. Big brother Yun had accompanied her for a month. That made her very satisfied. 100,000 years ago, Big brother Yun had many confidants, and he rarely accompanied one of them for so long. Now, it was a miracle that Big brother Yun could accompany her for so long in the Wine Immortal Palace. Therefore, after a month of being together, Lu Linlang was very satisfied. She also knew that Big brother Yun had important things to do. Her cultivation was still not high enough, so she could not be a burden. Also, there was another reason. That was that she could not leave the Long River Immortal Palace for too long. If she stayed for too long, her body would change and it would be detrimental to her cultivation. Lass, I have imprinted 3 sword lights in your body. If anyone wants to harm you, just release them. Yi Yan said softly. He used the Heaven Splitter sword and used the Boundless sword art to imprint 3 sword lights in Lu Linlong's forehead. The Boundless sword art was a supreme sword art that Yi Yan had recently comprehended. He had used it on Yu 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 before. It was even more powerful than the dual primordial sword art. If Yu 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 had any evil intentions, the Boundless sword art could easily take her life. After hearing Yi Yan's words, Lu Linlang lowered her head in silence and only looked up after a long while. Brother Yun, I don't think my master will attack me again, Lu Linlang said faintly. He probably doesn't have the guts. I gave you the 3 infinity sword marks to prevent any unexpected situations, Yi Yan said with a smile. Yi Yan believed that Yu Yuan, who was extremely afraid of death, would not attack Lu Linlang for at least tens of thousands of years. With the divine essence fruit tree providing him with an endless supply of divine essence fruits to help Yu Yuan raise her cultivation level, he had no reason to attack Lu Linlang again. That would not benefit Yu Yuan at all. Furthermore, Yi Yan would come over from time to time. As long as Yu Yuan's brain was working properly, she would definitely not do such a foolish thing. Yi Yan looked up and saw several figures flying over. The person leading them. It was Yu Yuan's avatar that had transformed into Time Immortal. And beside him, apart from the last Jade Wishful Spider, there were also the Soldier Immortal, Sword Immortal, and Poet Immortal. Master, are we going back? From afar, the crisp voice of the Jade Wishful Spider rang out. Yeah. Yi Yan said with a nod. Over the past month, the last Jade Wishful Spider, who was a guest in the 9th Immortal Palace, had spent the rest of her time cultivating seriously apart from drinking and socializing. Her current cultivation level. She had already reached the mid-first level of the Divine Lord realm. Her progress was extremely fast. The reason why she could cultivate so quickly was because she had outstanding talent and a good foundation. As one of the 5 heavenly demon clans, her starting point was much higher than the other demon clans. In addition, she had spirit stones from the divine soil. Therefore, the Jade Wishful Spider's cultivation level was like a rocket as it soared. They were both divine pets in the warehouse, but the big black horse's starting point was much lower than the Jade Wishful Spider's. However, in Yi Yan's eyes, be it the big black horse, the Jade Wishful Spider, or the other divine pets, Yi Yan treated them all equally. Master. Time Immortal Elder fell forward and knelt on the ground. He looked at Yi Yan with tears in his eyes, unwilling to part with him. The Sword Immortal, the Weapon Immortal, and the others knelt on the ground too, not daring to breathe too loudly. What happened? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Master, I really don't want you to leave. The Time Immortal said in low spirits. Take good care of Jiao Xian, I don't know when I will come back, Yi Yan said meaningfully. Master, don't worry, I will take good care of her. Immortal Flowing Time quickly expressed his stance. The Long River Immortal Palace should still be safe for now. However, just in case, I have placed 3 infinite sword seals in between Lu Linlong's eyebrows. I'm telling you now so that you will know what to do so that you won't panic, Yi Yan said after thinking for a while. It was best to inform Yu Tan about the 3 infinite sword seals in time. First, it was to intimidate him. Second, it was to give him confidence. After all, they didn't know where the 6 rivers of time were outside. The owners of the 6 rivers of time might come knocking on their door at any time. At that time, if Yu was no match for them, they would need Lu Linlong's help. Master, I understand. Thank you for backing me up. The Time Immortal was very touched and kept kowtowing to Yi Yun. Get up. Yi Yun smiled gently and waved his big sleeve. Immediately, a wave of dermic power swept out and lifted the Time Immortal, the Sword Immortal, the Weapon Immortal, and the others up. Lass, cultivate well. I'll take my leave first. Yi Yun gently touched Lu Linlong's eyebrows and said gently. Big brother Yun, I will brew the 9th grade glory. I will wait for you to drink it next time, Lu Linlang said with a smile full of affection. Yi Yun nodded. He smiled suavely, then his body swayed. The void in front of him split open, and Yi Yun left the Long River Immortal Palace with the Jade Rui Spider. Standing in the surging time river, Yi Yun was silent for a while as he felt the ancient aura of time. The Jade Rui Spider stood beside him. A transparent light shrouded the two of them. Yi Yun wasn't afraid of the time river. However, no matter how strong the Jade Rui Spider's physical body was, it was restricted by its cultivation level. Once it was washed by the time river, it would be injured. Master, this time river should be considered a treasure, right? The Jade Rui Spider suddenly said as it observed the river water silently. That's right. According to the grade of this time river, it has reached the supreme grade divine level. If it is fully restored, it will surpass the divine level, Yi Yun said lightly. Transcendent divine level. This treasure is really impressive. The Jade Rui Spider said in shock as it stuck out its pink tongue. Yi Yun felt a little depressed when he thought of the Big Dipper mound that appeared at the end of the last era. Let's go. Yi Yun shook his head and threw away all distracting thoughts. He took a deep breath and quickly left the time river with the Jade Rui Spider. Finally, they passed through the void and reappeared in the Songnan continent. Yi Yun looked in the direction of Mount Langya thoughtfully. Why don't I completely erase some of the memories, Yi Yun thought to himself. Then, his pupils constricted slightly, and star-like runes flashed in his eyes. The memories of the winemakers and everyone in the Lu family were corrected. What should be deleted was deleted, and what should be changed was changed. Now, to the Lu family, the wine god had disappeared 100,000 years ago. There was no news of him since then. And that 9th grade splendid formula was also inadvertently found in the ancestral hall by the Lu family. After doing all this, Yi Yun felt a lot more relaxed. With a thought, the big black horse pulled the carriage and quickly flew over. Master, you've actually been gone for a month this time, the big black horse said with a smile. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. Looking at the demon beasts in the carriage, he found that everyone had made progress. He couldn't help but feel gratified. Xiaoqi was already at the 9th level of the soul sculpting realm and was about to enter the celestial bridge realm. As for the 3 juniors in the Shenlong sect, Jun Maxiao had broken through to the 6th level of the fate realm. Luoli and Suwani were both at the peak of the 5th level of the fate realm. The 3 of them were not much different from each other. Mu Qing and the big black cat had broken through from the middle of the 3rd level of the life and death realm to the 4th level of the life and death realm. Mao Bauer broke through to the 4th level of the fate realm. Mystic Bird and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon broke through to the 4th level of the eternal realm. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was at the peak of the 9th level of the eternal realm and was about to break through to the 10th level of the eternal realm. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon broke through to the 3rd level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. The Big Black Horse broke through to the 8th level of the Eternal Realm. The Undead Celestial Silkworm broke through to the middle of the 1st level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. The Sky Drilling Rat broke through to the 4th level of the Life and Death Realm. The 8 Extremities Saint broke through to the 4th level of the True Immortal Realm from the 3rd level of the True Immortal Realm. The only one whose cultivation stagnated was the Ancient Demonic Dragon. Yi Yun returned to the carriage and merged with his doppelganger. Chase it, don't let it escape. Just as Yi Yun was about to close his eyes and cultivate, he heard a commotion in the distance. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. A red light, exuding a scorching heat, flashed 100 feet in front of the carriage and went straight to the sky. In a few breaths of time, 5 or 6 golden-robed young men rushed over while shouting and yelling. Huh? Everyone saw a black carriage suddenly stop in the void. There were a bunch of demon beasts and many kittens with special colors on the carriage. They couldn't help but be surprised. Eh? The big black cat was surprised to see the golden-robed young men. The golden-robed young men had a unique beast head mark on their chests. Wasn't this the All Beasts Divine Sect? The sect master of the All Beasts Divine Sect was the big black cat's previous master. What's wrong? Little Black? The Jade Ruri Spider asked curiously. Senior, these young men are from the All Beasts Divine Sect. My previous master was from this sect. The big black cat smiled awkwardly. Oh, apart from the 8 extremities saint, all the other beasts on the carriage hissed at the same time. The big black cat's face flushed red. At this moment, it wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Little Blackie, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that we're in the Plow Empire right now. This is your old base. Why, are you going back to the All Beasts Divine Sect to see your old master? The big black horse turned its head and grinned. Uncle Ma, you must be joking. I'm now a beast of the Shenlong sect. How can I go back to the All Beasts Divine Sect? The big black cat said with a red face. Haha. The demonic beasts burst into laughter. Senior brother, these beasts seem to have high cultivation bases. That black cat is already in the life and death realm. They were 100 feet away. A disciple of the All Beasts Divine Sect said carefully. Yeah, it might be a big shot of the beast race. We can't afford to offend them, the leader of the group, an older young man, sighed. Let's go after the fiery sparrow. Don't let it get away. The young man suggested. Okay. The leader nodded quickly. In the distance, the big black cat's ears suddenly twitched. Then, it had a surprised look on its face. It couldn't help but shout, Isn't the flaming sparrow of your myriad beasts divine sect enjoying its life in the sect? Senior, you're not from here, right? The leader cupped his fists and said politely. Yeah, what's wrong? The big black cat asked, puzzled. No wonder, a look of sudden realization appeared on the young leader's face as he explained, a few days ago, all the demonic beasts in our divine sect suddenly went on a rampage and escaped. Now, all the disciples of our divine sect are out to capture these demonic beasts. All the beasts run amok? The big black cat was startled. It had a deep understanding of the myriad beasts divine sect. As a super sect, the myriad beasts divine sect relied on the demonic beasts raised by the sect. For tens of thousands of years. These demonic beasts all stayed obediently on the mountaintop of the 10,000 beasts divine sect. So why did they suddenly run amok? It was beasts divine sect. Senior, we're going to chase after the fiery sparrow. See you again. The young man bid farewell to the big black cat politely before he turned around and hurriedly left with his junior brothers. This is really strange. What's wrong with the 10,000 beasts sect? Even the demonic beasts in the sect have escaped. If they can't catch them, I'm afraid they'll fall from their position as a super sect, the big black cat muttered, looking a little upset. Brother cat, from what I see, you want to help them, right? The sky drilling rat laughed. No. Don't talk nonsense. I'm now a beast of the Shenlong sect. I've left the All Beasts Divine Sect long ago. The big black cat blushed and waved its hand. Hearing the sound outside. In the carriage. Yi Yun's heart suddenly moved. He knew Blackie's character quite well. This guy was stubborn but soft-hearted. Although on the surface it was a beast of the Shenlong sect, now that the All Beasts Divine Sect was in trouble, it would be strange if it wasn't anxious. There's no point in being anxious. Blackie's cultivation is still too low. Many of the demonic beasts in the super sects are stronger than it. It's difficult to capture so many demonic beasts without the help of an Eternal Realm expert, Yi Yun chuckled. Yi Yun didn't think much about the All Beasts Divine Sect's situation. He didn't want to help. However, now he could let the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect out. This time, he would let the 3 little guys and the big black cat go out to gain experience. Especially Suwani, who used to be the disciple of the previous master of the big black cat. In the All-Beasts divine sect, because of her low cultivation, she was often ridiculed by the other disciples. Now Suwani was a great cultivator of the Fate realm. She could return home with honor and teach those who ridiculed her a lesson. Thinking of this, with a flash of light, Luoli, Suwani, and Jun Maxiao suddenly appeared in the carriage. This carriage had infinite space. When the three appeared, they didn't affect Xiaoqi's cultivation. Yi Yun had already separated the space. Even if they were close, Xiaoqi couldn't sense anyone around. Ancestor. Seeing Yi Yun, the three juniors immediately bowed. You guys have been cultivating for several months, it's time to go out and get some fresh air, Yi Yun smiled. Ancestor, I feel like I haven't cultivated enough. This feeling of advancing by leaps and bounds is really wonderful. I can't wait to cultivate to the life and death realm in one go. Jun Maxiao scratched his head and said with a smile. That's right. I feel the same way as well, Luoli also said with a red face. Among the three, only Suwani, who had always been calm, didn't speak. Haha. Yi Yun laughed. What Luoli and Jun Maxiao said was right. With the supply of spirit stones from the divine land, this kind of rapid cultivation speed was indeed addictive. Then let Suwani go out to gain experience. You two continue to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Yun waved his hand and said. Ancestor, what's going on? Why did you let senior sister go alone? Luoli asked curiously. This is the Plow Empire. Your senior sister once stayed here for a period of time, Yi Yun said indifferently. Luoli suddenly understood. Senior sister, why don't I go with you? You're too lonely. Luoli hurriedly said. I'll go with senior sister too. Jun Maxiao also said. You two little guys, I gave you a chance just now, but you were a little unwilling. Now, get lost and go back to cultivate. Yi Yun laughed and waved his hand, causing the two of them to disappear. Ancestor, Suwani's expression was gentle as she looked at Yi Yun, hesitating to speak. I know what you're thinking, however, you don't have to worry. When I rescued you from the divine sect, I told you that you can cut off the heads of those who mocked you that day. Yi Yun said with a smile. I understand, Ancestor. Influenced by the Ancestor's domineering aura, Suwani took a deep breath and said with a solemn face. The little black cat was once a demonic beast of the 10,000 Beasts sect. This time, let it accompany you. Yi Yun stood up, lifted the curtain, and walked out. Suwani hurriedly followed. Hello, Master. Seeing Yi Yun come out, all the beasts, including the 8 saints, greeted him respectfully. Little Black, this time you're going to train with Suwani. If you have time, you can also go back to the divine sect, Yi Yun said with a smile. You want me to go back to the divine sect? The big black cat was stunned, and its eyes widened in shock. Master's words. Was he trying to test his loyalty? At the thought of this, the big black cat immediately panicked. Master, I was born as a beast of the Shenlong sect, and I'll die as a ghost of the Shenlong sect. I'll never betray the Shenlong sect in this life. The big black cat knelt down with a plop, its eyes unflinching as it spoke righteously. Haha. Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little black cat kneeling at his feet and saying such words. Suwani pursed her lips and also laughed. The other demon beasts also roared with laughter. Even the 8 extremities saint couldn't help but sit at the side and chuckle. This little black cat was really interesting. There were so many demon beasts in the small world of the immortal pond, but none of them were as cute as this little black cat. Little Black, don't be nervous. After all, the All-Beast Divine Sect was once your home. It's only right that you go back and take a look. I won't chase you out, Yi Yun said with a smile. Thank you, Master. The big black cat sobbed and kowtowed repeatedly. The demon beast rampage was indeed an earth-shattering event. It really did want to go back to the All-Beast Divine Sect to take a look. Master, can I go with you? The sky-burrowing rat suddenly raised its paw. You too? Yi Yun hesitated for a second before immediately nodding in agreement. Yes, you too. Thank you, Master. The sky-burrowing rat also kowtowed excitedly. Seeing the little black cat and the little yellow rat kowtowing at the same time, the jade spider couldn't help but laugh and say, "You two have to protect Miss well." Of course, of course. The big black cat and the sky-burrowing rat said in unison. Alright, you two can go now. Yiyan waved his hand, then turned and returned to the carriage. The big black cat and the sky-burrowing rat stood up and instantly returned to their human forms. Miss, don't worry about anything. We have so many people behind you. The undead celestial silkworm suddenly said with a smile. Alright, then thank you very much, everyone, Suwani said politely. Then she flew down from the carriage with the big black cat and the sky-burrowing rat and went straight to the southeast. Haha, the entire Plow Sky dynasty is in chaos. Apart from the disciples of the Myriad Beasts sect, the other sects have also sent people to hunt down those demonic beasts. Looks like the Myriad Beasts sect is going to bleed a lot this time. The immortal celestial silkworm's eyes flashed. Its terrifying divine sense swept across the Plow Sky Empire. Why would those demonic beasts suddenly go berserk? This is really strange, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon asked in bewilderment. Forget it, this isn't something we should worry about. Let's just focus on our cultivation, the undead celestial silkworm shook its head. One of them was in the hierarch realm while the other was in the divine lord realm. Their realms were too high. If they were to participate in the affairs of these super sects, it would be too degrading. The demonic beasts on the carriage also returned to silence. The big black horse pulled the carriage and stopped at a place with beautiful hills and limpid waters. The demonic beasts all had solemn expressions as they closed their eyes and began to cultivate. In the carriage, Yiyun was also cultivating a new divine ability. His cultivation was still at the 3rd level of the hierarch realm. Ever since he killed the 7-star demon kings in the demon realm, Yiyun had no interest in increasing his cultivation level. It was too boring to increase his cultivation level. Anyway, no one could beat him. The current Yiyun no longer relied on his cultivation level to fight others. Yiyun was more interested in the various divine abilities and cultivation techniques. There were so many divine abilities and cultivation techniques in the warehouse. They were all created by the top bosses from different dimensions of the universe. Not only were they powerful, but their focus was also different. Cultivating them was endless fun. For example, the cultivation technique Yiyun was cultivating now was also considered a martial art technique. It had a very domineering name. Overlord's Twist. Once the Overlord's Twist was used, it would be unstoppable. No one could stop the Overlord's Twist. How interesting, Yiyun's right hand gently rotated rhythmically in the void as if he was practicing the Overlord's Twist technique. On the other side, in the sky above a towering mountain, 3 figures flashed past. A beautiful girl in a golden robe looked around and asked in a daze, "Little Black, do you know where the 10,000 Beasts divine sect is?" "Miss, the Plow Empire's territory is vast and boundless. There are many places I haven't been to. I don't know where we are now, so I can't pinpoint." The big black cat scratched its head and smiled awkwardly. As a demonic beast of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, it spent most of its time in the sect and rarely came out. As such, it knew very little about the vast Plow Empire. "Miss, why don't we ask a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect?" the sky-burrowing rat said. "You coward, do I need you to say such a suggestion? Miss and I have been in the 10,000 Beasts divine sect before. Aren't we much better than you?" The big black cat glared at the sky-burrowing rat angrily and scolded. "Brother cat, I'm just saying. Don't take it to heart. If you really feel bad, just let me out like a fart." The sky-burrowing rat laughed shamelessly. "Get lost. I can't let out such a big fart like you." The big black cat scolded angrily. Okay, you two stop arguing." This time, the 3 of us formed a small team to train. Naturally, we have to be united. Don't fight among yourselves. Seeing that the 2 of them were getting more and more excited, Suwani hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Understood, Mississippi. The big black cat and the sky-burrowing rat's expressions immediately changed and became much more solemn. After all, the beautiful girl in front of them was an authentic disciple of the Shenlong sect, the senior sister of sect leader Luoli. And the 2 of them were just demonic beasts of the Shenlong sect. The difference in status was huge. They absolutely could not do anything that crossed the line. The Shenlong sect had strict rules. Once they offended their superiors, they might be expelled. The three of them continued to fly aimlessly. That's strange. Why do I see a familiar figure? The sky-burrowing rat suddenly widened its eyes and looked at the forest in the distance. Who do you see? Could it be some old friend from the same hometown? The big black cat chuckled. What old friend? I'm so ugly. Unless I'm from the sky-burrowing rat clan, no one would fancy me. The sky-burrowing rat said helplessly. Suwani raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, what did you see? There's a cave over there. Just now, a black shadow went in. Looking at his back, he looks very familiar. Brother Cat should know that person too, the sky-burrowing rat said hesitantly. I know him too? Haha, interesting. Could it be some demonic beast of the 10,000 Beasts sect? The big black cat laughed and waved its hand. It said with great interest, let's go and take a look. The three of them flew in the direction of the cave. In less than half an hour, they arrived near the cave hidden by the forest. TSK. This cave looks like an ordinary cave. I didn't expect it to be set up with an illusion array, the big black cat sneered as it looked at the dark cave with its hands behind its back. Brother Cat, I'll break the array. The sky-burrowing rat suddenly took out a compass from its storage ring and prepared to rush over to break the array. Why go through so much trouble? This illusion array isn't complicated at all. The big black cat said unhappily. Then, its pupils shrank slightly. A purple rune suddenly flashed in the depths of its eyes. A powerful force of life and death immediately descended upon the illusory formation. Boom, the small illusory formation suddenly shattered. Who's there? In the pitch-black cave, a man's voice suddenly rang out. This voice is so familiar. The big black cat opened its eyes wide and stretched its neck to look into the depths of the cave. A black figure walked out like a ghost. Good fellow, it's you, big dog. When it saw the face of the figure, the big black cat was shocked and could not help but roar. Brother Cat, it's you? The black shadow in the cave suddenly paused, then shouted in pleasant surprise. Dog, it's me. The big black cat was also pleasantly surprised, and immediately opened its arms. Brother Cat. The black shadow in the cave suddenly pounced over, and the two bear hugged each other. Suwani looked at the black-robed youth who was hugging the big black cat, and was somewhat surprised. This youth's body also emitted a dense demonic chi. At a glance, it was clear that he was also a demonic beast. According to the big black cat's previous name, this should be a demonic dog. This demonic dog was short and fat, and his eyes were very small. Compared to the elegant big black cat, he was simply too lacking. His style was extremely similar to the shifty-eyed heaven-drilling rat. Haha, dog, I didn't expect to meet you here. Heaven-drilling rat also came over. Call me brother dog. The black-robed youth took a step back and unhappily scolded. Without a doubt. This cat, mouse, and dog naturally knew each other. Dog. My current cultivation is higher than yours. You've been here for so many years, but you still can't compare to me. Heaven-drilling rat puffed out its chest and said proudly. The big black dog in front of him had some interactions with him. The two had worked together to dig up many ancient tombs. However, the two hadn't seen each other for several hundred years. Now, Heaven-drilling rat was already at the fourth layer of life and death realm, 2 layers higher than the big black dog's second layer. This is incredible. Brother cat, brother rat, how did your cultivation base increase so quickly? The big black dog asked in shock. Is there even a need to ask? You've been moving around all year round, haven't you heard of brother cat's great name? Heaven-drilling rat chuckled. I've heard of it. Brother Cat has been in the limelight recently, shining brilliantly in the Nether Immortal Ancient Land and 9 Nether Underground Palace. It can be said that many demonic beast cultivators hate you, the big black dog nodded and said. Damn you, what do you mean hate me? Didn't I just steal some of their opportunities? The big black cat scolded. You're right, brother cat. I'm just too outspoken. I'm sorry for offending you, The large black dog clasped his hands together in a fist salute, but his beady eyes were fixed on Suwani. "This is?" the large black dog asked. "This is my family's young miss," the big black cat said proudly. "Brother Cat, I heard that you were sent to a place by the sect master of the 10,000 Beasts sect to carry out a mission. When did you change masters?" the large black dog asked in surprise. "You even know about this? You're pretty well informed, aren't you?" The big black cat pursed its lips. Changing owners was a sensitive topic, so it didn't want to talk about it. Although he had some friendship with the large black dog, he didn't want to reveal it. "Gozi, my lady is a god," the heaven-drilling mouse proudly introduced the heaven-drilling mouse. Before he could finish, the big black cat slapped him on the head. "My young miss is actually related to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. She's the disciple of my old master," the big black cat hurriedly said. After it finished speaking, it glared at the heaven-drilling mouse. The true identity of the young miss couldn't be revealed easily. They just happened to want to go to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, so it would be better if they went with the identity of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect's successor. "So you're the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect's sect master. How unexpected." The large black dog rubbed his hands and smiled embarrassedly. "Actually, I'm also from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. I'm a demonic beast raised by the 10,000 Beasts divine sect." "Did I hear wrongly? You've always been an unstable dog who likes to take advantage of others. Why did you come to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect and become a demonic beast?" The big black cat raised its eyebrows and asked with a shocked expression. "I had no choice. Didn't I offend a lot of enemies? That's why I found a way to sneak into the 10,000 Beasts divine sect and find a big tree to enjoy the shade." The large black dog smiled helplessly and spread his hands. "Like hell I'll believe you," the big black cat narrowed its eyes and sneered disdainfully. "Gozi. I don't believe you either. With your character, would you be willing to be a demonic beast for others? Don't try to fool us." The sky-burrowing rat sneered. "I'm telling the truth." The large black dog smiled bitterly. After saying that, his shoulders trembled violently. His face turned red and he coughed continuously. "Gozi, you're injured?" The big black cat's expression changed and immediately asked with concern. "The demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain went on a rampage. I escaped with them and was slightly injured," the large black dog explained while coughing. "The demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain have always lived a peaceful life. Why did they suddenly go on a rampage? Did something happen there?" the big black cat asked with a frown. "I don't know either. All of a sudden, many demonic beasts seemed to have gone crazy and rushed outside. That large formation couldn't withstand the impact and after it shattered, all the demonic beasts fled." The large black dog smiled bitterly. "You brat, you're still not telling the truth." The big black cat said indifferently with its hands behind its back. "I'm telling the truth. Brother Cat, why don't you believe me?" the large black dog said with grievance. Continue acting. I knew that you, Gozi, never had a good heart." The big black cat said with a smile. The large black dog was helpless and could only sigh. They both fell silent. After a while, "Gozi, seeing that we've known each other for so many years and that you've helped me before, I'll give you a pill today to treat your injuries." The big black cat said indifferently. "Brother Cat, then I'll have to thank you." The large black dog clasped his fists and revealed a grateful expression. The big black cat was unmoved. This large black dog had always been black-hearted and rarely spoke the truth. He had only helped him because of their past relationship. Just now, he had watched coldly from the side and found that the large black dog was barely holding on. In fact, his injuries were very serious. "Wait a moment." The big black cat turned around with its back facing the large black dog. He took out a white bowl and poured some white wine into it. Then, he took out a divine level dragon spirit pill and threw it in. He gently shook the white bowl, allowing the wine and the dragon spirit pill's medicinal power to mix together. "Alright, this is a bowl of dragon spirit pill's medicinal water. Drink it." The big black cat tossed it lightly, and the white bowl flew out of thin air. Little Black is quite cautious, seeing that the big black cat was so cautious and deliberately diluted the dragon spirit pill. Suwani's eyes also revealed a look of admiration. What a strong medicinal pill smell. Taking the white bowl and smelling it, the large black dog's expression changed and he fell into great shock. Brother Cat, your dragon spirit pill's grade is very high. The large black dog's small eyes stared intently at the big black cat, as if he wanted to see what was going on. Hurry up and drink it. Don't talk so much nonsense, or I'll take it back. The black cat glared. Brother Cat, please don't take it back. I'll drink it now. The large black dog was shocked and hurriedly drank the medicinal water in the white bowl. After drinking the medicinal water, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine the surging medicinal power. The big black cat stood there with its hands behind its back and waited quietly. Brother Cat, this dog has always been very cunning. I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives for sneaking into the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, the heaven-drilling mouse secretly transmitted. You say it as if you're not cunning. The big black cat glanced at the heaven-drilling mouse and snorted unhappily. The heaven-drilling mouse used to be a guy with no bottom line. It was jackals of the same tribe as the large black dog. Brother Cat, that's not what I meant. Upon hearing the big black cat's words, the heaven-drilling rat immediately became anxious and hurriedly explained via voice transmission, I have a feeling that this dog harbors ill intentions and is plotting something big in the 10,000 Beasts sect. I have the same feeling too. The big black cat replied with a frown. The big black dog was all alone. He didn't have a fixed residence all year round and collected resources everywhere. He dug up many ancient tombs, and his net worth was quite high these years. So even if he was alone, he didn't have any cultivation resources. He cultivated all the way to the second layer of the life and death realm. Compared to the sky-drilling rat, who had the support of his clan, the big black dog's cultivation progress didn't fall behind much. The big black cat looked at the big black dog, and his mind wandered. He now suspected that the demonic beast rampage in the 10,000 Beasts divine sect had something to do with this dog in front of him. Half an hour later, the big black dog opened his eyes and suddenly stood up. His face was flushed, and he was full of energy. The injuries on his body were all gone. Brother Cat, your dragon spirit pill's grade is too high. It's at the emperor grade, right? Rubbing his hands, the big black dog smiled in surprise. More or less, the big black cat nodded indifferently. This was a god-grade dragon spirit pill. Even if the dog in front of him was very knowledgeable, how could he have seen a god-grade dragon spirit pill? It was normal that he didn't recognize it. Moreover, he diluted this dragon spirit pill with white wine, making it even harder for others to distinguish. Brother Cat, Brother Rat, you two have reached the fourth layer of the life and death realm. Now, you can be considered experts in the Plow Empire. The big black dog smiled embarrassedly. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. Do you think you can hide your thoughts from me? The big black cat sneered. Brother Cat is so straightforward. Haha, I like your personality. The big black dog scuttled over like a monkey and said mysteriously, Brother Cat, I have a big deal here. Why don't the three of us do it together? Big deal? The big black cat's eyes widened as it stared at the big black dog in front of it. It asked coldly, how big is this business deal? The large black dog looked around vigilantly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he laid down a small formation, and said mysteriously, I found an underground palace under the 10,000 Beast Mountain. It looks like it has existed for a very long time. Once we dig it up, there will be endless resources inside. The three of us will be rich. Endless resources? The big black cat gave a cold snort, then grinned and laughed. To put it bluntly, the resources in this underground palace were not even as good as the divine-level dragon spirit pills that his master had given him and the spirit stones of the divine earth. He wasn't interested in any of the resources in Sunnon continent. Unless the old master ordered him to go to the secret realm to gain experience and fight for some resources, he would be willing to go. Otherwise, the big black cat wouldn't be interested in any of the resources in the underground palace. Brother Cat. The large black dog didn't notice the subtle change in the big black cat's expression. He rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "You should believe in my eyesight. I've raided tombs for so many years, and I've never failed, right, Brother Cat? That underground palace contains a lot of resources, and the aura it emits is different. It must be extremely shocking. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to obtain an unimaginable harvest." "What you said makes some sense." The big black cat smiled and turned to look at the heaven-burrowing rat. "What do you think of the resources in this underground palace?" The heaven-burrowing rat understood the meaning behind the words and said with a smile, "It's SOSO. It's not attractive." Hiss, the large black dog sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he looked in shock at his brother who had once fought side by side with him. Why did these two people suddenly become so unfamiliar with each other? Why was it that the resources in the underground palace that made others green with envy did not attract the two of them at all? Could it be, had the two of them turned stupid? "I say, brothers, don't tease me like this. I was seriously injured in order to dig out that underground palace and almost died. If it weren't for Brother Cat, I don't know how long it would take to recover." The large black dog cupped his fists and said with a sincere face, "Good fellow, I knew it. Your injury must have been caused by digging the underground palace." The big black cat laughed. Brother Cat's eyes are like torches. "You hit the nail on the head. There was indeed a seal in the underground palace. I broke the seal a little and was injured." The large black dog smiled bitterly. "After the seal of the underground palace was broken, what happened that made the demonic beasts of the All Beasts divine sect run away?" The big black cat's eyelids narrowed slightly. "Brother Cat, there was a terrifying aura leaking out from the underground palace. At that time, all the demonic beasts were scared to death. They thought that some terrifying monster had appeared, so they all fled outside. In the end, they broke through the formation and fled in all directions," the large black dog explained. "Terrifying monster? Is this monster an Eternal Realm expert?" The big black cat asked disapprovingly. "It's just a guess. Who knows what's in the underground palace? But during this period of time, I haven't seen any monsters appear in the All Beasts divine sect. I guess there might be a peerless evil weapon inside that emitted such a terrifying aura." The large black dog enunciated each and every word. "Peerless evil weapon?" The black cat muttered these words and laughed out loud again. What kind of weapon could a small plow empire have? It was not even as good as the armor on his body. "Brother Cat, my strength alone is still not enough. If you two join us, we three life and death experts can take advantage of the emptiness in the All Beasts divine sect and sneak in. We will definitely be able to dig out the underground palace and obtain unimaginable resources." The large black dog looked a little excited and began to bewitch them again. "You're exaggerating." "I'm not tempted at all," the big black cat sighed. "Brother Cat, you've changed." There was a dejected expression on the large black dog's face, and he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. "Have you become a monk? Why are you not interested in the prosperity of the world at all? Doggy, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. When you reach my level one day, you'll naturally know." The big black cat sighed and raised his chin slightly, revealing an arrogant expression. "Brother Cat, I'm at the second level of life and death realm, and you're at the fourth level of life and death realm. There are only 2 levels between us. Have you already transcended the world?" The large black dog's eyes widened. He could not believe that there was someone in this world who was not tempted by cultivation resources. "Haha, more or less," the big black cat said proudly with his hands behind his back and his eyes shining. In the Shenlong sect, he saw all kinds of divine treasures, weapons, and pills. He was surrounded by Eternal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Divine Monarch Realm, and Hierarch Realm experts. Why would he care about the matters of a small super sect? "This guy is too arrogant." Yi Yin hid a wisp of divine sense in Su Wani's mind and scolded with a smile. The big black cat's character was like this. It was easy to take advantage of others. However, the good thing was that this guy was loyal and did not discount the completion of missions. Yi Yin still admired it. "The underground palace of the 10,000 Beasts sect seems to be not simple." His eyes flashed. Yi Yin whispered to himself. He always felt that the demonic beast riot was definitely not accidental. Now that he heard the large black dog's words, Yiyun was also interested. Brothers, for the sake of our many years of friendship, why don't you help me this time? The large black dog did not give up and begged. Well, the big black cat hesitated and then said in a low voice, I have to ask the young lady. Suwani walked over and said with a smile, anyway, we're going to the 10,000 Beasts sect. When the time comes, we can go and take a look. Yes, miss. Hearing Suwani's words, the big black cat hurriedly nodded in agreement. Seeing that this beautiful girl's words were so effective, the big black dog was also shocked. He was even more curious about Suwani's background. Dog. My miss has already agreed. Let's go to the 10,000 Beasts sect and see what kind of terrifying guy is hiding in that underground palace. The big black cat turned around and chuckled. Yes, big brother cat. The big black dog was overjoyed. He was so excited that his two little eyes were shining. The four of them continued on their journey. After flying for 4 to 6 hours, everyone saw a huge figure running madly through the mountains below. Eh? Isn't that the Thunder Shadow Wolf? The big black cat's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recognized the huge figure. It was a huge blue wolf that was more than 100 feet long. Its whole body emitted a powerful life and death aura. It rampaged all the way, knocking countless trees away. Look, there are more disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect behind it. The sky-burrowing mouse pointed and said loudly. It's true. But these disciples' cultivation is a bit low, the big black cat curled his lips and said. Although their cultivation is low, the 10,000 Beasts sect naturally has a beast-taming technique. Even if their cultivation isn't high, they can still invite this Thunder Shadow Wolf back, the big black dog smiled. Miss, I know this little wolf. Let's go and greet it. The big black cat said courteously. Okay. Suwani nodded and agreed. The few of them landed on the ground. The big black cat took the lead and stood in front of the Thunder Shadow Wolf to block its path. This Thunder Shadow Wolf's cultivation had already reached the first layer of the life and death realm. Its mind wasn't clear, and it seemed to be too frightened. It rampaged all the way. Suddenly, it felt a powerful aura blocking its path. Its body immediately stopped and shuddered. Who is it? The Thunder Shadow Wolf roared loudly. I say, wolf cub, I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. Don't you recognize me? The big black cat crossed its arms and laughed. The Thunder Shadow Wolf was startled. His mind cleared up a little, and he asked in a hoarse voice, Brother Cat? Why are you here? I'm going back to the 10,000 Beasts sect, and I'm just passing by, the big black cat said with a smile. The Thunder Shadow Wolf looked over and saw the big black dog. He said in surprise, Isn't that big brother divine demon dog? Wolf cub, hurry up and transform into your human form. There's no need to run anymore. The large black dog said with a smile. I don't want to go back. The Myriad Beast Valley is too terrifying. I'll probably lose my life if I go back, the Thunder Shadow Wolf shook his head. Is it that serious? The large black dog said disapprovingly. In any case, I'll only be able to return after a period of time. For now, I'll just lie low for a while, the Thunder Shadow Wolf said firmly. At this moment, the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect caught up. There were about a dozen of them. Most of the disciples of the Myriad Beasts sect were at the Nirvana realm, while some were at the Fate realm. The strongest among them was only at the second level of the Fate realm. Senior Thunder Shadow Wolf, please come back with us. The young man in the lead was overjoyed to see the Thunder Shadow Wolf stop. He cupped his fists and asked politely. Not now. We'll talk about it later. The Thunder Shadow Wolf shook his head. Senior, the young man in the lead suddenly took out a beast-taming bracelet and said with embarrassment, I don't want to fight. Please don't make it difficult for me. Sorry, big brother cat, big brother dog, I'll leave first. The Thunder Shadow Wolf's voice suddenly came from 3,000 feet away. As for the Thunder Shadow Wolf in front of the big black cat, its body gradually became illusory. The one in front of him was just a shadow clone. Go after it. The disciple in the lead was shocked. He immediately led his men to chase after the Thunder Shadow Wolf. The Thunder Shadow Wolf thought it had escaped. All of a sudden, a beam of light fell from the sky. Thunder Shadow Wolf, surrender now. The man in the lead shouted. A beam of light shot out from his hand and fell on the Thunder Shadow Wolf. The Thunder Shadow Wolf let out a sad cry and was immediately sucked into the light. It's Elder Lu. When the young man saw the white-haired old man in the void, he quickly cupped his fists and said respectfully. I'll continue to chase after the other demonic beasts. You guys follow the original plan, Elder Lu said, and then flew away. He didn't see me? The large black dog blinked as he spoke in a slightly unconfident manner. He thought that Elder Lu would also capture him and bring him back. He was already prepared for battle. He didn't expect that Elder Lu just glanced at him and left. Maybe the old master intervened. The big black cat's eyes moved. He had a guess in his heart. He guessed right. It was indeed Yi Yun who interfered with Elder Lu just now. The goal of the cat, dog, and rat teen was to explore the underground palace. They couldn't be caught by Elder Lu and ruin Yi Yun's secret plan. Strange. Isn't this the divine demon dog, Senior? The young man in the lead suddenly turned his eyes. He felt a certain aura and recognized the identity of the big black dog. As a demonic beast of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, he naturally had a unique mark on his body and a unique aura. Even if he turned into a human form, he would still be recognized by the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect through some means. You don't have to catch me. I'll go back to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. The big black dog quickly waved his hand and said. Senior Divine Demon Dog, is what you said true? The young man asked with a serious face. Of course, I can swear to the heavenly Tao. The big black dog quickly raised his hand and pretended to swear to the heavenly Tao. Anyway, he was going to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, so he didn't break his promise. Hearing the oath, the group of young men all breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, isn't this the new disciple of the sect master? What's her name? By the way, her name is Suwani. A young man in the crowd looked at Suwani and said with some shock. I also remember that she was the disciple of the sect master. Later, she disappeared inexplicably, another young man said. I remember that she was the weakest disciple of the sect master. At that time, she was only in the profound core realm, haha. Someone laughed loudly. What nonsense are you guys talking about? The big black cat was furious when he heard that. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed those guys who were talking nonsense from the crowd. Young miss, do you want to kill them? The big black cat said respectfully. Suwani raised a jade-like hand and shook it gently. Then, she slowly walked out. I have some impression of you guys. I remember that some of you are from the 9th peak, and some of you are from the 6th peak, right? Suwani said with a cold face. She could never forget the ridicule and humiliation she had suffered in the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. At that time, the ancestor said that she had to come back and take revenge personally. Now, the day had finally come. Pa pa pa. Following a series of crisp sounds, Suwani abruptly stretched out her hand and slapped the few of them away. Those people vomited blood and were seriously injured. Suwani, how can you be so cruel to your fellow disciples? The leading young man looked at Suwani and said with horror. He had a slight impression of this new disciple that the sect master had taken in later. Unexpectedly, in less than a year, this woman had advanced from the profound core realm to the fate realm. Wasn't this kind of breakthrough too terrifying? Cruel? The fact that I didn't kill them is already taking into account that we're from the same sect. Suwani said coldly. She was now a great cultivator in the fate realm. She could no longer put down her face to kill Nirvana realm cultivators. She just wanted to teach them a lesson. Now that those people were seriously injured and would be bedridden for at least a year and a half when they returned to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, Suwani's anger had subsided a lot. Suwani, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your cultivation is high. There are many people in the sect who are stronger than you. The young man frowned and said. I don't think I'm strong, but I will settle the score with those who mocked me one by one, Suwani said calmly. Suwani, your sect master went to explore the 10,000 Beasts mountain palace. Now, we don't know whether he's dead or alive. Your backing is gone. Humph, let's see how you can be arrogant when you return to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. The young man said sternly. What, master? He went to explore the underground palace, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Suwani's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed slightly. Obviously, this news had a great impact on her. Her master had saved her life when she was in danger, and it could be said that he had pulled her out of an abyss of suffering. Back then, when Suwani and her master returned to the Myriad Beasts divine sect, her master had only said a few words before going off to cultivate. Because of her low cultivation base, she had been looked down upon and ridiculed by many of her fellow disciples. It was no wonder. The Myriad Beasts divine sect was a super sect, and any one of their disciples was far stronger than Suwani. The sudden appearance of a chi condensation cultivator in the Myriad Beasts divine sect was naturally very eye-catching. A small group of disciples with bad conduct suddenly jumped out and mocked Suwani. The Myriad Beasts divine sect had a total of 9 mountains. The number of disciples in each mountain reached 10,000, so there would always be some with bad conduct. In Suwani's opinion, the majority of the disciples in the Myriad Beasts divine sect were good. Only a very small number, which added up to a few hundred people, had mocked her. My master went to explore the underground palace, and his whereabouts are unknown. Didn't the elders of the other sects go to the underground palace to look for him? Suwani asked in a deep voice. Look for him? How? Your master's cultivation base is so high, and even he might have fallen in there. Wouldn't the others be courting death if they went in? The young man sneered. My master is the Myriad Beasts divine sect master, and now his whereabouts are unknown. Is this how you deal with it? Suwani's anger surged as she said hatefully. Your master's life lantern, after entering the underground palace, suddenly took a turn for the worse, and has reached the state of a lamp that has run out of oil. I'm afraid that in a few days, his life lantern will be completely extinguished. The young man said loudly. What, master's life lantern is about to extinguish? Suwani was shocked. Her master was a high-level life and death expert. If such an expert could fall, it could be seen how dangerous the underground palace was. What danger is there in the underground palace that made my master encounter such an unimaginable calamity? Suwani asked again. You're asking me, how would I know? I'm only at the fate state. The young man spread out his hands and said with a faint smile, the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect have turned out in full force. So far, only a small number have been captured. In this way, the strength of my All Beasts divine sect will be greatly reduced. The sect can't be without a leader for even a day. The Grand Ancestor has ordered Vice Sect Master Lu Xiaoyu to act as the acting sect master of the Myriad Beasts divine sect to handle this crisis. Aren't you a little too impatient? Suwani frowned. How can I not be anxious? The strongest fighting force of the 10,000 Beasts sect is the demonic beasts that we raise. Now that the demonic beast sect has run away, the sect's strength has greatly decreased. We need an acting sect master to deal with this matter. The young man sneered. In the face of the young man's arrogant attitude, Suwani remained silent. Junior sister Su, we still have to capture other demonic beasts. Goodbye. The young man cupped his fists and said. Then, he quickly left with his junior brothers. There was silence all around. The big black cat and the sky-drilling mouse looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy. Miss, you don't have to take it to heart. Your master's life lamp hasn't been extinguished yet. Things haven't reached the worst moment yet, the big black cat persuaded softly. The sky-drilling mouse rolled its eyes and said with a smile, Yes, miss, we have the Grand Ancestor. What's there to be afraid of? Okay. Suwani took a deep breath and calmed down. Just now, she had somewhat brought herself into the crisis of the All Beasts divine sect. In fact, there was no need. What kind of trouble could this little trouble in front of her be considered as trouble? In the eyes of the Grand Ancestor, it was as insignificant as air. The big black dog blinked, and his heart was in turmoil. What? This group of people had a Grand Ancestor? It seemed that this Grand Ancestor was very strong. Could it be that he was an Eternal Realm expert? Thinking of this, the big black dog rubbed his hands and smiled embarrassedly. Brother Cat, don't listen to the nonsense of the kid from the All Beasts Divine Sect. The underground palace is not so terrible. It's just that the seal is a little strong. What's there to be afraid of? The big black cat turned around and scolded angrily. Behind him, a group of true gods, divine lords, and divine venerables stood there. In the land of the plow heavenly empire. Who could do anything to him? To put it bluntly, even if he died in battle now, the master would have a way to revive him easily. Therefore, the big black cat was not afraid at all. Let's hurry to the All Beasts Divine Sect to take a look, Xianxia said. Okay. The big black cat quickly agreed. The four of them continued on their way and flew in the direction of the All Beasts Divine Sect. Because of the big black dog's participation, they were able to identify the direction of the sect. Their location was relatively far from the All Beasts Divine Sect. Even if they flew at full speed, it would take them a few days to reach their destination. One day later. Brother Divine Demon Dog, come down quickly. A woman's voice suddenly came from a mountain stream. The big black dog was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be someone in this mountain stream who knew him. She's calling you, dog. The big black cat bumped the big black dog with his shoulder and chuckled. Could it be that your old flame is down here? Brother Cat, I'm all alone. How could I have an old flame? The big black dog spread out his hands and said helplessly. Brother Divine Demon Dog, come over quickly. You know everyone here. The woman's voice sounded again from the mountain stream. Young miss, then I'll go down. The big black dog glanced at Xianxia and said respectfully. Although his cultivation level was far higher than Xianxia's, he didn't show any contempt. Since he's your friend, let's go down and take a look together. Say hello, and then we'll leave, Xianxia said. Yes, young miss. The big black dog quickly agreed. The few of them descended from the sky. This mountain stream was extremely deep. After descending for 20 to 30,000 feet, they saw a cave covered by green wisteria. Come over here. At this moment, a beautiful woman in red stood at the entrance of the cave and waved her hand at them. I don't know this woman. She must be a demon who came later, the big black cat thought to himself. So it's you, Sister Green Fox. The big black dog chuckled and went up to her with a smile. Come with me. The woman in red smiled and turned to walk into the cave. The rest of the group followed suit. The cave was extremely deep. After walking for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the light suddenly lit up in front of them, and their vision widened. It was a brightly lit great hall. There were many demon beasts gathered in this great hall. An old man in black robe sat on the stone chair in the center, drinking from a wine pot. His demeanor was leisurely and contented, giving off a carefree and happy feeling. The other demon beasts had also transformed into their human forms. They sat at the stone table, eating and drinking. The scene was extremely lively. Isn't this the nine-tailed spirit cat that the sect leader raised? Why are you with the divine demon dog? The old man in black robes raised his eyebrows and looked over in surprise. Greetings, Senior Fled Dragon. When the big black cat saw the old man, its expression changed slightly. It immediately cupped its fists respectfully. The old man in black robes in front of them was a black flood dragon that had reached the 7th level of life and death realm. Among all the demon beasts in the All Beast Divine Sect, his strength was ranked in the top 3. Senior, we met on the way here. We're heading to the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect together. Before the big black cat could speak, the big black dog spoke first. Nine-tailed spirit cat, you've been in the limelight recently. I heard that you've snatched many treasures. The black-robed old man ignored the big black dog and looked at the big black cat with a stiff expression. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Senior. They're just some small tricks that can't be taken seriously. The big black cat scratched its head and said with a relaxed expression. When he was at the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect, he had been very respectful to this Flood Dragon Senior. At that time, when he was still weak, this Flood Dragon Senior who was at the life and death realm had a shocking cultivation base. He was practically a godlike existence. This Flood Dragon Senior had taken good care of him in the past. Therefore, the big black cat had been very polite ever since they entered the cave. Why are you little fellows returning to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect? Why don't you stay here and eat well? Isn't that good? The black-robed old man suddenly rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The big black cat cupped its fists and said with a smile, I'm going to accompany my young mistress to the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. I have important matters to attend to, so I can't delay, your young mistress? The black-robed old man's gaze fell on Suwani. This little girl in a golden robe had jade-like skin and a beautiful face. She carried a red sword on her back and gave off an indescribable feeling. What? The bloodline of the divine dragon? When he sensed the bloodline aura on Suwani's body, he suddenly stood up from the stone chair with shock in his eyes. Big brother, that little girl, has the bloodline of the divine dragon? A man next to him asked with wide eyes. That's right. The black-robed old man nodded, his eyes burning with passion. The sky-burrowing rat saw through the clues and carefully said, Brother Cat, this old fellow seems to be up to no good. What's there to be afraid of? The big black cat replied coldly. That little beauty over there, greetings, I'm from the Jiao Dragon clan, and I also have the bloodline of the Dragon clan, which is of the same origin as you. Why don't we cultivate together? Wouldn't it be great to be a Taoist couple that everyone envies in this cave? The black-robed old man took a sip of wine and smiled eagerly. Dual cultivation, become a pair of Taoist companions that everyone envied. Yi Yun, who was a wisp of essence soul in Suwani's mind, almost laughed out loud when he heard that. This little flood dragon had a mixed bloodline and could not even be considered a mixed-breed divine dragon. He actually wanted to dual cultivate with Suwani, who had Zhu Long's bloodline. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. The aura of Zhu Long's bloodline in Suwani's body was very shocking. It had long been covered up by Yi Yun. In the eyes of outsiders, the three juniors from the Shunlong sect only had ordinary divine dragon bloodlines. Yi Yun sized up the situation and prepared to lend a hand depending on the situation. At this moment, Suwani was also completely shocked. She did not expect this black-robed old man to be so shameless. He actually brought up such a shameful topic in public. Get lost. Suwani used all the strength in her body to shout this one word. Even when facing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, she did not frown. But today, she was really angered by this black-robed old man. She was so angry that she lost all her strength for a moment. Old bastard, how dare you speak to my young miss like this? The big black cat flew into a rage, and reached out with its hand to grab the black shield. Whoosh, the great demons who were drinking immediately surrounded them. These great demons were almost all in the life and death realm. There were 20 to 30 of them, forming a powerful force. This force was nothing in the eyes of the big black cat, but in the eyes of the big black dog, it made him afraid. The situation is not good, the big black dog silently calculated. They only had 3 life and death realm cultivators and a beautiful fate realm girl. How could they fight with this kind of strength? You bunch of bastards, how dare you help that old bastard attack us? I think you're tired of living. The sky-burrowing rat pointed at everyone and cursed angrily. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of arrogant laughter rang out in the cave. The black-robed old man's face revealed an arrogant expression. He looked down at the 4 people below and said in a deep voice, Humph, this girl's character is really unyielding. This old man likes it very much. You like it? Suwani raised her eyebrows, killing intent surging in her eyes. She reached out and pulled out a blood-red sword from her back. 7-star dragon abyss sword. Good sword, it's really a good sword. The black-robed old man looked at the blood-red sword. His burning eyes were once again filled with great shock. With his astonishing intuition, he felt that this sword had definitely reached the Emperor grade or above. Strange, why do I feel like young miss has changed into a different person? Could it be that some senior's primordial spirit has suddenly possessed her body? The big black cat looked at Suwani strangely and was astonished. You old thing, you're greedy and lustful. I won't forgive you today. Suwani held the 7-star dragon abyss sword in her hand. Sword intent surged from her body as she released the aura of a heaven's mandate. You're just a puny heaven's mandate. What can you do to this old man? The black-robed old man laughed, his eyes revealing ridicule. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at Suwani. Sword light flashed. The black-robed old man screamed miserably and immediately retracted his hand. Blood fell from the sky. At the same time, half of his arm fell down. Hiss, all the nearby fiends were frightened when they saw this scene. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A Heaven's Mandate cultivator actually cut off the arm of a 7th-layer life and death expert with a sword. Wasn't this strength too shocking? This sword art, it must be the master's doing. The big black cat became excited. Looking at the black-robed old man's painful face, a gloating expression appeared on its face. This disrespectful old man wanted to dual cultivate with young miss, he was simply courting death. His rebellious words had angered the master. Therefore, the master's primordial spirit descended and possessed young miss' body. That was why she could cut off the old man's arm with a sword even though the difference in cultivation was so great. The big black dog next to him opened its eyes wide and trembled all over. Oh my god, this little beauty is actually so strong? A mere 5th-layer Heaven's Mandate cultivator was able to cut off the arm of a 7th-layer life and death expert. This is too frightening. The big black dog's lips turned purple as it cried out in alarm. The scene that happened just now really scared him to death. You're just a Heaven's Mandate cultivator, how can you be so strong? What sword art is this? The black-robed old man covered his arm with his hand and looked at Suwani with a face full of horror. At this moment, the little golden-robed girl standing with a sword no longer looked like a weak sheep. Instead, she looked like a demon king from hell with a bloody sword. Noisy. Suwani's eyes turned cold as she slashed out again. Death Realm sword. Nothing in the world could block it. How could a mere life and death expert block this sword? Sword light flashed. It was inconceivably fast. The black-robed old man didn't even have time to scream before he was cut in half. His primordial spirit didn't even escape. Puff, blood spurted out and splashed on the faces of several nearby monsters. They were so frightened that their legs immediately went soft and they knelt down with a plop. The 2 halves of the body fell to the sides. The black-robed old man who was so arrogant a moment ago was now deader than dead. The entire cave suddenly became absolutely silent. So scary, those monsters were so frightened that their bodies went soft. They didn't have the slightest bit of strength and all fell to the ground. Although there were many demons here, they were not a match for the black-robed old man alone. After all, a 7th-level life and death realm cultivator was already quite powerful. Such a cultivator could deal with at least 105th-level life and death realm cultivators. Brother Cat, how can young miss be so powerful? The sky-burrowing rat looked at the black-robed old man who had been split in half in shock and quietly sent out a voice transmission. Old master is here. The big black cat secretly sent a voice transmission. No wonder, the sky-burrowing rat's expression became solemn and he stopped laughing. Old master was always here. He really had to pay attention to what he said in the future. If he was punished by old master, he would be in trouble. Young miss, please spare us. The demons next to him knelt on the ground and kowtowed. You are also demons of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. All these years, the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect has treated you well. Come back with us. Suwani said calmly. Yes. Most of the demons said loudly. However, there were also a few demons, which added up to 3 or 4 people, who had hesitation in their eyes. What's wrong? Is there anyone who doesn't want to go back? Suwani asked coldly. We are willing. The demon race clenched their jaws and agreed. The situation was worse than the others. This beautiful Fate Realm girl was too powerful. She was decisive and ruthless. If they didn't go back, they wouldn't be able to live today. Let's go, little black. Suwani turned around and looked at the big black cat with a chuckle. Okay. The big black cat hurriedly agreed. He was so excited just now that he almost called out the word old master. Suwani's eyes suddenly became absent-minded. At this moment, Yiyin no longer controlled her primordial spirit and body. So it was the old ancestor who helped us. Suwani turned around and looked at the corpse of the black-robed old man, thinking to herself. Just now. When Yiyin left, he naturally tampered with some of Suwani's memories. Therefore, in Suwani's current understanding, the black-robed old man died at the hands of the old ancestor. The demons were also convinced by the old ancestor and prepared to return to the all-beasts divine sect with the 4 of them. Since the old ancestor had made a move, there was nothing to doubt. Xianxia thought to herself. Her expression was normal as she led the big black cat and the others out of the cave. Then, she soared into the air and left the mountain stream, continuing to fly in the direction of the divine sect of beasts. Behind the 4 of them were more than 20 men and women of the demon clan. This group of people had great momentum and was not small in scale. Haha, I caught another thunderfire bird. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the valley in the distance. 5 or 6 extremely excited youths suddenly soared into the sky from the valley, preparing to leave this place. Look, why are there so many demons flying over? Are there any demon beasts from our divine sect? A young man's eyes flickered as he pointed in a direction. The others immediately looked in that direction. Oh my God! Why are they all demonic beasts from my all-beasts divine sect? A young man exclaimed in shock. Who are those guys in front of us? Why did they bring so many demon beasts from my all-beasts divine sect? A burly young man frowned and asked. That golden-robed woman. Isn't she Xianxia? A white-faced young man suddenly blinked his eyes and shouted in a sharp voice. The disciple with the lowest cultivation of the previous sect master? A person next to him asked. Yes, it's her. I would know her even if she turned into ashes. The white-faced young man said heavily. It can't be her, right? I vaguely remember that the disciple of the previous sect master had only broken through to the profound core realm a few months after coming to our all-beasts divine sect. How did she become a great cultivator at the 5th level of the fate realm in less than a year? This is completely out of the ordinary. The burly young man's face was solemn as he shook his head continuously. Obviously. No one in this world could break through to the 5th level of the fate realm from the profound core realm in just a year. While they were talking, Xianxia's group had quickly flown over. Another group of disciples from the all-beasts divine sect, the big black dog smiled. Xianxia's face was calm as she glanced at the crowd. She recognized the white-faced young man at a glance. You, come out. Xianxia pointed her finger and said impolitely. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to the disciples of my all-beasts divine sect? The burly young man took a step forward and asked with a frown. I am also a disciple of the all-beasts divine sect. My name is Xianxia. I think all of you know it, right? Xianxia smiled indifferently and stretched out her hand directly. She was at the 5th level of the fate realm. Among the small group of people, the highest cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the fate realm. They could not resist her powerful pressure at all. Everyone watched helplessly as Xianxia grabbed the pale-faced young man and dragged him away. Xianxia, you are also a disciple of the all-beasts divine sect. We are all from the same sect. What are you doing? The burly young man asked loudly. Pa, Xianxia raised her hand and slapped him in the face. The white-faced young man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out in the air. Why did you hit me? He stopped in the air, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then looked at Xianxia bitterly and asked. Anyone who has laughed at me will be punished today. Xianxia said coldly. You, the white-faced young man's face was full of regret. He never dreamed that the little chi-gathering disciple he had laughed at in the past had now become a great cultivator at the 5th level of the fate realm. With a slap, she had seriously injured him, a nirvana realm cultivator. Let's go. Xianxia said and led a large group of monsters in the direction of the all-beasts divine sect. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. But isn't the Xianxia's cultivation speed too fast? Fortunately, I didn't laugh at her back then, or I wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being seriously injured today. The burly young man muttered to himself, and a look of luck appeared on his face. Senior brother, is Xianxia going back to the all-beasts divine sect with so many monsters? A young man next to him asked. It should be. Xianxia has been missing for nearly a year. Her master's life is unknown in the underground palace. Now that she is going back with so many monsters, I'm afraid she wants to go to the underground palace to rescue her master, the burly young man pondered and said. Suwani's cultivation talent is so monstrous. I'm afraid she will be the future sect master of the All Beasts Divine Sect, another person sighed. The burly young man said meaningfully, that's not necessarily true. The current acting sect master probably won't give the position to her. I understand, the young man nodded, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Everyone knew. The current acting sect master was the former deputy sect master, and his relationship with the sect master had never been very harmonious. Although Suwani's talent was heaven-defying, she no longer had a backer. Even if she returned to the All Beasts Divine Sect, she wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. 4 days later, Suwani and her group arrived at the All Beasts Divine Sect covered in dust. I haven't been here for many years. The buildings here are still the same, but the people here have decreased a lot. Standing in the void outside the mountain gate, the big black cat scanned the distance and suddenly sighed with emotion. It seems like I had a dream. Suwani's eyes were lost, and she also sighed slowly. Back then, in order to let her junior brother and junior sister escape smoothly, she single-handedly led the pursuers away. In a panic, she entered the valley filled with white fog. Then, she met the 9-tailed spirit cat guarding the 9-leaf blood lotus, and then she met the second master of her life, the sect master of the All Beasts Divine Sect. In the All Beasts Divine Sect, although she was ridiculed by many people, Suwani's character was tenacious. She eliminated distracting thoughts in time, and her cultivation speed was very fast. From a little cultivator in the chi condensation realm, she quickly broke through to the profound core realm. Next, Suwani was captured by the old ancestor across hundreds of millions of miles and brought back to the territory of the ancient Moon Dynasty. Next, under the guidance of the old ancestor, her life began to be magnificent. Her cultivation path advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than a year, she became a great cultivator at the peak of the 5th level of the Fate realm. Recalling the past, vivid in her mind, was like a dream. That was why Suwani sighed with emotion. 9-tailed spirit cat, Suwani, divine fiend hound, why are you here? Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, suddenly, an aged voice rang out from the other side of the mountain gate, like a great bell. Hearing the old man's voice, Suwani frowned. Young miss, this is Lu Xiaoyu. He used to be the vice sect leader, the big black cat explained softly. Oh. Suwani nodded. It seems like most of the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect have run out. The sect is too weak now. The big black dog's eyes flickered as he glanced at the sect gate and curled his lips. Divine demonic dog, what nonsense are you talking about? A figure suddenly descended from the top of the sect gate. It was an old man in a silver robe. His hair was white, and his eyebrows were raised. He gave off a dignified feeling without being angry. This person was Lu Xiaoyu. The current vice sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect was at the peak of the 5th level of the life and death realm. So it's vice sect leader Lu. Long time no see, haha. The large black dog clasped his hands in greeting, and pretended to greet them. Ever since Suwani killed the old dragon, the big black dog had become much bolder. Therefore, he didn't show any fear when facing the vice sect leader who was stronger than him. Why are the three of you together? Lu Xiaoyu frowned as he stared at Suwani and asked coldly, you've been missing for so long. Where did you go? Where's my master? How's his life lamp? Suwani ignored him. Instead, she asked anxiously. Your master's life lamp is weaker than before. I don't think he has much time left, Lu Xiaoyu said with a sad face. Why didn't you send someone to see my master? Suwani asked. There's a terrifying aura in the underground palace. None of us dared to go close, Lu Xiaoyu shook his head. He looked at the beasts behind Suwani and his eyes lit up. He said excitedly, these are the beasts of our 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. You've done a good deed. Vice Sect Leader Lu, I'm going to the underground palace of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain now. Suwani's eyes lit up as she said firmly. Sure. As the former sect leader's disciple, if you want to go to the underground palace to find your master, I'll support you, but... Lu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then pointed at the demon beasts behind him and said, right now, my Wancho Divine Sect strength is empty, and we urgently need these demon beasts to replenish our strength. You can't bring them in. why can't I bring it in? We're the ones who caught him. The large black dog sneered. I'm the acting sect master. I have the authority to deal with all the demonic beasts in the divine sect. Lu Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and said bluntly. Lu Xiaoyu, you're really shameless. The big black cat glared at him and mocked him mercilessly. Nine-tailed spirit cat, you've really grown up these years. You've actually cultivated to the 4th level of life and death realm. What? Now that your master isn't here, are you going to attack me, the sect master? Lu Xiaoyu's face was solemn. His hands were behind his back as a powerful aura rolled out. At this moment, he did have the aura of a sect master. Don't try to pressure me with your sect. It's useless. I won't fall for it. The big black cat snorted. Forget it, let's not lower ourselves to his level. Let's hurry to the underground palace to see master. Seeing that both sides were at daggers drawn, Suwani hurriedly said. She didn't want any conflict. After all, the 3 of them were disciples of the divine sect. Even if Lu Xiaoyu was the acting sect master, his status was still higher than theirs. Lu Xiaoyu's words were not wrong. Now that the divine sect's position was in danger, they urgently needed demonic beasts to increase their strength to deal with any unexpected events. As expected of the sect master's disciple. Your awareness is high, much higher than the demonic beasts that the sect master has raised for so many years. Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. By sect master Lu, when my master comes out, you'll have to obediently give up your position. The big black cat sneered. Cut the crap. Aren't you going to the underground palace? Hurry up and go. Who knows, your master's life lamp might be extinguished soon. Lu Xiaoyu waved his sleeves and replied coldly. Let's go. Suwani pulled the big black cat's robe. They immediately crossed the mountain gate and flew straight to the divine beast mountain behind them. Don't blame me for not warning you guys. It's very dangerous there. If you can't win, run back quickly, Lu Xiaoyu shouted from afar. You don't have to worry about that. The big black cat scolded angrily. Brother cat, this old man is really a hypocrite. He can't wait for us to die there, the sky-drilling mouse was indignant. Let us die? How is that possible? No one in the Tsangnan continent can kill us. The big black cat laughed. Brother cat, you're bragging too much. An expert half a step to the eternal realm can easily kill us. The big black dog smiled bitterly. Only half a step to the eternal realm? That's nothing. Dog, don't talk so much. If you do, I'll think more highly of you. The big black cat smiled proudly. Stop fooling around. Let's go to the divine beast mountain quickly. Suwani said from the side. The demonic beasts immediately shut their mouths and followed Suwani. Several figures flashed and disappeared. Watching the 4 figures disappear at the end of the sky, Lu Xiaoyu's wrinkled old face sneered. This Suwani is really a peerless genius. In just 1 year, she broke through to the fate realm. It seems that she has some secrets, Lu Xiaoyu said to himself. And that 9-tailed spiritual cat, how can its cultivation be so fast? If it goes on like this, won't it catch up with its dead master? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered like ghost fire. He slapped his thigh. It seems that this group of people must have some secrets. It seems that I have to keep a close eye on the underground palace this time, Lu Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. His eyes were constantly emitting a scorching light. It was obvious that he was excited. In Lu Xiaoyu's opinion, these guys must have some trump cards since they dared to enter the underground palace. But the underground palace was unpredictable. If these guys could successfully solve the danger of the underground palace, he didn't mind being the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Collect. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyu's face showed an excited smile. He raised a beast-taming bracelet and with the infusion of magic power, rays of light shot out and collected all the monsters in front of him. Such a powerful monster force, he naturally had to control it in his hands. The monsters that the disciples of the Divine Beast sect went out to catch before were basically under his control. It could be said that his current strength was already very strong. After doing all this, Lu Xiaoyu disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he went. Young lady, this is the Divine Beasts Mountain. The four figures stood above a towering valley and the big black cat said respectfully. Yes. Suwani nodded gently. Back then, her cultivation was too weak and the time she stayed in the Divine Beasts sect was very short, so she had never been to the Divine Beasts Mountain. The Divine Beasts Mountain was like a vast basin. It was the place where all the monsters of the Divine Beasts sect lived. The aura under this valley is unusual and a little scary. The sky-drilling mouse looked around and suddenly crossed its arms in front of its chest and said in fear. Coward, your old habits are acting up again. You're as timid as a mouse. The big black cat glanced at the sky-burrowing mouse, then said calmly, that's strange. Why don't I feel any terrifying aura? Instead, there's an indescribable sense of intimacy. Sense of intimacy? The sky-burrowing mouse was stunned. He was scared to death, so how could someone feel intimacy? Brother cat, although I don't feel any terror, to be honest, I also feel a little scared, the large black dog said with a serious expression. Previously, he had opened a small opening in the seal of the underground palace, and the terrifying aura inside had severely injured him. Fortunately, he was good at escaping, and managed to escape. Now, the aura in the underground palace was constantly pouring out, and permeating everywhere. After the large black dog felt it, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Doggy. You've become a coward. The big black cat chuckled. Young miss, do you feel anything special? The big black cat turned and asked. I don't feel anything. I don't feel any fear, but I don't feel any intimacy either. It's just a slight sense of intimacy, Suwani said softly. Familiar? The big black cat was stunned. It didn't know why the young miss had such a strange reaction. How far is the underground palace from the surface? Suwani looked down the valley and asked softly. Young miss, do you see that black hole over there? That's what I dug out. If we follow that hole and fly at full speed, we'll see the underground palace in about 30 minutes. The large black dog pointed with his right hand and explained. Let's go down and take a look. Suwani said with a nod. Everyone agreed and immediately lowered their bodies and entered the black hole. The large black dog took out a luminous pearl and illuminated the dark tunnel. He led the way in front, and Suwani and the others followed behind him. The few of them flew at high speed in the tunnel, and the whistling sound of the wind could be heard constantly. So terrifying, the sky-burrowing mouse felt more and more numb all over, and his heart was thumping. He couldn't help but whisper. What are you scared of? The big black cat punched him in annoyance. Brother cat, I'm really scared. I feel like there's a monster here, the heaven-drilling mouse said with a horrified expression. Where would there be monsters? At most, it's just a murderous weapon. If it's really a monster, wouldn't it have come out and started a massacre? The large black dog said disapprovingly. Gozi is right. Hurry up and lead the way. Let's see what that underground palace looks like. The big black cat laughed. Everyone stopped talking and flew forward in silence. After a while. We're here. This is the underground palace. The large black dog's body suddenly stopped, and then he shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly looked forward. Deep underground, there was a huge open space. An ancient black palace sat on top of the soil. The black palace had a unique design, simple and simple. It was far from the modern architectural style and left a deep impression. The black palace was extremely large. It stretched as far as the eye could see. The seal has been broken? The large black dog suddenly said in shock. There was a layer of seal on the periphery, but now it has disappeared. It seems like someone broke it. Maybe Master broke it, Suwani said in a low voice. Wow, what's in this palace? Why do I feel so excited all of a sudden? The big black cat was excited and danced with joy. Everyone looked at him with surprise. Especially the heaven-drilling mouse, who was even more shocked. Why did the underground palace, which was incomparably terrifying in his eyes, seem to be more amiable than beautiful women in Brother Cat's eyes? This underground palace seems a little interesting. I'm looking forward to it. The wisp of Yi Yun's primordial spirit in Suwani's mind smiled when he saw the big black cat's expression. He was not in a hurry to scan this underground palace. Instead, he was patient. He was waiting for these juniors to go and gain experience. If something really happened, he would take action then. The door of this underground palace seems to be ajar. Let's go in and take a look. Master should be inside. Xianxia looked at the door of the underground palace and said softly. The few of them quickly flew over. When they arrived at the foot of the door, they realized that the door was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was majestic and gave off the feeling of a mountain. Such a huge door. What kind of creature is walking in it? Xianxia said in shock. Look, there's actually a divine dragon pattern on the door. However, the pattern is blurry and not so clear. The large black dog's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over. As expected, there were divine dragon patterns on the left and right doors. They were indeed blurry and not easy to recognize. It seems that too much time has passed. The patterns on the door have also been corroded by time, Xianxia sighed softly. The big black cat did not speak. Instead, his eyes were glowing red, and he panted slightly. He stretched out his hands and pushed one of the doors. Creak, with a heavy thud, the huge door was pushed open by the big black cat, revealing a small gap. A black shadow flashed. The big black cat actually rushed in alone. Brother cat, what are you playing? You actually ran off alone and didn't even wait for Miss. The large black dog muttered and was the second to rush in. It was as if he was afraid that the big black cat would take all the opportunities inside. Xianxia smiled slightly and did not mind. She was the third to enter. The sky-drilling mouse was on tenterhooks and walked in carefully. Clang, just as the four of them entered at the same time, a gust of cold wind blew, and the door closed by itself. There's an enemy. Miss, be careful. The sky-drilling mouse suddenly jumped up and shouted in horror. Coward. Don't talk nonsense. Do you see any living people here? The big black cat stood in front with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and cursed angrily. In this deep palace, there were mountains of white bones piled up like a forest. Gusts of cold wind blew from time to time, and when they passed through the mountains of bones, they would make whimpering sounds. Why are there so many bones? The large black dog was dumbfounded. He originally thought that there were endless cultivation resources hidden here, but he did not expect to see only bones. However, these bones were too big. Even the smallest bone was dozens of feet long and was inserted into the ground like a big tree. These bones emitted a terrifying aura, causing people to be intimidated at first glance. Miss, these bones, don't you think they look like dragons? The big black cat observed carefully and then said in a deep voice. They do look like dragons. Xianxia nodded, and there was an inexplicable sense of heaviness in her heart. This palace is very big. Let's go ahead and look for Master first, she pondered for a moment and said. Okay. Everyone nodded their heads and slowly walked forward. Bang, the sky-drilling mouse, who was walking at the back, suddenly tripped over something. He staggered and almost fell. I can't even walk without tripping. My luck is really bad, eh? What is this thing? The sky-drilling mouse kicked something protruding from the ground out of the soil. The protruding area was very small. However, after being kicked out of the ground by the sky-drilling mouse, this thing was at least 2 to 3 feet tall. Whoosh, the long object spun a few times in the air before suddenly landing on the ground. It landed on the ground very smoothly. It went straight up and down. It was like a stone tablet that had been erected long ago. This is a stone tablet. The big black cat had sharp eyes and recognized it at a glance. He leaned over and said with a smile, there are words on it. Let's see what they are. Whoosh. The few of them gathered around. This stele was extremely ancient, and a large portion of it had been damaged. The words on it were also extremely blurry. Everyone identified it for a while. This should be a swastika, Xianxia said in a low voice. Tomb? Doesn't that mean that this is a tomb? The big black dog's eyes lit up, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he became excited. Tomb raiding was his old profession, this was his favorite business. He originally thought that this underground palace was not a tomb, but he did not expect that after so many twists and turns, he had returned to his old profession. Whether it is a tomb or not, have you noticed that this stone tablet is not complete? There seems to be another one on it. Xianxia pointed with her jade-like hand and shook her head with a smile. Indeed, let's look carefully. Maybe there are other clues, the big black cat said. Everyone turned around and walked into the depths of the underground palace. In the dark light, the four of them walked among the huge white bones, listening to the whistling sound of the cold wind. A sense of absurdity rose in their hearts, as if they were walking in hell. This time, it seems that we are going to make a fortune. Such a big tomb, the owner buried in it must be extraordinary. Since learning that this was a tomb, the big black dog danced with joy. At this moment, he was even more excited than the big black cat. Doggy, when can you improve your realm? The big black cat scolded. It was just an ancient tomb. Even if it was an eternal realm expert buried there, what good things could there be? After walking for a while, they did not find anything. The sky-drilling mouse looked left and right, sniffing around with its nose, as if looking for something. Over there, I feel the aura of the stone tablet. The sky-drilling mouse suddenly jumped and rushed in the direction of a pile of white bones. Good fellow, your nose is more sensitive than mine. The big black dog exclaimed. That must be it. The sky-drilling mouse clan is also very talented in smell, the big black cat said with a smile. The few of them hurriedly followed. Below the pile of bones, the heaven-drilling mouse desperately scratched the ground. Not long after, it dug out a stone tablet. What other special smell does this stone tablet have? Xianxia smiled and asked. Young miss, there's a faint smell of blood on this stone tablet. It's different from the others, so I was able to find another stone tablet based on this clue. The heaven-drilling mouse scratched its head and smiled embarrassedly. Xianxia smiled gently. The heaven-drilling rat flipped the stone tablet over. Everyone looked over and saw that there was a large word on it. Dragon. On the stone tablet, there was actually a rather clear dragon character. What's going on? Why is it the word dragon? The big black cat rubbed its chin in confusion. This stone tablet should be connected to the previous stone tablet. If the two stone steels were piled up on top of each other. Thus, it formed two words, Dragon Tomb. Dragon's Grave. Could the words Dragon's Grave imply that a divine dragon is buried here? The big black dog guessed. These white bones should all be the bones of the dragon clan. After these dragons died, they weren't buried, Xianxia said softly. Young miss, you're saying that many dragons died here, and the underground palace itself is the graveyard of dragons, right? The big black cat asked. That's about it, Xianxia nodded calmly. Everyone was talking at once, and they continued their discussion. And at this moment, however, Yiyan's gaze became deep and solemn. The dragon's grave could indeed be understood as the graveyard of the dragon clan in a sense. But in this mysterious underground palace, how could so many dragons die here? Through observing those white bones, Yiyan found that these dragons had a common point. They had basically been dismembered before they died, so the bones were piled up in an extremely messy manner without the slightest order. According to common sense, if a large number of divine dragons really died here, then the white bones that their corpses eventually turned into would at least be a little more orderly. Yiyan felt that there were many suspicious points in this underground palace, but he still suppressed his impatience and didn't scan it. First, he gave the three juniors a chance to gain experience. This underground palace is very big. Let's continue to explore. Master hasn't found us yet, and I'm a little anxious, Xianxia sighed. Just now, the few of them discussed for a while, but there was no conclusion. It was just a blind guess that this should be the graveyard of the dragon clan. The few of them continued on their way. Passing through the white bones, the four of them continued to move forward. After walking for about an hour, suddenly, a weak voice came from under a skeleton in the distance. Who is it? Master, is that you? Xianxia's face lit up, and she rushed over without hesitation. The big black cat's expression was a little complicated, but it only hesitated for a second before quickly rushing over. This voice was familiar. It was his previous master, the sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, Wan Feng. Suwani rushed over and saw Master Wanfeng leaning against the skeleton. His face was pale and his complexion was bleak, as if he had lost too much blood and had no strength at all. "Wani, why are you here?" Wanfeng asked in surprise when he saw the beautiful girl before him. "Master, I've returned to save you." Suwani crouched down and said excitedly. "Master, I've returned as well." The big black cat crouched down as well. It was also slightly agitated. "Little cat, aren't you guarding the 9-leaf blood lotus in the ancient Moon Dynasty? Why did you suddenly return?" Wanfeng asked in surprise when he saw the 9-tailed spirit cat. "The 10,000 Beasts divine sect is in chaos. I was worried, so I came back to take a look. I didn't expect you to encounter such a mishap after entering the underground palace, Master," the big black cat said with grief and indignation. "You shouldn't have come," Wanfeng sighed. Disappointment could be seen in his eyes. "Master, don't say such discouraging words," Suwani advised. "There's an extremely strange and powerful creature in this place. All my dermic powers and blood essence have been sucked dry by it," Wanfeng sighed. It was as if he had a momentary lucidity before death. He suddenly raised his hand and pushed Suwani. "Hurry and leave this place before that monster comes. Otherwise, all of you will die if you're too late," Wanfeng said anxiously. "There's really a monster?" When the big black cat heard this, it became excited again. What kind of monster was it? Why did it give off such a familiar feeling? Could it be that they were his relatives? "Master, you won't die. Come, eat a pill first." Suwani took out a dragon tiger pill and stuffed it into the extremely weak Wanfeng's mouth. Then, she injected a trace of dermic powers into the pill and let it dissolve in his stomach. The rolling medicinal power of the dragon tiger pill surged like a surging river and flowed through his limbs and meridians. "What kind of pill is this?" Wanfeng asked in shock as he felt the rapid increase in his dermic powers. "Master, this is a dragon tiger pill," Suwani said softly. "This dragon tiger pill is definitely not an ordinary pill." At this point, Wanfeng suddenly felt strength returning to his body. He stood up abruptly. After standing up, his body swayed again. "I've lost too much blood essence. There's almost nothing left. Although I've replenished my dermic powers, my bones are still weak." Wanfeng smiled awkwardly. "Master, aren't you doing well now? Once we get out, you'll be able to replenish your dermic powers. In less than a year, you'll return to the peak of your life." "Hee hee." The big black cat rubbed its hands and laughed. "Return to the peak of my life? Ha ha ha, how's that possible? I'll never hand over the position of sect leader of the Divine Beasts sect." In the distant darkness, an old voice suddenly rang out. Then, Lu Xiaoyu slowly walked out with a gloomy face. "Lu Xiaoyu, why are you here?" Seeing Lu Xiaoyu, the big black cat furrowed his brows and said angrily. Lu Xiaoyu, this fellow, sneakily came over and said such threatening words. It was obvious that he did not have good intentions. "How can I be at ease if Wanfeng doesn't die?" Lu Xiaoyu smiled coldly. A black light flashed in his deep eyes, making him look even more sinister. Hearing this, Zhang Wuji nodded. Wanfeng trembled with anger. "Lu Xiaoyu, you've always been at odds with me. It seems like you've been coveting my position for a long time, right?" Wanfeng asked coldly. "I wouldn't dare. I'm only a vice sect master. How would I dare to covet the sect master's position? I can only say that you're too stupid. You even dared to enter such a dangerous underground palace. Aren't you courting death?" Lu Xiaoyu laughed strangely. "Wanfeng, your life is unknown and your fate palace could be extinguished at any time. It's reasonable for the Grand Ancestor to let me act as the sect master. If you want to blame someone, blame the Grand Ancestor." "Haha." Lu Xiaoyu laughed arrogantly. His attitude was arrogant and fearless. He didn't have the slightest fear of entering the underground palace. "Vice Sect Master Lu, the underground palace is so dangerous. How dare you enter? Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you?" The big black cat's eyes flashed with a cold light and sneered. He was now at the 4th level of life and death realm, while Lu Xiaoyu was only at the 5th level. The difference between the two was less than 2 levels. Although after reaching life and death realm, every layer of cultivation was like a layer of heaven, and the difference in battle strength was huge, the big black cat wasn't afraid of Lu Xiaoyu. He was from the beast race and had a powerful physical body. Moreover, he had the emperor-grade black gold armor given to him by his master. Once he activated the armor, how could Lu Xiaoyu compare to him? Back in the myriad beast sect, the big black cat had cultivated for a period of time. He had a certain understanding of the myriad beast sect's cultivators. In terms of battle strength, the myriad beast sect's cultivators weren't that strong. Their true strength was the demonic beasts they raised. Almost all the demonic beasts reared by the cultivators had higher cultivation levels than them, and their battle prowess was even more terrifying. To be able to become a super sect, it was all because of these powerful demonic beasts. Of course, the beast-taming technique of the all-beast sect was also extremely advanced, far surpassing that of other sections. What are you afraid of? It's just an underground palace. What can this sect master be afraid of? Lu Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Wan Feng's eyes flashed. He frowned and said, I was wondering why you dared to enter the underground palace. It turns out that you didn't come with your real body. Master, is this his clone? The big black cat exclaimed. Based on his knowledge, he did not realize that this was a clone. This is the Grand Ancestor's black shadow bug. Wan Feng narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Black shadow bug? The large black dog's face was filled with shock, and he blurted out, the black shadow bug is one of the 8 mystical bugs of heaven and earth. It has a myriad of transformations, and it can do whatever it wants. It's as tough as diamond, and it's extremely difficult to deal with. The big black cat curled his lips and praised, Dog, you're quite knowledgeable, haha, I've heard of it. The big black dog scratched his head and said embarrassedly. You guys go quickly. That old man Lu Xiaoyu got the black shadow bug. His strength is very high now. I'll block him for a while. You guys try to escape. Wan Feng struggled to support his body and shouted anxiously while waving his arms. Master, don't be afraid of this old man. Su Wani whispered. You have a way? Wan Feng was stunned. He looked at Su Wani with an incredulous look on his face. This disciple, he hadn't seen her for almost a year. How did she break through so quickly? She broke through from the profound core realm to the 5th level of the Fate realm in just a year. This cultivation speed was simply frightening. As the sect master of a super sect, Wan Feng was naturally very knowledgeable. He also knew that there were some peerless geniuses in history who had some amazing treasures and far surpassed ordinary people in terms of cultivation speed. Haha, I knew it. Little girl, you have a secret. But today, you can only give this secret to me. On the opposite side, Lu Xiaoyu smiled eerily. Suddenly, thin black lines appeared on his body. The black lines crisscrossed and formed small patterns. The small patterns wriggled like water, making Lu Xiaoyu look abnormally ferocious and terrifying. So many black shadow bugs. Looking at those wriggling patterns, the big black dog was horrified. How can an old man like you covet the secret of my young lady? The big black cat sneered. Suddenly, a black light flashed on his body. A set of majestic black armor appeared on his body out of thin air. Under the dim light, the black armor shone with a cold metallic luster and exuded a terrifying aura. At first glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. This can't be an emperor-grade armor, right? Lu Xiaoyu's pupils shrank as he said in disbelief. He had once seen an emperor-grade weapon that exuded such a terrifying power. Blood spirit stab. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the void. The big black cat's body suddenly disappeared. Whoosh, in the void, a huge blood pillar instantly descended in front of Lu Xiaoyu. So fast. What kind of divine power is this? Lu Xiaoyu turned pale with fright. In a hurry, he raised his arm to block. Boom, a beam of blood-red light slammed into his body. Lu Xiaoyu was blasted into pieces. Countless black shadow bugs scattered and buzzed in all directions. Blood light flashed. The pillar of blood once again split into 2, then into 4, and then into 8. In total, there were 8 pillars of blood. The 8 blood pillars crisscrossed like a wide net, mercilessly harvesting those black shadow bugs. Boom boom, the blood spirit stab crisscrossed. Accompanied by a series of loud bangs, the black shadow bugs quickly disappeared. With a flash of blood light, the big black cat appeared where Lu Xiaoyu had been. There are so many black shadow bugs. I can't kill them all in one go? The big black cat said with annoyance. Although its blood spirit stab was extremely powerful, it was still difficult to kill these scattered black shadow bugs in one fell swoop. About a third of the black shadow bugs actually scattered in all directions, fleeing in different directions. Some fled to the entrance of the underground palace. Some also fled to the depths of the underground palace. Big Brother Cat is mighty. What kind of divine power is this? You can actually fight those above your level. Just now, you actually killed 2/3 of the black shadow bugs. Haha, this is really satisfying. The big black dog rubbed his hands and said with envy. Little cat, you've had a fortuitous encounter recently. What kind of divine power did you learn? Wan Feng asked with a shocked face. This is blood spirit stab. The big black cat scratched its head and chuckled. The blood spirit stab was inherited from the great void blood spirit dragon. It was invincible and unbelievably fast. However, it consumed a lot of energy. The big black cat was now at the 4th level of life and death realm. Its spiritual power was abundant and could support it to use blood spirit stab a few more times. So powerful. As expected of a scholar who has been away for 3 days, I have to look at him with new eyes, Wan Feng said with a shocked face. His cultivation base was only at the 6th level of life and death realm. Compared to the 9-tailed spirit cat he raised in the past, it was only 2 levels higher. Boom boom, suddenly, loud footsteps came from the depths of the underground palace. At this moment, the ground of the underground palace shook. The monster came out? The big black dog's face was filled with horror. An inexplicable fear rose in his heart and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. What kind of monster is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Damn, it feels so familiar. The big black cat stared at the depths of the underground palace and said with a faint smile. Little cat, why do you feel this way? Wan Feng asked in surprise. I don't know. Anyway, after entering this underground palace, I feel very familiar. I don't feel any fear at all, the big black cat shrugged and smiled helplessly. Master, your blood essence and magic power were sucked dry by this monster. Do you know what this monster is? Suwani asked in a low voice. I don't know. I only saw a long black shadow pass in front of me, and then I fainted. Wan Feng recalled his previous experience, and his eyes were still filled with horror. Suwani blurted out, a long black shadow? Could it be a dragon? It shouldn't be. How can there be a living divine dragon in this underground palace? Wan Feng shook his head. The rumbling sound kept moving in the depths of the underground palace, and it didn't seem to have any intention of rushing here. This made everyone feel a little relieved. Let's get out of here quickly. We can't stay here for long, Wan Feng said with a serious face. Master, the underground palace is a little strange. We have to stay and investigate. Suwani shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Wani, I know that you must have encountered a rare opportunity in the past year, but this underground palace is too dangerous. Your current cultivation base is still insufficient. Wan Feng sighed helplessly. Master, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Suwani smiled. That's right. Master, nothing will happen to my young miss. Why don't you go out of the underground palace first, and we'll continue to deal with that monster here? The big black cat smiled disapprovingly. Even if there was a strange monster in the underground palace, how powerful could it be? At most, it would be at the eternal realm. Even if it was a true god monster, they didn't have to be afraid. Although they couldn't deal with it with their strength, there were still a lot of seniors above the true god realm waiting to help. Senior undead celestial silkworm said to let their young miss train as much as she wanted, and it would always pay attention to her. Let's take a step back. Master's primordial spirit might possess his body again at any time, erasing all the dangers. They had too many trump cards, so they were not afraid at all. Therefore, charging into the underground palace was like playing around. Kitten, why are you calling her miss? Could it be that you've recognized her as your master? Wanfeng asked in surprise when he suddenly heard the implied meaning. He didn't leave any mark on the nine-tailed spirit cat, so he was only its master in name. The reason why he did this. Wanfeng also felt that the nine-tailed spirit cat had great potential and did not want to use the beast mark to restrict its development. In this way, the nine-tailed spirit cat could have multiple owners. The big black cat felt awkward. It thought for a moment and said, "I'll tell master about this later." "I understand." Wanfeng nodded. The nine-tailed spirit cat had broken through to the 4th level of life and death realm in such a short time, which was almost as fast as his disciple Suwani's cultivation speed. Wanfeng also knew that there must be some huge secret between the two. As the nine-tailed spirit cat's master and Suwani's master, he did not want to pry into other people's secrets. This was an immoral act. "Doggy, I'll have to trouble you to escort master out," the big black cat said. "Brother cat, I still want to stay here and train with you guys. Why don't you let Heaven Drilling Rat out? He's scared to death here anyway." The large black dog reluctantly turned his gaze to the Heaven Drilling Mouse. The sky-burrowing rat became excited when it heard that. It quickly said, "Brother cat, let me escort Sect Master Wan out." "You coward. You really know how to seize the opportunity." The big black cat laughed and scolded, then nodded in agreement. "Master, if you walk out of the underground palace, Lu Xiaoyou's main body won't do anything to you, right?" Suwani's eyes flickered and said worriedly. "He dares to do anything to me in broad daylight? He's really going against the heavens." Wanfeng coldly snorted. "That's good." Suwani nodded and looked at the sky-drilling rat. She transmitted her voice with deep meaning, "You have to protect my master at the critical moment. Don't worry, someone is watching your little life. You won't die." "I understand, miss." Heaven Drilling Rat suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. "Next." Heaven Drilling Rat supported Wanfeng and quickly left this place. "Let's go and see that monster." Suwani pulled out the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword from her back and calmly led the big black cat and big black dog into the depths of the darkness. On the other side, in the depths of the underground palace, thousands of black shadow bugs gathered together and formed a human figure. "Nine-tailed spirit cat, this guy's magical power is really terrifying. If it weren't for the large number of black shadow bugs, I'm afraid we would all be wiped out," Lu Xiaoyu said with a gloomy face. Grand Supreme Ancestor lent him a portion of these black shadow bugs. It was also to increase his strength. After all, now that the divine sect of all beasts was empty, there might be other super sects taking advantage of the situation. Although Grand Supreme Ancestor was powerful, he had a long lifespan. Now that he was old and weak, his chi and blood were seriously damaged, and he spent most of his time sleeping. He would occasionally wake up a few times. It was only when the divine sect of all beasts was in danger that he stepped forward bravely. Boom boom, the sky shook and the earth shook. The distant rumbling sound also entered Lu Xiaoyou's ears. What exactly is this monster? It feels so scary. However, although this monster is strong, it doesn't walk out of the underground palace. It seems that this underground palace also has restrictions on this monster. Lu Xiaoyu muttered to himself. He was also constantly analyzing the current situation. Whoosh, suddenly, his vision turned black. Lu Xiaoyu felt that he had entered a wonderful small world. It was pitch black all around and he couldn't see anything. He hurriedly released his divine sense, but found that within a radius of thousands of feet, his divine sense had been blocked and could not be probed. Could it be that there is also some opportunity in this underground palace? Lu Xiaoyou's heart skipped a beat, and his face revealed a look of surprise. His wisp of divine sense was now controlling a large number of black shadow insects, and could form a very strange black shadow insect doppelganger. In this underground palace where danger lurked everywhere. Even if all the black shadow insects died, it would not have any impact on his original body. Although he had just lost 2/3 of the black shadow insects, if he could now obtain a precious opportunity in the underground palace, it would be enough to make up for his loss. What? Why is the space shrinking so quickly? The next moment, Lu Xiaoyou's eyes were about to split open. Under his divine sense, he found that the space was shrinking rapidly. There was an indescribable pressure. In an instant, it landed on his body. Crack, the boundary of the black space shrank rapidly, and Lu Xiao's body was forcibly shattered by a powerful force. It turned back into countless tiny black shadow insects, fleeing in panic. In the void, a gigantic black shadow that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall suddenly moved slightly, and it abruptly raised its arm from the ground. Its fist was clenched. When its fist was about to reach its mouth, it suddenly opened its palm and threw all the black shadow insects into its mouth. Crack crack, a sound that made one's teeth ache rang out, accompanied by Lu Xiao's scream, reverberating in the darkness. In the time of 2 or 3 breaths, thousands of black shadow insects were chewed up by this mysterious huge black shadow, and then forcibly swallowed. Boom boom, the loud footsteps were earth-shattering, causing the entire underground palace to tremble. After eating the black shadow bug, the gigantic humanoid figure that was hidden in the darkness continued to wander aimlessly. After walking a few steps, the black giant suddenly stopped and stood there in a daze. His eyes looked into the void, and no one knew what he was thinking. He stopped for a moment. He took another step forward and started to walk with a rumbling sound. When the black giant encountered the white bone mountains, he went around them and did not step on them. It was as if there was a taboo. Suwani, the big black dog, and the big black cat passed through the bone mountains and headed deeper into the underground palace. What kind of monster is this? It's so *King scary. The big black dog's expression became more and more serious. The deeper they went into the underground palace, the more intense the horror in his heart became. Doggy, can't you be more mature? If I had known, I would have let you go out with the sky drilling rat. It's so boring to always say such discouraging words in my ear. The big black cat said angrily. Brother cat, are you really not afraid at all? The big black dog asked in surprise. Why should I be afraid? The big black cat slapped him and said fiercely, in front of me is my long-lost brother. I feel very close to him. Why would I be afraid? Sigh. The big black dog shrunk his neck and smiled bitterly. The difference between people was so big. It was unbelievable. The 3 of us each have a different feeling. This means that this monster has a great origin as well, Suwani said in a low voice. Young Miss is right. I keep having the feeling that this dragon tomb has something to do with us, the big black cat said thoughtfully. He and Suwani were the only ones who could understand these words. The big black dog next to them could not understand. After all, he was not from the Shenlong sect. The 3 of them talked as they continued to move forward. The rumbling sound in their ears stopped for a while and sounded again. There was no pattern. 2 hours later, the 3 of them had gone deep into the underground palace and were getting closer and closer to the huge rumbling sound. This sound is too scary. My eardrums are about to burst. There was a look of shock and horror on the large black dog's face, and he used his hands to cover his ears. Even if he used his magic power to cover his ears with his hands, there was still a portion of the huge sound wave that penetrated his hands and directly entered his eardrums. Hang in there. Doggy, we're about to see that monster. The big black cat ignored him and looked into the distance excitedly. He relied on his intuition. He could feel that the monster was not far away. The deeper they went in the underground palace, the more they felt as if a force was suppressing their consciousness. The source of this power. The big black cat had also guessed that it might be the monster itself. Brother cat, why aren't you too affected at all? The large black dog said loudly, unwilling to give up. He had been watching from the side and noticed that Suwani and the big black cat had been calm the whole time. They were not affected by the sound waves. Our physical bodies are far stronger than what you've seen. The big black cat chuckled. Is young Mrs. Body also this strong? She's from the human race. The large black dog said in shock. Young Miss has the bloodline of the divine dragon. The strength of her body is beyond your imagination, the big black cat said with a smile. Is the bloodline of the divine dragon so strong? It's really unbelievable. The large black dog shook his head, feeling extremely depressed. He was a divine demon hound, and his body was originally extremely strong. In these years of tomb raiding, He had relied on this strong body to withstand all kinds of strange dangers. However, among the three of them, his fleshly body was the weakest. This psychological gap made the large black dog want to cry for a moment. Boom boom, the underground palace shook, and a series of loud footsteps came from afar. Look, that monster has appeared. The big black cat suddenly opened his eyes and pointed into the distance excitedly. In the distant darkness, an incomparably huge giant stepped on the ground and walked over with a rumbling sound. This giant was at least hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It was frighteningly tall, and its entire body was filled with a sense of oppressive power. It's actually a humanoid monster. Suwani stopped and clenched the sword in her hand. She was slightly nervous. Young miss, I feel very familiar with this monster. Why don't I try to communicate with it first? The big black cat suddenly said. Alright, you have to be more careful. Suwani nodded in agreement. The big black cat quickly swept forward. When it was about 10,000 feet away, it stood still and waited for the black giant. Why is this humanoid monster so strange? In Suwani's mind, Yi Yan's gaze moved slightly and landed on the black giant. The reason why it was called a human was because this monster did indeed have a humanoid body. But in reality, this monster could no longer be defined as a human. Its body was especially tall, like a monarch-level giant beast. Its entire body was covered in fine dragon scales. The dragon scales were also of various colors. Although its feet were humanoid, its 5 toes were like a real dragon's. And on the giant's head, there was a pair of dragon horns. Even more strange was, on the black giant's buttocks, there was a long dragon tail. The skeletons of the divine dragons I saw before were torn apart as if they had been cut up by someone. Now it seems that the organs of the divine dragons have been transplanted. Yi Yan secretly said to himself. There was a faint anger in his eyes. What kind of person would be so deranged, to cut off the organs of the divine dragons and form such a monster? Rumble, that black giant was approaching from afar, and the immense pressure it exuded caused the large black dog to kneel on the ground. My God, could it be the eternal realm? The big black dog knelt on the ground with difficulty and wanted to cry but had no tears. If he knew that there was an eternal realm monster, he wouldn't have come in to join in the fun. The three of them were only in the life and death realm. No matter how strong they were no match for this eternal realm monster. Hey, don't go, stop. The big black cat suddenly stretched out its hand and waved in the air. With a smile on its face, it shouted loudly. The black giant's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. That pair of dragon-like eyes, like sharp swords, stared coldly and ruthlessly. This monster looked so strange? The big black cat scratched its head and was extremely shocked. However, for a moment, for this half-human half-dragon humanoid monster, the big black cat didn't think as thoroughly as Yi Yan. Dragon, the huge black figure suddenly opened its mouth and uttered a vague word. Even though it was unclear, the big black cat still understood what was being said. Dragon, what? The big black cat raised its head and asked without fear. The next moment, its pupils shrank. The black giant stretched out its arm at this moment and grabbed at Suwani in the distance. Stop! The big black cat shouted angrily. His voice was hoarse and exhausted, and it shook the heavens and the earth, causing the void to hum. The huge black arm suddenly stopped in midair. The black giant looked down at the big black cat, its eyes cold and ruthless. The big black cat also looked at it, its eyes sharp. An indescribable feeling quietly reverberated in the big black cat's heart. A few seconds later, a light flashed through its mind. The big black cat said telepathically, could it be, you are also a vessel? Hearing the big black cat's words, the black giant fell silent. Brother cat, what are you talking about? What's a vessel? The confused big black dog couldn't help but shout from afar. Don't ask if you don't know. The big black cat turned back and retorted, then looked at Suwani guiltily. He knew very well. Master probably didn't even tell Miss about the vessel. Suwani's expression was calm. Although she didn't know what the big black cat was talking about, she didn't ask. Everyone had their secrets. She wasn't the kind of girl who was especially curious. Seeing that Suwani didn't ask, Yi Yin showed a look of approval. If it was Luo Li, that little girl, she would have asked until the end. Yi Yin had never told these three juniors about the Moonstar pallbearers. Some things were too complicated and involved too many people. These three kids weren't qualified to know. Friend, I'm very familiar with you. I think you're a vessel, right? The big black cat looked up at the super huge black giant and said slowly. The black giant in front of them looked very powerful, but his aura was obscure, and it was difficult to determine his cultivation level. However, his real body was so huge that it couldn't be too weak. The black giant continued to be silent. His gaze was extremely sharp, like two sharp swords piercing through and landing on the big black cat. The big black cat closed its mouth and confronted him. From the bottom of his heart, he couldn't feel the black giant's hostility, so he didn't take any defensive posture. Little Black said he's a vessel. Then this matter is somewhat interesting, Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The Dragon Clan's pallbearers were extremely mysterious. Yi Yun didn't know what the vessels they worked so hard to create were used for. Now that he saw the black giant, Yi Yun seemed to have found the answer. The so-called vessels were the various organs of the divine dragon. They cut out the organs of different divine dragons and put them into the vessels to form a half-human half-dragon monster. Perhaps this was the true purpose of the dragon breeders. Their goal was to create a brand new life form. This life form was a collection of the strongest parts of a mystical dragon and its strongest abilities. As such, it was 100 times stronger than an ordinary dragon. The dragon breeders are truly ruthless, Yi Yun muttered to himself as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. Dragon, the black giant suddenly let out a muffled voice, and its huge palm once again grabbed at Suwani. Why are you attacking again? When the big black cat saw the black giant's arm reaching for Suwani, it panicked and immediately activated the Boots of God. With a flash of black light, it appeared in midair and blocked the black giant's path. The black arm froze in midair. Dragon, the black giant muttered this word. Its gaze fell on the small figure, and its expression was somewhat sullen. Friend, we're all vessels, so we can be considered to be on the same side. Can you not harm my family's young miss? The big black cat cupped its fists and asked tentatively. Dragon, the black giant shouted again and stretched out its other arm. It was extremely stubborn as it tried to grab Suwani again. Freeze! Yi Yun pointed at the black giant and froze it in place. This half-human, half-dragon black giant was delirious and coveted Suwani, who had the bloodline of a mystical dragon. Yi Yun focused his gaze and activated the heavenly disillusionment eyes. Regardless of whether there was a restriction in the black giant's mind, Yi Yun had to forcibly look at its memory. Yi Yun was very curious about how the dragon breeders had combined the different organs of the mystical dragons. There's nothing? After Yi Yun successfully infiltrated the black giant's mind, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was no restriction in its mind. The memories of this black giant were fragmented and incomplete, but Yi Yun still managed to see some blurry images after some probing. Some masked men in black were busy in the underground palace, constantly moving the various organs of the mystical dragons and placing them on this vessel. Originally, this vessel was also a normal human body. Under the continuous manipulation of the black-robed man, its body grew larger and larger until it became the giant it was today. The memories were messy and the images kept jumping. A puff of black smoke suddenly rose from the depths of the underground without any warning. Countless figures panicked and quickly fled without a trace. Only the human-shaped vessel was left, lying quietly in the dark underground palace. After an unknown number of years, this humanoid vessel finally regained a simple consciousness. At its chest, where its heart was, there was a 7 stars array. This 7 stars array operated spontaneously. He began to integrate the different organs with the vessel that he was. After an unknown number of years, only then did the vessel stand up and walk. In the black giant's memory, he could only stay in this underground palace. Without the master's order, he could not leave this place. So after so many years, this black giant had been walking in the black underground palace. With the passage of time, the seal of the underground palace was getting weaker and weaker. And the cultivation of this black giant was constantly declining. His current cultivation was only at level 10 of the Eternal Realm. Yiyan looked a little serious after reading this memory. Then, he scanned the black giant's body with his divine consciousness. He found that almost all of its different parts were installed with various organs of the mystical dragons. Even its blood was dragon's blood. There were dozens of different types of mystical dragons involved. Yiyan could recognize the names of some of the mystical dragons. But he could not recognize some of them. However, based on the bloodline of the organs, Yiyan could also tell that most of the lower mystical dragons were cut, and only a few of the higher mystical dragons were cut. Only the pair of dragon horns came from the higher mystical dragons. Yiyan found a strange energy in the black giant's body. This black energy almost destroyed the black giant's brain. He was now simple-minded, like a walking corpse. This was thanks to this strange black energy. There is actually some Zhu Long's curse in the body of this vessel. Could it be that he came from the divine land when he was alive? Yiyan said softly. This was a shocking discovery he had just made. Originally, according to his understanding, the vessel was cultivated by the native cultivators of the Songnan continent. But now, this black giant should be from the divine land. That was why it was cursed by Zhu Long. Yiyan looked around and fell on the white bones covered in snow. His eyes deepened. It seems that this underground palace has been around for a long time. Perhaps before the infighting of the 10 super mystical dragons, the dragon cultivators sneaked into the Songnan continent, killed some of the dragons, and hid them deep underground to experiment with this new life form. Yiyan's eyes flickered as he deduced in his heart. If this deduction of his was correct, then it meant that this was another method used by the mastermind to exterminate the dragons. This method was cruel. They killed all kinds of mystical dragons and used the organs of the mystical dragons to create new life forms through vessels. This life form was far more powerful than the dragons of the same level. It was half human and half dragon. Suddenly, a concept appeared in Yiyan's mind: Dragon Blood Warrior. Dragon Blood Warrior? Yiyan smiled awkwardly and shook his head. The name Dragon Blood Warrior might not be appropriate. Looking at the black giant's dragon tail, Yiyan suddenly felt that it was more appropriate to call it Dragon Human Warrior. Dragon Human Warrior, Dragon Human God, Yiyan muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of the statue of the Dragon Human God on the moon star. Could it be that this was the origin of the Dragon Human Warrior? If that was the case, in that case, this matter was becoming more and more interesting. Yiyan looked at the 7 stars array in his heart. This 7 stars array formation was slightly older than the ancient underworld demon dragon's 7 stars array formation. However, the principles of the 2 array formations were somewhat similar. Something happened outside again? Yiyan narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked in the direction outside the underground palace. At this moment, the sky-drilling rat was supporting Wan Feng, the sect leader, as they left the underground palace and flew towards the sect leader's hall. After entering the sect leader's hall, Wan Feng, you're late. Under the instructions of the Supreme Ancestor, I'm fully in charge of the Divine Beast sect now. Lu Xiaoyu put his hands behind his back and smiled gloomily. Ridiculous. Wan Feng smiled coldly and ignored him. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation was not as high as his. As long as he recovered, he could still take back the sect leader's position. He believed that Lu Xiaoyu would not be the acting sect leader for long. This Wan Feng is really bold. He came to the sect leader's hall in such a hurry. Isn't he courting death? Lu Xiaoyu doesn't look like a good person. Can he hold himself back and not attack? The sky-drilling rat thought anxiously. However, he pretended to be calm and looked around as if there was no one around. After all, he still believed that nothing would happen to him. After all, he was now a member of the Shenlong sect. How could the big shots of the Shenlong sect ignore him when his life was in danger? Wan Feng, do you know your crime? Lu Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. Crime? Wan Feng frowned. What was Lu Xiaoyu up to? An acting sect leader wanted to convict him? What a joke. Your demonic beast, the 9-tailed spirit cat, killed the Grand Ancestor's black shadow bug in the underground palace, right? Lu Xiaoyu laughed sinisterly. So what if I am? Wan Feng narrowed his eyes and said. Don't tell me that you, as the acting sect leader, want to convict me based on this? You are not qualified. I'm not qualified? Then is Grand Ancestor qualified enough? Lu Xiaoyu sneered. If you have the guts, then invite the Grand Ancestor out. I will personally explain to him, Wan Feng said loudly. The Supreme Old Ancestor will naturally come out. If he comes out, you, Wan Feng, will definitely lose your position as the sect leader. You won't be able to run away. Lu Xiaoyu clasped his hands behind his back and laughed. Under your rule, all the demon beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect are rioting. You can't escape this pot. Hearing this, Wan Feng's face instantly darkened. As the sect leader, he was indeed responsible for all the demon beasts rioting. The demon beasts had escaped from the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect, which greatly reduced the sect's strength. He didn't know what kind of crisis would arise. This had indeed become a stain in his life that would be difficult to erase. Men, take this criminal Wan Feng away and wait for the Supreme Old Ancestor to come out and deal with him. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold as he suddenly shouted. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, two old men walked in from outside and quickly walked towards Wan Feng. Don't touch me. Wan Feng's body moved and he stood up abruptly. If he was caught by Lu Xiaoyu today, he wouldn't have the chance to make a comeback in the future. Still want to resist? Lu Xiaoyu sneered. The beast-taming ring on his hand lit up and a huge palm covered in black hair suddenly stretched out from the light. Battle Sky Demonic Ape. Wan Feng's pupils shrank. Under the huge pressure, he instantly felt his body couldn't move. He could only watch as the black palm reached for him. The Battle Sky Demonic Ape was ranked second among all the demon beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. Its strength was abnormally strong. It was even stronger than a 6th-level life and death realm cultivator like him. Although Wan Feng's spiritual power had recovered, his body was still very weak. How could he be a match for the Battle Sky Demonic Ape? Stop. The sky-burrowing rat roared and stood in front of Wan Feng. He absolutely couldn't let the young Mrs. Master get hurt. Otherwise, he would be derelict in his duty. Hee, Wan Feng can't die. Yiyan saw this from inside the carriage and immediately flicked a strand of life water. It traversed thousands of mountains and rivers and directly entered Wan Feng's body. Wan Feng's body trembled violently. He suddenly felt a mysterious energy enter his body and replenish his essence blood. He moved his 5 fingers and clenched his fists. He found that his body was filled with strength. What happened? Wan Feng was surprised and happy. However, the black furry palm was already in front of him. Wan Feng's body flashed and he grabbed the sky-burrowing rat and dodged. Wan Feng, how can an old man like you escape? Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. He suddenly shook his wrist, and a huge black ape jumped out from inside. It was the Battle Sky Demonic Ape. TSK, another Battle Sky Demonic Ape. Seeing this familiar Battle Sky Demonic Ape, Yiyan only smiled. He didn't have any special thoughts. This demonic ape wasn't the same demonic ape. It was just that these two demonic apes belonged to the Battle Sky Demonic Ape clan. The Battle Sky Demonic Ape in front of him was also at the 6th stage of life and death realm. However, its battle strength was much stronger than Wan Feng's. Battle Sky Demonic Ape, you dare to attack me? Wan Feng frowned and raised his wrist, activating his unique beast-taming spell. A ray of light shot out and landed on the Battle Sky Demonic Ape. Battle Sky Demonic Ape, Wan Feng is a sinner of our All Beasts Divine Sect. Don't listen to his lies. Quickly capture this sinner and let the Supreme Old Ancestor deal with him. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly said. The beast-taming bracelet on his wrist also emitted light and landed on the Battle Sky Demonic Ape. The two people's beast-taming spells began to compete with each other. At this moment, the only thing that could make the Battle Sky Demonic Ape make a choice was its own heart. If the Battle Sky Demonic Ape wanted to capture Wan Feng, it would have attacked directly. Lu Xiaoyu used the Supreme Old Ancestor's name. This move had an immediate effect. The Battle Sky Demonic Ape's eyes flashed fiercely. Its body turned into a ray of black light and grabbed at Wan Feng. Roar! The Battle Sky Demonic Ape roared at the sky and grabbed at Wan Feng with its fan-like hand. Master, save me! The sky-drilling rat blocked Wan Feng's path again. Seeing the black palm approaching, it opened its eyes wide and wailed in its heart. Chi, a white silk appeared out of thin air. The silk wrapped around the battle sky demonic ape and dragged its huge body back. You big black-haired monkey, you've got guts. You even dare to capture my young lady's master? A voice resounded in the void. With a flash of silver light, a palm-sized silkworm appeared in front of the sky-drilling rat. Senior Undying Celestial Silkworm is here. Haha. Looking at the chubby silkworm, the sky-drilling rat felt as if it had seen its savior. It laughed wildly in its heart. What kind of demonic beast is this? Looking at the silver silkworm that suddenly appeared, Lu Xiaoyu's facial muscles twitched. As the vice-sect master of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect, he was very familiar with most of the demonic beasts in the world. However, the chubby silkworm in front of him was very unfamiliar to him. The silkworm's cultivation base was unclear, so he couldn't see through it. However, it was able to control the battle sky demonic ape with just a strand. It was obvious that it was very powerful. You old fool Wanfeng, when did you raise one of the 8 exotic insects, the frost sky silver silkworm? Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly roared. What frost sky silver silkworm? Old man, your eyesight is too bad. Get out of here and cultivate properly. The undead celestial silkworm scolded angrily. Boom, a strand of silk flew out like a sledgehammer and sent Lu Xiaoyu flying. When the 2 old men who had entered the hall saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned ashen. In a panic, they also ran out. In the main hall, only Wanfeng, the sky-drilling rat, and the undead celestial silkworm were left. It's really hard to control the strength of this attack, the undead celestial silkworm mumbled. Just now, its master had ordered it to send a clone over, so it sent out the lowest true god clone. After all, it was a true god and only faced life and death cultivators. It didn't want to start a massacre, so it had to be careful with the strength of its attack. It didn't want to accidentally kill the other party. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Wanfeng cupped his fists and said respectfully. You're welcome. I'm only helping you because of young miss. The undead celestial silkworm smiled. N. Wanfeng's expression was stern, and a huge question mark appeared in his heart. What kind of fortuitous encounter did his disciple, Suwani, have? Why are all the demonic beasts under her are so powerful, outside the main hall? Grand old ancestor, don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. The 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect is going to be destroyed by Wanfeng. Lu Xiaoyu, who was rolling on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cried out. Then, he waved his hand, and a beam of light pierced through the sky. This was a messenger flying sword that Grand Ancestor had left behind for him. If the myriad beasts divine sect encountered any unsolvable problems, as long as this flying sword was activated, he would naturally wake up after receiving the news. Hee, that guy actually wants to invite the old ancestor Taisheng over. He still has some skills. He heard the sound outside. The undead celestial silkworm laughed heartily. Wanfeng's face turned ugly. The Grand Ancestor's position in the myriad beasts divine sect was supreme, and his words carried enormous weight. Even he could not disobey him. Wanfeng extended his hand, and the jade bracelet on his hand suddenly emitted a ray of light, sucking the battle sky devil ape into it. Lu Xiaoyu, what happened? An old voice sounded. Then, the void outside the hall rippled, and a grey-robed old man walked out. This grey-robed old man had an aged appearance, and his chi and blood were withered. However, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of life and death's 7th level. Senior Ancestor, Wanfeng is going to betray the sect. Lu Xiaoyu knelt down abruptly and told the whole story with a tearful face. I see. The old ancestor's face was gloomy as he strode into the hall. Greetings, old ancestor. Wanfeng hurriedly knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Wanfeng, do you know your crime? The old ancestor's hands were behind his back, and his gaze was like lightning as he coldly asked. Wanfeng knows his crime. Wanfeng closed his eyes, and his face was filled with grief. After the old ancestor appeared, he actually did not have any thoughts of refuting. You're still a man. The old ancestor coldly smiled, and his expression relaxed a bit. He was about to take the next step, but his heart suddenly moved, and he abruptly turned around. The dignified myriad beasts divine sect is now in such a huge deficit. Does this still look like a super sect? A man's loud laughter suddenly came from the void. Then, a dozen figures with powerful auras descended from the sky and stood in the square outside the hall. Myriad Willow Divine Sect? Seeing the unique clothes, the old ancestor raised his brows, and his face turned grim. Haha. Myriad Beasts Divine Sect, we've also captured many demon beasts for you. How will you thank us? Another man's voice came from the sky. Then, a pillar of light descended, and a dozen figures appeared. Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. Seeing these people, a mirror appeared above their heads, and the old ancestor's face twitched. TSK. The Myriad Willow Divine Sect and Thousand Illumination Divine Sect arrived before us. A woman's voice sounded. Then, a dozen or so women in green Taoist robes appeared with a flicker. All of them were extremely beautiful, with fair skin and graceful figures. They carried a sword on their backs, and they gave off a valiant feeling. Compassionate Channel Gate. The old ancestor's body trembled, and he swayed a few times. The Myriad Willow Divine Sect, Thousand Illumination Divine Sect, and Compassionate Channel Gate were all super sects of the Plough Empire. There were a total of 5 super sects in the Plough Empire. The top one was the Divination Pavilion, which was rarely seen. Even the other 4 super sects rarely saw the successor of the Divination Pavilion. The entire Plough Empire was controlled by the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect, the Myriad Willow Divine Sect, the Compassionate Channel Gate, and the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect. This is bad. Wan Feng raised his head, and his face turned pale when he saw the dozens of people outside. This time, the sect leaders of the 3 super sects had personally come to the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect, and it seemed like they were going to ask for an exorbitant price. The old ancestor walked over. Greetings, sect leaders. He cupped his fists politely, and a rare smile appeared on his old face. Although his cultivation base was the highest in the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect, he was only on par with the sect leaders in front of him. This time, we helped the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect capture 7 demon beasts, and we only want 1/3 of the treasures in the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect's treasury. The sect leader of the Thousand Illumination Divine Sect raised a finger and said calmly. Our Compassionate Channel Gate captured 6 demon beasts, and we also want 1/3 of the treasury. The enchanting young woman had a faint smile on her face. The Myriad Willow Divine Sect doesn't ask for much. We only want the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect to merge with our Myriad Willow Divine Sect. The sect leader of the Myriad Willow Divine Sect shrugged and smiled. Merge with the Myriad Willow Divine Sect? When old ancestor Taisheng heard those words, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Tens of thousands of years ago, our Myriad Willow Divine Sect and the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect were under the same master. It's said that the 2 founding sect leaders were fellow disciples. There's no other faction in this world that has more history than our 2 sects. The sect leader of the Myriad Willow Divine Sect laughed. You've gone too far. The old ancestor was so angry that his body trembled, and he couldn't even stand properly. You want to fight me? The sect leader of the Myriad Willow Divine Sect narrowed his eyes and sneered. The old ancestor hesitated, but when he thought about the fate of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect, his heart burned with rage. You've gone too far. He roared and immediately released the black shadow bug. However, in the next moment, the sect leaders of the 3 super sects attacked almost at the same time. Not only did they kill the black shadow bug, but they also sent the old ancestor flying. He was in midair. The old ancestor screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the underground palace, when Yi Yin saw the scene of the 3 super sects kicking him while he was down, he felt a little bored. He flicked his finger, and the black giant in front of him suddenly disappeared. Boom! The door of the underground palace was forcefully smashed open by the black giant's huge body, and it was sent flying. In the next moment, the black giant regained its mobility. After exiting the underground palace, he suddenly smashed his fist into the sky. With a rumbling sound, the earth was sent flying and the mountains were shattered. What happened? The sect leaders of the 3 super sects looked at each other, and an indescribable fear rose in their hearts. Boom! In the Myriad Beasts Valley. Mountains crumbled and the ground cracked. Sand and stones flew everywhere as if the end of the world had arrived. A black giant that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. The giant stepped on the ground. Its tall and sturdy body exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. Oh my God! This is the monster in the underground palace? Wanfeng's face turned pale as he trembled in fear. His disciples and the demonic beasts that he had raised were still in the underground palace. Now, it seemed that they were in grave danger. Wanfeng's body was cold and dripping with cold sweat. The giant black figure looked very strange. Its body was covered in dragon scales of various colors. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head and a thick dragon tail on its back. Such a half-dragon half-human figure was really frightening. However, what was even more frightening was the terrifying aura that the black giant exuded. Even life and death realm experts like them were frightened and could not stand still. Wanfeng, this is all your fault. Look, the monster has come out. Lu Xiaoyu glared at Wanfeng. After cursing, he turned around and fled. This terrifying monster was so huge that it stood between the heavens and the earth. It was insufferably arrogant. Just its aura alone was unbearable. Perhaps only an eternal realm expert could deal with it. It's too terrifying. I never thought that there would be such a terrifying monster in the underground palace of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. The supreme old ancestor of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect muttered to himself. His mind was shaken and it affected his internal injuries, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. He was disheartened. The Myriad Beasts Divine Sect was already at the end of its tether. Now that the giant monster had appeared, the tragic fate of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect would eventually be destroyed. Even if he died, he would die with the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. The two sect masters said that there was an underground palace in the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect and that there was a terrifying monster in it. It seems like it's true. The sect master of the Compassionate Channel sect said in horror. Everyone, let's leave quickly. This monster is too powerful. It's not something that we can deal with. The sect master of the Myriad Willow Divine Sect frowned and said without hesitation. Whoosh, he waved his hand and a small vortex appeared above his head. A bright beam of light fell and teleported them away. At the crucial moment, the sect master of the 10,000 Willows Divine Sect used the void teleportation method to leave the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. Rumble, two more small vortexes appeared. Swoosh, as the two pillars of light descended, the 1,000 Illumination Divine Sect and the Compassionate Channel Gate also quickly fled. Void delivery, although the price was high, being able to teleport across long distances in the void was the best way to escape. The members of the three super sects had all retreated from the Wan Beasts Divine Sect. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged over like a tidal wave. Wanfeng's face was pale as he knelt on the ground. The heavens want to destroy my 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. Wanfeng's face was filled with tears. His heart was already filled with the desire to die. Damn, this black monster is too scary. Luckily, I wasn't in the underground palace. Looking at the black giant's huge figure, the heaven-drilling mouse said with lingering fear. Little mouse. Look at your guts. This monster looks ferocious, but in reality, it doesn't even count as true god realm. The undead celestial silkworm chuckled. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, elder. The heaven-drilling mouse took a deep breath and said embarrassedly. In the underground palace. That's strange. Where did that guy run off to? The big black cat scratched its head and said in a daze. In the blink of an eye. The container in its eyes disappeared. What kind of cultivation did it have to make it not react at all? All of you, go out. I've taken that guy away. Yi Yun's voice suddenly appeared in the black cat's mind. It wasn't just him. Even Su Wani's mind appeared. Only the big black dog didn't hear Yi Yun's voice. Yes, master. The big black cat's face lit up. It flew over happily and looked at Su Wani with a smile. Young mistress, let's go out too. Okay. Su Wani smiled. Since the ancestor had made a move just now, there was nothing left to explore in the underground palace. In the 10,000 Beasts Valley. The black giant, who had escaped, looked at the bright world outside with a confused expression. All of a sudden, he felt the world spinning around him, and his huge body mysteriously disappeared into the void. The big black cat, Xianxia, and the others flew in the direction of the entrance. Yi Yun's primordial spirit suddenly appeared in the underground palace. His terrifying divine consciousness quickly scanned the entire underground palace but didn't find anything. Yi Yun extended his hand and grabbed the two ancient steels in his hand. Dragon's grave, Yi Yun said thoughtfully and put away the stone steels. Based on his intuition, Yi Yun felt that the dragon's grave was definitely not as simple as a dragon's grave. It said in the divine land that there are a total of 4 races of dragon breeders. From what I know, there are the coffin bearers and the dragon candle race. Could this dragon's grave be another race of dragon breeders? Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he said this. He vaguely caught on to something. If the dragon candle race was really one of the 4 races of dragon breeders, then he could understand the efforts of the coffin bearers. The coffin bearers were in charge of making containers. The dragon candle race was in charge of making such dragon warriors. They divided the work and worked together in an orderly manner. As for the dragon candle race, they mainly hatched dragon eggs. As for the use of these dragon eggs, it seemed obvious. After the destruction of the dragon race, the production of dragon warriors had also stagnated. Therefore, the dragon breeders needed a race that specialized in hatching and rearing divine dragons. When these divine dragons grew up, they would be cruelly killed and put into containers. This was an assembly line. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's face became even gloomier. The mastermind must be up to something big to have painstakingly created new life forms. Coffin bearers, dragon candle race, and dragon's grave. These are already the 3 major races. What's the last one? Yi Yun smiled faintly. The next moment, his primordial spirit vanished on the spot. This underground palace was directly sealed by Yi Yun and silently sunk into the ground. After doing all this, Yi Yun's primordial spirit returned to Xianxia's mind. The 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. In each of their minds, there was actually a primordial spirit left by Yi Yun. It was usually in a state of deep sleep. This primordial spirit would only be useful when they encountered danger. This was the backup plan that Yi Yun had set up when he went to the divine land last time. This is too strange. Why did the black giant suddenly disappear? Where did it go? After leaving the underground palace and returning to the valley of the 10,000 Beast Mountain, the big black dog looked left and right. After a while, he still couldn't find the black giant. Brother Cat, you seem to be very familiar with that guy. Do you know where he went? The big black dog asked as he came over. He went somewhere. You don't have to worry about that. The big black cat smiled faintly. So strange. Why did that terrifying aura suddenly disappear? What happened in the underground palace? The big black dog suddenly looked shocked and looked into the depths of the underground. At this time, he found that the underground palace had also disappeared. No matter how he scanned with his divine sense, he couldn't find any trace of it. Oh my God! Why is my life so hard? Now even the underground palace has disappeared. I'm drawing water with a sieve. The big black dog sat on the ground and said with a sad face. Doggy. Don't cry. Other than Bonehead and that black giant, there aren't any other cultivation resources in this underground palace. There's no inheritance either. The fact that you're still alive is already your greatest fortune. The big black cat said with a smile. The large black dog stood up from the ground and wiped away his tears. His eyes shone brightly as he chuckled and said, "All right, what Brother Cat said makes sense. This time, we didn't obtain any opportunities. That's because we were unlucky. Next time, we'll do something big." Do something big? The big black cat glared. This brat wanted to drag him down with him. How could he have the time, right now? His cultivation resources were all top-notch, and he didn't lack anything. Why would he dig up ancient tombs with the big black dog? He wouldn't agree unless there was water in his brain. Someone's coming. Xianxia looked up at the sky and narrowed her eyes. Someone's coming? The big black cat was shocked and immediately looked up. A black dot in the distance suddenly enlarged. It was a golden-beaked black eagle. Its body was huge, at least 300 meters long, and it emitted the aura of life and death fourth layer. On top of the eagle's head, two middle-aged men stood in the wind. The two wore identical green robes, and their heads were lowered as they looked in the direction of Longevity Valley. Senior brother. What a pleasant surprise. Apart from the divine demon hound, the nine-tailed spirit cat is also here. A square-faced man spread his hands and smiled. Haha, our luck is not bad. The divine demon hound and the nine-tailed spirit cat were once partners. They're both good at digging ancient tombs and like to plunder resources everywhere. The other round-faced man laughed loudly. These two people's cultivation had already reached life and death's sixth layer. In the Plow Empire, this kind of cultivation could be considered top-notch experts. Although the two people's conversation was very soft, the big black cat and the big black dog's ears were extremely sharp, and they still heard it. Brother cat, what's the meaning of this? Could it be your enemy? The big black dog's eyes turned and he took a step back. Nonsense. I haven't dug graves many times. It's mainly because you've done it a lot. They're probably here to settle accounts with you. The big black cat snorted in annoyance. Its eyes suddenly turned cold. Dog, did you dig up other people's ancestral graves? No. The large black dog said innocently. Didn't you hide in the 10,000 Beasts divine sect to avoid your enemies? The big black cat said coldly. I'm hiding from my enemies, but I've never seen these two people before. I don't think they have anything to do with me. They might be here for you, brother cat. The large black dog chuckled as he spread out his hands. F***CKU. Your grandpa cat has always been open and aboveboard. I don't have any enemies, the big black cat patted its chest and said proudly. In his heart, there was still a line that he had yet to say. Even if he had enemies, would they dare to seek revenge from him? The Shenlong sect was the most powerful sect in the Sungnon continent. Sky-level sects and eternal-level sects were like newborn babies in front of the Shenlong sect. There was no comparison at all. The black eagle in the sky suddenly stopped in the air. The square-faced man's deep eyes flashed as if he was looking in a certain direction. After a while. Haha, senior brother. We're really lucky this time. Look in the hall of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. Isn't there a skydrilling rat? The square-faced man said with surprise and joy. The skydrilling rat is here too? The round-faced man was shocked and immediately looked in the direction of the hall. As expected. A shifty-eyed young man was also standing there. Haha, I found 3 at once. It's so easy. The round-faced man laughed loudly. Hearing the conversation between the two in the air, the big black cat and the large black dog looked at each other. Brother cat, why are these two guys looking for us? The large black dog asked guiltily. How would I know? Look at them, they don't seem to have good intentions. The big black cat's eyes turned gloomy. The large black dog looked at Suwani and said as if asking for help, Miss, these two guys' cultivation is not low. If they attack by force, you must help, Suwani smiled slightly. Her so-called help was just a fox using the tiger's power. The real deal was still up to the ancestor. Hey! Yao Yao spirit has arrived at the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, nine-tailed spirit cat, skydrilling rat, divine demon hound, and other demon clans, quickly come out. The round-faced man's expression froze, and he raised a bronze token and said loudly. Yao Yao spirit, the large black dog and the big black cat looked at each other, and a storm was set off in their hearts. This Yao Yao spirit was an extremely mysterious demon clan force. It had only risen in the past 10,000 years, and now it had grown all the way, and was already a super force. Although the 10,000 Beasts divine sect of the Li dynasty was considered a super sect, it was only a middle-rank sect. And Yao Yao spirit was already considered a high-rank super sect. Yao Yao spirit was a level higher than the 10,000 Beasts divine sect. This Yao Yao spirit is not in the Li dynasty. Why are they looking for us? The big black cat frowned, but didn't move. Big brother cat, Yao Yao spirit is a supreme force of our demon clan. It has a great ability to mobilize any demon clan. We should obediently follow their orders, the large black dog's heart was nervous, and he took 2 steps forward. In the main hall. Hearing the name Xiaoyao spirit, the sky-drilling rat was also startled. However, seeing that the big black cat didn't move, he also stood still. Little rat. This Xiaoyao spirit's name sounds so strange. The undead celestial silkworm asked with a smile. Indeed, a little. However, Xiaoyao spirit is like the sun in the sky right now. Who knows, maybe in a few thousand years, it will become a supreme super sect. This is a very powerful force, famous among our demon clans, the sky-drilling rat said frankly. Let's wait and see what their goal is, the undead celestial silkworm smiled. The sky-drilling rat nodded. 9-tailed spirit cat, sky-drilling rat, and divine demon hound, didn't you hear? Could it be that my Xiaoyao spirit's divine demon token can't mobilize you life and death brats? The round-faced man's face sank as he questioned loudly. Big brother cat, they took out the divine demon token. We can't afford to offend them. In my opinion, let's step out first and see what their goal is. The large black dog sighed and hurriedly sent a sound transmission. The big black cat was silent. He was a disciple of the Shenlong sect. What could Xiaoyao spirit do to him? Suwani looked at all of this calmly and didn't move. And in her mind, Yi Yun laughed. The name Xiaoyao spirit made him feel that it was very interesting. Yi Yun looked at the 2 middle-aged men on the black hawk's head and was somewhat curious. Why would a dignified Xiaoyao spirit with such strength find these 3 unreliable fellows? If there was really a grudge, then they would kill each other when they met. Why would they use the divine demon token to make the 3 of them step out? Little Blackie, do as they say for now. Yi Yun's heart stirred, and he suddenly sent a sound transmission. Master, you actually want me to step out? What does this mean? The big black cat was slightly taken aback. However, despite the doubts in his heart, he quickly adjusted his mentality. He took a few steps forward and stood side by side with the large black dog. Big brother cat, why are you moving? In the main hall, the sky-drilling mouse saw this scene and was very shocked. The undead celestial silkworm saw the clues and said softly, why aren't you going? Yes. The sky-drilling mouse nodded, turned into a yellow light, and quickly flew over. Big brother cat, I'm here too. He landed beside the big black cat. The big black cat nodded. Seniors from Xiaoyao spirit, may I know why you are looking for us 3 brothers? The big black cat looked up at the void, cupped his fists, and asked in a deep voice. The 3 of you are good at collecting resources everywhere. You usually dig a lot of ancient tombs, right? The round-faced man asked with a smile. Yes. The big black cat nodded, his expression becoming calmer. Now that Master was observing here, he had to at least ask the purpose of Xiaoyao spirit's visit. One doesn't visit a temple for no reason. We are looking for you because we have a deal to entrust to you 3 brothers. It's that simple. The round-faced man took back the god-demon token and chuckled. What deal? The big black cat asked calmly. My old profession is to let you rob an ancient tomb. The round-faced man laughed. Tomb robbing? The big black cat had a strange expression. It didn't expect that the huge demon spirit would actually let a few small demons go out to rob a tomb. Logically speaking, demon spirit was so powerful, it shouldn't be looking for people like them. Brother cat, a tomb that even demon spirit can't rob, can we? The big black dog transmitted his voice. How would I know what they're up to? The big black cat shrugged unhappily. Seniors, we brothers are weak and I'm afraid we're not up to the task. Why don't you find another expert? The black cat cupped its fists and declined tactfully. We found many of your peers for this task. Of course, they're all colleagues of the demon race. There are no human cultivators. The round-faced man's eyes flashed and he said indifferently, this tomb is a little special. It requires you to work together to have a chance of opening it. Good heavens, so many people are needed? The big black cat was shocked. Demon spirit was scheming something big. They had found so many demons who liked to rob tombs. They must have searched through more than half of the demons in the Sunnon continent, right? Only this kind of superior grade super sect had such strength. Brother cat, I feel that this task is very dangerous. Let's forget about it and not participate in this task. The sky-burrowing rat's face was slightly pale, and it was frightened as it transmitted its voice nervously. Brother Cat, let's not take this task. There are too many people and we won't even be able to catch a strand of hair in the end. The large black dog also transmitted his voice over in complaint. Wait a moment, let me think. The big black cat didn't refuse but fell silent. Naturally, it was waiting for its master's reply. Little Black, the three of you go and see what kind of tune this is. Yiyin sent a telepathic message. Originally, Yiyin did not have much interest in tomb raiding. However, seeing that Yao Yaoling had brought such a large force this time, Yiyin also wanted to see what this tomb was like. 100,000 years ago. Yiyin had also opened a few ancient tombs and obtained some good treasures. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, he did not reject this kind of behavior. After listening to Yiyin's instructions, the big black cat understood. Senior, this mission is quite difficult. It seems like it's also a test of our abilities. The big black cat cupped its fists and said with a smile. What? Are you guys prepared to accept the challenge? The round-faced man heard the implied meaning and said with a look of surprise. The three of us will accept it. The big black cat swept away its previous dejected state and said confidently. All right. The round-faced man slapped his thigh excitedly and shouted, 3 little brothers, come up quickly and come back with us. Let's go. The big black cat looked left and right, and when it saw the flustered sky-drilling mouse and the big black dog, it didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the two people's arms. It soared into the air and landed on the back of the black eagle in an instant. The big black dog and sky-drilling mouse were dumbfounded. They did not know why Brother Cat, who had always been inactive, suddenly had a change in attitude. Swish, the black eagle changed direction, flapped its wings, and broke through the sky. In the Thousand Beast Valley, only Suwan was left. Girl, I've sent them to carry out the mission. A figure flashed and Yiyun, who was dressed in white, appeared before Suwani. Ancestor, why are you here? Suwani was slightly surprised. She did not expect the ancestor to come in person. Wan Feng, this kid, has done a favor for the Shenlong sect. I'm going to thank him, Yiyin chuckled. Then, he brought Suwani directly to the main hall. Master. When the undead celestial silkworm saw Yiyin, it hurriedly called out affectionately. Yiyin nodded. When Wan Feng saw a handsome young man in white suddenly appear in front of him, he was also shocked. This young man in white was surrounded by a mysterious aura. He was extraordinary and seemed to be able to suppress everything with a raise of his hand. Greetings, Senior. Wan Feng did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly said respectfully. Sect Master Wan. Yiyin walked over slowly and smiled. Suwani is a disciple of the Shenlong sect. She was saved by you that day and brought to the Thousand Beast Divine sect. Only then did she escape danger. The reason I came here today is to thank you. Wan Feng was in fear and trepidation. He hurriedly knelt down and said in a trembling voice, this is what I should do. Get up. Yiyin waved his hand, and a wave of magic power swept out and helped Wan Feng up. Wan Feng. The reason why you were able to recover was all because of Old Master's help. The undead celestial silkworm said. Senior, you've saved this junior's life. Wan Feng's eyes reddened. He was about to kneel down again, but he found that there was a magic power supporting his body, preventing him from kneeling. You don't have to be so polite. After all, you were once Suwani's master, Yiyin said with a smile. The 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect had been hunted down for so many years. Only Wan Feng had undoubtedly helped them a lot. Yiyin was a person who hated evil. In the face of this kindness, he naturally had to express his gratitude. The Grand Ancestor struggled to fly over. While he was still in the air, he yelled, Wan Feng, you've indeed colluded with outsiders and destroyed the foundation of the myriad beast divine palace that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. Which eye of yours saw me destroy the 10,000 beasts divine sect? Yiyun was amused. He looked at the Grand Ancestor with his hands behind his back and questioned him with a smile. The Grand Ancestor landed. The demonic beasts of the 1,000 beast divine sect went on a rampage for no reason. Isn't it because of outsiders? The Grand Ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. Ridiculous. Yi Yin smiled. Little silkworm, capture all the demonic beasts that escaped from the Thousand Beast Divine Sect. Yi Yin ordered calmly. Yes, master. The undead celestial silkworm agreed happily. With a flash of silver light, it disappeared from the main hall. In the next moment, the undead celestial silkworm's clone appeared above the main hall of the Thousand Beast Divine Sect. Countless strands of silver silk shot out from his mouth and pierced into the void, disappearing without a trace. The Grand Ancestor looked at all this in shock and was suddenly at a loss. In a breath's time, a silver silk thread moved, and a huge demonic beast was pulled out of the void. Then, more demonic beasts were pulled out one after another. This scene shocked old ancestor Taisheng and Wanfeng. What's the cultivation of this senior from the Silkworm clan? He actually has such an incredible ability. Wanfeng's heart was in turmoil as he watched the demonic beasts appear one after another. In a dozen breaths' time, the void above the Thousand Beast Divine Sect was filled with all kinds of demonic beasts. There were so many of them that it was hard to count. This is too terrifying, the Grand Ancestor trembled all over. He looked at Yi Yin from the corner of his eye and suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. Master, we've basically captured all of them. There are still some in the beast-taming bracelets of the Thousand Beast Divine Sect disciples. Let them bring them back themselves. The undead celestial silkworm's voice suddenly came from the sky. All right. Yi Yin smiled and looked at Wanfeng. Sect Master Wan, put these demonic beasts away first. How terrifying. He caught all the demonic beasts so quickly. Wanfeng muttered to himself in a daze. He stared in disbelief at those familiar demonic beasts in the sky. His face was full of shock, and even his voice was trembling. What was the cultivation of this little silver silkworm? How could it have such a terrifying ability? The strands of silver silk, after reaching out of the void, actually ignored the distance between them and captured all the demonic beasts that covered the vast territory. Even an Eternal Realm expert could not do that. Is he a god? A shocking thought suddenly appeared in Wanfeng's mind. Once this thought arose, it was hard to suppress. He looked at Yi Yin in horror. If even the little silver silkworm was a god, then how terrifying was this white-robed young man's cultivation? Heavens! Wanfeng held his head with both hands. He did not dare to think further. Master Wan, seeing Wanfeng in a daze, Yi Yin called out again. Ah, senior, I forgot myself. Wanfeng woke up from a dream. He raised his wrist and the beast-taming bracelet emitted rays of light, capturing the demonic beasts in the void one by one. After one beast-taming bracelet was filled, Wanfeng took out another beast-taming bracelet and continued to capture demonic beasts. This action lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time. Wanfeng used up dozens of beast-taming bracelets. It was obvious that the number of demonic beasts in the Divine Sect was very large. Yi Yin smiled when he saw this. The Divine Sect could become a super sect because they had a large number of demonic beasts. From this point, the strength of this sect was not weak. In terms of strength, even among the super sects of the Plough Empire, the Myriad Beast sect was one of the top sections. Compared to the 10,000 Willows Divine Sect, they were even stronger. Thank you, senior. Wanfeng's eyes reddened and tears gushed out. He bowed deeply. He did not expect that an unintentional action in the past would save the entire Divine Sect. You're welcome. Yi Yin waved his hand and smiled. The Myriad Beasts Divine Sect had helped Suwani, and this time, he was just returning the favor. The Supreme Elder walked over shakily. When he came near, he also knelt on the ground with a plop. Thank you, senior, for saving the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. Our Myriad Beasts Divine Sect will forever remember senior's kindness. Old Ancestor Taisheng coughed up blood as tears streamed down his face. Forget it. You old man, you have to keep your eyes open in the future. Don't listen to one side of the story, Yi Yin chuckled. With a casual grab, the void rippled, and a figure appeared on the ground. It was Lu Xiaoyu who had escaped. Where am I? Lu Xiaoyu, who had just appeared, was dumbfounded. He looked around and was immediately shocked. Why did he return to the sect master's hall of the All Beasts Divine Sect, just now, He had left the myriad beasts divine sect for at least a few thousand miles, so why did he suddenly come back? Could it be that he was dreaming, or was it because he encountered an illusion array that affected his judgment? Just as Lu Xiaoyu was wondering, "You guys deal with this guy," Yi Yan said with a smile. Wan Feng rushed forward and pointed a finger at Lu Xiaoyu's dantian. Poof, Lu Xiaoyu's dantian shattered. Lu Xiaoyu's dermic powers poured out and he became a cripple in an instant. "Wan Feng, how dare you cripple me?" Lu Xiaoyu cursed in pain as he covered his lower abdomen with his hand. "Lu Xiaoyu, you despicable man. I was almost fooled by you." Old Ancestor Taisheng walked over angrily and raised his palm. "Old Ancestor, I'm already a cripple. Please spare my life." Lu Xiaoyu's body turned cold as his expression changed drastically. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Poof, the palm fell and Lu Xiaoyu turned into a cloud of blood mist. "What's the point of keeping such a scum alive?" Old Ancestor Taisheng said coldly. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu was dead, Yi Yan nodded his head. This guy was selfish and deserved to die. Sect Master Wan, your nine-tailed spiritual cat has also joined our Shenlong sect. I'm here to inform you, Yi Yan said with a smile. Ah, the cat has also joined, Wan Feng said in surprise. He had always thought highly of the nine-tailed spiritual cat that he had adopted. He had long prepared to nurture it into a high-end combat force of the Divine Beasts sect. He did not expect that only a year had passed. The nine-tailed spiritual cat had joined the senior sect. Seeing Wan Feng's surprise, Yi Yan just smiled calmly. He waved his hand at the sky and shouted with a smile, "Little silkworm, come down." "I'm coming, master." A silver light fell and the undead celestial silkworm entered the main hall. You should have seen the strength of this little silkworm. Sect Master Wan, since you lost a nine-tailed spiritual cat, I'll give you a little silkworm to help you guard the Divine Beasts sect for 10,000 years. What do you think? Yi Yan said softly. What? This senior wants to give this little silkworm to the Divine Beasts sect? Wan Feng and Old Ancestor Taisheng widened their eyes when they heard Yi Yan's words. Their hearts were in turmoil. This little silkworm's strength was unimaginably strong. If it really joined the Divine Beasts sect, even if the three super sects joined forces, they would be no match for the Divine Beasts sect. Further down. If the Divine Beasts sect brought this little silkworm to the other super sects, wouldn't they be captured without a fight? Wan Feng and Old Ancestor Taisheng looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their Divine Beasts sect was going to dominate the entire Plough dynasty. I have no intention of changing the current situation, so I suggest that you don't think too much about it. This little silkworm will only help you guard the Divine Beasts sect. It won't do anything unless it's a critical moment. I think you understand. Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. He naturally saw through Wan Feng and Old Ancestor Taisheng's thoughts. They wanted to rely on this undead celestial silkworm to dominate the world. How was that possible? This clone was at the true immortal realm. No sect in the entire Songnan continent could defeat it. The reason Yi Yan left the undead celestial silkworm clone in the Divine Beasts sect was to exchange for the nine-tailed spiritual cat. This junior understands. Wan Feng and Old Ancestor Taisheng said in unison with a stern expression. Yi Yan's words also caused the two of them to come to a realization. To have such an invincible existence guarding the Divine Beasts sect was already a great favor. They shouldn't be greedy and insatiable. That would only cause the Divine Beasts sect to fall into eternal damnation. Little silkworm. I'll have to trouble you a little. Then leave behind another clone. Yi Yan said with a smile. Master, a mere clone is nothing. I have a lot of them. The chubby silver silkworm shook its head and chuckled nonchalantly. It had so many clones that it couldn't even count them. It was a shocking number. Now that its cultivation had reached the hierarch realm, the number of clones had skyrocketed. Now, it was just taking out the weakest clone. It wasn't a loss to it at all. That's good. Seeing that the undead celestial silkworm didn't care, Yi Yan smiled and turned to look at Suwani. Girl, let's go. Yes, Old Ancestor. Suwani smiled softly. Her trip to the Divine Beasts sect had come to an end. It was time to return. There was a fluctuation in the void. Yi Yun and Suwani's figures disappeared in an instant. The chubby silkworm turned its back and looked at Wanfeng with a smile. You two little guys, don't worry about me. I'll be stationed in the void of this hall. If the Divine Beast sect is in danger one day, I'll appear, understood, senior? Wanfeng and old ancestor Taishang's expression was stern as they hurriedly said respectfully. Silver light flickered, accompanied by a faint fluctuation in the void, and the chubby silkworm disappeared in an instant. Huff, Wanfeng took a deep breath. Only now did he regain his composure. Today's scene was truly sensational. However, in the next moment, Wanfeng and old ancestor Taishang were in a daze. In just a few seconds, the two of them returned to normal. Note, due to special reasons, I've changed the name of the superpower of the demon clan that invited the big black cat and the others to dig up the tomb to demon spirit. A huge black eagle pierced through the clouds at a terrifying speed. The cold wind was biting cold and rustling. On the black eagle's head stood two middle-aged men in green robes and three young men of varying looks. There were a total of 5 people. Senior, where are you bringing us? The big black cat looked at the mountains and rivers beneath his feet and deliberately asked casually. I say, 3 little brothers, you don't have to be anxious. The square-faced man smiled meaningfully and said, you'll know when we get there, all right. Seeing that the other party was very tight-lipped, the big black cat shrugged and sighed helplessly. These 2 demon fellows were very tight-lipped. Along the way, he asked 2 or 3 times but didn't get any useful clues. The big black cat was very clear in his heart. Old Master asked him to come because he was interested in the tomb. Brother Cat, you're the strongest among the 3 of us. If you encounter any danger in the tomb, you'll have to take care of it. The big black dog said softly. You mean you'll run if there's danger? The big black cat glanced at him unhappily. Brother Cat, I didn't mean that. I mean you'll be in front and we'll be behind you to keep watch, the big black dog laughed. Doggy. When it comes to tomb raiding, you're much smarter than me. When the time comes, you'll be the main force. If you want to run, I'll catch you first and use you as a shield in front of me. The big black cat raised his eyebrows and shouted fiercely. All right, Brother Cat, I'm afraid of you. The 3 of us will work together this time and try to make this business a success. The black dog spread out his hands and said helplessly. All right, doggy, don't keep thinking about taking advantage of others. Is Brother Cat something you can take advantage of? The sky-burrowing rat curled his lips and said disdainfully. Haha. Before the big black cat said anything, the big black cat felt carefree as if he had drunk a cold drink in the hottest days of the year. He patted the sky-burrowing rat's shoulder and laughed. Cowards know me best. The sky-burrowing rat laughed. The large black dog shrugged. When the square-faced man and the round-faced man saw this, their mouths twitched. The cat, dog, and rat demons were really a strange combination. However, in the early years, these 3 fellows had also dug up quite a few tombs. Therefore, they had long been in the eyes of the demon spirits. For the sake of the legendary Great Tomb, Yao Lingling had spent quite a bit of effort. This time, he could only succeed and not fail. The void rippled. Yi Yun brought Suwani back to the carriage. Master, you're back? The big black horse smiled and looked around. He asked curiously, where are Blackie and the others? Yi Yun chuckled and said, there's a demon race force called Yao Lingling who invited them to rob tombs. My goodness, little Blackie is really getting worse and worse. He has even started to rob tombs, the big black horse exclaimed. Master, did you put away that black giant? The jade Rui spider raised its head and asked with a smile. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. That black giant is half human and half dragon. It looks really strange. Master, what's its origin? The jade Rui spider asked. If I'm not wrong, this underground palace should be a base for the dragon breeders to create new life forms millions of years ago, Yi Yun said softly. Dragon breeders? The jade Rui spider was immediately interested. Looking at the jade Rui spider's interested eyes, Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. He said with a smile, since you're so interested, I'll take you with me the next time I go to the Divine Land. When the time comes, I'll send you out to help me find some clues about the dragon breeders. Sure, Master. I've been looking forward to going to the Divine Land for a long time. The Jade Ruri Spider cheered. Master, if you go to the Divine Land next time, can you take me with you? The Eight Extremities Saint rubbed his hands and smiled. That's good too. There are 4 major races among the dragon breeders. The 2 of you can split up and investigate. Yi thought about it and said. Since he had appeared, he had naturally concealed some of the secrets he had told from the ancient nether demon dragon. Yi also had some ideas about the ancient nether demon dragon. The next time he went to the Divine Land, Yi was also prepared to bring the ancient nether demon dragon to the Divine Land and set it free. He wanted to see if this fellow would take the initiative to find the power behind the scenes. Yi also began to change his strategy. He began to try fishing. The ancient nether demon dragon was the bait. The Eight Extremities Saint and the Jade Ruri Spider were the 2 living creatures. They were responsible for fishing in troubled waters and looking for clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. At the same time, both of them were extremely talented. After they went to the Divine Land, they would be like fish that had leaped through the Dragon's Gate. Naturally, their cultivation would progress very quickly. This would also save Yi the trouble of providing them with cultivation resources. Thank you, Master. The Eight Extremities Saint was overjoyed when he saw that Yi had agreed. Like the Jade Ruri Spider, he was also very curious about the vast world of the Divine Land. The curtain was lifted and Yi walked in with Suwani. After letting Suwani go back to cultivate, Yi looked at Xiaoqi again. His eyes were full of tenderness and he could not help but sigh softly. During this period of time, he had provided Little Seven with a lot of cultivation resources. This caused Xiaoqi's cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. Now, the little girl had entered the 10th level of the soul sculpting realm. Xiaoqi cultivated day and night without saying a word. This made Yi feel a little lonely. In his opinion, one should not always cultivate like this. This kind of life was really too boring. People should always learn to enjoy life and the beauty of this world. When the little girl breaks through to the Celestial Bridge realm, I will take her out for a walk. Yi took the opportunity to sit down and thought to himself. Master, please have some tea. Mu Qing handed over the tea in a very respectful manner. Yi took the teacup and took a sip. After putting down the teacup, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the big black cat's mind, there was also a wisp of Yi divine sense. It was constantly monitoring everything in the big black cat's mind. Because Yi did not tell them where to go, the big black horse pulled the carriage and found a place with beautiful scenery and stopped. All of the demonic beasts also began to cultivate. Somewhere in the Xianxia continent. Deep in the clouds, in a void full of clouds. Suddenly, a teleportation array lit up, and a black eagle carrying 5 people appeared from the light. We're almost there. The round-faced man looked at a certain place and said with a smile. This is, the big black dog looked around and suddenly his eyes widened. He cried out in shock, this is. Is this the Gui Dirtibus? You divine demon dog, you can even recognize the Gui Dirtibus. The square-faced young man was surprised. He did not expect that the divine demon dog could recognize it at a glance. The Gui Dirtibus was one of the 7 forbidden lands of the Xianxia continent. Any cultivator who heard of it would be shocked. Most cultivators had never been to the Gui Dirtibus in their lives. After all, this place was very strange and was said to be filled with many unclean and strange creatures. Senior, I have been here before, but I was so scared that I ran away in time. The big black dog scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Dog, isn't the Gui Dirtibus one of the 7 forbidden lands? The big black cat asked with wide eyes. End of chapter 785. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.